You are listening to the story of Manga Explained 2, where your eye will always be respected. Hope you enjoy listening to the story. Summary. In this world, people who have the ability to fight monsters are known as raiders. They hunt demons, obtain treasures, and protect humans along the way. While their job may be a dangerous one, people call them heroes. They're loved by everyone and envied by some because the idea of hunting and gaining treasures excites people. Those who manage to land this job can't help but feel jealous of other heroes. This story starts in a public restaurant where everything seems to be going fine until someone starts shouting. The one shouting is the protagonist of the story, known as Jae-hyun, and he's absolutely mad to hear that he's only being hired as a meat shield while raiding. The guy in glasses immediately tells Jae-hyun to simmer down because our hero was the one who wanted to make some quick cash with a job, and this is the only one currently available. Well, as much as our hero Jae-hyun might drag his feet, it seems he doesn't have much choice in the matter. Jae-hyun then reveals to us that the guy with glasses is Young Wooman, working at the raider agency. He hooks up people like Jae-hyun with jobs who aren't officially part of any guild. When Jung Wooman finally got in touch, our hero thought he'd scored a sweet gig. Turns out he's just getting a role of cannon fodder, standing front line in a dungeon full of undead. It's like being told you're disposable shield of meat, ready to be ditched if things get hairy. Jae-hyun sighs and wonders why this is the only job available for him, especially when people lower ranked than him are landing high-paying jobs. Young Wooman then reminds him about his martial arts class, which, despite being top-notch class, rarely gets job offers. Jae-hyun then gets even more annoyed, questioning if he's being underestimated just because he's a martial arts raider. The guy with glasses reluctantly agrees, explaining that in reality, magic users dominate the job market and snatch up all the requests. The truth is, martial arts raiders tend to take longer to finish jobs and get injured more often. That's something employers definitely take into account, and that's the harsh reality here. You see, unlike mages who stand at the back while hunting monsters, martial arts raiders are on the front lines and naturally prone to more injuries, and that is precisely why, in a fights, mages definitely have the advantage. The boy further reveals that about 10 years ago, martial arts raiders were in high demand. However, that's no longer the case, and he regrets not becoming a mage back then when he had the chance. It all started 11 years ago when our hero was in his third year of high school. He aced the Awakened Aptitude evaluation and was chosen to attend one of the prestigious Mila's academies, specialized in nurturing raiders. At that time, his aptitude result for a mage was an impressive 97%, nearly a perfect score. Even the top students of the time only managed around 92%, like Lady Sioina. His results back then were unbelievable. On the flip side, his aptitude for a martial class was just 34%, and despite that, he made a dumb move and chose to become a martial raider. He didn't choose the martial class for any noble reason, he just didn't want to become a mage. Back then, mages had a bad rep because they were seen as mere buffers, unable to handle even low-ranking monsters without martial arts raiders backing them up. But times have flipped since then. Martial arts raiders are on the decline, while mages are now highly sought after. If our hero had gone for mage class 11 years ago, his life would probably be a lot better now. Even if he decides to switch classes now, raiders hit a growth plateau at age 20, so there's no room for improvement. I guess there's no point in dwelling on regrets since nothing can change now. Young Wooman then reminds our hero that opportunities like this are hard to come by nowadays, and he shouldn't be choosy. He further reveals that he was going to offer this job to someone else, but chose our hero instead, because he thought of him. Hearing this, our hero feels a mix of sadness and irony. His talent was one that was envied by all those who wanted to become mages at one point in time, but now his dumb choices has reduced him to just an insignificant D-rank martial arts raider. With no other options left, he decides to accept the job. His friend perks up happily upon hearing this, assuring our hero that he's making the right call. As our hero is about to leave, the manager informs him that he'll see Jae-hyun at 8 a.m. the next day at an address already sent to his phone. Curious, Jae-hyun asks why the manager will be there, assuming he'd be busy with agency work. Young Wooman casually reassures him not to worry and mentions he has some business there as well, so they'll meet regardless. The next day arrives, and everyone gathers outside one of the dungeon gates. There stands our hero alone. Jae-hyun checks the time and starts feeling jittery because Young Wooman still hasn't shown up, despite saying he would be there. He lets out a sigh, thinking maybe Young Wooman should be handling more capable raiders, considering he himself is just a D-rank martial arts guy and Young Wooman's an A-rank mage. Jae-hyun wonders why Young Wooman bothers hanging around at a raider agency when he could join any guild he pleases with his skills. If Jae-hyun were in his shoes, he'd have found a better place somewhere by now. Suddenly, a thought pops into his head where someone calls him a useless bastard. It seems to be a part of Jae-hyun himself, though we don't know much about that yet. Lost in his thoughts, Jae-hyun hears someone calling out to him. It's Myung-ho, clad head to toe in armor, a friend of our hero. As they chat and joke around, Myung-ho seems pretty proud of being a martial raider. He thinks the younger generation doesn't appreciate how cool martial arts raiders are, compared to mages who he calls useless hobos standing at the back throwing fireballs. But Jaehyun doesn't see it that way at all. He feels being a martial raider is far from cool. In fact, they can barely afford food these days. Myung-ho encourages them both to do their best regardless of their position. He suggests they grab a drink after the raid, and Jaehyun agrees, but he quickly adds that he's broke and can't foot the bill. Myung-ho shoots back that it's not his turn to pay since he covered the last round. Jaehyun feels a bit awkward and embarrassed hearing this, but seeing Jaehyun's helpless look, Myung-ho decides to cut him some slack and agrees to pick up the tab once more. Jaehyun chuckles and apologizes for always letting his friend pick up the tab. Deep down though, he can't help but think Myung-ho is a bit too easy to sucker into paying again. Suddenly, someone abruptly arrives and instructs everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance as they'll be entering in 30 minutes from now. For some reason, everyone seems really worried and anxious upon hearing this, including our hero. It might be because they don't appreciate this new guy barking orders. In any case, the armored guy decides to head back to his party to prepare, while Jaehyun remains standing there, repeatedly checking his phone. While waiting for the raid to start, we learn that when raiders enter a dungeon, they need to be mindful of two things. The first is when they unexpectedly find treasure tucked away inside. Once they're pumped about the loot, their greed can mess with their heads. They stop thinking rationally, and that's when the dungeon decides to test them. Surviving that stroke of misfortune is rare. Usually it's a total disaster. As for the second thing, we'll have to wait to find out because the armored guy butts in again. He tells Jaehyun to quit staring at his phone. It's time to roll into the dungeon. Then he cracks a joke about our hero, stating that he is probably ogling his girlfriend's pic before getting inside the dungeon. Jaehyun waves off the comment, saying it's no big deal, but truth be told, he's actually peeking at a pic of his mom, not some girlfriend. After a quick word to his mom, he heads inside the dungeon. Once inside the dungeon, the mages hang back with their wands while the martial raiders walk up in the front line. Mindless ghouls immediately appear with their grotesque faces, and an arrogant wizard starts yelling orders at the martial raiders, demanding they form up even if it means risking their lives. This is exactly why our hero despises this job. He hates being bossed around by these jerks about what he should do, but he's got no choice but to follow orders. The mages begin chanting, conjuring their elemental powers, and start throwing sizzling fireballs straight at the zombies, turning the creatures into crispy critters. Jaehyun checks out the wizards and wonders if they're actually with the Meteor Guild, because that guild was just a rookie not long ago, but it appears that is not the case right now. Despite the tension, he figures today isn't his day to kick the bucket thanks to their power boost. While taking a moment of respite, Myung-ho grabs water and chugs it down to refresh himself, and points out that the dungeon's all about taking down the big boss now. The old man jokes about feeling his age, saying he can't keep up with others like he used to. The old man then asks if our hero got any item drops. He is feeling happy while asking this because A-rank dungeons usually have decent loot. The boy decides to check for himself, but as soon as he opens his system window, it starts glitching, and he feels a sudden headache. But then, another system message pops up, stating that the elixir system is down, and the connection to the user will be temporarily disconnected. Then, another message follows, explaining that for unknown reasons, the elixir system failed to reboot. Our hero has never been in such a situation before and has no idea what's happening. Suddenly, a voice starts speaking in his mind, urging him to follow the light. Startled, he turns around to see the glitching system notification stating that an unknown entity has infiltrated the system and the safe mode restoration is failing. Jaehyun is utterly clueless about what's going on. The old man notices his tense expression and asks if something's wrong. The boy simply explains that someone asked him to follow the light, and right on cue, something starts happening. These bubbles of light start appearing out of thin air. He wonders if this is the light he's supposed to follow. It looks like no one else can see this light other than our hero, and the old man asks why he's acting so strangely. With no clear answer, the boy's eyes stay fixed on the light. He swallows his fear and decides to check out what it is. When the old man asks where he's going, our hero assures him he'll be back shortly. After following the light for a while, he ends up in a strange place, and the system window immediately pops up, saying the elixir system has been disabled and the status window can't be loaded. He tries to interact with the system, but it's unresponsive. Another notification arrives, stating there's partial damage and the system will attempt to reboot in safety mode. Jaehyun scratches his head in confusion, because ever since he first became an awakened at 10, the system has never gone down in those 17 years. There's never been any damage or reboots either. He wonders if the voice he heard is somehow related to the system going haywire. The system keeps glitching and bombarding him with the same failed notifications. Despite this, he continues to follow the light and wonders if something is changing within the elixir system. A little background on the elixir system. It's said to be named after the Aesir, the gods from Norse mythology like Odin and Thor. The system is believed to have emerged from Aesir, representing humanity's last hope and defense during the year of disaster back in 2011. During that time, a massive tree suddenly grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, towering to unimaginable heights in just 9 days, casting a shadow over the world. And that terrifying tree from back then was none other than Yggdrasil, the world tree from mythology. Once it fully sprouted on that 9th day, all hell broke loose. The world faced a catastrophic wave of monsters, with half of humanity perishing in the chaos and the rest struggling against famine and plagues. At the time of despair, true heroes emerged, wielding divine powers, bringing a glimmer of hope for mankind. Slowly, many people started to tap into their Aesir systems, becoming raiders to save humanity. From that point onward, Aesir has been humanity's greatest weapon against these monsters. But now our hero worries. If the Aesir system is changing, he fears things might not turn out well. Suddenly, he reaches a dead end and spots a green door right in front of him. He finds himself shocked at first, but then a smile spreads across his face when he reveals that this must be the treasure gate. Here's a bit about the treasure gates. These are secret rooms hidden within dungeons with a very low chance of appearing, even in high-level dungeons. They typically contain special items and rare materials that can fetch millions of won, which is a local currency in this world. Jaehyun's mind races with excitement as he realizes that finding an A rank or higher equipment could instantly change his dull life. He silently prays to the gods for a stroke of luck. As he steps inside, the entire place feels surreal, almost like he's stumbled into some heavenly registration office. Before him, on a pedestal, shines a brilliantly bright item. Jaehyun had heard rumors about such places in dungeons, but he never expected to stumble upon one himself. Nevertheless, he's thrilled to see the item and eagerly reaches out to pick it up. As soon as his fingers touch it, a barrage of notifications surrounds him. The first notification confirms that he successfully restored the damaged system feature. The second announces the discovery of a new piece of equipment, and the third offers to view the item details. Grinning from ear to ear, Jaehyun can't help but feel his prayer might have been answered. As he holds the item in his hands, the system panel reveals this time to be Odin's lost eye, a mythical ranked artifact. This eye belonged to Odin, the strongest god of the Aesir, sacrificed for wisdom at Mimir's well. Once equipped, our hero can learn rune writing and even reverse magic to dismantle or destroy it. It's the only mythical ranked item in existence, and once it's his forever. The eye shines so brightly that Jaehyun can't even look directly at it. Glancing at the system panel, he reads about its active skill, which is known as Absolute Calculation, an X-ranked skill that analyzes and destroys the structure of magic. This Absolute Calculation skill consumes mana depending on the rank of the magic destroyed. With complete mastery of rune magic, he can use magic at full power without casting spells. Another benefit is the ability to copy opponents' skills using a blank card. This eye is clearly a powerhouse with a range of incredible abilities that could transform Jaehyun's abilities as a raider. However, Jaehyun decides to sell the item because it could fetch him hundreds of millions of won as soon as it hits the market. He's relieved that he won't have to work hard or become anyone's meat shield anymore. But he considers trying it on since he's never used a mystical item before. But the system immediately warns him that once equipped, he can never part with it. The item will be stuck forever with him. He knows he can't use it effectively even if he equips it for himself, because he's already past the prime age of 20 for this kind of gear, so he decides against wearing it. After this fortunate encounter, he decides to head back to the party. Shortly after, we see the old man reassures the guild members that his friend will return, and right on cue, Jaehyun arrives. The boy immediately apologizes to the party leader for being late and promises it won't happen again. Once they're ready to proceed, the old man gives Jaehyun a gentle pat on the chest, telling him to perk up. But Jaehyun assures him, saying, "I'm already good to go," and cheerfully mentions that he'll be treating them to drinks tonight. This surprises the old man, who is left scratching his head, completely unsure of what happened to Jaehyun all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Jaehyun is relieved that they don't suspect him for anything. You see, inside the dungeon, where no laws apply, mentioning he found an item could be a death sentence, and even his own friends will not hesitate to snatch the item. So he's doing his best to avoid any unwanted attention. Suddenly, the ceiling starts to crack. Before the party leader can give any orders, it collapses with a crash. Jaehyun instinctively jumps in the opposite direction but ends up crashing to the ground, possibly scratching his butt in the process. The purple mist immediately engulfs the area, and the party members start coughing violently, blood leaking from their mouths. Jaehyun reacts immediately, covering his mouth and deciding to flee before he inhales any of the poisonous fog. He calls out to his friend, urging them to get out because the fog is deadly. As he begins to move, a shocking sight freezes Jaehyun in place. His friend is suddenly pierced by a sword wielded by someone unseen. In his dying moments, the friend tells Jaehyun to run. The horrifying scene petrifies our hero briefly, but he snaps out of it and dashes away as fast as possible. While running, he replays the explosion and the sudden appearance of the gas in his mind. It becomes clear to him that this was an elaborate murder attempt. Once he has escaped the danger, he takes a breather while his face is sweating, and he has no fucking clue why this murder attempt is being happened. Suddenly, our hero notices someone behind him. As the figure comes into view, a fiery arrow shoots forward, not targeting Jae-hyun but crashing into the area in front of him, causing a massive explosion. The guy in the hoodie looks familiar, and Jae-hyun immediately recognizes him as Jung Woo-man. As Jung gathers energy at the tip of his finger, he reminds Jae-hyun that he had promised to meet him today, and here he is. Jae-hyun immediately asks if this was all he was doing, if he was the one who released the poison fog and attacked the Meteor Guild. Jung smirks in response and shamelessly admits he was behind it all. The boy finds himself shocked, but he quickly calms himself down, trying to understand the situation before acting on impulses. So, he asks Jung Woo-man why he did it, to which Jung just shrugs and says his clients told him to do so. Then Jung Woo-man spills that a lot of folks have it out for the Meteor Guild because they've always been high and mighty, looking down on everyone else. Jae-hyun clenches his teeth as he reveals to us about the dungeon assassination contracts. In these kinds of hit jobs, killers exploit the dungeon's close quarters to murder their targets. Apparently, the Meteor Guild's been mixed up in these shady deals as well, which is why they ended up dead. Jae-hyun feels the sting of his injury from the grazed shoulder by the arrow. He's not sure he can go toe-to-toe with Jung Woo-man, because he is an A-rank magician, who's in the top 2% of geniuses in the whole country. On the other hand, our hero is just a mid to low-rank player. Even though he knows he's not their main target, Jae-hyun's worried they might try to take him out to tie up loose ends. Of course, like any righteous protagonist, Jae-hyun feels the urge to avenge his comrades, especially Myung-ho. But right now, he's not about to make any reckless moves. He assures Jung Woo-man that he won't spill a word about what happened to the Meteor Guild. Instead of listening, the guy in glasses launches another volley of fire chains. Jae-hyun immediately takes sidesteps to dodge the attack, but his face still gets grazed by the fiery blast. He's certain that even a split-second delay would have meant his end. The crazed magician continues hurling fiery chains aimed directly at Jae-hyun, who keeps running relentlessly, desperate to escape. He's baffled by why he's being targeted, considering he's just a lowly D-rank player. With each passing moment, his face bruises from the onslaught, while the relentless attacker shows no sign of stopping. Suddenly, that voice inside Jae-hyun's head berates him once again, calling him a useless fool and questioning why he even exists. It seems like this man who always appears in his head to insult him is definitely his father. And after seeing his father in his head, something clicks in Jae-hyun's mind, and he boldly asks if his father is behind this assassination attempt. The man with glasses pauses upon hearing Jae-hyun's question, but soon bursts into faint chuckles that escalate into maniacal laughter. He confirms Jae-hyun's suspicion. Jae-hyun is struck silent by this confirmation, his mind flashing with images of his mother. He recalls the heart-wrenching day when he cried bitterly over his mother's lifeless body. He confronts Jung Woo-man, asking if his father ordered the assassination of his mother 5 years ago during winter. The guy with glasses grimly affirms, acknowledging that he can never understand why a father would want his own son and wife dead. Jung Woo-man shoots another arrow at Jae-hyun, teasing him about his situation. He conjures up a bunch of fiery arrows, ready to blast our hero into oblivion, and before throwing down his arrows, he wishes his final goodbye. Jae-hyun stays quiet for a moment, then suddenly activates Odin's eye. Jung's confident smile takes no time and turns into pure shock as he watches Jae-hyun developing magical powers inside him. The magical powers just keep growing stronger without any sign of stopping, leaving the fool with glasses even more terrified. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jung decides it's time to take Jae-hyun down. He throws a fiery arrow at Jae-hyun, expecting him to flinch or run, but Jae-hyun stands his ground. As the fire arrow gets dangerously close, it simply disintegrates into nothingness, leaving Jung Woo-man's jaw practically hitting the floor. It looks like the eye has finally been activated, confirmed by the system itself. A sassy smirk spreads across Jae-hyun's face after feeling that surge of power inside his body. The system window pops up once again, mentioning the availability of a blank card. Meanwhile, Jung is losing his composure, baffled at how his magic was nullified so easily. My guy wastes no time and uses the blank card to copy Jung Woo-man's skill, known as Blitz Chain, and makes it abundantly clear that he is going to inflict a painful death over this bastard. In the next moment, he conjures up fiery arrows, while Jung Woo-man struggles to comprehend how his skill, which took him years to master, is being used by this lowly D-ranked raider. Even though he's visibly shaking in his boots, Jung Woo-man warns Jae-hyun that taking him out won't be a walk in the park. The boy unleashes a barrage of fiery arrows, confidently telling Jung Woo-man they'll settle things soon. In retaliation, Glasses Guy fires off his own arrow barrage. Their powers clash, but it looks like Jae-hyun might be gaining the upper hand. Jae-hyun keeps up the relentless assault, driving the cocky guy to flee in the opposite direction to save his own skin. Jung Woo-man tries to strike back with a massive blitz chain attack, but Jae-hyun swiftly activates his absolute calculation ability, disintegrating the incoming attack while sending his own arrow straight at his opponent. Desperate, Jung Woo-man throws up a barrier to shield himself. But Jaehyun isn't done yet. He uses his absolute calculation once more, nullifying the shield and leaving Jung Wooman defenseless. The arrow strikes him directly, unable to dodge in time. As the dust settles, Jaehyun walks up to the fallen Jung Wooman, who's begging for mercy like a dramatic soap opera scene. Tears are streaming down his face, but Jaehyun ain't going to cut any slack. He just lets loose with a fiery arrow that finishes off the cocky guy in one good blow. After the intense battle, Jaehyun is totally wiped out. He flops down on the ground, thinking about how he finally snagged a mythic item, only to end up facing death in such a crappy way. Death was always this scary thing he dealt with as a raider, but now that he's staring it in the face, it's a whole different feeling. He starts feeling that coldness creeping in. Then out of the blue, a system window pops up, talking about a new download. It offers him a way out. If he activates the system, then he can jump back to some past time. Knowing he's about to kick the bucket anyway, Jaehyun just says, "Yeah, sure, let's do this." With that command, the new system, known as Nornir, activates, and suddenly we find ourselves facing divine-looking ladies conversing in a foreign language that goes way over our heads. The blonde lady extends her hand, possibly grabbing our hero's hand in the process. Just as this happens, the friendly blue system windows turn deadly red, and a notification pops up stating that our hero has become a major enemy of the High Aesir. He's also gained 2 passive skills, with half of the Aesir's gods now keeping an eye on him at all times. Next thing he knows, he wakes up in his bed, looking utterly terrified as if he's seen a ghost. He scans the room, everything feeling surreal. He stares at his hand, where a red fiery blob starts to form, and the system announces that the user has successfully returned to the chosen time period. The memories of past suddenly flashes into his eyes, where he sees his dead mother, and the time when he fought Jung Wooman. He also sees his mother and rushes to hug her tightly, unwilling to let go, hoping desperately that this isn't just a dream, and in fact, this is not a dream. He was actually hugging his mom. After a while, once he is alone in his room, his chest pains sharply, jolting him back to reality. The system confirms the date as November 15th, 2020, which is the time he's been regressed back to, and his body has successfully been healed by 20%. Breathing heavily, he wonders if he's still dreaming. Looking around his familiar surroundings, he realizes he's indeed in his old home. A system notification pops up, presenting a quest titled, "A Break is the Mother of Success." His main task is simply to rest until fully recovered, with the promise of a blank card as a reward once he's restored. The boy exhales deeply, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He then reflects on how he died fighting that guy, and somehow ended up regressing 11 years back into the past thanks to this new system. 11 years is the same time when he was in his 3rd year of middle school. He checks his calendar and realizes that he has actually not been enrolled in the Mills Academy. He also finds a note from himself which is clearly telling him to choose martial arts, but he grabs his pen and immediately scratches that out. He's not going to waste this chance on the martial arts class, because this time, becoming a mage is definitely the way to go. In the next scene, we find him having dinner with his mother, struggling to hold back tears that threaten to spill from his eyes. His mother looks concerned, noticing his recent strange behavior. When she came home earlier, he had hugged her tightly and he cried deeply. She gently asks if something is bothering him. With a forced smile, he reassures her, saying it was just a nightmare, nothing more. But those haunting memories of his dead mother are far from mere nightmares. Finally gathering his courage, he tells her there's something he wants to discuss. She encourages him to speak freely. It's clear to her that he may not want to enroll in Mills Academy. She understands the dangers and fierce competition involved in such a path. She's prepared to let him choose a regular school if he's hesitant, not wanting to impose her wishes on him. But contrary to her expectations, our boy reveals that he's considering changing his major to enroll in the magic class instead. His mother chuckles at the sudden change and quickly approves of his decision, though she's visibly startled by the abrupt switch from his earlier determination to join the martial arts major. Despite her initial surprise, she trusts her son's judgment and believes he must have a good reason for the change. With a reassuring pat on his cheek, she encourages him to pursue what makes him happy, whether it's martial arts or magic, and assures him not to worry about financial matters. She promises to support him wholeheartedly in his choice. Moved by her understanding and support, the boy starts to cry again. And amidst his emotions, memories of his father, Min Seong-oh, who is an A-rank raider, flash through his mind, reigniting his desire to become stronger to take revenge against his father. Jaehyun is getting into serious training, starting with push-ups, and he's also earned a blank card from completing his first quest. His physique is getting toned and fit, something I envy a bit myself. As long as I'm here writing recaps for you guys, I don't think I can get back on the track for a 6-pack abs grind. Jaehyun still isn't entirely clear on what the Nornir system entails, but he's not complaining as long as it keeps functioning. His past life knowledge will let him monopolize dungeon items, and his experience as a dungeon guide will surely be useful. However, he doesn't have many skills besides his martial arts abilities. Absolute Calculation and Blitz Chain he copied from Young Wuming. He leans back on his chair, summons his system, and checks his current stats. He's pretty sure his level has reverted to the current time and his stats have been reset. He also somehow retains all the passive skills from his previous life, with 2 new skills. The first one known as One Who is Observed by the Gods and Supreme God's Eye, both maxed out. As we know, he also has Absolute Calculation and Blitz Chain skills, but he's curious about his passive skills. He then checks the One Who is Observed by the Gods passive skill, which should assist him in rapid growth through divine blessings. This skill also helped him maintain his other passive skills during the regression, which explains why he retained all his skills without reset. Additionally, it boosts all his stats by an extra point every time he levels up. Thanks to this ability, most of the Aesir's demigods are keeping an eye on him. He then decides to explore his other skills. The Supreme God's Eye passive skill is also an exceptional skill that allows him to see through false illusions and uncover the truth. There's also an active skill called Blitz Chain, where he attacks enemies with electrified chains, sometimes causing paralysis. The mana consumption increases with the number of chains emitted. Initially, I thought they were fiery chains, and I'm pretty sure you'd agree with that too. He takes a look at his other stats. Despite all of them being at abysmal levels, he's really focused on beefing up his magic stat, which is super crucial. And he knows endurance is key too. In those marathon battles, you've got to keep going without burning out. After thinking it through, he decides to use his fresh blank card to copy a healing skill, since he's already got an offensive skill. You see, even in this year of 2020, where mages get no love, those with healing skills are still hot stuff. They're treated like royalty everywhere they go, earning respect beyond just scope of rating. So he figures as a mage with healing powers, he'll still get his due respect. But here's the catch. Finding an awakener with healing skills to copy will be like hunting for a needle in a haystack. Before he was desperate and used his blank card to fight with Young Woman. But this time around, he's not blowing it like that again, because he has no clue how many cards the system will grant him. His phone suddenly rings, and as he checks it, his eyes widen at seeing Kim Yoo-jung's name on the caller ID. Kim Yoo-jung is his childhood friend, someone he's been close to for years, and who had always shared his dream of attending Mills Academy to become a raider. In his previous life, he tragically lost her in his arms, a fate he's determined to change this time around. He smirks as he reads her text message. Apparently, she's calling him to meet Saintess Yu Seongen at her seminar. This news fills him with happiness, as Saintess Yu Seongen is known for her magical prowess, particularly in the magic of sacrifice. Without hesitation, he stands up, grabs his hoodie, and quickly informs his mom that he'll be back soon. Once outside, he checks his phone again and lets Kim Yoo-jung know that he's on his way. Meanwhile, a luxurious Rolls-Royce speeds through heavy traffic. Inside, Saintess Yu Seongen sits quietly, surrounded by a busy schedule as her manager updates her on the day's events. Concerned, the manager asks if she's all right, noting she's been pushing herself lately. She reassures him she's fine, but a bit tired, reminding him that sacrifice often means giving up one's own vitality. Meanwhile, the manager appears visibly anxious, wishing there was someone with healing skills comparable to Lady Seongjun's. He fears it's only a matter of time before exhaustion takes its toll on her. Meanwhile, our duo finally arrives at the event location. The girl seems eager, practically pulling our hero through the crowd. When they stop, the boy teases her, asking if she brought him along just because she was afraid of getting lost. The girl gets annoyed and embarrassed, telling him not to accuse her like that. She falls silent, which clearly indicates she did indeed bring him for that reason. He teases her again, joking about how such a smart girl can have such a terrible sense of direction. While she's giving him a hard time, our hero is secretly grateful to his friend. If he manages to copy Yu Seongen's sacrifice ability now, it could be a total game changer for him, potentially making him one of the best connections in Korea. As the crowd settles into their seats, our eager lady and our hero are amazed at her huge following, which isn't surprising. She's the Guildmaster of Lotus. She is a top-grade healer known across the nation and worldwide. In this era, raiders aren't yet used as meat shields, but she still always puts others' safety first. Finally, she steps onto the stage and the crowd goes wild. Our hero waits eagerly for the perfect moment to copy her abilities. While he waits, he lets slip that in just 2 months, the Saintess is going to get seriously sick during a dungeon raid in Itaewon, and it's all thanks to her own healing magic. Sacrifice. He figures he's the only one who could heal her if he could copy her abilities. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung's getting all hyped up, which Jaehyun finds kinda annoying. On stage, the Saintess starts her spiel about how the world's in a mess because of Yggdrasil's tree and monsters munching on people's lives. Despite all that, she throws in some hope and tells everyone to remember the awakened who can help to save humanity, and urges one of them to become a raider as well. As her speech concludes, the fans are ecstatic, and Jaehyun acknowledges her words too, stating that since it's no easy task fighting monsters on the front lines, everyone feels reluctant to become a raider. He's a living example of this for us, because he also wanted to sell Odin's eye to avoid raiding for cash. As they moved forward, she couldn't stop talking about the Saintess, while our hero kept teasing her, which really got on her nerves. He then mentions that he has already called her mom earlier to pick her up due to her poor sense of direction. She suggests he just catch a ride with her mom, but he brushes it off, saying he has other things to handle. Before leaving, he casually mentions changing his career path to focus completely on magic and hints he'll need her to teach him later. With that, he takes off without explaining why he changed his career plans, leaving her feeling disappointed and alone. The boy starts looking around and finally spots the lady's car. A smile spreads across his face as he heads towards the car, but the manager notices him approaching and tells him they're not accepting any fan visits right now. But the boy boldly states he's here to meet director Yoo Seong-eun. The manager sighs, clearly annoyed by another raider fanatic to deal with. With an irritated expression, the man cockily tells the boy to walk off and reminds him to respect her privacy, mentioning even the director would be bothered by his presence. The boy insists he's not here for a fan meet and greet. To convince the director, he reveals that he knows Lady Seong-eun is suffering from an untreatable disease and boldly claims he's the only one who can cure her. Naturally, the director is shocked to hear this and gets absolutely furious, grabbing our hero by the collar and demanding to know where he heard such a thing. But the boy calmly reminds him not to cause a scene and gestures towards the bystanders. At that moment, the lady herself rolls down her window and directly addresses our hero, asking if he can stand by his words. He confidently says yes, assuring her he can indeed cure her disease. Although she is hesitant to let our hero get close, the lady decides to give him a chance, knowing if he's lying, he'll be exposed soon enough. His unwavering confidence, however, makes him appear even more suspicious to her. She instructs her manager to make time for the boy and arrange a quieter place where they can discuss this privately. Once they settle somewhere quieter, the lady gets straight to the point and asks how he knows about her disease. The boy apologizes but bluntly states he can't reveal that much to her, making it clear that if he has to disclose that, he won't treat her diseases. The lady chuckles at his boldness and moves on to her next question, asking how he plans to treat her. Jaehyun is honest and tells her he intends to copy her sacrifice skill. Naturally, the lady is shocked to hear this, and the manager grows impatient, yelling at our hero, questioning if he understands the meaning of a skill being unique, and demands to know how he even intends to copy something which truly belongs only to the lady. Before we proceed, here's something about unique skills. They're essentially S-rank skills, the highest level, obtainable only through blood inheritance or individual skill manifestation. Unlike other skills learned through calculative formulas, unique skills have impenetrable formulas, making them impossible to copy. This monopoly keeps them exclusive to individuals or families. The boy calms everyone down, emphasizing that if he didn't know all this, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The lady immediately tells her angry manager to calm down, assuring him they won't take long to hear him out. She asks if he can actually pull off what he claims, to which the boy confidently agrees. We also learn that due to the penalty of her unique skill, sacrifice, she needs a higher or equal-ranked skill to heal herself. Ironically, she can't use her own skill on herself, because her sacrifice skill requires a sacrifice to the gods, preventing her from healing her own body. Finally, the lady gives him the green light to proceed. As she glows with her magic, Jaehyun feels ecstatic and immediately copies her ability. The system window pops up, asking if he wants to register the new skill, Sacrifice, into the blank card. Confidently, the boy says yes. Once he finishes copying, he activates his sacrifice skill, demonstrating its power by summoning it into the palm of his hand, leaving both of them shocked at the sight. Our hero decides to proceed with negotiations before healing her. But first, let's check the stats of this skill. The first benefit is that it creates a wave of healing to heal multiple allies and removes debuffs. Secondly, when used on undead monsters, it transforms into the attack skill called Judgment of Light. Lastly, since the skill was copied using a blank card, there are no inherited penalties whatsoever. So then, the lady asks what he would want from her guild. While she outwardly states this, but inwardly she feels confident that dealing with this middle schooler will be a breeze, especially since she's the representative of the Lotus Guild. The boy gets straight to the point, asking her to sponsor him. The lady chuckles, asking if he wants her sponsorship just to help him grow as a raider. Without hesitation, he confirms this, explaining that it's his big dream and that he needs the resources, connections, and support that come with sponsorship to become stronger. Impressed by his determination and skills, the lady readily agrees to sponsor him, but she places a condition. As soon as our hero hears this, he's quite amazed to see that, even though she's not in a strong position to negotiate, she remains bold in her stance. The lady reveals that her disease is a personal problem and has nothing to do with the Lotus Guild. What our hero wants is not entirely in her hands. He's asking for the support of the entire guild, which doesn't have any reason to favor him. Our hero tells her to lay out her conditions. If they make sense to him, he'll decide whether or not to shake hands with her. His mind races with all kinds of possibilities she might be plotting, but she surprises him by simply asking if he can join the Lotus Guild. The boy immediately asks if she's serious about recruiting him. The lady then lists several reasons for recruiting him. Firstly, he uncovered the classified information about the representative of the Lotus Guild's disease, which only a few knew about, showcasing exceptional information-gathering abilities. Secondly, he flawlessly copied her sacrifice skill, something she's never seen before, and she's curious to see if there's anyone else like him in the world who can do the same. The boy feels awkward hearing this, knowing he can't tell her he only knew about her disease because he regressed in time, and he can only copy skills thanks to his cheat system. The lady then leans in uncomfortably close to him and states the third reason for recruiting him into the guild, which is that despite being a middle schooler, our boy didn't even flinch when facing off against the representative of the Lotus Guild, and she likes his guts he just showcased. In his past, the Lotus Guild collapsed soon after her death. Now that she's here, he's pretty sure joining the guild would level him up quickly. But he wonders how they can contract since he's a minor, and contracting with underage people is illegal. With a smile, the lady reminds him about the right of priority negotiation. It turns out our hero does know about it. The right of priority negotiation is a guild's privilege to support the growth of a raider trainee who hasn't yet reached adulthood. Once they come of age, that guild has the right to make a contract with the trainee before any other guild can. Jaehyun never thought he'd be using a perk like this, especially after getting rejected by even the crummiest guilds back in the day. The lady seems to have taken a liking to our hero, and the boy sits up from his seat, saying he'll heal her right away. Though her offer is a no-brainer, he decides to focus on the treatment first before finally accepting her terms. While he stands right over her head, the manager doesn't seem thrilled about our hero healing her. Although he no longer doubts our boy after witnessing his powers firsthand, he's still cautious, fearing our hero might use something cursed or shady, especially since even top doctors failed to cure her. Shortly after, the lady feels magically healed, sensing the changes inside her. The manager is in absolute shock and amazement. He wastes no time bowing his head before our hero, apologizing with utmost respect for ever doubting him. Our hero just shrugged it off, saying it was understandable to doubt a kid's words. But the manager kept on apologizing, feeling bad for his rude behavior earlier. Jaehyun tells the lady that everything's done, and she can move around freely now. As soon as she stands up, she walks to the window and uses her magic to light up the whole room. Tears fill her eyes as she realizes her symptoms are completely gone. She expresses her gratitude for this miracle, and asks if he'll face any penalties for healing her. But we know penalties don't apply to his copied skill. My guy assures her with a smile that she can repay him when the time comes, and the lady gladly agrees. She then brings out her card and tells him to think about the offer. She promises to do her best to make sure it works out in his favor. The boy then tells them there's something he wants to ask. The next day, the manager escorts him to a low-rank dungeon owned by the Lotus Guild. As you can guess, he's there to level up his skills, aiming to become an ace at Mills Academy. The guild makes sure they've got all the essentials ready for him, and even loans him some spare gear meant for guild members. But the manager warns him going alone into the dungeon could be risky, asking why he insists on soloing it. Jaehyun just says he wants to grind. As a safety net, the manager hands him a stone, saying it's a warp stone. If he breaks it, he'll teleport outside the dungeon gate. It's a little thanks for how he treated the lady, and the boy happily takes it. He proceeds to enter the dungeon, and as soon as he steps inside, he is sure that it's just an E-rank dungeon, not something to worry about. The manager urges him to warp out quickly if danger appears, to which he nods in assurance. Deep inside, though, he suddenly finds his mouth covered by unexpected hands, and the system indicates he's now in Helheim's Field of the Dead. The scene transitions to the director Yu Seong in office. There we see the lady deep in thought regarding our hero. She's concerned that even in an E-rank dungeon, a newcomer clearing it alone is nearly impossible, regardless of how skilled they are. However, she can tell this kid isn't your average Joe. He didn't just pick this gate on a whim, so she grins and decides to see where he's going with this. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and after getting permission from the director, a lady enters. The director asks about the matter she requested updates on, and the other lady hands her the files, explaining it's our hero's profile. As the director flips through the pages, she's shocked to read that he aspires to be a martial artist, which makes no sense to her considering his magical capabilities. A heavy silence falls over the room as the lady who brought the reports also has no clue how someone can be so talented, but she assures the directory that the reports are accurate unless there are not any mechanical errors. Taking a peek ourselves, we see that our guy's aptitude for magic is at 97%. Shortly after, the director calls his manager Appa and instructs him to call her immediately once our hero is out of the dungeon. She's eager to witness our hero's talents with her own eyes. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself falling into the unknown realm known as the Field of the Dead, hitting his ass on the ground hard upon landing. As he looks around, he realizes he's in a graveyard and struggles to stand up, coughing harshly. Before he can make sense of his surroundings, an undead creature appears. Wasting no time, It aims its bow at our hero and shoots an arrow at him. Reacting too slowly, he ends up with a nasty cut across his face. Another monster appears, ready to strike our hero down. He's unsure if it's laced with paralysis poison, which annoys him greatly. He quickly heals himself using his fancy sacrifice skill. Suddenly, more zombies emerge, and he finds himself surrounded by black souls hovering above in the air. They immediately start attacking and shooting at him. But this time, Jaehyun grabs an arrow with his bare hands and breaks it by clenching his fist, thoroughly annoyed by their pesky attempts. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung stares at the autograph she received from the director, and she is also feeling totally annoyed at our hero for leaving her alone, despite knowing she has a terrible sense of direction. She's getting more and more annoyed by his unpredictable moves. He used to avoid crowds, but suddenly he's agreeing to tag along with her. He never used to ditch her like this before, always making sure she wasn't left hanging, but this time, he left her high and dry down there alone. And now he's switching to magic class, even though he's always dreamed of martial arts. She just can't wrap her head around his sudden change because she knows he's usually thoughtful and careful, not someone who acts without a good reason. Suddenly, she starts texting him again, giving him a piece of her mind about leaving her alone that day. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jaehyun's face pales as he freaks out at the sight of ghosts right in front of him. To make matters worse, they're far more organized than your typical monster horde. He decides to rely on an item, a staff forged by a blacksmith from the Lotus Guild. Before we delve deeper, we learn that this dungeon, Helheimer, is the realm of the dead overseen by Loki's daughter, Hel. It's one of the 9 worlds in Norse mythology, created after the 7 realms excluding Midgard and Asgard. These worlds include Niflheimer, the world of fog and ice; Muspelheimer, the world of flames; Jotunheimer, the world of giants; Alfheimer, the world of elves; Svartalfheimer, the world of dark elves; Vanaheimer, the world of the Vanir gods; and the coldest and darkest of all, Niflheimer, where Helheimer exists alongside it. This place is a total nightmare for newbies, but our hero's pumped to test his skills. He decides to whip out Goddess Nora's sacrifice skill. When he uses it on dead monsters, bam! It transforms into this epic area of effect attack called Judgment of Light. The monster jumps him right away, but our hero's quick to smack it down with his wand, sending the monster flung backward. He gears up with Blitzfire and blasts the monster to smithereens, bagging 70 XP for knocking out the Death Wraith. He keeps up the momentum, chaining his blitz moves to rock the stage with his skills. Every monster he takes down brings a bigger grin to his face as the XP rolls in. Next up, he leaps at another undead who is using arrows and smacks it hard on the noggin. Boom! His wand cracks in half, but he still manages to take down the monster. His face goes pale seeing his wand broken, realizing he wasn't exactly fighting like a mage after all, and his foolishness has caused him to lose a weapon. So, he gets serious and activates his sacrifice skill. The holy judgment of light comes crashing down on the monsters, burning them to a crisp. Once those undead are turned into ashes, he racks up some valuable experience points along the way, and decides to take a breather in the settling haze. He heals himself to restore his powers, and he is relieved to have made it out alive. He's learned a valuable lesson, not to overestimate his skills. Even though divine judgment saved him this time, he might not be so lucky next time. In any case, he decides to leave the place, but he soon realizes he has no clue how to get outside. He sighs and decides to use the warp stone, but before he can, a terrifying aura of mana creeps over him from behind. When he looks back, there's nothing there. Suddenly, he senses something approaching, and in the next moment, he feels himself getting choked. He raises his busted wand and jabs it into his own thigh. Not quite sure why he's hurting himself, but he is making damn sure not to let out a single scream to draw any unwanted company. Little does he know, there's this hideous monstrosity lurking right behind him. Right on cue, the system chimes in, revealing that the dungeon boss, Nightshade, has shown up, and the gap in levels between our hero and this boss is like night and day. The system practically screams at him to bolt out of the dungeon as soon as possible. He fumbles for his teleportation stone, but before he can grab it, the monster pounces from behind, sending the stone tumbling from his hands as he hits the nearby wall and starts coughing up blood. His HP also takes a nosedive. The system immediately tells him to use a healing item immediately, but looks like he does not have any time for that because the monster is already standing before him and immediately launches another attack. Just as he braces for the worst, the monster in front of him freezes solid, leaving him staring in disbelief, wondering what the heck just happened. That's when a voice, a woman's voice, echoes through the cavern. The woman appears divine, almost like a goddess. She commands the monster not to harm him, revealing that she herself brought him here as an important guest. This half-demon, half-angelic elf informs our hero that he is destined to be the adversary. Confused, the boy has no idea who this woman could be. The lady continues, expressing her belief that he was meant to effortlessly defeat this monster as the adversary. However, it seems she was mistaken, seeing him as just an average kid with moderate mana and abilities. She questions why Loki chose someone like him to be the adversary against the mighty Aesir gods. The boy struggles to remain conscious, his life slipping away from the loss of blood. He knows he can't afford to die here, not when he's been given a second chance to make things right. Seeing the determination in our hero's eyes, the lady acknowledges his resolve but states that he's still too weak to fulfill his role as the chosen adversary. She begins to choke him, warning that his end is near. If he doesn't grow stronger quickly, she threatens to end his life with her own hands. Recognizing his importance to them, she decides to grant him another chance. She urges him to become much stronger than he is now, to defeat the Nightshade monster easily. If he succeeds, she promises him a reward, but emphasizes that he must act quickly. And then, a system pops up with the first main quest, Hell's Trials. His main goal in this mission is to take down Nightshade within 2 months, and it looks like this mysterious lady is none other than Goddess Hel herself, Loki's daughter. If he nails this mission, then the Goddess Hel will personally give him her gift, but failure means death as the penalty. As those creepy hands start dragging him into the darkness, he loses sight of everything. And as the scene shifts, we see this blonde goddess we saw during his time regression, and she still appears to be saying something to our hero in this foreign language. Suddenly he awakens in the real world. As he stands up, he realizes that his injuries have been healed completely. Checking his window stats, he sees the same quest still hovering before him, which confirms that everything he felt back then was real, and the lady he encountered was indeed Hel, the goddess who rules over Helheim, one of the 9 worlds of mythology. He's still clueless about this whole adversary thing, and he's heard something familiar already right after getting this new Nornir system. With a pile of unanswered questions looming over him, like why he regressed and what the heck this adversary stuff is, he knows one thing for sure: he's gotta level up fast. If what that goddess said holds water, the moment he stops getting stronger, he will be killed by that goddess. But hey, he chuckles to himself, at least he's got some daring tasks ahead. Still, he's got a long road ahead. He doesn't know how to fight as a mage, and he also lacks any basic spells to handle small fry. Pulling out his phone, he sees a call from the director summoning him. He tells her he'll swing by tomorrow and is ready to make the contract. The next day rolls around, and our hero steps into the Lotus Flower Guild. The manager leads him inside, and as they walk, he understands why they are giving him so much special treatment, because his mage aptitude is at 97% after all. Arriving at their destination, our hero brightens at the sight of the lady director, exuding confidence with her long hair and a presence that catches his eye. They exchange greetings warmly. She dives into the perks the guild is offering with the contract, and our hero enthusiastically confirms they're impressive. I mean, who wouldn't be thrilled? Alongside a stipend for living expenses, the guild provides him with an endless supply of B-rank items at no cost if they break. On top of that, he'll earn a substantial profit based on his contributions in the raids. These terms are usually reserved for top-notch A-grade raiders. Before signing the contract, he reveals a condition. The lady director warmly encourages him to speak his mind. He explains that it's only been a month since he transitioned from martial arts to magecraft, making him inexperienced in magic. Therefore, he requests to be personally trained by the director herself. The manager marvels at our hero's audacity to directly confront the prestigious director without hesitation. Meanwhile, the boy asks if she agrees to his condition before signing the priority negotiation contract with the Lotus Guild. She chuckles at his interesting request and agrees to his terms. He thanks her, and she teasingly reminds him she's already got her eye on his potential and can't wait to see it in action. She presses him to display his talent first, if he's comfortable enough. Of course, our hero had already anticipated this. After all, it's the main reason the Lotus Guild is interested in him. He immediately asks what he should do to demonstrate his power. The lady simply clicks her fingers, and blue energy begins to manifest behind her, forming a mana cube, and she tells him to endure it. The boy is absolutely baffled by the sight of the mana cube. The lady quickly reminds him that a talented individual should be able to manage at least this much if he's going to sign the priority negotiation contract with her Lotus Guild. You see, a mana cube is a test that B-rank and above mages use to gauge their mana sensitivity. But there's no way someone like our hero wouldn't be overwhelmed by it, as only 7% of awakened mages can endure it. The boy asks the lady if she's trying to scare him off. She reassures him that even if he fails, it won't affect their priority negotiation and they'll still form the contract. With no way out, our hero bites the bullet and steps forward. The director nods to her manager to prepare, who expresses concern about her decision since even current mage raiders struggle with the cube. The lady reaffirms that our hero isn't your average guy, so it's worth a shot. Reluctantly, the director nods and activates the cube. Once the mana cube is activated, the boy hesitates before the overwhelming energy. The lady behind him encourages him to step in, and finally, he gathers the courage to enter. As soon as he's inside the mana cube, the manager remains visibly anxious, seeing him as just a young kid. The lady reassures her that he can handle it, confidently expressing trust in her intuition that he won't fail. Inside, our hero feels like he's drifting in a vast ocean made of mana. Surprisingly, he can breathe normally, alleviating his earlier concerns about getting sick from prolonged exposure to thick mana, which could even lead to death during the test. He searches for a way out, recalling that the only escape from the mana cube is finding the singular door connected to the outer world among countless whirlpools. He gathers his resolve, searching for a way out within the mana cube. Suddenly he senses something unusual, an unassuming crystal tucked away, pulsating with immense magical power as if containing the entire essence of the great ocean of mana. Meanwhile, the manager remains anxious while the lady continues to chuckle. Anxiously, the manager asks how long it typically takes. The lady mentions the fastest exit from the cube is 40 minutes, a record high. Upon hearing this, the manager bluntly states it'll either end in our hero's death or he'll set a new world record. The lady agrees, albeit confidently expecting the latter outcome. Their eyes widen as they witness the crystal starting to fracture. Shocked, the manager grabs his phone and realizes only 10 minutes have passed since our hero entered. While the spectators anticipate what's happening inside, our hero senses the immense power of the crystal and grins, thinking that breaking it might just be his ticket out. With determination, he swims towards the stone, clenches it tightly in his fist, and shatters it into pieces in a swift motion. As cracks begin to spread around him, a system notification reveals that he has acquired a passive skill called Crystal of Mana Operation. Suddenly, the mana cube collapses, leaving both spectators in a mix of terror and awe. This kind of test typically takes an hour for an S-rank player, but our guy smashed through it in just 26 minutes, shattering the record held by the European Union's Camilla, a genius mage noted in the World Guinness at 36 minutes. The manager immediately walks forward, shaking our hero's hand enthusiastically and showering him with praise. The lady also joins in, but her curiosity is piqued about how he managed to shatter the cube so quickly. The boy explains that he found a crystal inside the cube and broke it. The lady is shocked to hear this because a mana cube crystal contains all the magic power within the cube, and it's incredibly rare for anyone, especially a regular awakened person, to find or break it. The fact that our hero not only found it, but shattered it, suggests that his mana capacity exceeds that of the entire cube. She bursts into a moment of happiness and immediately vows to help him become the greatest mage in the world. The scene transitions back to Lady Kim Yoo-jung, who is visibly upset that Jae-hyun is still late. Our hero's mother stands beside Kim Yoo-jung, confirming that he's indeed late and not answering calls either. Suddenly, a familiar flashy Rolls-Royce grabs both ladies' attention. They're stunned to see our hero stepping out of such an expensive car, completely blowing them away. How could he afford something like that? Jae-hyun immediately notices the ladies and waves happily. While his mother is anxious, concerned if her son is involved in something shady, Lady Kim is livid to see him lounging around. Once they're settled in the room, the girl jumps straight to demanding answers, asking why he switched to magic class. Our hero casually explains that martial arts just wasn't cutting it for him anymore, and he already filled out all the paperwork for the magic track. She keeps pushing for more details about his decision, but he flips the script and asks why she's dropped by. He then asks if her parents are off at work, to which she nods, explaining that's why she's crashing for the night with our hero's mom's blessing. We then learn that her folks work in a monster processing plant, shipping creatures abroad, which keeps them moving. And whenever she's left alone, she tends to hang out with him, since our hero's mother is a good friend of her parents. Moving forward, the boy asks her to teach him the theories of magic now that he's in the magic class. The girl demands to know what she'll get in return. Reluctantly, the boy asks what she wants. The girl admits she doesn't have anything specific in mind at the moment. After thinking for a bit, she decides that he must grant her one wish. The boy agrees but adds a condition. Her wish must be made within a year, or it expires. The girl agrees, somewhat annoyed, while the boy privately bets that she'll likely forget about it within a year. Teasingly, the boy asks what kind of wish she might have in mind, but the girl, now visibly annoyed, tells him to shut his yapping. The lady gets so mad that while she was holding to that pillow, I thought that she is squeezing her boobs hard. Did you get the same kind of illusion, or it is just me? Let me know in the comments. As they continue their banter, their mother calls them to dinner, but they ignore her, caught up in their playful pillow fight. Observing their chemistry, it wouldn't surprise me if the girl jokingly tells him to marry her as her wish. Meanwhile, in the forest, violent ravens float above in the air, and a man clad in black easily dispatches the monsters with his sword. Finally, we meet our hero's father, Min Seong-oh, who receives praise from the armored man for effortlessly clearing the dungeon. The man invites Min Seong-oh to join their guild, but our hero's father declines, preferring to stay solo. The armored guy practically begs our father to join, promising all sorts of respect from the Scarlet Guild, but the man in black just scoffs and calls him stubborn. Then, out of nowhere, the father starts summoning these weird chain things, and he also yaps about humans being greedy like he's giving a lecture. He vanishes into thin air, leaving the armored guy scratching his head. After this spooky encounter with this killer dad, who, let's face it, looks younger than our hero himself, we're back to the director, who's giving a lecture to Jae-hyun for his first magic class. The lady decides to dive right into sparring and challenges him to take a swing at her. The boy hesitates but realizes he has no choice. He lets out a sigh and carefully takes his stance, ensuring there are no openings. Drawing on his martial arts knowledge, he throws a punch aimed at her, expecting a reaction. The lady stands there grinning, and the impact of his blow creates such a massive disturbance that everything gets obscured in a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, our hero sees his punch effortlessly caught by the lady, who handles it like it's nothing, leaving him utterly terrified. She grins confidently, and the boy quickly retreats to a safer distance. Seems he underestimated her just because she's a healer. He's now certain she's got the power of an S-rank raider. After that punch, she breaks down his moves, noting the martial artist's habits in his stance and attack. She points out that mages typically don't charge in like that to attack. The director then asks him if he knows the difference between martial arts and magic. The boy says martial arts is all about up-close fighting with swords and stuff, while magic is more about blasting from a distance. She nods and adds that magic classes are about weakening enemies from afar, while martial arts finish them off face-to-face. Then she tells him to get ready because she's going to attack him to show him what mage combat is really like. She assures him she can heal him if things get messy. He's a bit nervous but ready. The lady gathers energy at her fingertip and shoots out this intense laser beam of energy. The boy quickly rolls to safety as the lady tells him it's his turn to attack. He activates his blitz chain power and unleashes lightning arrows straight at her. There's a huge explosion when the chains hit their mark, but the lady stands there without a scratch. She's surprised he has an A-rank skill but reminds him it's only good if he hits the target. Then, she counters with her own arrow aimed right at his face. He freaks out and ends up taking the arrow straight. Even though he's battered head to toe, he stays standing, impressing the lady with his resilience. But then she decides to go all out, throwing a barrage of blue lightning bolts at him. This time, he immediately uses his absolute calculator skill, and the magic disintegrates, leaving the lady shocked. She can't believe he reversed her attack and neutralized it in such a short time. The lady is once again amazed and asks him if there are any more surprises he's hiding. Our hero just tells her to find out for herself, and with that challenge, the ground right in front of her starts crackling with intense energy. She takes a direct hit, but manages to deflect it with her hand, though her hand trembles from the impact. She's absolutely baffled at how he managed to cast this attack so fast. Meanwhile, he sends a barrage of arrows her way, but she quickly throws up a shield to protect herself. She's curious why he's casting magic without chanting, as casting for a mage typically requires a deliberate process. Experienced mages can reduce the chant for lower-powered spells, but each of his attacks is just as potent, making her doubt he's casting without uttering a single word. On the flip side, our hero's almost wiped out and can't muster enough mana to keep attacking, so he just blurts out that she's a monster for being so resilient. The lady strolls up to him with this smirk, saying he's an interesting kid with loads of potential, but she points out he's still green, catches him off guard, and knocks him to the ground just like that. He's clueless about how it happened, while she just chalks it up to her years of experience. Thinking about his skills, she gives him props for his melee combat game and how he can cast magic without a hitch. She's impressed by his knack for unraveling spells with that reverse calculation trick, thinking he could totally create a one-of-a-kind fighting style. She tells him she's taking him under her wing from now on, officially making herself his teacher. Apparently, he's the first lucky duck to get this kind of VIP treatment of becoming her student. The next scene shows our hero sitting melancholically, lost in thought. His friend snaps him out of his daydreaming with a disdainful aura, and he clicks his tongue, telling her he's listening. It seems she's been munching on ice cream ever since she arrived, which our hero bought for her as a tuition fee. He asks if she's not full yet, to which she replies she could eat it all day, urging him to focus on his studies. As she continues teaching him about magic, the system window reveals that his knowledge of magic has increased, and his efficiency in using magic has risen by 5%. The boy is tired of these persistent notifications. Every time he learns something new, they start to annoy him. The system feels like it's pushing him to grow constantly. It seems even Lady Kim finds it pretty strange how quickly he's picking things up. He's learned more in 2 days than most people would in 2 months. But the boy downplays it, saying there's nothing surprising since she herself can memorize forms just by looking at them. This annoying girl gets even more irritated and demands our hero to call her teacher. Her annoyance seems to stem from the fact that he's learning everything so fast, despite her being in the magic field much longer than him. She's worried he's going to surpass her sooner than later at this rate. The boy sighs and reluctantly calls her teacher, reminding her that he surely has natural talent in the field of magic, so of course he is learning faster. But let's face it, He's putting in every effort to learn magic as quickly as possible because he doesn't want to get screwed over by Goddess Hell. The lady then reminds him that when he said he was going into martial arts, she was really surprised. And she now starts yelling at him for his decision he made back then, asking why he thought of abandoning the magic field even though it was suited for him. While Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun are having their study session, Jae-hyun sees the vision of a man's face that is linked to the events that happened in his past life. Yoo-jung pulls him out of his daydreaming by asking him if he's training for the practical exam in his own time, and he affirms that a different teacher is helping him train his practical. He wonders what the vision he just saw was and is uncertain if it was just his imagination. However, he also recalls that Hell gave him 2 months to defeat the Nightshade, so he pushes the thoughts out of his mind because it's not the time to get distracted. Our boy considers other beneficial things, like his hopes that the pill he's working on becomes a big help to raiders across the world and can help him overcome this wall in his abilities. Meanwhile, in the Lotus Guild Training Center, Park Sung-jae, the manager, supervises some of the raiders who are training and corrects some of the mistakes they're making. When he spots the guild master, Seongun, he makes a comment to her about how the trainees aren't bad for newbies and how the average rank has almost gone up from last year. But he's surprised to notice she wasn't listening. When she realizes he was talking to her, Seongun apologizes, and the manager teases her by saying she's thinking about Jae-hyun, and she affirms his suspicions. Suddenly, the manager mentions that he recalls that several other raiders have tried to learn the thing that she wants to teach Jae-hyun and have all failed. However, Seongun reminds the manager that he also saw Jae-hyun's peculiar talent. It would have been believable to say that Jae-hyun was a veteran because he didn't make a single unnecessary movement. At this point, Guildmaster Seongun is certain that if another S-rank magician is to appear in the future, it will be Jae-hyun. Presently, she's still the only magician in the country who has become an S-rank. Even so, as a healer, her effectiveness in battle is a bit low. However, if Jae-hyun were to suddenly appear like a comet right now, it would shake up the whole magic world. Sometimes later, MC works on a mana enhancement pill. Like its name suggests, it's a pill that permanently increases the mana of the awakened who takes it, and it's an item that all magicians covet. While he's working, the mixture fails for the umpteenth time, and our boy throws away the spoon in anger. At this point, he's already used up 3 sets of the ingredients, and it seems like he'll blow up all his money if this continues. In the present of November 2020, no one knows how to make the mana enhancement pill just yet, because the pill won't be invented for another 5 years. Before returning to the past, the pill's recipe was shared by a world-class alchemist. As he published the recipe, the alchemist expressed how he hopes that the pill will be of great help to numerous raiders around the world. It seems to our boy that just keeping at it like this won't work, but he gets another idea of what might have a higher chance of working, and that is finding Lee Jae-sang, since he's the one who will invent the pill in 5 years' time. Even if he ends up unable to make the pill, creating a connection with that guy won't be a loss. Since Jae-sang is presently a senior who's currently a first year at Mills Academy, he has to go to Mills Academy to meet him. While he's out, Yoo-jung comes to see Jae-hyun, and she opens the door to find a pot that seems to be possessed by some demonic power and a disgusting sink. She immediately becomes worried that something bad happened and wonders if she should call the police as she looks at the disaster all over the house. Wielding a frying pan as a weapon, she looks around the terrifying wasteland. In the past, right as the Yggdrasil appeared and monsters started pouring out, there were a few people who established themselves the quickest. One of them was a man called Lee Jae-shin, also known as Quick Blade. When the first awakened vanished without a trace, Lee Jae-shin appeared as if to take over his mantle as the first S-rank raider in Korea. Lee Jae-sang, the person our boy is out to meet right now, is the youngest son of Lee Jae-shin. When Jae-hyun reaches the transportation building, the attendant asks him where he would like to go, and he requests to take a portal to a place called Daegu. Daegu currently lay abandoned due to the monster outbreak, and it's a city where monsters poured out from all sides, and you had to worry about your life from the moment you stepped in. Shortly after, our boy gets close to the Mills Academy in Daegu and has to walk a bit more to get to the main entrance. When he gets in, he wonders where he could find Jae-sung. Although Jae-sung was in the combat department, he wasn't very talented. The probability of Jae-sung, who dislikes fighting, making use of Milas's combat facilities is very low, so Jae-hyun decides to look around the classrooms first. As he walks forward, he notices a crowd and walks up to see what they're looking at. When he forces his way through, he's hit by Jae-sung, who's thrown back by an attack from whoever is whooping his behind. Our boy helps Jae-sang up, and the kid apologizes for hitting him. Jae-hyun, however, doesn't reply to his apology, but only locks eyes on Jae-sung's opponent, who asks him who the heck he is, and if he has any business with Jae-sung, whom he calls a stutterer. Before he can talk, the bully places a hand on our boy's back and asks him if he's the brother of the stutterer. After all, they don't look one bit alike. But Jae-hyun doesn't bother giving any response to this shithead. However, the bully clarifies that they're having an important discussion and advises him to wait outside if he doesn't want to end up in a bad situation. Before the guy can finish his statement, our boy slaps away his hand. Finally, Jaehyun tells the kid it would be best if he went to the nurse's office and asks if he can walk. But Jae-sung just stares at him in confusion. Annoyed, the bully steps forward and grabs Jaehyun by his collar, calling him a bastard. The angry bully demands to know if he doesn't understand when spoken to nicely and asks him if he wants to die. However, our boy mentions that this is the second time someone is grabbing his collar, and he doesn't know why people keep doing that so often lately. He remembers his lessons with Yoo-jung about having a clear image in his head, then calculating the magic formula, constructing the spell, and then executing it. As he recalls Seongun, the image our boy chooses is a beam of light that shoots out like an arrow. Suddenly, the system notifies him that the skill called Holy Arrow has been activated. Just by pointing his finger, our boy releases a blast of the Holy Arrow into the big guy's chest and throws him backward, even knocking out spit from his mouth. As the big guy screams in pain, Jae-sung watches in shock as he realizes this stranger just cast a spell without incanting. The other onlookers also wonder what the heck just happened, and they wonder how this guy was able to cast and how he was able to fire a holy arrow that broke the arm of a prospective warrior. As the students begin to chat that it's possible that the big guy is just weaker than he seems, the big guy becomes annoyed. If this goes on, his reputation is going to be destroyed, so he pledges not to let this bastard go without leaving a dent. As he holds on to his broken arm, he generates a sword. When Jae-sung notices it, he calls out to Jaehyun to be careful, but the angry bully swings the sword to injure Jaehyun. As the sword closes in on Jaehyun's face, he remembers how Master Seongun had taught him how to create a barrier by evenly wrapping mana around his body, so attacks violently bounce off. He immediately activates his mana barrier skill, and the bully's huge sword bounces off like rubber until it swings out of his reach. A look of terror crosses the big guy's face, but he's unable to react quickly enough because our boy soon grabs his face and asks him if he's done with his tricks. As the bully attempts to call him a crazy bastard, Jaehyun doesn't let the words fully come out of his mouth before he blasts a holy arrow into his face, violently knocking him backward and breaking his nose. A huge thud occurs as the bully crashes into the ground, and Jae-sung watches in awe as he wonders who this stranger is. When Jaehyun eventually locks gazes with him, the kid shrieks in fear, but Jaehyun only walks past him towards the unconscious bully, who's still enveloped in smoke. Jaehyun crouches near him, and he's surprised by how good he got the guy. Soon after, our boy brings out a potion. He regrets having to use the potion he bought for this, but it can't be helped, so he pours it on the injured bully. Immediately, the bully's face completely heals up, and our boy is impressed by its effectiveness. Once that's done, he turns to Jae-sung, who's still pretty shaken up, and proposes that they get going to the nurse's office. As they head to the nurse's office, Jaehyun stops when they reach somewhere where no one can hear them talk. Confused, Jae-sung stares at him, and he suspects that Jaehyun came looking for him because he knows who he is. Eventually, he musters up the courage to ask Jaehyun if his father sent him by any chance. Intrigued, Jaehyun replies that his father didn't and asks how he would know who his father is, but it's clear that Jae-sung isn't buying it. Eventually, Jae-sung asks him why he came looking for him, so our boy informs him that he has a favor to ask. When Jaehyun mentions that he would like him to make a certain pill, Jae-sung becomes shocked and states that he doesn't know how to make things like that. Confused, Jaehyun tells him he's good at alchemy, and when he brings out the potion he used on the bully, he asks Jae-sung if he wasn't the one who sold the potion on the black market. Shocked, the kid wonders how on earth he found out, because there's no way he could have found his information from the black market. Jaehyun knows what's on his mind, and truthfully, he's not wrong because the black market is a transaction system that completely hides the user's identity. The sale of items, product price, recipient, and everything else happens through the elixir system, so it can only be secure. Fortunately, the black market works normally with the Nornir system that Jaehyun possesses, which made him able to buy this potion and made things much easier. Once more, Jaehyun asks Jae-sung if he made the potion, and Jae-sung utterly denies it. But our boy immediately tells him he's not very good at lying. Eventually, Jaehyun tells him he completely understands why he would like to hide it, but he explains that he doesn't have much time. Jae-sung recalls how he had listed the potions on the black market, and wonders if it was a mistake to register his potions on the black market. He hadn't thought that things would become like this because he had only done this to try to earn some money. He knows that he's going to die if his father finds out, so to stop that, he bows to Jaehyun and pleads that he keep it a secret from other people. Eventually, Jaehyun explains that he didn't tell him this to blackmail him, but he only needs an excellent alchemist that can help him make the elixir that he wants. After Jae-sung thinks about it for a while, he asks Jaehyun who on earth he is, so our boy explains that he's a prospective student of Mila's academy and calls him senior. Eventually they both sit, and Jae-sung, who's still tense, requests that he tell him about the pill he wants to make. Our boy informs him that he wants to make a mana enhancement pill, a pill that permanently increases a raider's mana. Shocked, Jae-sung gets up and asks him if permanently increasing someone's mana is even possible. Jae-hyun tells him it is. Immediately the kid's engines begin running, and he wonders what kind of ingredients would be needed to create such an effect. As he begins to think of the things that could be needed for the mana pill, Jae-hyun is surprised to notice that the kid's aura has changed, and he's stopped stuttering. Apart from that, Jae-sung was able to guess most of the ingredients just from hearing the effects, which shows he's truly talented, and Jae-hyun decides that he has to win him over. Eventually, Jae-sung stops talking and concludes that it would be better to ask another alchemist since it's such a great elixir. But Jae-hyun refuses because he wants to ask him, and even promises to provide everything he needs. Although it's true that with the recipe, other alchemists might be able to create the pill, the one who possesses overwhelming, incomparable talent is Lee Jae-sung. Finally, he asks Jae-sung if he'll do this favor for him, and the kid agrees. Regardless, Jae-sung clarifies that he doesn't know if he'll succeed or not, so our boy tells him it's alright even if he fails. Confused, Jae-sung asks him if it's alright since he'll be the one taking the loss. So Jae-hyun assures him that he's investing because he thinks that he has the ability, and he admits some investments can result in failure. As Jae-hyun tells him he looks forward to working with him, tears fill up the kid's eyes because this is the first time that someone has ever believed in him like this. When Jae-hyun notices this, he's glad he's been able to make a connection with him. The next morning, while Jae-sung is alone in his room, he thinks about the events that had transpired just hours ago, and he wonders if he's even had anyone believe in him this much in his life. Because he's a coward, not as talented as his other siblings, and lost his mother early, he was eventually left alone and was unable to gain the approval of his father. So to him, it's odd that someone would trust him enough to tell him that it's alright to fail. The fact that he, who had nothing to show for himself, received such trust for the first time, reaches deep into his heart and makes him begin to cry. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun's main quest is to deal with Hell's trial by defeating Nightshade within the time limit and getting Hell's recognition. The mission comes with a reward of Hell's gift, and he had 2 months to fulfill the mission, with a penalty of death looming over his head if he fails. Presently, he has only 10 days and 23 hours to perform it. Sometime later, Jae-hyun goes to the training center to spar with Seongun, and he manages to dodge her blue lightning attacks. As he moves forward to close the gap between them, he's targeted by some blasts, but he creates a shield to protect himself. He quickly activates his own holy arrow attack and blasts her with it, but she's already covered up in a magic shield. However, she notices a crack in the shield, and she's surprised our boy has grown this strong already. After the smoke clears, both of them lock eyes with one another, as if at a cowboy standoff, until Jae-hyun starts to burn bright with yellowish streaks of lightning around his body as he activates his blitz chain skill. But Seongun looks quite ready for his attack. As they both prepare to attack, the manager steps in and tells them to wrap it up because their time is up and they've both worked hard today as well. The manager is surprised that the training hall made with arc metal, which takes a significant amount of strength to create even a little of, has been destroyed by their sparring session. If he hadn't stopped them in the middle, the hall would have been obliterated. While they're resting, Seongun tells our boy that he's grown strong at a truly unbelievable rate. Apparently, he can cast more spells now, and his strength is now ridiculously high. Suddenly, she asks him if he's studying the theory separately, so he affirms that he's learning it from a friend. Excited, Seongun declares that it's better than she expected, because she was worried since she couldn't help him with the theory too. She comments that it seems like Jae-hyun has an intelligent friend, and he reluctantly agrees she is. But he considers how the real problem is Yoo-jung's weird-ass personality. Before they leave, Seongun reminds Jae-hyun that he had said he wanted to try raiding a dungeon again, and he affirms that he wants to test out the effectiveness of the training thus far. Because of that, Seongun believes that the E-rank dungeon that he entered should be a breeze with his current skills, so she asks him to do his best. The only issue is that it's not an E-rank dungeon he entered, but a C-rank one where he encountered Hell and Nightshade. He wonders if he can defeat a C-rank boss monster alone, but he decides not to worry too much about it since he's prepared well enough and he can only focus on the battle. Sometime later, Jae-hyun goes to see Jae-sang, who meets him with the pill he's worked hard to create. Soon after, Jae-hyun ingests the mana enhancement pill, and his magic stat increases by 15, and the unbelievable effects shock him. Alchemy is fundamentally a profound and difficult science. Even when creating the same item, its effect could differ greatly depending on the skills of the alchemist. If Jae-hyun had taken the ingredients to a different alchemist, they probably wouldn't have been able to give him an item that could even increase his magic stat by 5. Eventually, our boy smiles and reminds Jae-sung that he's truly talented, but Jae-sung says it's because he could believe in him, and he thanks him. Shortly after, our boy takes his leave, and he believes he's ready to defeat Nightshade the next day. Meanwhile, Hell speaks with her dragon Garmer and informs him that it seems that they'll be receiving a delightful guest that day. With 9 days and 22 hours remaining on the timer, he has to clear the dungeon. Our boy returns to the gate of the dungeon. He's given a complete probationary Valkyrie set, with which he gains a passive skill called mana plundering. Soon after, he enters the dungeon, and the portal system informs him that he'll be transported to Helheim's Land of the Dead because of the Nornir system he possesses. He falls through the portal and finally lands in the Land of the Dead. If he defeats Nightshade, he'll be able to meet Hel again. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him refer to him as the adversary, mentioning Loki and Nornir. Soon after, the monster speaking to him fires arrows at him, but our boy protects himself with a magic barrier. As he turns back, he notices several monsters coming out of the ground, and he recalls how Xiangjun had told him that what she wants to teach him is the combat style of a battle mage. These battle mages are also called swordsmen by warriors, and it's a hybrid combat style that uses both magic and physical attacks. But until now, no one has managed it. As Jae-hyun turns back to blast the monsters behind him with holy arrows, he considers how this fighting method is not as powerful as being a long-distance magician, and is lacking compared to a close-distance warrior. As he pummels one monster into the ground, he realizes the fighting style is in an awkward position because it specializes in neither, but Seongjin seems to believe that it's going to be a different story for him. He soon begins to destroy the monsters. Meanwhile, while manager Sungjae is guarding the entrance of the dungeon, he senses that someone else is there, and he recalls that he didn't get a report that someone else would be coming here. He immediately wields his sword as a red car rushes towards him. When the driver parks, a woman who recognizes him as senior mentions that it was rather hard to find him. When Sungjae realizes it's an old acquaintance named Yeonju, he stows away his sword, and he asks her what she's doing here, and about her guild. She explains that she's on the job right now too, and that she figured she'd see him again while taking care of some work for the guild, but she had checked at the Manhwa guild and couldn't find him. However, manager Sungjae wonders what nonsense she's spouting, especially since Yeonju hasn't contacted him even once since they graduated from college. Eventually, he replies that it's nice to see her after so long, but he considers that she isn't someone who would come to a remote place like this just to see him. As she steps forward, Yeonju asks her senior if he's managing this dungeon, but he informs her that it isn't something an outsider should concern themselves with. Regardless, she keeps speaking and mentions that managing dungeons is usually not a part of his responsibilities, and asks if he got demoted. When he doesn't answer, she mentions that she was curious to know if the rumor that Guildmaster Xiong'an is sick is true. Manager Sungjae's face becomes grim, and he informs her that it's obviously just a rumor. When he asks her where she heard something like that, she comments that there are plenty of listening ears, and that their curator guild has a lot of them. Intrigued, manager Sungjae wonders if she's saying that they have spies in their guild, so he thanks her for letting him know and informs her he'll deal with that. When he grows impatient, he asks her if that's all because he probably has to head back and start the cleanup now, so she also asks him if he knows a kid named Min Jae-hyun. The question alarms manager Sungjae, and Yeonju mentions that this kid has been visiting Manhwa Guild and meeting Guildmaster Yu Song'an quite often, so she wants to ask if he knows the reason for it. Confused, manager Sungjae informs her that he doesn't think that is something an outsider should care about either. Eventually, Yeonju sighs and walks away. As she leaves, she informs him that she didn't expect him to tell her anything because she knows how inflexible he is. But the reason she came all this way is because she should at least pretend to do something deserving of her salary at the guild. Eventually, she gets into her car and drives off. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our boy piles up a lot of monster corpses and sits on them. Soon after, the dungeon boss, Nightshade, appears, and our boy tells the monster that it's been a while. Nightshade's body burns in an eerie, bright red, and the monster soon lunges forward, causing our boy to jump into the air as he aims his holy arrows at the monster. While midair, he fires the arrows down into the monster's eyes and mouth, destabilizing it for a while before he lands back on the ground. The monster doesn't seem to be injured and removes its hand from its face, unveiling its bright red, eerie eyes. It releases several blasts of energy towards our boy, who spots them and quickly calculates the place to step to avoid the incoming attack. He successfully dodges the attack, and when he gets right in front of the monster, it releases another onslaught of destructive energy, which our boy still does. Shortly after, our boy asks it if it's now flustered because things aren't going its way. Jae-hyun activates his lightning chain, and he directs the chains at Nightshade, who manages to knock away the anchor of the chains. However, our boy redirects the chain's anchor and wraps the monster's midsection with the chain. Due to the monster's violent reaction, our boy decides that this attack is still not enough to subdue it, so he rains down several holy arrows and goes right for its eyes. The resulting attack is quite painful and causes blood to ooze out of the monster's face. Regardless, Nightshade refuses to go down easy and continues to thrash around until it breaks itself free of the lightning chains. Soon after, the system warns Jae-hyun that the boss monster has entered a berserk state, and its strength has increased by 1.5 times, and so has its dexterity. This isn't good news to Jae-hyun, and as if that's not enough, He's told that something called the stigma of death has been placed on him, and he will receive the penalty of sudden death if the stigma is not removed within 10 minutes. The condition for removal is defeating Nightshade, and our boy wonders what this sudden death penalty is since he's never heard of it before. Oddly, the system also informs him that his absolute calculation skill, also known as universal derivation, has been activated. Still confused, Jaehyun suspects that Hell has something to do with this, so he calls out to her and asks how she can just interfere like this. Instead of an answer, the system displays the 10-minute countdown, and he's already down by 30 seconds. With the stigma still on him, our boy runs towards the berserk monster, but he's shocked when Nightshade begins to run away from him. Jaehyun quickly fires a holy arrow blast at the monster's face and creates a hole in it before it can get too far away. The timer continues to count down to 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and a smile develops on Nightshade's face. It seems to know that it will win as long as it prolongs the fight, so Jaehyun decides to use a wide area skill that it can't dodge. As he's about to activate the attack, Nightshade captivates him with its gaze, and it breaks our boy's concentration and casting. The system informs him that he has failed to resist and has temporarily acquired a fear debuff that weakens his abilities. While he's still shocked at what's going on, Nightshade strikes him. After he's struck, the system displays that the fear debuff has disappeared, but Jaehyun is coughing out blood at this point. However, he manages to find his footing and isn't knocked off his feet by the attack. At this point, the time remaining until the penalty is 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Jaehyun expects the monsters to use the same attack on him, and when it doesn't, he wonders if it's unable to use such spells that limit his movements continuously. Jaehyun isn't certain, and he's worried that the monster might interfere again if it sees him trying to cast Light's Judgment, which will cause him to use up his mana and end up incapacitated. He has to think of another way, and he recalls that the monster got hit in the eye a while ago, and its line of sight is probably narrower than before. He decides to activate his Wind Boost skill to first get rid of the rest of the monster's sight. After using a blast of wind to block the monster's sight, the smoke soon clears, and our boy is seen wielding a light-type magic in his hand, just like he had planned. He teases the monster for thinking he would have run blindly towards it and calls it gullible as he activates his flash bomb skill. The flash bomb is soon triggered, releasing an explosion of bright light that covers the entire field and releases several lightning chains towards Nightshade. Amidst the explosion, our boy is relieved that he finally got the freaking bastard. As the monster is burned up by the explosion, it screeches in pain. Out of nowhere, our boy notices some of the undead monsters he faced earlier behind him. He activates his sacrifice skill, and the system declares that sacrifice has changed into an attack skill, allowing him to use his Light's Judgment skill. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds on the timer, our boy begins to rain blasts of light from the sky onto the field. In the frenzy, the timer goes down to a few seconds until only just 10 seconds are left. As we count down to 6 seconds, our boy fixes his gaze on Nightshade's crumbling body, and he pats himself on the back for having done it. As the timer reaches 3 seconds, the system declares that he's defeated the dungeon boss and has obtained the title of one who has overcome the first trial. Meanwhile, Hell, who had been watching the whole thing, exclaims that it seems there was a reason behind Jaehyun being chosen. She stretches forth her hand and asks the boy to come to her temple. After defeating the dungeon boss, the stigma of death disappears, and our boy receives some experience points, a crafting item called Nightshade's Core, as well as an equipment item called Shadow Armor. He's also told that he's gained 3 levels and has obtained the title of the one who has overcome the first trial. After checking his qualifications, the system informs him that Hell is calling on him to come to her temple. Moments later, he's transported in front of a huge entrance that leads into Hell's temple. At the entrance, he sees a huge monster burst out of the darkness towards him. Our boy leaps backward due to fear, but Hell calls out to the monster, named Garmer, and asks it to show their guest in. Jaehyun follows Garmer into the temple, and he calls out to Hell. Hell tells him that she didn't expect him to have succeeded, and she congratulates him for overcoming the trial she gave him, referring to him as the child born with the fate of the adversary. Confused, our boy asks the reason she gave him the Nornir system and made him go through a trial like this. But Hell only smiles as she watches him, then states that he has to grow as the adversary. Still confused, Jaehyun asks why he was the one specifically chosen to be the adversary, so she adds that it's because he was born with that fate from the very beginning. Apparently, he's destined to be the adversary to the great Aesir and to become the one who will kill the great god, Odin. She explains that this is what Loki and the rest of them expect from him. When Jaehyun says he doesn't understand, Hell informs him there's no need to understand, because they had no hope of it happening in the first place. When Jaehyun becomes angered by her pointless answers, she places a finger on his lips and states that he must feel wronged because he probably cannot comprehend why he would have to be controlled by the gods. As she moves closer to him, as if to enclose her lips upon his, she reminds him that this does not only concern the gods who are against the Aesir, While speaking, she pushes him into a portal behind him and informs him that the world is heading to its end, and Odin wishes to have everything under his control. To stop this, the strength of the prophesied adversary is needed. As our boy falls through the portal, he protests that she shouldn't let him go because he still has more questions to ask. But Hel only tells him to grow strong, because she looks forward to the day they meet again. After Jaehyun is transported away, Hel turns to someone who is standing nearby and asks how long he plans to continue watching, since she doesn't remember inviting him there. Shortly after, Jaehyun falls to the ground in the real world, and he's annoyed that he was unable to get any real answers. As he sulks, the system informs him that he has received Hel's gift, which is a passive skill called Hel's Blessing that makes all abnormal inflictions on him invalidated. Meanwhile, the old man who was spying on Hel asks her to forgive his discourtesy because he just couldn't resist when he heard that Hel was meeting with the boy. He asks Hel how she feels after meeting the boy in person, and she replies that she doesn't know because it's too early to decide, especially since the adversary has only taken his first step forward. She admits that the growth of the adversary was to a greater extent than she expected, and he won despite the stigma she gave him and stood before her in the end, which is a fortunate miscalculation on her end. The old man is relieved that the boy is doing a good job. Eventually, Hel asks him what he wants because she knows he has more to say to her, referring to him as Mimir, a figure in Norse mythology. Mimir, however, claims he doesn't know what she means, and the goddess accuses him of trying to feign ignorance till the end. As she continues to speak, Mimir asks her to calm down and admits that it seems he can't deceive her after all. Hel further states that the adversary's left eye is without a doubt the one Odin had sacrificed at the Well of Wisdom. She's certain that Mimir and Loki are concealing a secret from her, but Mimir pleads that he would wish to tell her, but it's still too early, so she agrees to wait. However, she states that she can't sit still, and when Mimir asks her what ideas she has, she explains that the adversary is still too immature because, according to the prophecy, there are innumerable hardships waiting for him, and he needs a guide. Sometime later, around 7 days before Mil's academy admission, Jaehyun comes to the store to get some items with a lady. She notices that he doesn't look so good and asks if there's something on his mind, but our boy says it's nothing, so she leads him to buy the rest of the things he'll need. Even though he said it's nothing, what's on his mind is how he went through so much without getting answers, and even ended up with even more questions. Fortunately, he was able to get the passive skill, Hel's Blessing, and an X-rank skill. Our boy has other EX-rank skills too, one that's called One Watched by the Gods, which helps the user's rapid growth with the blessing of the gods. Another one is the Absolute Eye of God, which penetrates through false illusions and sees the absolute reality. The X rank is a rank that Jaehyun had never heard about with the elixir system, and the X rank is short for extraordinary, and it seems to be a skill that exists outside the norms of the elixir system. As he considers that the reason the gods against the Aesir provided him with these skills is for him to kill the great god, Odin, he becomes overwhelmed once more. He's soon brought out of his deep thoughts when he notices the lady he came with paying 300 million won for a mere mana blade, which is just an expendable item. As she brings out a long list on her phone of things they still have to buy, Jaehyun becomes worried. Hours before, this lady, named Park Hana, had approached our boy and told him she's from the Manhwa Guild. Apparently, Seonggwen wishes to give him a gift seeing his admission to Mila's is right around the corner, and he had thought they would be coming here to buy a few elixirs and artifacts at best. But this is on a totally different scale. After offloading several bags in Jaehyun's hands, she proposes they go take a look at armor now, but Jaehyun stops her and says they don't have to buy armor since he has something that he can use. He shows her a shadow armor equipment that he received from Nightshade that gives him the stealth skill once equipped. Since it's B-rank protective gear, he's certain that there's nothing they can buy that's better than this, especially since it also provides stealth. When Hana notices his armor has stealth skills, she asks him if he also needs an artifact that grants the stealth skill since that's an item all raiders would desire, even though it would be difficult to obtain in a place like this, but Jaehyun says he doesn't. He adds that it would be difficult to get one unless he's lucky to find one in a dungeon, especially since there aren't that many people who learn stealth. Hana agrees because the only raider who possesses the skill in the country is her brother. She walks away right after saying that, and Jaehyun asks her what she means, so she informs him that manager Park Sungjae is her brother. That information shocks Jaehyun, and as she walks away, he can't believe it because Hana and Sungjae act nothing alike. Out of nowhere, his eyes begin to shine bright, and the Nornir system informs him that an unknown entity is resonating with him. He begins to feel queasy, and he suddenly sees a light trail that he had seen from the treasure gate. When he dashes back to follow the light, Hana calls out to him, but he tells her he's only going away for a moment. While he's following the light, his Absolute Eye of God skill is activated and pierces through the false illusion and shows the truth. The system informs him that the Absolute Eye of God's first low-rank skill has been opened, and he's obtained the skill called Detection. Detection is also an extraordinary rank skill that allows him to check unappraised items as well as invalidate an opponent's stealth or phantom skills. While he watches in surprise, the Nornir system activates the Detection skill. In another place, a close combat match occurs and is soon concluded after a guy named An Hoyon beats his opponent. Some men in the audience talk about how phenomenal Hoyon is, but clarify that the difference in his talent and that of his opponent is too obvious, which is the reason why they say he's a future S-rank raider. When Hoyon leaves the fighting ground, his father commends him for having done a good job. However, his father warns him not to get excited because this was an obvious win. With no excitement in his eyes, Hoyon states that he knows, so his father proposes he goes to prepare for the next planned activity and asks him to go take a shower. While he's in the shower, Hoyon thinks about how he despises this tiresome life where his own opinion and desires don't matter. The raider that he wanted to become was nothing like this, and he wonders when it turned out this way. In the store, the Nornir system presents our boy with an equipment item called Misteltein, with a growth-type rating, which is a mistletoe branch that ended the life of Odin's son, Baldur. It grows alongside its user and contains an immeasurable amount of magic, and it allows the user to acquire the passive skill called Mana Perception once equipped. The Mana Perception skill is rated A, and it raises the user's ability to detect mana to the highest possible extent. Jaehyun is excited, but he wonders if this is one of the Nornir system's tricks, and as he keeps following the light, he walks past Hoyon. While Hoyon stands by, his father picks several pieces of equipment for him. When Hoyon asks if they need to buy this much, his father insists that they will all be of use to him since he's someone who will become an S-rank raider, and he doesn't need to be too stingy about such things. Hoyon further protests that spending this much will affect his mom's hospital fee for this month, but his father silences him. His dad insists that it is for him to worry about, and his job is to just focus on training, so Hoyon agrees with his dad as usual. While his dad continues buying, the boy wonders what the heck he's doing there. While he follows his dad through the store, several people who recognize him wonder what a combat genius like him is doing in this store. Meanwhile, Hoyon pays them no attention as some of them try to take pictures of him, and he wonders if this is truly the raider life he envisioned. He wonders what the difference is between this and being a monkey stuck in a zoo. When he was young and first awakened his abilities, his mother smiled softly at him and patted him on the head. He dreamt of becoming a raider in that dark and poverty-stricken house because he was like a ray of light that could change everything. However, that light didn't last long in front of his father's wish to make use of it. Right now, as if he were a robot, he's merely a tool that continuously does as his father says. He wonders if he can last for 3 years at Mills Academy when he's this pathetic. While they're walking around, a message comes through the speakers to inform all visitors that a dungeon break has occurred in the vicinity of the department store, and monsters have appeared. They're told the raiders sent by the agency are on their way, and they're asked to calmly follow the employees. By the way, dungeon breaks occur when a dungeon isn't cleared within the time limit, causing monsters to overflow from it. Some of the employees signal to the people to follow them and try to calm them down. As Hoyon's father goes towards the evacuation, he asks Hoyon why he's just standing behind and not following. His father reminds him that he's a genius with the potential for complete control over Korea in the future. If he gets hurt in a place like this, it will only become a disadvantage during the Mills enrollment event. He warns Hoyon that he won't gain anything from getting involved, but Hoyon still doesn't move an inch. The boy agrees with his father that the raiders from the agency should be able to quickly take care of the monsters, but while they're on their way, he wonders what will happen to all the civilians who don't have the strength to protect themselves. This is his chance, and he dashes in the opposite direction as his father orders him to come back. To Hoyon, this is his chance to prove that he can succeed as a raider. He tells himself that he has to make sure to know if his current self is anything like what he longed to show his mother when he was younger. While running, he has to pause when he runs into a group of gruesome-looking goblins who look both confused and excited to see him. For a moment, he just stands, and sweat starts to trickle down his face, and his body doesn't move at all like he had envisioned. The only movement from him is the tremor in his pupils, and as the monsters rush towards him, he realizes he can't move a single finger or take a single step. He tries to force his body to move, and as one goblin gets close enough to slice him with its sword, he wonders why he isn't moving when he had known this would be dangerous, and had dreamt of becoming a raider for so long. These are low-level monsters, and he wonders why he is scared of them. But before the monster can reach him, Jae-hyun stomps it into the ground. Hoyon watches in surprise, and he trips on his backside while this strange new person asks him if he's on Hoyon. A while ago, our boy had bought an item in the store with 50,000 won from his own money when Hana called out to him in a panic. She asks him what is wrong and why he suddenly rushed over to the unappraised items corner, but she only sees a piece of rock in his hand that he had purchased. Jae-hyun wonders if what he bought only looks like a piece of rock to other people, but he doesn't explain it to her, and he says it's nothing. While he's talking, the announcement comes through the speakers about the dungeon break that occurred in the vicinity of the department store. Before Hana can respond, our boy runs off again and breaks through the department store window to jump outside. Leaping downwards, he sees the group of goblins right under him. When he lands on the ground, he rains down several holy arrows on the monsters, taking down several of them instantly. As the others watch him in confusion, Jae-hyun realizes there are more of them than he thought. It might be difficult to take care of them without any casualties, but he tears through their little goblin flesh with his lightning chain, and more onslaughts of holy arrows. As he jumps across the city, he finds Hoyeon ambushed by several goblins, and he leaps on the stupid goblin that's about to clap the boy. Confused, Jae-hyun asks the boy if he's An Hoyeon. Our boy hadn't expected that he would meet the unfortunate genius at a place like this. An Hoyeon, who's still shaken, asks who he is, but our boy doesn't reply and informs him that he'll be needing his help. While Jae-hyun is still talking, Hoyeon notices a goblin behind him and warns him, but Jae-hyun doesn't move an inch and tells him he knows. Without turning around, our boy activates his lightning chains and tears through the upper body of the zombie-like knife through butter. Hoyeon's eyes widen, but Jae-hyun tries to explain to him that they can't let the monsters reach the residential area. When our boy asks him if he's just going to keep sitting on the floor, he quickly gets up to get a weapon. It's strange, but the moment Hoyeon heard those words, the fear that was suffocating him disappeared. This is who a raider is, and what he has to do right now is save people. They walk a bit further and run into another group of goblins. Jae-hyun asks Hoyeon if he knows how to use a skill called Taunt, a skill that provokes enemies in the surrounding area, so he asks the boy to keep the monster's attention on him and to provoke as many as possible. Jae-hyun asks him if he can do that, and Hoyeon nods in approval. As he summons his sword, Hoyeon realizes he can't hesitate any longer and has to do whatever he can. He activates his active skill, known as Taunting Roar, and sticks his sword in the ground, releasing a huge amount of energy that causes all the monsters in a 50-meter radius to watch him. The Taunting Roar skill draws the attention of all the goblins, and Jae-hyun realizes that Taunting Roar is a skill higher level than Taunt, and he's surprised that this boy can use it continuously. Jae-hyun recalls his past life and that before he regressed, Hoyeon only became a B-rank raider. There's no mention of whether it's because of the weak mentality he showed a while ago or some other reason. Contrary to his present fame, Hoyeon had a quick downfall, and that's why he was called the unfortunate genius. However, Jae-hyun believes that a weak temperament can be fixed. As Jae-hyun activates his lightning chain, he's certain that Hoyeon is a valuable card that he can make good use of. During the fight, he proposes to Hoyeon that they end this in a jiffy, and the boy excitedly agrees. As Jae-hyun's chains tear through goblin flesh, Hoyeon slices them up. Soon after, the ground is littered with goblin corpses, and when one of the raiders arrives, he wonders what on earth happened here. The boys watch him expressionlessly, and the man introduces himself as Park Kyung-hoon from the raider agency, asking the boys if these goblins were taken care of by the two of them. Glancing at Jae-hyun, Hoyeon says they were, and Raider Kyung-hoon recognizes his facial features as belonging to the famous An Hoyeon. Kyung-hoon has heard a lot of people call him a genius, but he should only be at an age to enter high school. The other guy standing next to Hoyeon seems to be of a similar age, but he still can't believe that they took care of these many monsters by themselves. Confused, Kyung-hoon confesses that he doesn't know how to report this to the higher-ups. However, Jae-hyun mentions that he wanted to talk to him about that. He asks Kyung-hoon to say the agency took care of things since no one would believe that they were the ones who killed all these goblins anyway. Confused, Kyung-hoon states that this is a clear violation of the law, but our boy explains that it would only be if there were anyone who saw what went down. Kyung-hoon explains that since they're a governmental organization, it's not something he can take care of any way he wants, but he assures him that he'll keep everything on a down low if he doesn't want to attract any attention. He adds that the boys will receive the reward for hunting the monsters. However, Jae-hyun states that it's fine and proposes that he give all the reward to Hoyeon and keep the fact that he was here a secret. Since he's been sponsored by Manhwa, he's not lacking money either way, and it's better not to attract too much attention with the Mills enrollment coming up. Also, he considers this as a way of having An Hoyeon in his debt, which would be much more beneficial. After a short pause, Kyung-hoon asks them if that's all, but as Jae-hyun is about to leave, Hoyeon asks him what he means by what he said since he's the one who did everything. Our boy stops and explains to him that he has his own circumstances. The truth is, he doesn't plan to attract the interest of his father this close to the Mills enrollment. He didn't pay attention to it before he regressed, since his combat aptitude was so low, but he plans to pay attention to it now. His father still doesn't know that he shifted his focus to magic, and he doesn't know what problems might occur if he learns of his actions. Right now, he decides he needs to lie low, because revenge should be as quiet and covert as possible. He needs to grow strong where that man can't see him, and wait for the very last moment before ripping his throat out. Meanwhile, Hoyeon wonders what he should do. He couldn't have done this by himself, so it's not right for him to take this person's credit like this. But with this money, he might be able to relieve his mother's disease, even if just a little bit. He wanted to be a raider that wouldn't have to stand in shame before others, but if, because of that, he missed a chance and his mother were to pass away, he doesn't know if he would be able to hold on. Jaehyun watches him, and he figures that Hoyeon's trouble with accepting this doesn't seem to be his pride, and he wonders if there's another reason. To help him choose, Jaehyun asks him to think carefully because his actions were clearly worth that much. He reminds him that if he hadn't moved, someone would have lost their life, so Hoyeon agrees that he's right, especially because his dream would become meaningless if he hesitates like this, and his mother dies. Eventually, he assures Jaehyun that he'll pay back this debt someday. As Jaehyun proceeds to take his leave, Hoyeon asks him for his name and contact number. Jaehyun notices he's speaking to him using polite speech, so he reminds him he doesn't have to since they're the same age. But he informs him that they're both prospective cadets at the Mills Academy, so they should be seeing each other more often. On the day of the Mills Academy enrollment, Jaehyun and Yoojung are seen in the crowd. Meanwhile, some other students spot Hoyeon, whom they refer to as the genius warrior, and they speculate that he's a totally different species from them. They notice a beautiful lady behind him, and it turns out her name is Seo Ina. Our boy notices that Ina is already gathering attention, as is expected of someone whose name was always on the list of most popular raiders in his past life. If he could bring Seo Ina over to his side as well, he would have more cards to use. But the only problem is that she's different from the others, so there's no need to force things right now, especially since he already knows other resourceful people. Suddenly, Yoojung interrupts Jaehyun's thinking by saying it's disgusting to keep staring at Seo Ina like that, no matter how pretty she is, but Jaehyun asks her what nonsense she's spouting. Soon after, a man steps on the podium and tells the new cadets of Mills Academy that it's nice to meet them. He introduces himself as Chairman Guja-in, and our boy recognizes the face of the chairman from his past life and calls him a bastard in his mind because he had done something wrong to Kim Yoojung. He turns to her and tells her to be resolute because no one knows what might happen at Mills, but she wonders why he's suddenly saying that and assures him that she's going to do really well. After enrolling, Kim Yoojung was a genius who made it to the top 3 of the magician's ranking, and Jaehyun assures himself that he won't let her die this time. Chairman Gu Ja-in announces that they'll now begin the Mills Academy's entrance ceremony, and cynically adds that there is a special event prepared, a game where the seniors and the freshmen steal each other's name tags in a demiplane. When he announces that the freshman hunt will now begin, a magic circle appears under their feet, which startles the students. As Yoojung jumps away because she's startled, our boy grabs her hands because it's dangerous to get separated. Meanwhile, manager Park Seung-jae recalls that today is Jaehyun's entrance ceremony, and Seongun wonders if it's time already because she wanted to send him a message and wish him good luck. She realizes he won't be able to see the message anymore, and asks manager Seung-jae if the freshman hunt will also take 3 days this time. He affirms that it will happen in the demiplane for 3 days. Seongun considers that it's a shame that she won't be able to contact Jaehyun for another 3 days. But Seung-jae informs her he figured this would happen, so he sent a message in her stead. Excited, the guildmaster asks him if Jaehyun replied. Meanwhile, Jaehyun and the others are transported to the demiplane, and he asks Yoojung, who is still disoriented nearby, if she's alright. When he looks behind him, he sees Seo Ina, the black-haired lady with hazel eyes, born as a genius with a magic aptitude of 92. In his past life, she was someone who changed people's perception of magicians and became an S-rank raider, following in Seongun's footsteps. In the Yeonhwa Guild, manager Seung-jae informs Seongun that Jaehyun has replied that they don't worry. At the Mills Academy Central Control Room, the school officials gather to observe the proceedings of the freshman hunt. One of the instructors, Kim Seok-gi, notes that they have quite a few talented cadets this year, and An Hoyeon is so promising that he's getting attention even abroad. Seok-gi mentions that Seo Ina, Kim Young, and Lee Soo-hyuk all received aptitude scores of around 90 or above, but adds that the profiles of the cadets who changed their career paths haven't been updated yet. However, the chairman tells Seok-gi not to bother because there's no point in hearing about those who changed their paths at this point since their institution isn't so easygoing, and such whimsical people can't last long here. The cadets who enroll in Mills Academy are quite talented on average, but even among them, there are those who are obviously a cut above the rest. The chairman believes the average talents just become a stepping stone for the geniuses in the end, and they don't need to give an opportunity to such cadets. Sometimes, an awakened who meets an enemy they cannot defeat or comes to face death can gain another chance known as a reawakening. Chairman Ja-in believes he has to train one A-rank raider even if it costs him throwing away 100 C-rank raiders. Those who fail are simply those unable to prove themselves, and his role is to pick out the excellent gems to offer to someone behind the scenes, and he can't afford to delay things any longer. The freshman hunt takes place in a man-made demiplane created with magic. Within this space, it is possible to carry out things that would be impossible in reality, like controlling the flow of time or removing the restrictions of space. In this place, around 5% of cadets fail every year. This event is so difficult and lets them realize just how limited their abilities are. In the demiplane, Chairman Jayan's face appears on a screen, and he proceeds to explain the rules of the freshman hunt. Within the demiplane, they can only use skills that are C rank or below, and every time they steal someone's name tag, they earn points. When a senior takes a freshman's name tag, they will receive 10,000 points. On the other hand, when a freshman takes a senior's name tag, they can get 100,000 points. Since these points can be used in all facilities within meals, it's good to have more of them. Meanwhile, our boy realizes that he won't be able to use his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain, because they can only use C-rank skills, but the chairman didn't say anything about unique skills. After explaining the rules, the chairman explains that all skills used will be diminished to 1/10 of their usual power for everyone's safety, so they don't have to worry about getting hurt. While listening, Jaehyun considers these rules as nonsense because not only does the chairman not say a thing about unique skills, but he doesn't mention any limits on stats. What the chairman wants is obviously to filter out the useless ones and pick out the talented. Our boy immediately turns to Yoojung and proposes they get going because they need to find a shelter since they have to stay here for 3 days. In this demiplane, there are several things that can be used for survival, such as traps that reduce people's powers, the healing pond, the nightmare forest, ecosystems for foraging, and shelters. If you wanted to survive for 3 days, finding a shelter is the most important out of all those. While they walk, Yoojung asks Jaehyun if it wouldn't be safer to bring Seo Ina along since she's also a magic cadet, and it's better to have one more person with them. It disturbs Jaehyun that Yoojung would say something rational at a time like this, because it really would be better for them to team up with Seo Ina. However, she isn't a variable that he can control. Although everything he knows about her is from the news, he recalls having heard something that occurred on an unfortunate day because Ina lost her senses in anger and jeopardized the lives of a great many. Jaehyun informs Yoojung that it's not something they can easily decide on because there's no way to say for certain that Ina won't betray them. Moreover, he notes that the girl is wary of them and doesn't seem to trust them either. However, Yoojung mentions that from the way she sees it, Ina is just like Jaehyun was when they were younger. Before our boy can say anything, she walks up to Ina and asks her if she would like to come with them since they're both magicians too. Ina doesn't speak for a while, so Yoojung mentions that the event is unfair to freshmen like them, so it's easier for them to fight if there are more of them. Ina seems to reason with her, but she mentions that it seems like they'll have to leave the decision of moving together for later, and Yoojung soon realizes that they've been ambushed by a group of seniors who are excited to have already found freshmen. One of the seniors, Shin Jusheng, mentions that it seems like they'll have an easy time earning points this year, and the other senior, Kwon Soyul, wonders why there are 3 juniors when she had only detected 2. When she looks at Jaehyun, she's shocked because she can't feel anything from him. Meanwhile, Yoojung recognizes that the seniors are warriors, so she suggests to Jaehyun that they escape from there first, but our boy insists that they have to catch them now because if they don't, they won't be able to escape from them. From what Jaehyun remembers, Kwon Soyul has a particular ability that allows her to find any target she focuses on within 300 kilometers called Search. If they don't defeat them now, they might round up other seniors and attack them together. Jusheng tells Soyul that once they get a lot of points this time, he's going to eat a ton of good food. But Soyul warns him not to be careless because there's something strange about Jaehyun. However, Jusheng summons his sword and states that Jaehyun is just a freshman, and they have more experience since they've done this event several times. He tells Soyul to watch him take care of them all in an instant, so he dashes forward. Jaehyun doesn't move an inch, and when Jusheng swings his sword at him, he only bends backwards to dodge. The fact that our boy is able to dodge his attack surprises Jusheng, and Soyul calls Jusheng a fat bastard for not listening to her when she said something is off about the boy. Our boy realizes that it's been a while since someone swung a sword at him. Meanwhile, Jusheng tells himself that the boy was just lucky, since there's no way he wouldn't know the name of a freshman who's skilled enough to counter his attack. He reminds Jaehyun that he's just a magic freshman and goes in for another attack, but Jaehyun dodges it again. Annoyed, the senior continues to land several sword strikes, but none of them touch him. Eventually, Jusheng starts to sweat, and he wonders why he can't seem to land an attack on the boy. Suddenly, Jaehyun grabs the senior's sword mid-swing and commends his skills. As our boy inches closer to the sweating senior, he crushes his sword with his bare hands and asks him how on earth he was able to survive with such a physique all this time. Finally, Jaehyun crushes the sword in his hand, much to the surprise of Seo Ina. Our boy tells Jusheng that he'll let him go if he leaves his name tag behind right now and starts a 3-second countdown. Since his sword has been broken before his eyes, Yunsang begins to shiver. He can't believe that an ordinary magic freshman is able to overpower him with such an aura. When Junsang doesn't respond, Jaehyun tells him not to say he didn't give him a chance because he was the one who didn't take it. In one swift movement, Jaehyun lands a startling punch at Junsang's jaw and knocks him backward towards Soyul. Immediately, the system in the freshman hunt announces that Shin Jun-sang has been eliminated. In the academy control room, the instructors read on the screen that Min Jae-hyun has obtained 100,000 points. One of the instructors, named Jong Yasu, is shocked that it's not An Hoyun but an unknown person named Min Jae-hyun. She asks another instructor named Park Ha-jun if there's a problem somewhere. But Ha-jun, who is equally surprised, explains that there's nothing wrong with the results. Ha-jun asks another instructor named Kim Ji-yeon if there's any problem on her end either, but there isn't any. Meanwhile, a smirk develops on Chairman Jaehyun's face, and he seems drawn to Min Jae-hyun. Inside the demiplane, Soyul demands to know what on earth Jae-hyun is, but our boy informs Yoo-jung to get ready so they can take care of the other senior too, and he asks her to accept the party invite he'll send soon. As Yoo-jung equips herself, she wonders if Jae-hyun was always this strong. Ina equips herself also, and Soyul curses at the stupid Jun-sang, who has made things much more complicated. Even without the monstrous boy who took out Yoon-sang, 3-on-1 is too dangerous. She decides that she has to get rid of at least one of them and get away from here. After grabbing one of her daggers, she dashes toward Yoo-jung, who becomes startled. Jae-hyun considers that Jun-sang didn't make a bad decision. He knows she plans to create confusion with a rush attack, then make an opening to escape. It's a good plan, but that would only work if Yoo-jung were just an ordinary person. To Soyul's surprise, Yoo-jung activates her binding to attack Soyul, forcing the senior to throw her daggers at her. Before the daggers reach her, Yoo-jung creates a barrier around herself. Jae-hyun, who is watching nearby, considers that it's still too hard for Yoo-jung to take on a senior all by herself. And as he proceeds to help, Ina activates something called the Holy Light of Alfheim. Ina uses the Holy Light to form a radiant sword that catches our boy's attention. He knows that this is Ina's unique skill, and it's called the Falchion of Alfheim. Ina rains several holy swords on the unsuspecting senior and impales her, causing her to sputter blood from her mouth. As Soyul falls to the ground, she realizes that all three students were monsters and not just one of them. Soon after, the system announces that player Kwon Soyul has been eliminated. Based on the level of contribution, player Yoo-jung obtains 50,000 points, while Ina also gets 50,000. After taking down the senior, Ina turns to the others and asks them if she interrupted by any chance. Excited, Yoo-jung tells her she didn't because she was able to win because of her. Eventually, Ina asks her if the offer she made before is still on the table, and our boy realizes that he may need to update the information he has on CO Ina. It's clear that she's reserved, distrusting, and very curious. Soon after, the system informs the three of them that they've formed a party and placed Jae-hyun as the leader of the party. Sometime later, close to a shelter at the Nightmare Forest, some footprints are evident, and some students figure out that people have passed that way before, and it seems like they entered a shelter. The seniors are looking for the freshmen who were able to eliminate Kwon Soyul and Shin Jun-sang, so they decide to stop searching and just keep an eye around this area. The freshman hunt game lasts for 3 days, and they believe those brats can't stay holed up in the shelter for all 3 days. As they move forward to find the 3 freshmen, Yoo-jung appears nearby and one of the seniors named Kim Sung-hoon is punctured in the chest by a light, and the system announces his elimination. One other senior notices Yoo-jung running away and signals the rest, so they run after her. However, Yoo-jung is running with a smile on her face, and when she counts that there are about 5 of them, she's relieved that things are going smoothly. She soon turns to them and tells them that they're like dogs going after a bone, so she asks if they aren't embarrassed to be moving in such a big group, and the angry seniors ask her to stop right there. However, Yoo-jung keeps running away as she considers their simple-mindedness. Just a while ago, Jae-hyun had told them that although shelters may be a safe place, they can't stay there the whole time because they need to find food and they need to obtain points. The girls are surprised, but our boy plainly tells them that they need to hunt some seniors. In the present, Yoo-jung keeps running until she finds some mushrooms, which are, in fact, a Class 1 organism that can reduce one's abilities. She's glad that she's found it and has succeeded in luring over the seniors as planned, but she becomes worried that her endurance is slowly reaching its limits. Using the wind boost skill, she blasts herself far away from them and leaves things in Jae-hyun's hands. When the seniors enter the area, they're informed that they've entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. A while back, Jae-hyun had visited Jae-sang to find a way to deal with the paralyzing spore mushroom during the freshman hunt, and Jae-sang informed him that ash tree sap would probably be the best way since it's common in the Nightmare Forest, but it's only useful as a cure and can't prevent the effect. If you're already under the effects of the paralyzing spore mushroom, then it would be of good use. In the present, the seniors stop when they realize where they are. As they watch Yoo-jung run away, the system informs them that they have entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. One of them signals to their leader Ji-hyuk that this is pretty dangerous, so he suggests that they retreat, but Ji-hyuk angrily sets his sights on Yoo-jung, who is still running away. He asks the others if they're really saying they should give up when they've gotten this far, but the others consider that everything will be ruined if they make a mistake now, so they suggest they stop chasing. However, Ji-hyuk insists that Kim Sung-hoon was taken out by that freshman brat, referring to Yoo-jung, so they shouldn't be saying such bullcrap right now. The cautious one among them reminds Ji-hyuk again that it doesn't matter if their opponent is a freshman because it would be of no use if they also end up paralyzed. Because the paralyzing spore mushroom can affect beings within an approximately 50-meter radius, Ji-hyuk assures the others that the brat will be paralyzed too. He orders one of them, named Park Sung-hyuk, to stay here and steer clear of the debuff area to watch out for them, while the rest of them follow him to get the girl. He believes that all of their petty tricks will be useless, even though he knows that they're probably using one of their members as bait, trying to lure them into a trap so they can attack them. He believes that they're looking down on him too much. He can't believe that mere freshmen would dare to try to trick him. After running ahead for a while, they catch up to brat Yoo-jung, and Ji-hyuk tells her that a shitty brat like her really made them work for it. He asks her where she's going to run, but instead of cowering in fear, she welcomes them and informs them they're all done for. Yoo-jung asks which of them cursed at her and asks the person to raise his hand. And as the men dash towards her with their weapons, Ji-hyuk is amused that she's acting arrogant to the end. When the men almost reach her, she smiles and touches one of the mushrooms with her weapon, causing it to burst. The system notifies them that a paralyzing spore mushroom has burst, and all organisms within a 50-meter radius have been paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yoo-jung protests to Jae-hyun that he had said they were going to look for something important, but there's nothing where they're looking but trees. He asks her to wait a while because they're in the right place while he drains some ash tree sap. Yi-jun points out that they must have noticed that this event is more advantageous to warriors, and Ina agrees that being able to use C-rank skills and below is a big restriction to magicians who rely heavily on skills. For warriors, who have great physiques already, the restriction in the demiplane is useless. Yoo-jung laments that it's still alright for Ina, who has a unique skill, but all her own useful attack skills are sealed, and the best she can do is buff spells and basic skills. When she asks what she should do, Jae-hyun explains that they need to make a plan by using those basic skills as efficiently as possible, so he asks her if she knows how to use the skill called Change. Yoo-jung proudly tells him she can and reminds him that she was the one who taught him magic theory. Ina mentions that Change is a spell that swaps one's location with that of a designated party member, so she asks him what plan he's going to make with it. When he's done retrieving the ash tree sap, he tells the ladies that they can do something pretty fun with Change using the sap. In the present, Jae-hyun tells Ina they need to get ready, and she agrees. On the field where Yoo-jung is, Ji-hyuk calls Yoo-jung a crazy B-word because she really burst one of the spores, but Yoo-jung activates her Change skill and passes the baton to someone else. As she disappears, she informs them that it's no longer her turn anymore, and Jae-hyun appears where she disappeared and pushes his leg into Ji-hyuk's face, stating that it's his turn now. Our boy breaks the senior's nose and kicks him to the ground, then later lands on the ground. Ji-hyuk lands on the ground still paralyzed and begins to curse. Still paralyzed, he angrily asks Jae-hyun if he thinks that everything will go according to plan, and he calls him an idiot for entering the paralyzing spore mushroom's habitat. He informs Jae-hyun that he figured he would do something like this, so he left one of his companions waiting outside, and he promises him that they're done for once the spores dissipate. Before he can finish his statement, Jae-hyun informs him that the guy he left behind won't be coming. Confused, Ji-hyuk says he's saying bull, but a scream soon erupts from the spot they left Sung-hyuk in, and the system announces to them that player Park Sung-hyuk has been eliminated. Sung-hyuk lays on the ground with Ina's holy sword driven through his body, and the system awards 100,000 points to Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina. Ji-hyuk lays on the ground confused, and Jae-hyun reminds him that he told him that his friend won't be coming. Extremely angry, Ji-hyuk blurts out that they're still in the same situation for the next 2 hours, and he'll personally take care of him once he's paralyzed. While he's still talking, our boy takes a step forward and asks him what he means by them being in the same situation. That sight shocks the heck out of Si-hyuk, and he wonders how this boy is moving right now. He protests that this is impossible, and Jae-hyun agrees with him that it is. However, Jae-hyun asks him to take it up with the gods. The truth is, our boy is unaffected by the paralysis debuff because Hell's Blessing completely negates any abnormal inflictions on him. Now sweat begins to drip from Si-hyuk's face, and he warns Jae-hyun to stay away from him, but the others soon watch the horrific scene of their teammate being murdered. The system soon announces that player Oh Jin-hyuk has been eliminated, and players Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina have obtained 100,000 points. When that's taken care of, our boy smiles at the 3 people left, and as they plead that he stop, he takes out all 3 of them, and the team obtains 100,000 points 3 times again. Instructor Yisu can't believe her eyes, and the freshman ranking soon updates with Min Jae-hyun at the top, Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Ina at second, An Ho-yeon on second, 2 people named Lee Soo-hyuk and Cha Yu-won on 5th, and someone named Jang Ho-san on 7th. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung drinks the ash tree sap and almost vomits, but when Ina comes to check on her, she admits that she's feeling better now. As they both head out, Ina comments that Jaehyun seems to know a lot about magic, and he's never read that one could use the change skill like this in the books. However, Yoo-jung informs her that it hasn't even been 3 months since Jaehyun became a magician, and that's why she's the one who taught him theory. Surprised, Ina asks her if she means that Jaehyun was actually planning to be a warrior, and Yoo-jung affirms that, and tells her that Jaehyun was pretty devoted to combat just a few months ago. The only thing that intrigues Yoo-jung is that Jaehyun knew about the tree sap, and she wonders where he learned something like that and how he will get rid of his own paralysis. Soon after, they run into him, and our boy asks them how the paralysis is because it seems neither of them has had any trouble. Yoo-jung cheerfully states that it's expected, even though she only just ran like hell and cast one spell. She turns to Ina and asks if she's also fine, and Ina replies that she's fine too. Eventually, Yoo-jung tells Jaehyun that his plan this time wasn't too bad. She adds that he usually looks stupid, but he looks a bit different today. Suddenly, Jaehyun grabs her cheeks and asks her who she's calling stupid, and asks if she has the right to be saying something like that. Ina simply watches them messing around, and she wonders why Yoo-jung called Jaehyun stupid, and notices she thinks he looks pretty handsome. While they're both still messing around, Ina is caught off guard by her thinking and realizes this isn't the time to be thinking about something like that. And as a tear rolls down her cheek, she recalls that she has to be careful. Later, they return to their shelter, and Jaehyun proceeds to make some sort of concoction. Ina approaches him and asks what he's making, so he tells her it's an HP recovery potion. He says he learned to make it from an older brother of his just in case he needs it, and he recalls Jae-song crying over him murdering his poor ingredients when it took him over 100 tries to do it. Yoo-jung asks Jaehyun how he can know someone that can teach him such things when he doesn't even have friends, and he taunts her by asking if she has many friends aside from him. The comment stings, and Yoo-jung laments that that was a bit unfair. Suddenly, Ina tells Jaehyun that he's really amazing, and it's like he's not someone their age. She says he's so skilled that it's like he's lived a decade more. Confused, Jaehyun doesn't say anything, and he wonders how she got such great intuition since she was able to get the timing right. Eventually, Yoo-jung butts in and says it's time to stop chatting because they need to eat if they plan to get anything done tomorrow. She tells our boy to wait and see because she'll go and make something, but he tells her not to bother since they can eat some of the fruits they foraged. Annoyed, Yoo-jung asks why he said that and asks if he doesn't trust her, so our boy asks her to tell him the color of the cookie she made during home economics in middle school if she wants him to trust her. After thinking for a while, Yoo-jung recalls that they seem to be purple, so Ina asks her if she put in some blueberry jam. However, Jaehyun clarifies that that's not the case, but Yoo-jung can't cook, and he recalls how they had to call the teacher because he passed out after eating the cookie. To clarify things, he states that he can't cook either, so Ina mentions that she knows a little about cooking and asks if she can cook for them. Surprised, Jaehyun asks her if she can cook, so she says she used to cook every day when she was living with her grandmother. As she ties up her hair to start cooking, our boy recalls that there was never much information on Seo Ina's family life. Since she just mentioned that she used to live with her grandmother, our boy wonders if that means there's some circumstance around her parents. After a short while, Ina finishes her cooking and serves it to the others. When Yoo-jung tastes it, she hugs Ina and declares that the food tastes delicious. Jaehyun also keeps munching and agrees that the food is delicious, and he's surprised they can eat something this good at a place like this. The compliments from them warm Ina's heart, and a smile forms on her face because it's been a while since she felt like this. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy control room, Instructor Seok-gi mentions that the much-anticipated cadet, An Hoyeon, is in 4th place. It's more surprising that the 1st and 2nd places are magicians, which is truly incredible, and Instructor Yisu still wonders if there's a possibility that it's a system error, because there seems to be no other way to explain this. Chairman Ja-in, on the other hand, seems to be beaming with excitement. Until now, such scores were only shown by warriors, and he can't seem to wrap his head around this new situation. A party with only 3 magicians is leading the event by taking out a group of seniors from the get-go. Excited, the chairman asks instructor Kim Ji-yeon to rewind the paralyzing spore part, and he watches Jae-hyun kick into Si-hyuk's face when he appears. He's enthralled by the fact that the boy could have such judgment in a situation like that. In addition, he has the ability to overwhelm warriors. Just calling him a magician or even a freshman is truly unbelievable. Suddenly, Instructor Hajun calls out to the chairman and explains that he's brought the profile of Jae-hyun that he requested, but he's not sure if it's the correct file. Confused, the chairman asks him what he means by that, and when Hajun begins to stutter, the chairman tells him to calm down and speak. Eventually, the instructor shows the profile that displays that our boy's aptitude score is 97%, and he's a warrior class. The information shocks the chairman, but his shock soon turns into a maniacal grin, and he finally says that this is very good. He states that he wants to personally see how talented this Jae-hyun is, and Instructor Seok-gi asks him if he's saying that he wants to interfere personally. The chairman zooms in on Hoyeon and proposes that they make an interesting scenario, so instructor Seok-gi mentions that he'll prepare everything. Inside the demiplane, Jaehyun's group keeps taking out other people and keeps earning points. At one point, Yoojung is surprised that they've earned up to 1,100,000 points, and Jaehyun replies that this is good because it's certain that they're in first place. However, Yoojung asks him if they really have to leave their shelter, so Jaehyun replies that it can't be helped because the seniors are too afraid to come there anymore. Ina agrees with Jaehyun that they need to move if they want to gain more points. Eventually, Yoojung agrees with both of them and asks what the record for the highest points obtained in a freshman hunt is. Ina informs her that it's 1,140,000 points. As they keep going, our boy senses something, so he signals the ladies to get ready because someone's coming. While they're standing, someone blasts past them, and Jaehyun notices that this power seems to be way more than the level they're restricted to. The system announces that the connection to the demiplane is unstable and that the restriction on the player is broken. Jaehyun tells the new fellow that he didn't think they'd meet again like this, and it turns out the fellow who has been loosed from his restriction is Hoyeon. When he asks Hoyeon what he's doing, he doesn't reply and keeps looking at the ground, so Jaehyun wonders if he's unable to hear his voice. Ina warns Jaehyun to be careful because she doesn't think this guy's in his right mind, and it's like he's being controlled by something. So, our boy suddenly recalls that this is the chairman's handiwork. Before he regressed, something similar happened back then at the Mills Festival. That day, which was supposed to leave the young cadets with happy memories, instead left horrible red stains that couldn't be forgotten. The cause of the event was Gu Jian's unique skill called indoctrination. After all his evil actions became known, just before he was arrested, Jian created a horrible event to turn the world's attention away from himself so he could hide. On that tragic day, numerous cadets lost their lives, and Gu Jian escaped. For Jaehyun, it was also the day that Kim Yoojung lost her life. In the present, Hoyeon activates his sword, and Jaehyun realizes that he needs to get Hoyeon to return to his senses first. Suddenly, a screen appears from the Nornir system, and a subquest to save the cadet under mind control is given. His job is to break the spell off the cadet under the mind control spell and save him. The difficulty is C-ranked, and the reward is one blank card, with a 2-hour time limit given for this quest. Jaehyun is surprised by the subquest but is more surprised by the mention of a blank card as a reward. The thought of getting a blank card that he can use to copy another person's abilities excites him, and Yoojung tells him she'll help him, but he tells her he's fine and asks the ladies to leave quickly. He asks them to get as far away as they can and see if they can get some points while they're at it. Yoojung stands there confused, and she reminds him that his opponent is the famous genius warrior, so he can't defeat him all by himself. But our boy only smiles at her and asks her if she thinks he can't. For a while, Ina hesitates, but she finally agrees to leave, and Yoojung is shocked by the fact that she's agreeing with Jaehyun. Frustrated, Yoojung decides to play along and suggests they go gain points like he said, but she asks him not to get hurt before she leaves. She rushes into the woods and drags Ina, who is still looking at Jaehyun, and she asks him to beat Hoyeon up or steal his name tag and then come find them. After the ladies leave, our boy mutters to himself that it won't take too long. A few hours ago, after Hoyeon just took out one of the seniors, he wonders if his last kill made a total of 600,000 points. He's glad that he managed to survive for 2 days and knows he just has to hold on for one more day. Since he's in 4th place, he wonders how first place is still out of his reach even after he had worked pretty hard, and realizes this is what is expected of Mills Academy. The fact that Jaehyun ranked first as a magician in a situation where his skills are restricted, and even carried his teammates to the top ranking as well, impresses him. However, he decides that he can't lose either, and he still has to work hard because there's still time. While he's thinking, Chairman Ja-in appears to him on the screen and informs him that he would like him to personally help him with something. The chairman uses his indoctrination skill on him and tells him he has a small favor to ask him. After Hoyeon's eyes light up from the indoctrination, the system issues him a warning that someone has infiltrated his mind. As the power overtakes him, he wonders what he's doing where he is. Soon after, the system informs him that his mind has been corrupted. After that happens, he immediately realizes that he has to take out Jaehyun. In the present, Hoyeon employs an A-rank skill called Martial Ascendance. He dashes towards Jaehyun once more and tries to cut him down, but our boy is able to dodge his attack. Jaehyun doesn't think Hoyeon was this skilled even just a few days ago, but he continues to dodge each of his attacks. It seems to him that Hoyeon has become unrecognizably skilled. As Hoyeon tries to smash his shield into him again, Jaehyun jumps backward and avoids the impact. He knows that he'll lose if this fight is determined by both of their physical abilities. To create some distance between them, our boy blasts himself backward with a gush of wind after activating his wind boost skill. The impact of the wind is so strong that Hoyeon blocks his face with the shield, but this gives Jaehyun enough time to circle to his back before he brings down the shield. Our boy tries to use some lightning magic on him, but before he can hit him, Hoyeon turns back and moves backward in one swift movement. This reaction surprises Jaehyun because Hoyeon was able to move his body first, even before his eyes could track his opponent's movements. Jaehyun realizes that his opponent has an innate battle sense, and this isn't as easy as he thought it would be. Breaking indoctrination would be easy with his absolute calculation skill, but the problem is that Jae-in is watching them. Even if he can't see the chairman, he reasons that he's probably got an evil grin on while watching what he does against the talented warrior An Hoyeon. This time, Jaehyun smiles, and he considers that it would be such a waste to end things carelessly. He decides to give them a show if they want to watch, but promises to make the show an expensive one. When Jaehyun begins his display, instructor Yisu wonders if she's seeing things correctly. It's unbelievable that our boy, who is a magician, is fighting on the front lines like a warrior, but now he's overwhelming his opponent, even when the opponent is the said genius warrior, An Hoyeon. On the field, Jaehyun seems to be using his lightning chain skill, and Yisu considers all of this unbelievable. She wonders how on earth this boy is doing that since a magician can't win against a warrior, and that is something that has always been carved into her mind as she walked down this path as a magician. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in watches with keen interest when Jaehyun injures Hoyeon, and he begins to plead. In the demi-plane, Hoyeon crouches by his sword, and Jaehyun tells him that he wasn't planning to go this far, but he promises him that he's tough and he'll recover quickly. Eventually, Jaehyun takes a look upwards at the instructors since he knows they're watching. Then he activates his flashbomb skill, and the impact blinds all the cameras and stops the instructors from seeing the field. Inside the meal's control room, instructor Seok-gi turns to Jiyeon and demands to know what happened to their screen. But the chairman realizes that something is wrong, so he grabs the remote out of her hand, desperately trying to bring the video feed back up. Instructor Jiyeon mentions that it seems that Jaehyun used a spell to block their sight, but Ja-in recognizes that he used flashbomb, and he wonders out loud if this is how Jaehyun wants to do things. He immediately summons instructor Seok-gi, and he asks him to bring Jaehyun to his office after the event ends. Worried, Seok-gi asks the chairman if it's alright for him to decide so hastily, but the already tense chairman places his hand on the instructor's shoulder and asks him why he thinks Cadet Jaehyun, who was already in a situation of victory, would decide to block their sight. While stuttering, Seok-gi replies that it would be because Jaehyun knows how to raise his worth. In the demiplane, Hoyeon remains crouched on the ground as the blinding light from the flashbomb blocks everything. Eventually he walks up to Hoyeon and places a hand on his head, activating his absolute calculation skill, which allows Jaehyun to lift the indoctrination controlling him. Suddenly, Hoyeon's eyes become clearer, and he recognizes Jaehyun. Still smiling, our boy asks him if he's feeling better, and Hoyeon attempts to get up and says he's feeling better, but he soon collapses to the ground because of the violent pain that runs through his body. Our boy apologizes for the pain and reminds him that he attacked him out of nowhere, but Hoyeon doesn't seem to remember attacking him. He asks why on earth he would do that, so Jaehyun informs him that he was under a mind control spell. Confused, Hoyeon asks him what he means by mind control, but when he thinks about it, he recalls seeing a face that he can't remember clearly, and hearing a voice he can't remember either. However, it doesn't make sense to Hoyeon because spells like that, to even control someone for even a short period of time, are usually over A rank, but they had told them that they could only use skills C rank and below. Jaehyun informs him that he doesn't know because there might have been a slight malfunction with the demiplane, or perhaps someone intervened. Hoyeon remains silent for a while and considers that there's no way a cadet could cast a mind control spell of this caliber, even if there were a malfunction in the demiplane. Eventually he asks Jaehyun if he knows who could have intervened if that is the case, or why they would do something like this, but Jaehyun tells him he doesn't. However, he adds that if whoever did this could do something like this, they're probably someone most wouldn't dare go against. Jaehyun doesn't want to spell it out to him, but he knows that as they go through more experiences at Miles, Hoyeon will also figure out for himself what kind of person Gu Ja-in is. Suddenly, the Nornir system announces that Jaehyun has cleared the subquest to save the cadet under mind control, and he's received a blank card as a reward. Eventually, Hoyeon attempts to get up. He realizes his body is a mess, but Jaehyun doesn't have a single injury, so he wonders if this is his current limit. When he finally gets up, Hoyeon says he has nothing to say for himself and apologizes for what happened. But Jaehyun jokingly tells him not to be gross, and says he'll be leaving now since Hoyeon can move around. Before he leaves, Jaehyun wishes them both success in the remaining time, and as he turns around, Hoyeon stops him and offers him his name tag. Confused, Jaehyun asks him what he's doing and reminds him that he'll be eliminated if he doesn't have his name tag. Regardless, Hoyeon states that it doesn't matter and informs him that he's been able to earn quite a bit of points, even though it's not as much as Jaehyun has been able to earn. However, because he lost, he believes that the name tag belongs to Jaehyun. After he tosses the name tag to Jaehyun, he tells him that he lost this time, but it'll be different next time, and he promises to win his name tag back at the Mills Festival. After Hoyan disappears, the demiplane system announces that he's been eliminated, and it awards 10,000 points to Jaehyun's team. For a moment our boy just stands there staring at the name tag that he recognizes is only worth 10,000 points. However, to him, the name tag is worth a lot more than that because Hoyan was born with a combat talent that he coveted so much in the past, and now he acknowledges him. He's experienced quite a lot since he regressed, but this sense of accomplishment is on another level. With a smile on his face, he believes this is the beginning. For the first time, he feels like he's starting to move forward, leaving behind the past where he was weak as hell and stepping forward. Sometime after that, the 72-hour event finally comes to an end, and the system calculates the points that everyone has earned. Jaehyun earns the highest number of points on record, which is a startling 1.53 million points, and he's soon transported back to the real world. When the students appear back in the real world, our boy considers that 1.53 million points aren't so bad, but Yoo-jung immediately busts his ass for not being much happier since it's still the highest number ever recorded in the event. She turns to Ina to get some support, but Ina laments about how they would have been able to get 1.6 million points if they had just stayed one more hour. At this point, Yoo-jung realizes her teammates are really insane. She tries to cheer them up by saying that they should be able to live quite luxuriously for a while with this many points, and Jaehyun agrees. He calculates that if they multiply the points by 10, it would be kind of similar to real currency value. It's safe to say that they've just earned about 15.3 million won, which is approximately $12,000, and Yoo-jung almost drops her jaw. When Ina hears that, she's shocked that it was such a huge amount of money. Our boy informs them that he's first, but they have 1.48 million points at second, and they should also get bonus points. The mention of bonus points makes Yoo-jung grab Jaehyun, and he tries to shake her off and explains that the bonus point is about 1 million points or so. The thought of all that money makes Yoo-jung light up like a Christmas tree, and she starts to twirl Ina around in a dance because of the mention of 1 million bonus points. While they dance, Ina is shocked that they got 2.48 million points and won 24.8 million won in just 3 days. Jaehyun tries to stop them from dancing because it's embarrassing, and he notices the other students watching them with contempt. However, the girls continue to sing until instructor Seokgi enters the room to greet everyone. He introduces himself to everyone and tells the 3 top winners he has something to speak to the 3 of them about. To get some privacy, he asks that they go somewhere else, so Jaehyun asks him if it's related to the amount of points they got during the hunt, and when he nods, Jaehyun follows him hastily. The ladies don't follow him, so they ask to know where they're going first. However, Jaehyun already knows, and he tells them they're going to the chairman's office, and Seokgi affirms his prediction, informing them that they've been summoned by the chairman. Once inside the office, our boy takes his seat and crosses his legs. He asks where the chairman is, and makes a comment that the one who called them here isn't even present, which makes Seokgi angry, but he has no choice but to control himself. The ladies, who are following behind, wonder why Jaehyun is suddenly acting like that, and they stand speechless until Seokgi tells them to also take their seats. When they sit down, the chairman enters and apologizes to them for being late. The 2 ladies stand up, and Yoo-jung loudly introduces herself, and Ina follows suit, while Jaehyun just sits there. The chairman cheerfully tells them that he knows who they are, and Yoo-jung revels in that. Jaehyun tells the chairman that he's late and he almost fell asleep waiting for him. The comment surprises the ladies, and even Seokgi becomes tense as he wonders if this kid has lost his mind. A moment of silence continues in the office for a short time until the chairman says he has no excuse for being late. He finally adds that he needed some time to prepare to talk to them, but Jaehyun immediately tells him that they're actually the ones who have no excuse since he called them out right after coming out of the demiplane for 3 days without giving them a chance to wash up, so they had no time to prepare. The chairman's face tenses again, but this time he just laughs. Jaehyun realizes he's putting on an act and figures that it's because he's interested in the people in front of him. Finally, the chairman informs them that he brought some very beneficial news for them. He congratulates them for being the elite of the elite who secured the top 3 spots in this year's freshman hunt, especially Jaehyun, who took first place. When he says that, Jaehyun says it's all thanks to his party members, and he wouldn't have been able to do it all by himself. That comment makes the chairman hesitate as usual, and he wonders if the boy has no wish to show off his abilities. He finally agrees with Jaehyun but comments that he's also observed all his actions, and he noticed that they beat the freshman hunt's record of 1.14 million points by an overwhelming amount. When he claps and comments that the result was unbelievable, the ladies thank him for the compliment. But Jaehyun asks him where he's driving at, which makes Yoo-jung worried again. After hesitating for a while, the chairman explains that the Mills Academy would like to offer them a few special privileges. First, a suite room from the dormitory buildings within the academy will be offered for free. Second, priority in the use of the academy's facilities that usually need to be reserved in advance. Third, if they ever are unable to get a satisfactory score in the school tests, they will get a chance to retake the test. After listing out the offer, the chairman asks them what they think and explains that they will be signing a partnership contract with Mila's Academy should they agree to their offer. But Jaehyun states that he rejects the offer before the chairman finishes his speech. Our boy explains that the benefits sound nice, but those are all things they can earn by themselves in a month or so, especially since Mila's is very much a meritocracy after all, so he doesn't think they should get them while paying an unnecessary fee. Eventually, he grabs the offer out of the chairman's hands and starts reading through the terms. He reads that after signing a partnership contract with Mila's, once they start working as raiders, they would have to donate over 30% of their earnings to the school for at least 5 years. At this point, the chairman looks pretty grim until Jaehyun finally tells the chairman that this isn't to reward them, but to strike them down. When he asks the chairman if he's mistaken, the man pauses for a while and says there's nothing he can do about it if that's what Jaehyun thinks, especially since they can't be forced into signing a contract. He tells them that he leaves the decision up to the three of them, and the ladies look at each other to read how the other person is reacting to the whole thing. After a short pause, Yoo-jung apologizes and states that she would like to decline the offer, and so does Ina. The chairman covers his face as if in deep thought, but the veins on his hand bulge out in anger. Eventually, he says that it's a shame because this was the best offer he could give them. However, the chairman mentions that he will give them another chance to think about it, so he locks his gaze onto Jaehyun using his indoctrination skill and asks him if he still does not plan to change his mind. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that something strange has infiltrated his mind. Jaehyun had been expecting this, but he's soon told by the system that he's completely resisted the debuff thanks to the passive skill, Hell's Blessing. While that is happening, our boy hands Hell his blank card and uses its power because he had only annoyed the chairman in the first place to get him to use his power. For a moment, the chairman just sits there puzzled as to why he didn't get a reaction. Eventually, our boy tells him they'll be leaving now, and the Nornir system informs him that he's acquired the skill called Indoctrination. With this skill, which is of a unique rank, he can manipulate someone weaker than him to do his bidding. Should both parties agree to a master-servant relationship, the skill changes into subordination. Jaehyun gets up and proposes to the ladies that they leave, especially since they're all tired from spending 4 days in the demi-plane. After Jaehyun leaves the office, Yoo-jung asks the men to have a nice day, and Ina, who is still confused, tells them they'll be leaving first. When the students finally leave, Ja-in asks instructor Seok-gi to leave. When he's alone, he wonders how a mere freshman can resist his unique skill, and he finds this really interesting. Outside, Jaehyun asks the ladies if they're really fine with refusing Ja-in's offer. Yoo-jung confesses that she was a bit tempted at first, but she later decided Jaehyun was right with whatever he said, because it was obvious that Ja-in was going to sweet-talk them into agreeing and take advantage of them since they're so young. Ina agrees that she didn't also like the contract, and she thinks rejecting it was the best choice. Apart from that, she feels that it's better to earn things with their own hands than to start off with privileges. Jaehyun listens to Ina intently, and he considers her reasonable, which is completely different from the cold image he had of her before he regressed. Suddenly, Yoo-jung asks them if they also noticed that something was really strange about Chairman Ja-in, because his expression was totally sickening when they rejected his offer. Ina mentions that she thought so too, and she also mentions that the chairman and instructor Seok-gi never said a word about the problem with the demi-plane. Jaehyun listens to them talk, and he notes that Ina has really good instincts. Eventually, she asks Jaehyun if he knows anything about Chairman Ja-in by any chance, so he asks her why she'd think that. Ina replies that he's always pretty calm, but the moment they met the chairman, he became strangely aggressive. Yoo-jung agrees with her, and she bugs Jaehyun to tell them if he knows something about the chairman. To answer their questions, he tells them that he's also not certain, so it's hard to tell them anything. But he informs them not to trust anyone in the academy, whether it's the chairman or the instructors. Suddenly, Ina walks up to him and asks if they can't trust him too. And while Jaehyun pauses, Yoo-jung steps behind Ina with an eerie look in her eyes and tells her not to trust Jaehyun either. She points out Jaehyun's fierce look and narrates how he once left her stranded in the middle of the streets instead of taking her home, and Jaehyun asks her why she's suddenly bringing up something that happened a long time ago. Annoyed, Yoo-jung grabs his hair and calls him a jerk, reminding him of how hard a time she had back when it happened. Eventually, our boy manages to get Yoo-jung off him, and he suggests they go into rest since the sun has set. When it's time for them to separate, Ina doesn't look like she wants to leave, so she asks them if they'll be parting ways here. For a moment, an awkward silence occurs, and Yoo-jung just looks at the two of them. Suddenly, she hugs them both and asks why it feels like a teen romance over here, so she asks them to make room for her too. Jaehyun, however, drags her away and points her to the girls' dormitory, then asks her to go get some rest. She eventually agrees to go rest, and Ina follows behind, but she reminds Jaehyun to rest well before she leaves. Our boy soon heads to the boys' dormitory. When he gets to the door, he realizes it's been a while since he's been here. He recalls the musty smell of mold from the corners, the floor that a lack of funds left unmaintained, creaking with every step, and eventually goes to his bed. To him, those who remained in this dormitory after a few years are those without talent. So he hopes to find a new place as soon as class is over the next day, because experiencing hell once was plenty enough. The next day, Jae-hyun goes for a run, and eventually stops after he feels he's done enough for a warm-up. He turns around towards the dormitory so he can start getting ready for his first class. Shortly after, all the freshmen that are magician cadets gather in a room, and their assigned instructor for the basic mana acclamation, Kim Ji-yeon, comes to introduce herself. While she talks, Jae-hyun frowns because this instructor isn't someone he's familiar with. Even considering the fact he was a warrior in the past, he doesn't have many memories of his instructor. She could be one of the instructors who quit soon, even though becoming an instructor at Mills wasn't easy. The instructors who still remained at Mills were those like Kim Seok-gi that were greedy for the crumbs Jaehyun was willing to throw them. Ji-yeon mentions that she's sure that most of them found it strange that their first class was not in a classroom, but a large facility like this instead. As some doors open behind her, she explains that the reason is to test their mana sensitivity. The students are shocked by the sight of the doors that seem to be exposing a mana cube, and they hope they're not saying they have to go in there. While they lament that this is too difficult for a first class, Jae-hyun considers that this mana cube feels similar to the mana cube he saw before, but it has way less mana. Instructor Ji-yeon explains to them that what they're looking at right now is called a mana room. It was built based on a mana cube that can normally be found at guilds. For cadets like them, she explains that it is close to impossible to break out of a mana cube, and that is why they prepared this. The odd thing is that our boy had broken out of a mana cube at his guild. The mana room is divided into many sub-rooms. The first room's mana is similar to the amount in the atmosphere, but the mana becomes thicker as you go further in. On average, a first-year Mills Academy cadet can usually reach level 3. A graduating cadet can reach their limit at around level 7. In this class, they will find out what level their mana sensitivity is at. Ji-yeon asks the cadets to form a line and follow behind her. She informs them that they can raise their hand if they have trouble during the test, so they can follow the assistant instructors out of the room. Soon after, she enters one of the mana rooms, and the cadets follow her in. After everyone enters, Instructor Ji-yeon notes that none of the cadets seem to be having trouble at level 1. She decides that they move to level 2, and when they enter, some of the cadets begin to pant, and the instructors have to help them out. After they leave, Ji-yeon asks the rest that are still standing to follow her to level 3, and when they enter, almost half of the class raises their hands, but Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina do not seem to be affected at this point. Instructor Ji-yeon asks that the rest follow her to the 4th level, and many more people raise their hands. When those uncomfortable leave, she proposes they move to level 5, and then many more people ask to be excused at that point. At level 6, several other people are taken out due to exhaustion. Yoo-jung asks Jae-hyun if he feels like it's starting to get hard to breathe, but he says he doesn't think so. Meanwhile, Ina watches Jae-hyun and notices that he seems like he's still doing fine, so she decides to try harder. Ji-yeon looks around, and she notices there are only 4 cadets remaining. Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, Ina, and one other guy named Lee Soo-hyuk. They are all cadets that scored high during the freshman hunt. Chairman Ja-in had told her to keep a close eye on Jae-hyun and report back to him, but she doesn't plan to simply follow such orders. She soon tells the cadets they'll be moving on to level 7, and the other students wonder who the heck those guys are that are moving on to the next level, especially since the instructor had said only graduates reach level 7. When they enter the 7th level, Instructor Ji-yeon proposes that they move on to the 8th level and asks any of the cadets if they're having trouble, and no one speaks, even though Yoo-jung seems to be struggling at this point. The other students are in awe as they watch them move to the 8th level, and when they get there, the cadets feel a sharp spike, except for Jae-hyun, of course. Starting from level 8, the mana level fluctuates at every moment like it does within a dungeon. Ji-yeon knows that geniuses should have trouble starting at this point, and true to her expectations, Soo-hyuk and Yoo-jung raise their hands to leave the mana room. Meanwhile, Ina begins to sweat, but when neither she nor Jae-hyun raise their hands, Instructor Ji-yeon has no choice but to move to level 9. When they enter level 9, Ina almost vomits and begins to stagger, which startles Jae-hyun. When Ji-yeon turns around, she's unable to help because she recalled that the chairman had told her that she should never offer any cadet help before they ask, no matter what kind of situation they face. He had said that danger is no different from a new opportunity to a cadet, and if that opportunity is taken before their eyes, that would be heartbreaking. Jae-hyun asks Ina if she's alright, and she tells him she is while trembling. At this point, she can't clearly see Jae-hyun's face, and she really doesn't want to lose. Everyone Ina knew had always told her that only the strong can survive, and she won't be able to do anything but bow down before a warrior, even if she has some talent with magic. She's been told that the weak have no future, and she really desires to be acknowledged at this point. but she finds herself collapsing as Jaehyun tries to hold her up, and she tells him she's lost again. As the assistants take her out, Jaehyun wonders what she meant by losing. When they enter level 10, instructor Jiyeon asks Jaehyun if he's alright, and she knows even she will begin to have some trouble from here on. Eventually, our boy turns to her with a smile on his face, and he states that he's also having some trouble and would like to go out now. When she hears that, Jiyeon asks him to come out with her. As she heads out, she wonders what he means by having trouble since she can't see a single sign of that. When they finally get out, Jiyeon asks the other cadets to clap for Jaehyun because he succeeded in reaching level 10, which means he's on a par with a raider, that is, a B rank or higher. As she tells everyone else to work hard and try to catch up with him, Soo-hyuk glances at Jaehyun with a frown, and Ina doesn't look so happy with herself. Shortly after, our boy asks Ina if she's alright. She tells him she is and apologizes for making them worry, so Jaehyun tells her it's good since nothing serious happened to her. Yoo-jung asks Jaehyun if he's also alright since he looked pretty unaffected a while ago, and he tells her he is. Then he asks her to take the towel from around her neck because she looks like a construction site worker. The statement riles Yoo-jung up as expected, and she regrets having been worried about him. While she's ranting, Jaehyun asks her if she's also not in any pain, and she says that the doctors also said she's fine, and she gloats about how fit she is. For a moment, Jaehyun watches Ina. He had thought she was just a bit competitive, but something seems to be different. It seems to him like a case of compulsion. Fortunately, she didn't get very hurt this time, but with that kind of personality, it will be hard to control her later. Of course, he doesn't mean to make Ina dance to his tune, but like it's happening with Seongun, Hoyeon, and Jaesung, he has a feeling that Ina's future will change also. He also figures that's also true for Yoo-jung, and while he glances over at her, she asks him what he's looking at and if she's that pretty. But Jaehyun asks her if she's sure there's nothing wrong with her, because she could only be saying such nonsense if she's hurt somewhere. As Ina tries to subdue Yoo-jung from taking revenge, our boy thinks about how he doesn't know what kind of effect his actions will have in the future. In this quickly changing environment, he decides that he needs to prepare if he wants to stay one step ahead. While he's thinking, Yoo-jung manages to break free from Ina's grip, and she wraps the towel around Jaehyun's neck. With a smile on his face, our boy removes the towel, covers her head with it, and uses it to scatter her hair. When he's done, Yoo-jung begins to curse and her surroundings light up like an inferno. Annoyed, she asks him if he knows how much time she spent setting her hair this morning, and asks him if he has a death wish. However, Jaehyun tells her he's sorry, but he comments that it doesn't really make that much of a difference. That statement further annoys her, and she asks him if he's calling her ugly, and it is at that moment that Jaehyun realizes he messed up. He immediately turns around to make a run for it while Yoo-jung chases after him, while Ina watches them in amusement. Ina considers how the two of them are really close, and when the two friends run past Soo-hyuk, the guy notices Jaehyun and wonders how the bastard reached level 10. While he's looking, a friend of his named Kim Min-soo comes by to say hi and asks him what he's thinking about so deeply. Soo-hyuk asks Min-soo to tell him everything he knows about the guy that's getting his hair pulled out by the lady, and even though Min-soo wonders why Soo-hyuk is talking to him like a slave, he explains that Jaehyun is the first guy to get first place in the freshman hunt as a magician. Soo-hyuk tells him that he knows that, but what he wants to know is where a guy like that came from all of a sudden. But Min-soo just shrugs because he doesn't have that answer. No matter how much Soo-hyuk thinks about it, it doesn't make sense. To him, there's something weird about this Jaehyun guy, and he believes he's hiding something. Meanwhile, Min-soo thinks about how he's not used to this new Soo-hyuk because he used to know him when he was younger. Eventually, he tells Soo-hyuk that Jaehyun has already proved himself twice, so there's no need to keep looking for something mysterious since it's most likely impossible to cheat in meals. However, Soo-hyuk informs him that there's no way there's someone stronger than him unless they're cheating. That statement stuns Min-soo, and he considers that Soo-hyuk won't win against Ina or Yoo-jung either, but he doesn't say it out loud. Eventually, he advises Soo-hyuk that they don't need to become unreasonable, because he won't win against Jaehyun even if he dies and gets resurrected, but the guy doesn't listen to him. Sometime later, Jaehyun has a video call with his delightful teacher, Seongun, and he asks her if she called him because she wanted to hear about what happened at the freshman hunt. Seongun agrees that she did, because it's more interesting to hear it from him directly. Excited, he informs her that he got first place, and that makes Seongun proud. She notices that his apartment seems to be too good for a freshman to have, and suspects that he got a lot of points. Finally, she congratulates him for taking the best first step in Meals Academy, known for being hard to survive. She tells him she's proud of him, and our boy mentions that he's relieved because he was worried that she would scold him if he got second place. That makes her giggle, and she asks him if there were any cadets who caught his eye during the freshman hunt. Surprised, Jaehyun asks her if she's going to scout them or something, so she tells him that they're considering it and they're planning to reward him for the information he shares. Jaehyun explains that telling her isn't hard, but to think he'll get a reward for something like this, He asks her if she's not being too generous, but she insists that she's doing this because she knows he won't cooperate if she offered 10 times the amount in the future. Eventually he mentions Ina, Yujung, and Hoyeon, saying those three are the ones that can be recruited by Yeonhwa. When he hesitates to mention someone else's name, Seongun asks him to speak, so he adds that he knows someone who isn't a freshman, but would be good to recruit from the upperclassmen. Seongun promises to give him a big welcome. After they end the call, the guildmaster thinks of Lee Jae-sang, whom Jae-hyun had mentioned, and she recognizes him as the youngest son of the S-rank raider, Lee Jae-sin. During the call, she had mentioned to Jae-hyun that Jae-sang is not as talented as his other siblings, and she knows that Yeonhwa might have some problems with Lee Jae-sin's Zephyr Guild by taking Jae-sang in. With such a risk, Seongun asks Jae-hyun if he still thinks they should recruit the boy, and he says he does because Jae-sang will become the world's best alchemist in the near future. After they end the call, manager Sung-jae informs her that Guildmaster Ms. Baek Ji-hyun has arrived. Seongun asks him to escort her in, so Ms. Ji-hyun steps in with Yeonju behind her. When they step in, Seongun comments that they arrived exactly on time, so Ji-hyun responds that time is also a very valuable property to a merchant. Ms. Ji-hyun stretches her hand to Guildmaster Seongun and states that it's been a while, but Seongun politely tells her that she doesn't think they're close enough to greet each other so familiarly and asks her to take a seat. When Ji-hyun has her seat, Seongun, still smiling, asks her what the master of the Curator Guild wants with her. Ji-hyun is amused by Seongun's straight-to-the-point nature and comments that becoming close will really be difficult, but she admits that she also likes it. Eventually, Ji-hyun mentions that there seems to be someone Yeonhwa has been raising quite well, so she asks how much she can purchase Jae-hyun for. Seongun tells her that it's unfortunate that Yeonhwa Guild doesn't think of its members as commodities that can be bought, so she suggests that Ji-hyun look somewhere else. However, Ji-hyun asks her if the child would agree with that, so Seongun tells her there are some things that can't be bought with money, but remarks that she most likely wouldn't know. Eventually, Ji-hyun replies that she didn't think Seongun would take her offer anyway, and it doesn't matter because she only came as an act of courtesy. Amused, Seongun informs her that her thoughtfulness is quite unpleasant, but Ji-hyun thinks that's a shame and decides to leave since it's getting late, and Seongun doesn't seem to want to talk to her either. As she gets up to take her leave, Seongun retorts that she's glad that she noticed that she doesn't want to talk to her, and Ji-hyun jokingly responds that a sharp eye is also a merchant's virtue. The next day, after an endurance test at the Mills Academy, the cadets wait for the system to analyze the results of the endurance test. An Hoyeon ends up first with 101 points, while Jae-hyun comes in second with 99 points. The result makes our boy hiss, but he had expected that he won't be able to compare to a combat genius like Hoyeon. However, he doesn't consider second place a bad result. To him, there's no need to rush, but he also keeps in mind that he hasn't reached his goal. When Jae-hyun turns to the ladies, he notices their disturbed looks, and Yujung eventually asks him what the hell he is, and she asks how a magic raider can get second place and contend with An Hoyeon in an endurance test. When she demands to know how that's even possible, our boy informs her that it's not strange since he started out as a warrior, but that explanation still doesn't satisfy Yujung. When she tries to protest again, Jae-hyun tells her there's no need to focus on only magic so much, and she needs to also focus on her health. That remark makes Yujung grim again, and she threatens to one day show him he's not as important as he thinks he is, but Ina soon holds her back so she doesn't start another fight. Meanwhile, Instructor Seokgi watches them nearby and he realizes that Jae-hyun is a dangerous guy, just like the chairman said. The boy's muscular endurance is not something a magician should possess, and that makes Seokgi wonder what on earth he is up to. Soon after, the students hear the bell that signals that their next class is about to start, so Seokgi tells the students that their second endurance test is called the AR evasion test. Jae-hyun recalls this test from the time before he regressed, and he knows it was the test that examined numerous cadets on their talent and made them hit their limit. Seokgi explains that they'll be gathered in a room with top-tier cutting-edge facilities called the AR test room. The AR combat measurement system in front of them will help test each cadet's ability through virtual battles with opponents created within augmented reality. Jae-hyun listens intently, and he realizes that Seokgi is not planning to do this the easy way. Normally, what they would do is eliminate the monsters materialized by drones while analyzing their pattern of attack, but they will only focus on assessing their evasion abilities this time because it's an endurance test. However, if they defeat monsters, they will receive higher scores. Seokgi hands the cadets some objects that look like earphones, and when Yujung asks, Jae-hyun explains to her that they're receivers that can analyze and record the combat simulation. After noting Jae-hyun's correctness, Seokgi adds that this receiver is used to implement augmented reality. It stimulates the brain and using the projector, creates the realistic illusion of an actual monster. Through drone cameras, 3D images are augmented into the surroundings, making it seem like there are real monsters present. The use of such devices is for safety and to avoid the possibility of getting hurt. What Seokgi doesn't tell them is that the receiver stimulates the brain such that they can still feel about a fifth of the opponent's attack damage. The aim is not to shock the cadets but to create a certain level of caution to increase their possibility of survival in dungeons. Seokgi explains that the AR system has a total of 100 levels, but they will be evaluated only up to level 10. The test will be done in teams of 4, and they will now be grouped and called in order for the test. Before the test begins, the teams are formed, and Team 3 contains 2 warriors and 2 magicians, including Jaehyun and Soohyuk. Jaehyun considers that it's pretty balanced. While he's thinking, Soohyuk calls out to him and asks him if he's Min Jaehyun. Our boy replies that he is, so Soohyuk tells him that he heard that he got first place in the freshman hunt, but there's something he can't just understand. He wonders how a magician can get first place and reveals he believes there's a special reason for that, so he asks Jaehyun to teach it to him. After pausing for a while, Jaehyun asks him if he's considered the possibility that there's no such thing, so Soohyuk informs him that he'll have to expose it in that case, even if he has to use force. Excited, Jaehyun smirks and asks him why he didn't just say that his goal from the start was that he wanted to fight with him. Soohyuk, who is also smiling, informs him that it's nice to see that they understand each other. The 2 other ladies on the team become worried, and one of them wonders why they're acting like that since they're on the same team. The shorter lady wonders if they'll be alright, so she tries to separate them. But instructor Seokgi soon calls their team onto the field. When they step into the field, the system begins a 5-second countdown and informs them they'll be facing a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior soon manifests, and Soohyuk decides he needs to step back first to create some distance. Before he can move, Jaehyun dashes forward at breakneck speed, much to the shock of the others on the team, and the ladies try to warn him that it's dangerous. Surprised, Soohyuk asks what the hell he's doing and wonders what Jaehyun thinks a magician can do at the front line. While Jaehyun makes his way to the front, he wonders why there are still such taunts aimed at him, but he decides that it'll be best to show a bit of his ability here. After creating some mana in his hands, our boy smashes the skeleton's head with just one strike, and the others watch him in utmost surprise. Even Seokgi is stunned, and everyone else in the crowd watches in amazement. Soon after, a few more skeleton warriors appear, but Jaehyun proceeds to feed his knee to another skeleton warrior standing nearby. When he lands on the ground, he initiates an active skill of his called Mana Weapon. Mana Weapon is a special skill that an ordinary magician can't make use of because it's a skill that allows a magician to physically inflict damage. It's useless to magicians since they don't fight close combat. But our boy is a different breed. Soohyuk watches in confusion, and he tags Jaehyun as a psycho. The other ladies still can't believe their eyes, and the system announces that they've completely cleared level 1 of the AR evasion test, and additional points have been awarded, with Jaehyun getting 100% of the contribution. Level 2 of the test begins, and they're faced with a monster called a Draugr. The sight of the monster intrigues Jaehyun, and he informs the monster that it's been a while since they met. After a series of fighting and broken grounds, the system announces that they've completely cleared level 10 of the AR evasion test. While the system congratulates them for breaking the record for the shortest time to complete the test, Soohyuk considers this completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jaehyun considers that his performance is not too bad, and that his body has been feeling lighter ever since he started using the combat technique that Ms. Seongun taught him. Suddenly, Soohyuk approaches him and asks him what kind of dirty trick he just used, but Jaehyun explains that there's nothing more to what he just saw. However, Soohyuk protests that it was bad enough that he left the safety of the defense line, but he completely annihilated the enemy all by himself, which makes his performance unbelievable. He insists that doing something like that is impossible without cheating, but Jaehyun repeats that he has nothing to say because he has nothing to hide. When Soohyuk stands his ground, our boy tells him not to make him repeat himself, and he moves closer and offers to let Soohyuk confirm his strength right now if he's really curious. The move startles Soohyuk, and he calls Jaehyun a bastard, but before anything can develop, instructor Seokgi asks the 2 of them if there's a problem. The instructor's interference stops the building tension, and Soohyuk wishes there weren't any instructors here. Our boy eventually turns to walk away, and Soohyuk tells him not to think he's won, so our boy tells him he doesn't think he lost either. Before Jaehyun can leave, Soohyuk proposes that they fight at the Mills Academy Festival, but Jaehyun refuses because he has already made plans with someone else. Sometime later, Hoyeon remembers how Jaehyun had refused to fight Soohyuk during the Mills Academy Festival because he had made plans to fight with him. He recalls having told him that he'll win his name tag back at the Mills Festival, so he decides to go train so he doesn't let Jaehyun down. Sometime later, Seokgi and some of the assistant instructors move around. One of the assistant instructors asks the other if he's seen the results of the endurance test this year, and the other guy says he personally monitored it and that the cadets this year are pretty good. When they start to talk about a magic cadet named Jaehyun breaking the record, which shouldn't be possible, Seokgi considers that the boy is not merely talented because those practiced movements he showed while fighting at the front line when he's a mere magician are unique. When they enter the chairman's office, Jia-in commends them for their good work, and he proposes that they talk about the results of this year's endurance test. Seoki explains that there were a total of 3 cadets who got full points, and those cadets are An Hoyeon, Cha Yu-won, and Min Jae-hyun. Even among those 3, Jae-hyun's scores were exceptional. The chairman thanks instructor Seok-gi for the information and commends him for working hard. On his screen, Chairman Jia-in goes over footage of Jae-hyun, and a grin develops on his face. He tells Seok-gi that he hopes he'll continue to keep him informed on Jae-hyun's actions and grades, and to tell him immediately if he starts acting strange, to which Seok-gi agrees. The chairman tells them all to keep up the good work, and he asks that they inform the instructors to prepare for the next event. Sometime later, Jae-hyun returns to the AR evasion test and completes level 27 of the test. The 27th level seems to be his limit, and this is a difficulty level that a 6-member party of C-rank raiders would normally clear with effort, so it means he's equal to that much of a force. It turns out that the next event for the freshmen is the dungeon practicum, and Jae-hyun decides to start preparing. He remembers the dungeon practicum incident, which was one of the most disgraceful and tragic incidents at Mills Academy, where numerous cadets lost their lives. He and his teammates were mixed up in that incident, and in the end, he was the only one who survived on his team. Even as he had to listen to people tell him that he should have been the one to die, he couldn't bring himself to leave Mills Academy because he didn't want to disappoint the people who believed in him. Shortly after, our boy goes to the store to make a purchase. When he's done, he wonders if he'll be able to live differently in this life. He was unable to protect anyone, led a pathetic life in his past life, and was as expendable as a single-use item. However, he doesn't plan to live the same life all over again. Living a life of regret once was enough. One day before the dungeon practicum begins, the students go to class as usual and soon finish their activities for the day. When class ends, Yoo-jung and Ina approach Jae-hyun, and Yoo-jung asks him what they should do tomorrow since it's their first dungeon practicum. Ina admits that she couldn't sleep well last night, so Jae-hyun informs them that everyone feels the same when they enter a dungeon for the first time. His comment surprises Yoo-jung, and she playfully asks if this is not his first time, and if he had gone into a dungeon for a walk or something. He retorts that he doesn't know about dungeons, but he's met monsters a few times, and there's one in front of him right now. That causes Yoo-jung to lose it one more time, and she starts to curse and pound her fists on him. Ina watches them nearby, and their goofiness makes her smile. Eventually, Jae-hyun offers the girls something if they're so worried, and Yoo-jung asks what it is. Our boy tells them that he bought the potion along with his own, and he tells them to use it when they need it. Eventually, Yoo-jung agrees to forgive him this time because of his good gesture, and Ina promises to make good use of it. Our boy considers that he survived the dungeon practicum the last time due to luck, but he'll ensure that he does it this time with skill. On the day of the dungeon practicum, Jae-hyun spends some time warming up in the early hours of the morning. Warming up is important before going into a dungeon, no matter how great a magician's mana capacity is. If they suddenly overuse high-level spells, they will experience mana rebound. If mana rebounds when casting a spell, it could injure the user's body. A magician who uses high-level spells a great deal is prone to mana rebound, and Jae-hyun recognizes that Lightning Chain and Sacrifice are high-level skills. Apart from that, he's not sure how dangerous things will get during the dungeon practicum today, and he doesn't know if he'll die or if his teammates will. On top of that, if he keeps his mana pooled up in his lower abdomen like he has just done, he can use it to strengthen his spell or body quickly when he needs to. He suddenly recalls the time before he regressed, when the system had told him that time would be regressed to the period the user most desires. While he's deep in thought, the Nornir system activates a main quest. Apparently, he has succeeded in returning to the time he longed for. From now on, he has to go through several junctions that left him with regrets and decide whether to make the same choices or change them. The decision he takes may kill or save others, and whatever he decides to do is in his hands. The difficulty of the mission is unknown, and the rewards are unknown too, but they seem to depend on whether he takes route A or B. The worst part is that he has just 12 minutes to decide, and the penalty for failure is equally unknown. Jae-hyun guesses that something came up again, and the Nornir system is obviously trying to help him grow stronger since the gods need him for their plans. However, he doesn't understand what they mean by him choosing his route, and he wonders what on earth they're planning. Shortly after, the freshmen gather at the Mills Academy underground mock dungeon. Instructor Yi-jeon comes to attend to them and informs them that they'll be grouped into teams of 4 via lots and will have to act together. When the students begin to murmur, Jae-hyun guesses that the others think it's not fair. Real monsters will appear in this dungeon, and if you're lucky, you can clear the dungeon easily, but if you're unlucky, you'd be part of a low-ranking cadet team struggling to raid the dungeon. When the murmuring continues, Yi-jeon silences them and explains that their scores in the dungeon practicum will be part of their official tests. Apparently, only low-level monsters that they can defeat will appear in the dungeon practicum, and Yi-jeon tells them all to try their best. While she's speaking, Jaehyun reasons that this is Chairman Jia-in's trap. Like the instructor said, most of the monsters that appear here are low level, but if things go like they did before he regressed, boss-level monsters will be mixed in. He recalls the D-rank boss monster, Kobold Lord, and even though it isn't a difficult opponent for him, he doesn't plan to follow along with Jia-in's plans, except that the small gap Jia-in will leave open in this dungeon practicum might actually give him the opportunity to end him. Shortly after, Yejeon declares that the cadets should come forward and pick a lot, one at a time. After picking, Jaehyun and Ina end up together, and our boy tells Ina he's glad he knows someone on the team, to which she also reciprocates. He's glad there's someone on his team he can talk to comfortably, especially someone who is skilled. While he considers coming up with a strategy, he's shocked by the sight of his two other teammates. The lady introduces herself as Warrior Kim Jina, and the guy introduces himself as Warrior Park Sungwoo. Sungwoo cheerfully asks if they're also on Team 3, but Jaehyun recalls how these two people were his teammates in his past life, and they ended up getting killed by the boss monster after they asked him to run away while they took care of things. Suddenly, our boy understands what the Nornir system means by him choosing his route, and he can see the choices in front of him. When the new two warriors step forward, our boy realizes this is what the Nornir system wanted from the start. So he shakes them and introduces himself as Jaehyun, and introduces Ina also because she's clearly shy. It amuses Sungwoo that Ina is shy, but he's certain that they'll all get along as they spend time with one another. And Jina agrees that they'll all get along well. Our boy realizes that these two warriors are the same as they were in his past life, and he's happy with how cheerful they are with Ina. Once they've gotten introductions out of the way, Jaehyun proposes they make plans first. The other two agree, and one of them suggests making Jaehyun the team leader. With the quest the Nornir system showed to him still in his mind, our boy sits down to explain the plans to them. He reminds them not to get weak no matter what pops up in the dungeon because if the warriors in the vanguard start to falter in particular, the whole party will end up annihilated. The warriors are intrigued by Jaehyun's tactical intelligence, and Sungwoo says this is expected of the person that got first place in the freshman hunt. Sungwoo realizes the details of the strategy are no joke and says he's memorized all 6 parts of it, and Ina says she has too. Soon after, Instructor Jeon steps forward to inform the cadets that their planning period is over. From now on, they will officially begin the dungeon practicum, and she asks the team leaders to come forward. Jaehyun steps forward, and when he looks to his side, he notices Hoyeon coming forward as the team leader of Team 4, which Yoojung is part of. He's glad that Hoyeon is the team leader because that means Yoojung won't get hurt. When the team leaders step forward, Jeon instructs the team leaders who are ready to lead their teams into the dungeons assigned to them and wishes them good luck. Shortly after, Hoyeon leads his team into the dungeon assigned to them. One of the party members notices that the place is pretty damp and has a musty smell, which enlightens her about how dungeons are in real life. Yoojung asks the rest if kobolds will probably come out since it's an underground dungeon, and their other male teammate agrees that they probably will because he heard underground dungeons have a lot of ore. Excited, Yoojung hopes that there are diamonds around somewhere. But while she's talking about it, she suddenly pauses when she senses something, and Hoyeon immediately announces that something is coming, so he asks them to go to their positions. Yoojung quickly goes into action, but the other cadets don't look so confident when they notice that they're surrounded by kobolds. As if it's not enough that they're monsters, the kobolds are equipped with digging equipment. Hoyeon informs his team that the kobolds are weak monsters, but it'll be difficult to deal with them if they swarm them, so he charges at them and proposes they finish this quickly. Yoojung uses an explosion from her holy force and activates her flash bomb skill, causing a release of a huge explosion that blinds the monsters, giving Hoyeon the chance to cut them down. While the other two teammates fight with the monsters, Yoojung activates a move called the Wind of Helheim and activates a skill called Air Blast. She releases several blasts of air towards the chest of the kobolds and knocks them to the ground. After they take down the monster, Hoyeon asks if everyone is fine, and the ladies reply that they are. When they turn to the other male, Seiho, they notice he seems to be choking, so they rush to help him, and Yoojung wonders what's wrong because she's never heard of kobolds using poison. When Yoojung looks up, she realizes that the boy isn't choking because of poison, but because of an overwhelming wave of mana hitting him. In front of them is a huge kobold boss, and the students freeze. Shocked, Hoyeon asks why there's a kobold lord here. Meanwhile, in the dungeon assigned to Team 3, Jina confesses to Jaehyun that she knew he was strong, but he's really amazing. She asks him how many monsters he's dealt with so far in their walk through the dungeon, but Jaehyun insists it's nothing because things just happened. However, Jina insists that it's nothing because they will be able to clear the dungeon without anyone getting hurt if things continue like this. When Jaehyun looks to his side, he notices that Ina is distracted, so he grabs her hand and asks her if other people still make her uneasy. She admits that they do, so Jaehyun realizes she's really shy. But then, there were rumors that no one had seen Ina speak more than 3 words at a time. While moving forward, the team runs into a room filled with ores. Our boy realizes that this is different from what he remembers, and this clearly must be Jae-in's doing. It occurs to Jae-hyun that his existence has caused Ja-in to change his plans from what he did in the past. Suddenly, Jae-hyun senses a monster coming, and he supposes it's the Kobold Lord, so he informs his teammates to use their plan C by defending first, and then counterattacking. When Jae-hyun tells them to be careful because this monster is different from what they've encountered before, Sung-woo becomes worried that a stronger monster is coming, especially because they had been told that only weak monsters appeared here. Suddenly something breaks in through a nearby wall, and the cadets are shocked to see a Kobold Lord. They wonder what a boss monster is doing here, and as Ina is about to run backward, she recalls what Jae-hyun said about the whole party being annihilated if any of the warriors in the vanguard start to falter. She quickly activates the magic armor around the warriors, and Sung-woo struggles to focus because of the sheer size of the monsters. Eventually, Jae-hyun activates his taunt skill, and when the Kobold Lord attacks Sung-woo's shield, Sung-woo calls out to Jae-hyun. Our boy rushes towards them and creates a mana attack in his hands, and he blasts the Kobold Lord. Ina is shocked by the amount of power that Jae-hyun's attack packed, and she hopes that such a great attack would deal a great deal of damage. But the monster easily gets up as if nothing happened. The sight makes Jae-hyun laugh, and as he witnesses the destroyed parts of the monster repairing itself, our boy confesses that he didn't expect anomalies. As its body heals, the Kobold Lord smiles at them, and Jae-hyun starts to wonder if a Kobold Lord with regenerative abilities isn't too much to handle. Suddenly, the Norner system identifies the existence behind the Kobold Lord as something called Odin's Raven, so it gives him a special quest called the Raven Hunter. The special quest requires him to kill all of Odin's ravens that are weighing down on him and the gods against the Aesir. There are 5 objectives, and the mission is an S-rank difficulty with a reward of a blank card and class increase, with a penalty of death. Meanwhile, outside the dungeons, Instructor Jiyeon goes through footage of Jae-hyun's previous fights, and she wonders how the boy can give such a performance as a magician. She's an A-rank magician herself, but such battle skills that Jae-hyun shows are unthinkable to her. She considers that the chances of Jae-hyun's Team 3 taking first place in this dungeon's practicum are high, and when one of the doors opens, she's surprised to see Cadet Seho being helped up by Hoyeon, while Yoo-jung tells her that there's a big problem. Still shocked, Jiyeon asks her what happened, and they inform her that a Kobold Lord appeared in the dungeon. She's surprised that they could run into a Kobold Lord because there's no way it could have gotten in, and Jiyeon begins to wonder what on earth is going on inside the dungeons. Meanwhile, the assistant instructors come to help Seho, who has a mild case of mana addiction, and they ask him to take deep breaths. Soon after, Yoo-jung asks Instructor Jiyeon if Team 3 has not come out yet, and she's told they have not. Hoyeon doesn't believe it because he's sure that Jae-hyun and Ina are too skilled to be unable to escape the Kobold Lord easily. After hesitating for a while, Jiyeon places a call through to Chairman Ja-in, who sounds surprised to hear from Instructor Jiyeon, even though he has a smirk on his face. She informs him about the appearance of a B-rank monster, and she requests rescue personnel, and the chairman acts surprised to hear that something like that happened. He tells her not to worry too much because he'll send a support team, so he asks her to wait on site. After he hangs up the call, Instructor Jiyeon experiences a strong feeling of uneasiness, but can't explain it. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ina, Gina, and Sung-woo grow tired. The system informs Jae-hyun that the existence behind the Kobold Lord is Odin's Raven, with 2 ravens named Hugin, which translates as thought, and Munin, which translates as memory. Odin gathered all kinds of knowledge from across the realms and used it to rule over Asgard. Eventually, Jae-hyun calls the Kobold Lord a follower of Odin, showing the ravens that he recognizes their presence. Apparently, the mana he feels is close to B rank, and it's a regenerative Kobold Lord. Even though our boy has grown strong, this is a difficult opponent for him, and he wonders whether he should run. To him, running would be the smartest choice. That's what he always did before he regressed, hiding behind his selfish reason of self-preservation. But his life was a continuous string of regrets. He considers this a second chance, and he doesn't care if this is someone's test for him because he's going to protect them this time. Immediately, Jae-hyun tells them all to run straight out of the dungeon while he distracts the monster. Sung-woo asks him what he's talking about and asks how he will deal with the monsters. But before the words can come out of his mouth, he's ambushed by 2 kobolds from behind. Fortunately for him, Jae-hyun quickly blasts them away with some holy arrows, so he asks Jung-woo to shut up and get out of there. As the Kobold Lord swings his huge weapon again to smash Jae-hyun into the ground, our boy tries to explain to the others that he can't fight and protect them at the same time. As the monster is about to pound our boy into the ground, Ina calls out his name in fear, but as he turns around to face the monsters, a shield appears between him and the monster to weather the impact of the strike. Surprised, Jae-hyun looks to his side and realizes that Ina activated the shield. She informs him that she can help, and our boy knows from the look in her eyes that he can't convince her out of this. He wonders if this is another change he has created in the future. Then he asks Ina to stay with him while the others go back to the entrance of the dungeon and tell instructor Ji-yeon about the situation. When Sungwoo tries to protest, Jae-hyun begs him to leave, so Gina agrees and promises to tell the instructor as soon as they can. As the two of them head out, Jae-hyun and Ina are left alone to face the monsters. Jae-hyun tells Ina he'll cover her from the back, so she summons her radiant holy sword and sends the sword through the flesh of the smaller group of kobolds. Jae-hyun takes that as his cue, and he rushes forward to meet with the kobold lord that's coming for him. When he gets closer, Jae-hyun notices that the kobold lord's body is melting, and our boy decides to stop in his tracks. He recalls that there's a limit to the amount of mana a body can contain, and there's something controlling the monster from the shadows, and the thing is pouring in way more mana than it can handle. That thing must be Odin's raven, and he decides to expose the ravens. Our boy equips his Mistletoe weapon. Due to having Mistletoe equipped, his field of vision expands, and the active skill called mana perception becomes equipped. Because of this, he can more clearly recognize the movement of energy from all beings that use mana. Using his mana perception skill, our boy sees the trail of mana leading away from the huge monster to a claw underneath. Jae-hyun is glad that he's found it, and as the monster comes in again to strike him, Jae-hyun activates his lightning chains and assures it that he's going to make sure it's dead. Meanwhile, in the gathering of the Aesir gods, one of Odin's ravens goes to Asgard to see Odin. Hugin informs the god that, through the ravens, he has found the whereabouts of Mistletoe, which had disappeared from the god's storehouse. Frigg, Odin's wife, asks Hugin where the Mistletoe is, so he informs her that it's in Midgard, referring to Earth, and it seems to be in the possession of the prophesied adversary. That disturbs her, and she calls Mimir an old fool, but Thor, who is sitting nearby, assures her that they're watching closely, especially since they signed a treaty with the anti-Aesir forces. Freya, who is also sitting nearby, accuses Thor of being complacent and reminds him how they lost Balder in the last war, and how the thing that killed him was the mistletoe branch, Mistletoe. After considering it for a while, Odin tells Hugin to find out whether the prophesied adversary has been in contact with the forces against the Aesir, so he returns to Earth to do that. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Ja-in keeps massaging the odd ring that he was massaging when Ji-yeon called him. Soon, Seaki steps in, and the chairman asks him how things are going. The instructor replies that no one seems to have noticed anything yet, and that pleases Ja-in. He chuckles again, and he's glad that he borrowed strength ahead of time. The chairman is certain that Jae-hyun will fall into his hands no matter how arrogant he acts. Ja-in tells him that all of this is for Odin and the Aesir. In the dungeon, our boy targets the monster's chest with his lightning chains. However, the monster grabs the chains, which do not seem to deal any damage to it, and swings its weapon to take Jae-hyun's head clean off. Our boy quickly leans backwards and jumps out of the way to avoid getting decapitated. With Ina by his side, he asks her if she can cover for him because he needs to be clear of the monster's attacks. So she tells him she'll try, but she doesn't look so good. Jae-hyun realizes that Ina is probably already aware that she can experience mana rebound. Even if he ends up defeating the Kobold Lord, the chances of Ina dying are high, but he wonders why she still plans to help him regardless. In this second chance at life, Jae-hyun had resolved not to trust anyone. After all, this world was completely unfair and cruel to the weak, but he seems to be having a change of mind. He turns back to his opponent and decides to end this. He only has one chance, and he sends a barrage of lightning chains at the monster once more, while Ina provides some support by creating a mana shield around Jae-hyun. Our boy dashes towards the monster, and Ina, who's feeling more uncomfortable, bites her lower lip as her hands begin to shake. The riled-up monster targets Jae-hyun, who is running towards it. Jae-hyun recalls that his friend from his past life once told him that there's nothing more miserable than dying because you couldn't trust your companions. So, as Jae-hyun leaps towards the monster, he signals to Ina to act, and he promises himself to confirm what his friend said from here on out. Jae-hyun jumps on one of the chains and uses it to travel forward, and Ina is shocked that he's able to use that as a movement skill. She wonders how skilled he is with mana control for this to be possible. Meanwhile, the monster waits patiently as Jae-hyun dashes towards him on his chain, but instead of colliding into the monster, our boy jumps right above it. In a split second, the monster twists its hand and tries to smash Jae-hyun out of the air without turning back because it would take much longer to turn back, but it's clearly doing this under the control of the Raven. Ina becomes worried that Jae-hyun would be knocked out of the air, but our boy evades the attack and smiles. Using his mana perception, he traces the mana threads to the spot where Odin's Raven is staying and bears down on the spot with all of the might of his sword. The strike is so strong that it breaks his sword, but it still works because the Kobold Lord reacts by letting out a shout. Suddenly, the system announces that the mana thread connecting the Kobold Lord and Odin's Raven has been broken. When Jae-hyun lands on the ground, the Kobold Lord crashes behind him, and our boy walks forward to see the face of the being behind all this trouble. When he steps forward, Jaehyun finds Hugin crumbled after being hit by his strike. He asks the raven what the hell Odin's goal is and steps on its head when it doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun notices a necklace with an insignia of 3 triangles, similar to the shape on Chairman Jaehyun's ring. He steps on the raven again and asks it what the connection is between Gu Jaehyun and Odin, but the monster doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun realizes that the raven doesn't have a will of its own, and it's meaningless to keep it any longer. He finally raises his leg, allowing the bird to fly back to Asgard to report to its master. Suddenly, Ina bursts into the area looking for Jaehyun, but Jaehyun warns her that it's not over yet because she needs to be careful about mana rebound. Before the words come out of his mouth, she suddenly freezes, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that corrupted mana has accumulated in his body. Jaehyun grabs his chest due to pain, and Ina does the same, but the Nornir system soon purges Jaehyun's mana due to the purity of his mana. Soon after, he finally stabilizes, and the system notifies him that his mana capacity has permanently increased by 5%. Jaehyun is glad it worked, and he's told that he has succeeded in hunting the first of his prey from the special quest called Raven Hunter. He's rewarded with 5 stat points, a blank card, and a level upgrade. Once he fully recovers, Jaehyun realizes that things could have ended up worse than they turned out, but when he turns to Ina, he doesn't see anything good, and the Nornir system informs him that his teammate's life is in grave danger. Our boy rushes towards Ina, and he's told that she will die if she does not recover immediately. Sometime later, Ina wakes up in a pool of sweat and a headache. She notices Jaehyun by her side, so she asks him what happened. He seems to have been asleep, but he wakes up when he hears her calling his name. He's surprised she's awake and asks her how she feels, and when she checks her status, she's shocked to realize her health and mana have fully recovered. She's confused about what had happened, because she remembers that she experienced mana rebound. Eventually, she tells Jaehyun that she's fine and asks him how he's doing. He responds that he's fine and mentions that he fell asleep. When she looks to her side, she realizes the Lord Kobold is dead, so she asks Jaehyun why he didn't leave. He tells her that he was waiting for her to wake up because he has something to tell her. She wonders what it is, so she asks him, and after pausing for a while, Jaehyun tells her that they have to get their stories straight. Ina suddenly blushes, because the Korean phrase for getting our stories straight is directly translatable as, I want to touch my lips to yours. Outside the dungeon, Yoojung demands from Sungwoo and Gina why only 2 of them made it out, and instructor Jiyeon tries to hold her back from doing anything stupid. She tells Yoojung she understands that she's worried about her friends. Meanwhile, Hoyeon wonders what he's supposed to do to help Jaehyun and Ina come back. Suddenly the dungeon door opens, and while Yoojung is still raising dust, Jaehyun and Ina step out of the door, causing everyone to freeze. Jaehyun asks them if they're fighting because of the 2 of them, and even instructor Jiyeon freezes in shock because the inspection team had told her that the 2 cadets would definitely be dead. The monster inside was at least a B-rank boss. Suddenly tears flow down Yoojung's eyes, and she runs towards the 2 of them with her arms open wide. She cries while embracing them, and explains that the instructor and the inspection people all said that they'd be dead. She tells him she's so glad that they're alive, and it causes Ina to smile. But Jaehyun tells her he gets it, and asks her if she can let go of them now. Even Sungwoo and Gina are teary-eyed, and when Jaehyun notices this, he thanks both of them for trusting them. Jaehyun tells everyone that their 2 teammates left because he asked them to go get the instructor for help, and they don't deserve to be insulted or blamed. However, Yoojung, who is still angry, asks them how they can just leave behind their teammates like that, so Jaehyun tells her he would have done the same, so there's no need for her to be like that. He reminds her that not everyone is as brave as her, and he asks her not to get mad for him either. The statement stings Yoojung, so she lets go of his arm and clings to Ina, stating that she was mad for Ina's sake and not for him. In a flashback to the time before they stepped out of the dungeon, Ina had asked Jaehyun if he was the one who healed her body, but he tells her he knows she's confused, but it's hard to tell her everything. He explains that he doesn't want people to know about this ability, so she asks him why he's hiding it. Eventually, our boy asks her if she's not curious as to why a kobold lord appeared here and endangered the students. He tells her it's because of Chairman Gu Jaehyun, who's a piece of shit who thinks of students as tools. Jaehyun tells her that Jaehyun is very different from the side of himself he shows to the public and the media, and he thinks it's fine for useless students to die. Ina realizes that's why Jaehyun is against the chairman and why he's hiding his ability, and he confirms it. After pausing for a while, she reminds him of some things he said to her the day they went to the office. Apparently, he had told them not to trust anyone, whether it's the chairman or an instructor, so she asks him how much he knows about Jaehyun. She points out that he knew from the beginning that Jaehyun is a bad person, and he acted as if he already knew what was going to happen, so she asks him how he knows those things. When he doesn't speak for a while, Ina pleads with him to answer her, and Jaehyun still remains speechless because he didn't expect her to react like this. He knows her life may be at risk if she gets more involved, so he considers using his indoctrination skill on her, but he changes his mind because she has a high magical aptitude value. Since her mentality is strong, it might not work, and that's not a good solution in the first place and a terrible way to make allies. Eventually, he apologizes but tells her he can't tell her more than what he already has, so she asks him why he can't. Jae-hyun finally explains that it'll be too dangerous for her too if he tells her any more than this, and he asks her to let it go for now. In the present, Instructor Ji-yeon bows her head and apologizes to Jae-hyun for not being able to rescue them from the dungeon, and she tells him she's glad he's okay. However, he tells her it's fine, especially because she didn't put them into the dungeon knowing what was going to happen. When Jae-hyun turns back to go rest, Ina runs after him and asks again if he really can't tell her the things he knows, especially because no one knows if something like this will happen again. But he apologizes that he can't tell her, and expresses his hope that she'll keep the promise she made. After Jae-hyun leaves, the Nornir system informs him that he's cleared the main quest, which is the first turning point, and the rewards depend on the route taken. He's told that he took Route B, which is different from the choice he made in the past. Because of that, he's given something called Idun's Golden Apple. Sometime later, Chairman Jae-in says that he has disappointed him. Seok-ji apologizes to the chairman, but the chairman insists that he will tolerate it once, but expresses that he hates having a useless subordinate. With an eerie look on his face, Ja-in turns to the instructor and asks him if he understands what he means. While trembling, Seok-gi promises not to disappoint him again, and Ja-in tells him he better not. The chairman tells Seok-gi to make sure to tame Jae-hyun in the next event before his patience runs out. The next morning, our boy has a quick shower, and when he sees his clothes, he recalls how Ina experienced mana rebound. Before his regression, Kim Yoo-jung died, and An Hoyeon didn't reach even half of his potential, so he believes he must intervene for the sake of the future. However, he believes he doesn't need to intervene for Ina because she'll do fine without his intervention. He decides that he has to be careful about how he interacts with her, since he's not sure how it'll affect the future. Eventually, he takes his seat on the couch and turns on the TV to see if there's anything worth watching. While watching the news, he reasons that he'll have to find out the relationship between Gu Ja-in and the Aesir as soon as possible, since what occurred in this dungeon is just the beginning. There will definitely be more dangerous situations in the future, and he knows he needs to grow stronger so he can respond to any situation. While watching the news, he notices one broadcaster asking another man about some other kinds of dungeons that exist other than the ones they're used to. The specialist invited to the show explains that there are theme dungeons, and you have to approach those differently than you would a normal dungeon in which you kill the boss to clear it. When asked what other feature a theme dungeon has, the man explains that the biggest difference is that you can't leave the dungeon before clearing it, and our boy recalls these theme dungeons from his past life, and he gets an idea. The specialist further explains that raiders who want to raid theme dungeons need to become a character of the theme and clear certain requirements. It could be regarded as a kind of roleplay, and what raiders want in these kinds of dungeons are rare item rewards. Apparently there's a hidden piece that raiders also call God's Arrangement, and this item is the reason raiders are desperate to clear such dungeons despite their difficulty. After hearing that, Jae-hyun smirks and realizes this is his opportunity to get what he needs the most. Meanwhile, Ina enjoys a cup of tea with Yoo-jung, and she apologizes to her for making her worried. Yoo-jung tells her it's fine because she's happy as long as the two of them are okay. She admits that Yoo-jung's personality is kind of shitty, and she was worried that Jae-hyun might have been mean to Ina, so she explains that Jae-hyun is always like that. Ina pauses for a while, and Yoo-jung becomes angry and asks if Jae-hyun was actually mean to her. Surprised, Ina clarifies that he wasn't, but it's just that Jae-hyun seems to trust Yoo-jung a lot. She reasons that she would be happy if Jae-hyun could also trust her and depend on her a bit more. Finally, she mentions that he might trust her if she were a bit stronger, and when she pauses again, Yoo-jung becomes worried about her, so she eventually gets up and proposes that they throw out the thought of Jae-hyun and go eat something yummy instead. As Yoo-jung stretches out her hands, she explains that there's a place she's been waiting to go to, and while Ina stutters, Yoo-jung grabs her hand and declares that they're going to make her feel better. At first, Ina is surprised that Yoo-jung is dragging her away, but a smile soon develops on her face. Meanwhile, our boy checks out the legendary rank consumption item called Idun's Golden Apple. It's an apple grown and picked by Odin, who is in charge of the Aesir god's eternal youth and immortality. Consumption slows down aging immediately by 50% and increases natural healing ability by 50%. It also permanently increases magic aptitude and cannot be sold or given to another user. Jae-hyun realizes that such features like anti-aging and better natural healing are super rare, and it must cost at least $1 million. However, the issue is that he can't give this one out too. He decides to focus on calculating all the loot he can get, and he recalls that an A-rank theme dungeon will open soon in a theme park in Seoul. It's where he can obtain the shoes that increase speed called Thialfi's Thundersteps that Thor's servant Thialfi used to wear. The shoes greatly increase one's dexterity stat, so a lot of martial arts raiders really wanted them. Eventually, Jaehyun takes a bite of the apple with much anticipation, and everywhere lights up. But he eventually realizes the apple tastes like every other apple. Soon after, the Nornir system informs him that Edun's golden apple is starting to take effect, and his stamina stat has permanently increased by 20. His mana stat has increased by 20, with his aging rate and natural healing ability increasing by 50% each. Apart from all that, his magic aptitude will be greatly increased permanently. Jaehyun is glad that the apple's effects aren't average, and his movements start to feel lighter. He picks up his phone and soon places a call to someone. Shortly after, our boy heads to the theme park in Seoul, and he finds out that the place looks a bit cheap after seeing it after regressing. When he steps towards the counter, the attendant asks him what kind of ticket he would like. But Jaehyun drops a Lotus Guild card and introduces himself as a raider from the Lotus Guild. He informs the woman that a theme dungeon will open up in the park in a short while. Meanwhile, Instructor Jian comes to Jaehyun's hostel to see him, and she's told that he's not around. The attendant informs her that Jaehyun had said he had something to do today and asks if something is wrong, so Jiyeon clarifies that there isn't a problem. Jiyeon wonders how Jaehyun is already able to recover from such an incident, especially being a newly enrolled student. He's not only skilled but also very fast at recovering from trauma, so Jiyeon realizes he has real guts. Before she leaves, she asks the attendant to tell Jaehyun to come see her when he returns. Jiyeon steps out of the hostel and plugs in a communication device to secretly speak with a team manager named Song Jiseok Sun by Nim. Jiseok soon answers and asks her how her investigation went, so she informs him that she found out that Jain was behind it. Jiseok asks her if Seok-gi was in charge of the dungeon trial and guesses he must be in a difficult position right now. He asks her to keep an eye on both of them and call him if she notices anything. Jiyeon receives the orders and also informs him that she thinks student Min Jae-hyun, whom she talked to him about, knows something about what is going on. At the park officials announce to their guests that they need to leave. Jaehyun is surprised by how quickly they responded, and he realizes the Lotus Guild is really influential. He recalls the call he had with teacher Xiangin to inform her about the dungeon that's about to appear. When he expresses total certainty, she gives him permission to mention their guild's name on the condition that he prioritizes his safety if things become dangerous. He's amused by her condition, so she tells him that it's not that she doesn't believe in how capable he is, but no teacher in the world wants their students to be in danger, since anything can happen in a dungeon. In the present, the Nornir system informs our boy that the theme dungeon called Neverland in Ruins has appeared. Apparently, a special item will be rewarded if 3 missions are cleared consecutively. A special quest called Big 3 is added, and his mission is to clear the 3 missions, which have a difficulty of A rank, with the reward of Thialfi's Thunder Steps. A 24-hour timer begins, but the failure penalty isn't stipulated. Jaehyun realizes things are just as he remembers from his past life. In a flashback, he recalls that another raider showed up and began to talk about how she could easily tell that the Viking was a mission location. In the flashback, she states that she was so smart that she could easily find some of the rides in the park, the haunted house, and the parade. Her name is Seo Ah-hyun, a 16-year-old theme dungeon raider. She openly declares that her skill, Cognition Accelerant, is pretty awesome. To her, there's nothing she can't do if she just uses her brain a bit. She talks about how excited she is to hear it's a theme dungeon, but she's not disappointed. Jaehyun recognizes her as a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. She was all excited about her own power and bragged about it but ended up being killed by those who were envious. Thanks to that, Thialfi's Thunder Steps went to some other random person. This time, Jaehyun figures it's going to be better for him to take the Thunder Steps this time. Soon after, the Nornir system asks him if he would like to start the Viking mission, the first mission out of the Big 3, and he agrees. He's soon transported to the Viking dungeon, and the system tells him the ending of this story is being changed. Jaehyun is transported away, and not long after, Seo Ah-hyun appears close to the place he disappeared. Shortly after, our boy is completely synchronized with the character of the dungeon, and he's told that he's playing Thialfi, a warrior who survived the invasion of the Vikings. The first mission of the Big 3, called Thialfi's Grudge, is soon added. In the theme quest, Thialfi's Grudge, the god of thunder, Thor, envied Thialfi's quick feet, and kidnapped Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva, as a hostage in order to force Thialfi to work for him. Our boy is to become Thialfi and save his younger sister Roskva to resolve the grudge. The difficulty of the mission is a B rank, and the reward is an active skill called Commander's Shout. The failure conditions of the mission are Roskva's death and Thialfi's death, but the failure penalty for him is death. Thialfi, servant of the god of thunder, Thor, and fastest in the 9 realms. He was originally a human, but he began to despise the Aesir because he lost his family to the Vikings who worshipped the Aesir. Jaehyun is surprised to learn that Thialfi hates the Aesir because this isn't the original story according to what is popularly known. And Jaehyun wonders if this is another conflict between the Aesir and the Nornir. Suddenly, Jaehyun hears someone call out to him using Thialfi's name, and the person asks him to wake up. When he gets up, he feels a sharp pain in his head but doesn't know where he is. When he looks around, he realizes he's in a ship he stole in order to find Roskva, and when he looks to his front, he recognizes the person who woke him up as Frederick, the person who came up with a plan to steal this ship. Frederick asks him if he's okay, and as he's about to reply, the ship collides with another ship, causing the entire ship to wobble. Before they know what's going on, a group of pirates enters their ship, and it looks like they're in trouble. Jaehyun doesn't know what's happening, but it's clear he's going to have to postpone finding Roskva for a bit. Jaehyun immediately tells Frederick he'll leave this to him, and he jumps into the next ship, even while Frederick tries to stop him. When our boy jumps and lands on the other ship, the men are startled, but one of them starts to make fun of him for jumping into the enemy's territory when he should be hiding. They begin to call him names and threaten to kill him immediately, but our boy doesn't say anything. When he notices a girl tied to the middle of the ship, he recognizes that it's Seo, the same girl who had boasted about her abilities, so he wonders what she's doing here. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that the lady tied up is Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva. Seo Ah-hyun prides herself as the owner of a genius brain and also a great raider-to-be. She considers herself an amazing person, but somehow she found herself locked up in this dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the emergency announcement at the park, she had told her friends she wanted to go to the bathroom. Now that she's stuck, she calculates that there's a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where she is, and a 0.0003% chance that she'll get locked up in a theme dungeon. After lamenting about her luck, she decides not to think about it but to think about a way out of here. After tearing up because she doesn't want to die here, she hopes a raid team might have already arrived. As she hopes to run into one of them, she spots Jaehyun standing in the middle of the park, so she tails him. She wonders who he is because he doesn't seem like a part of a raid team, so she decides to follow him. In the present, Jaehyun wonders why he ended up meeting her again of all the people he could meet, especially after they even made an announcement for everyone to escape. While he's lamenting, the pirates prepare to poke him full of arrows, but our boy creates a mana shield to protect himself from the onslaught of arrows. While they fire, he wonders why he's always surrounded by abnormal people. He soon creates a punch packed with mana and knocks them all down with one strike. Eventually, our boy decides to be optimistic. Even though Seo is a bit of a bitch, he knows she'll be helpful for the raid. A new and bigger opponent appears and tries to slash Jaehyun with his sword, but our boy slides out of the way to avoid his attack. Since he can't send Seo out, he decides that it'd be better for him to use her. After evading the first attack, he lands a punch on the big guy's face and sends him rolling backward. He'll have to first take care of this situation and then figure out what to do with Seo after. The other pirates rush out to deal with him, so Jaehyun tells them he doesn't have time right now, so he asks them to come at him all at once. After a short while, he takes out all the men and walks up to Seo, then tells her she can stop pretending to sleep. Jaehyun asks her if she's supposed to be Roskva, but she only hisses and admits that she's been found out. With a smirk on her face, she asks him if he's supposed to be Thialfi. Jaehyun affirms that he is, and he crouches down to speak with her. But he suddenly cracks the structure she's tied to with a punch, causing her to tremble. With a crazy look in his eyes, Jaehyun tells her he can tell what she's thinking about right now, so he advises her not to try any of her funny ideas. It's clear the threat worked because Seo nods eagerly and hiccups. Soon after, the system informs Jaehyun that he's cleared the first mission of the Big Three, and he's being sent to the field. He and Seo soon appear in the park again, and they sit across from each other at a table. In Seo's eyes, Jaehyun is a magic class raider that moves like a martial arts raider. She guesses he's roughly the same age as her and has a shit personality. As she wonders who this strange person is, Jaehyun finally breaks the silence and asks what kind of skill she has. Seo stutters and eventually reveals that her skill allows her to be better at swordsmanship. She believes that Lai should trick Jaehyun since there aren't many middle schoolers who have skills. Since he has a shitty personality, she plans to use him to her advantage, but while she's thinking, Jaehyun tells her that's not all there is to her skill. When he tells her he hates liars, she insists that she's not lying and she has a D-rank skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Revision. After a short pause, Jaehyun informs her that her skill is called Cognition Accelerant, and he explains that it makes it feel like time's slowed down and quickens the user's thoughts. It's usually used in leadership positions, but it's effective for analyzing and figuring out the opponent's mind. When he asks her if he's wrong, she's utterly perplexed and asks him how he was able to figure out her skill. Immediately, Jaehyun gets up and tells her he can't take her around with him because she still seems to be planning to lie and use him. He tells her he's not that stupid, and turns around. But she pleads with him to wait and apologizes with tears streaming down her eyes. She begs him not to leave her alone there because she'll absolutely die if he leaves her behind. Jaehyun asks her how he can trust her, and she offers to figure it out. When he hears that, our boy smiles and proposes she write a contract in that case. She's initially confused, but she soon understands what he's saying when they draft up a contract. The first term of the contract is that she can't act in any way that will harm Jae-hyun. The second is that she must obey all of his orders. The third is that Jae-hyun will guarantee her safety until clearing the Neverland theme dungeon. And the fourth is that she will never talk about this contract. She grabs her hair in frustration as she reads the contract. This contract is enforceable using Jae-hyun's subordination skill that comes with his indoctrination skill. He can hold supremacy through a contract, and he knows this is the best way to use her since she's a real pain in the ass. Eventually she agrees to sign it, and a binding chain appears around her neck and arm after she does. The system declares that Seo has been subordinated, and the subordination will not be broken even after clearing the question, as it is a subordination through contract. Jae-hyun tries to cheer her up by saying it's a pretty good condition since it's not like he has control over her mind, but she retorts that there's no way it'd feel pleasant to have someone else in her mind. When she says that, he tells her she can break the contract since he never forced her into this, and he can just leave her here. But before he can finish his statement, she assures him she'll do her best. Meanwhile, in Hel's temple, someone tells Hel that he noticed the little adversary seems to be working hard, especially since the glares of the Aesir gods have gotten rather sharp. He shares that the Aesir gods will definitely be upset if he leaves now, so he asks Hel to be his eyes because he'll need to stall for time until the adversary is ready. At the park, Seo follows Jae-hyun around, and she soon asks him where they're going now. He informs her that they're going to one of the rides called the Haunted House first, and she shrieks because she's afraid of rides. So Jae-hyun asks her if she's scared. However, she asks him if he really thinks she'd be scared of that and asks what kind of middle schooler is afraid of something like that. Jae-hyun responds that someone like her could be, but when she insists that she's not afraid, he agrees with her. When they get closer, our boy tells her to prepare to go in, but she pleads that she needs time to do some deep breathing. The system declares that they're starting the second mission in the haunted house, and they're soon transported there. They're to escape without breaking the 3 rules, and some of their skills will be locked. Jae-hyun asks Seo what her role is in the dungeon, and it seems to her she's a cameraman because of the camera given to her. So she asks him what his own role is. Our boy explains that he's some horror streamer, and it's been a while since they've had a guest. Suddenly, a huge man appears by their side and greets them. Seo looks like she's about to explode, but the man soon introduces himself as Alfred, a butler of this mansion, and he explains he's serving Countess Flandier. The butler explains that the Count instructed him to come greet them, and the Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that he's received the second mission. In the second mission, called the Flandier mission, they've been invited by Countess Flandier, the owner of the Flandier mansion, but this place is creepy and holds a terrible secret. Their job is to use the camera to reveal the truths of this mansion and escape, and the difficulty of the mission is A rank, but it has a reward of an active skill called illusion. The mission will be a failure if they're unable to escape within the time limit and reveal the mansion's truths, and the penalty is death. Alfred soon invites them in because the Countess had emphasized to him that he must treat them to the best of his ability. Our boy looks slightly tense, but Seo is dripping with sweat. Alfred offers to guide them to the dining room first since they must be tired from the journey. Once inside, Jae-hyun sees a vase with a tag that shows it's for the most beautiful and foolish little girl. Seo notices a pretty painting of a little girl and a dog, so Alfred informs them that it's a portrait of the owner and Sean, the dog. Our boy figures the girl must have been 12 or 13, so he mentions that the Countess must really treasure her childhood, seeing that she put up a portrait like this. Alfred agrees that the Countess values her childhood because she has very dreamlike happy memories, but he says this with such a ghastly expression that it makes MC uncomfortable and Seo teary. Eventually, the weird butler tells them to follow him. As they both follow behind, our boy knows he has to be alert. The system told him the context of the first mission, but didn't do so for this second mission, which means he'll have to figure out all the secrets himself. He looks over at Seo, who is freaking out, and he asks her if she's good, pointing out that she was lying when she said she wasn't scared. However, Seo interjects that she's only jittery because she's not gotten used to the place yet. Soon after, Alfred tells them they've gotten to the dining table, where he shows them the feast that Countess Flandier has prepared for them. Still with that creepy look in his eyes, he tells them to dig in and slowly disappears behind the door as if waiting for them to eat poison off the plates. When Alfred leaves, the two of them pause for a while. Eventually, Seo mentions that it would definitely be a bad idea to eat the food, so Jae-hyun suggests that they explore since the butler isn't here yet. As he's about to move, Seo tells him to wait so they can get some information before they go. When he waits, she focuses her attention and activates her cognition accelerant skill. The skill makes her very aware of her surroundings, and after a short time, she informs Jae-hyun that she's discovered a few things about the mansion. Our boy is surprised by how fast she got information, so he asks her what it is. Seo states that she thinks the owner of this mansion is a kid that's about 12 years old, and when Jae-hyun asks her why she thinks so, she explains that the nearby chair and the lobby are proof of that. The seat of the chair where the owner sits is higher than the others, which means she's much smaller than the other people who sit in the other seats. Apart from that, all the shelves in the lobby were pretty low, and only the lower handles were used. Jaehyun considers that it truly makes sense, so he proposes that they go check somewhere else. Seo follows him around, and she expresses her wish to take the camera she got back with her because it's a really expensive one. When Jaehyun suddenly stops, Seo walks up to him and asks what's wrong, but he tensely tells her that this is not the time for jokes because they're locked in here. Outside the theme dungeon appearance, raiders and news reporters arrive 2 hours after the appearance, and a particular reporter mentions that an employee of the park had revealed that there is a raider from the Lotus Guild inside and a middle school student, Seo Ah-hyun. She also expresses their concern to find out whether the two kids will be able to make it out okay. Nearby, a raider named Sun By Neem standing nearby curses when he realizes that their inability to get into the theme dungeon early enough will stop them from getting promoted soon. His pal, Kyung-hoon, the same raider who had shown up after Jaehyun and Hoyeon dealt with the goblins, mentions that there was no way they could know that a theme dungeon would break out in the theme park. Sun By Neem mentions that if the civilian council judgment of them falls, then Kyung-hoon may also be demoted too, despite having been promoted with the goblin incident, and Sun By Neem recognizes that his own promotion will be nullified. Kyung-hoon thanks him for the positive words, and Sun By Neem reiterates that they're going to be blamed for all this. He asks Kyung-hoon to check who the two people who are in the dungeon are, and Kyung-hoon is surprised to find out that it's Jaehyun. He recalls that he heard that the boy enrolled in Mill's Academy, and he wonders if Lotus already scouted him. When Sun By Neem notices his expression, he becomes worried and asks him if there are 2 people instead of 3. But Kyung-hoon assures him that he believes that this theme dungeon is going to be cleared. Inside the haunted house, Seo is petrified when she learns that they're locked in. She starts to tremble and asks Jaehyun what will happen if they're trapped in here and never make it out. But he asks her to calm down because this is a dungeon, and there must be a way out. She has no choice but to agree with him due to her desperation, so she decides to look around a bit more for an escape. When he's alone, our boy considers that the owner of this mansion doesn't seem to like them. Secondly, there's no way he can't open such a flimsy door with the high stats he has right now. More so, Seo has escaped this place before on her own before his regression, so it's assumable that the required stamina stat for successfully raiding this dungeon is low. It seems to him that there must be another variable involved, and while he's thinking, Seo tells him to come look at something. He asks her what's wrong, so she explains that something is wrong with the camera. He thinks she must be dramatic, but when he steps closer, he finds a corpse of the Alfred who had guided them here on the table they're supposed to eat at. And he realizes the Alfred who guided them here was a fake. Immediately, the system notifies them that they've reached 70% of Alfred's secret, the first mystery of the mansion. When he realizes that the camera is showing them things they can't see, they realize this camera is a key to solving the mystery. Our boy realizes that if they assume that the Alfred they met is fake, then this screen is either showing them the present or the past. Since this is a dungeon where they have to solve the mystery of the mansion, they wouldn't show them the future, so Seo concludes that it must be the past. She believes the camera is showing them the mansion's secret through the past. If that's the case, she realizes all this food definitely isn't made for eating. Jaehyun realizes that it was weird that he kept sensing a bit of mana, which means all of this is an illusion. Illusion is a type of magic that occasionally appears in dungeon traps, so our boy places a finger on the table and activates his absolute calculation skill. For some reason, the system tells him that there was a failure with activating the absolute calculation skill because the skill is not allowed here. When he realizes that won't work, he turns to Seo and asks her what she's looking for under the table. She mentions that she feels like some device for opening a door might be there, because the only thing in the entire room that's different on the camera is Alfred being on top of the table in place of the food. She believes the key to escaping must be here, so it gives Jaehyun an idea to solve the mystery. Our boy immediately turns on his mana detection skill, and when he focuses on the table, he notices a beam of mana emanating from one of the plates filled with pudding. It confirms his suspicions, since locking magic is fundamentally tied to other objects or calculations. So, in order to destroy the magic, you need to destroy either the object or erase the calculation. He informs Seo that the key must be inside that pudding, but for some reason Seo is scared of going close to it because of the gory picture of the real Alfred's dead body. When Jaehyun taunts her by asking if she's scared, she screams at him that she's not and proceeds to stick her hand into the pudding to find the key. After searching for a while, she finds a key, and the system informs them that they have succeeded in undoing the second secret of the mansion, the seal of magic illusion, so they'll receive extra rewards once the dungeon is cleared. Meanwhile, the fake Alfred watches the two guests from a pearl in another room and becomes worried that the guests did not like the meal. He states that they can't be lacking on how they treat their guests, and he promises that he, Butler Alfred, will never disappoint the Countess. Eventually, he walks out to go do something about it while laughing like a maniac. Inside the hall, Jaehyun and Seo make their way to a well-lit room. However, when Seo looks through the camera, she sees a lot of gloom, blood, and children's toys. They soon find a door through the camera, which Jaehyun figures is the guest bedroom. When Jaehyun proposes that they go in to see if there's anything strange, Seo jerks backwards because of the blood in the room, but Jaehyun reminds her that they have to find a way to get out of there or stay in the mansion forever. Eventually, she agrees that she doesn't want to stay in the mansion forever, so our boy tells her to shut her mouth and look around and call him if she sees anything. After stepping in, Jaehyun decides to look around for clues. Not long after, he looks backwards and sees a girl in shiny white clothes and bloodstains on her body. When he looks closer, he notices that parts of her face have been torn off, and a thread was used to sew her mouth shut. She soon points her finger at him, and the fake Alfred appears behind Jaehyun, but he's not aware. Soon after, Jaehyun wakes up and sees a strange figure looking down at him. He gasps but soon realizes it's Seo. She asks him if he's okay, but he asks her to stop yelling because his head hurts. He had seen this coming, so he doesn't know how they managed to subdue him, and he wonders if this is how this dungeon is supposed to progress. Seo informs him that she tried to figure out what situation they're in using cognition accelerant. Taking into consideration all the moss and the moisture, she supposes that they're in an underground jail and there are traces of torture throughout the entire place. After a while, Jaehyun goes to the iron gates, and he mentions that there must be a key somewhere too. He decides to use his active skill called silence to prevent anyone from hearing them, and he punches the gate with a mana punch. Much to Seo's shock, the gate shatters like it's made of cardboard and even cracks the wall they were put into. When Seo exclaims, Jaehyun tells her to be as quiet as she can be because it'll be bad if Alfred or whoever he is finds them. She taunts him by saying he destroyed the wall quietly, but he tells her to shut up and thinks of ways to get out of there. While he's talking, they hear a dog bark, and Jaehyun is shocked to see a small puppy leap into his arms. He wonders what the hell a puppy is doing here and notices a key in its mouth. Frantic, Seo tells him to put the puppy down right now, but Jaehyun asks why since it's just a normal puppy in both appearance and mana, and he guesses that it may have been trapped here too since it has a key in its mouth. Seo protests that there's no way the dungeon would give them the key so easily, and this puppy could be a trap, but the puppy begins to growl at her. The growling puppy makes her stop talking, and the system notifies our boy that they've received a new quest called Flandier's Diary. The Flandier's Diary quest requires them to go to Countess Flandier's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. The difficulty of the mission is B rank, and the reward is the undoing of the theme dungeon's skill locks. The fail condition is if they die before the time runs out, or if they fail to accomplish it before the 2-hour time limit. Jaehyun reasons that removing the lock on their skills is a good reward, and he figures that Flandier's room must have a connection to the secrets of this mansion. They all sneak around until they make it to the 3rd floor. Jaehyun eventually stops and admits he doesn't know where they have to go, and the dog jumps down from his hands. Seo also laments because they don't have their camera anymore, but she stops talking when she notices that Jaehyun has frozen on the spot. She calls out to him to ask what's wrong because he's making her anxious, but when he doesn't answer, she turns back and sees the little bloody girl dressed in white clothes that Jaehyun had seen before. With a closer look, her eyes seem to have been gouged out and her lips sewn together. Jaehyun tries to talk to the girl, but Seo grabs his shirt and proposes they leave because they don't have time to talk to a ghost. However, Jaehyun brushes her hand away and asks the ghost girl why she's still here, and he asks if she has regrets related to this mansion. The girl shakes her head, so he asks her if she's here to help them, and she nods affirmatively. Eventually, our boy asks her where on the 4th floor Flandier's room is, so she points in the direction behind them. Jaehyun thanks her and promises to help her move on to the afterlife if he gets the chance, so he asks her to wait, as they all turn around, and the dog soon returns. Jaehyun signals to Seo that it's time to go, but she looks slightly worried about the whole thing. Meanwhile, in the theme park, Sunbae Neem sits with manager Sungjae, and he asks to confirm if he had said that the Lotus Guild will take responsibility for everything related to this theme dungeon. Sungjae affirms that this is true and says he can point the knives of the National Raider Association and the civilians toward the Lotus Guild, but in return, Guildmaster Yu Seongan has requested that they don't release any information about Min Jae-hyun. Sunbae Nim hesitates for a while and finally admits that it's hard to understand why the Lotus Guild would go to such lengths just for a Mills Academy student. Sungjae says he can't tell him the reasons, so Sunbae Nim agrees to accept the offer since they won't lose anything by accepting. However, Sunbae Nim asks him what will happen if he fails the dungeon raid, but Sungjae assures him that the Lotus Guild wouldn't have done all this for him if he was someone who would fail at this kind of thing. Inside the dungeon, Jaehyun takes out the last living armor with one strike, and Seo, who is standing nearby, is shocked because she had thought that living armors were C-rank monsters. Jaehyun explains that this is the shortest route, and these monsters are nothing. They open the next door, so the system informs Jaehyun that they're entering Flandier's room. Once inside the room, they notice it's super creepy, so Seo tries to go check the desk first. As she moves forward, Jaehyun stops her and mentions that it's obvious that there would be something on the desk. He proposes they check places where you wouldn't expect to find hints, and after looking around for a while, Jaehyun finds it. The system explains that he's found a diary in which Countess Flandier, the mansion owner, wrote every day. The first entry he finds is from May 7th of the year 1474. Flandier mentions her skin is looking paler every day, and all of the doctor's attempts do not seem to be working. She wonders if she'll end up dying without ever getting to see the outside world. In another entry on May 10th of the same year, she talks about how she's excitedly waiting for her great-parents, who had promised to buy her a doll she'd been wanting from the city. In another entry on May 12th, she writes how she got a letter stating that her parents died from an attack by thieves. The page is stained with her tears, and she wonders if they would still be alive if she hadn't asked for that doll. In another entry on May 15th, she writes that the funeral is over, and she became the owner of the mansion since she's the only one left of the Flandier bloodline. She explains that she's not happy at all because she's alone now and forever. In the month of July, another entry for the 4th day is written, where Flandier explains that a girl was caught who had taken one of the flowers from her garden. Apparently the girl is about her age and looked somehow like her doll, so she took a liking to her. She says she's going to ask the girl to live with her in the mansion. On the 20th of July, Flandier mentions that the girl said she has no name, so she named her Sally. They played every day in the mansion, and she expresses how happy she is to make a friend and hopes this continues every day. In another entry on the 8th of September, Flandier mentions that Alfred left the house without a word. Apparently Sally said he must have been in a hurry and that he went to the next town over, but she mentions how anxious she is because she doesn't know why he left. In an entry for September 10th, she mentions that Alfred has returned, but he seems different. Apart from that, Sally seems to be hiding something from her, and it seems something must have happened. In an entry for November 9th, Flandier mentions that she keeps hearing screams inside the mansion. Apparently the kitchen lady, Selena, and her maid, Michelle, keep screaming, and it seems like their throats are going to tear. She wonders if she's dreaming, but it seems too real, and she's scared. The page is covered with blood, and in another part of the entry, Flandier writes that Sally and Alfred are knocking at her bedroom door, and she's certain that they want to kill her, but she doesn't know what to do. After reading it all, the system informs Jaehyun that the restrictions on skill use are no longer in effect. Our boy realizes that Flandier had been murdered, and it was probably the doing of the monster that had stolen the mansion. He realizes that the monster must have been a doppelganger monster, and when he turns to look at Seo, he realizes it's actually a doppelganger monster that has been following him around. Behind the monster are several other Alfreds that are also monsters. The system notifies our boy that he's discovered the first secret of Alfred's identity, and he's completed the subquest, Flandier's Diary. The system informs him that he has succeeded in finding out all the secrets of the mansion, and he's now to safely escape the mansion. Our boy turns to the monsters, with the little puppy by his side as support. The monster releases deadly extensions from its body and goes in for the first attack, so Jaehyun scoops up the puppy and jumps out of the way. Our boy tells the monster that it's finally showing its real self, because he was growing impatient seeing it act so fake. The monster laughs for a bit and tells him he's pretty quick to catch on for a human, but Jaehyun tells him it wasn't anything difficult because he's just smart. Apparently, Jaehyun could see the monster for what it truly is because of his ability to see through illusions. Eventually, our boy tells the doppelganger that it's also possible that he's not that smart, but the monster is just stupid. That statement annoys the doppelganger, and it asks him how he can dare to insult him. In a rage, the monster destroys the overhead lamp and the roof, forcing Jaehyun to run out of the room. With the monster hard on his tail, our boy activates his lightning chain and fires it at the monster, causing large gaps in its structure, but it doesn't destroy it. During this time, the little puppy begins to feel queasy because of all the quick movements. The doppelganger is a B-rank monster that's dangerous because of its ability to copy another being's skill and appearance. But when considering only its combat skills, it's more like a C-rank monster. After the monster regains its form, it tells Jaehyun that it'll consume his body, and it demands that he give over his body. Jaehyun doesn't move an inch, so the monster rushes toward him, and Jaehyun still doesn't move even when the monster is inches away from him. When it comes closer, our boy surrounds it with another lightning chain, and asks how it feels to be played after being the one to play others for a long time. The heat of the lightning burns the monster, and it lets out a loud shriek. As the monster melts into a puddle, it mentions that envy led him to this because he also wants to be human. Eventually, the heat burns into the ground until the monster falls through. With the monster out of sight, Jaehyun turns to the dog and tells it it's pretty good at barking, and it's talented at being a dog, which probably means the dungeon transformed Seo into a dog. Eventually, our boy heads to the nearby door, but he soon notices the spirit of Flandier again. But this time, she looks just like she looked in the painting. She has a smile on her face and waves at him, which makes Jaehyun smile back at her. As he opens the door, he tells her goodbye, and the system informs him that he has cleared the second mission. It also adds that he's cleared all hidden scenarios in the mission, and will be given extra rewards. Jaehyun and Seo are soon transported to the real world, and our boy checks out his rewards. One of the rewards is called Commander's Shouting, which increases morale in allies to increase mana and stamina. The second is Illusion, which creates illusions for the enemies. Jaehyun doesn't really like the Commander's Shouting skill because he won't use party member support skills often, but he likes the Illusion skill because he can use it to turn tables in a battlefield. When he turns to Seo, she tells him he should have said something since he knew she was the puppy, and she mentions that she was super scared that something was going to happen to her. Jaehyun reminds her that she made it out alive in the end, but she protests that she's still upset. Our boy tells her to get up instead of whining because they have to get to the next destination, which startles her because she was hoping they could take a break. Surprised, he asks her if she's tired since she hasn't even done anything ever since they were in the underground cell, so she explains that she has mental fatigue. However, Jaehyun agrees that he understands that, but he's sure it'll go away if she moves around. Using the subordination skill, he tells her to walk, and her legs suddenly start moving on their own. As she begins to walk to the next mission, she screams aloud in frustration and tells Jaehyun that she will never forgive him. After walking for a while, Seo ends up short of breath, and she asks Jaehyun if this place is a parade. Our boy takes a potion and confirms that it is, but he also warns that they need to keep an eye out because they don't know what's coming. Suddenly, a voice comes out through the speakers and welcomes everyone to Neverland. When they look in front of them, they see a crowd gathered around a stage, and the host introduces himself as Bruin. Bruin invites them all to his parade, and he approaches Jaehyun and Seo to welcome them. He congratulates them for successfully completing the 2 missions. So Jaehyun goes straight to the point by asking him what the last mission is going to be like. Bruin explains that the last mission is tag, and he points them to a gate that's not far away. Apparently, the both of them will have to run from the monsters that'll come out of it and reach the final destination. Jaehyun replies that he doesn't believe that's all there is to it, so Bruin compliments his cleverness. Eventually, Bruin explains that the game of tag spawns monsters depending on the number of challengers and how strong they are. Jaehyun realizes this is bad because if his skills are considered, there will be stronger monsters compared to those from earlier, and it's going to be hard to fight and protect Seo at the same time. When Bruin does an appraisal of their skills, he congratulates them because they're measured to be S rank. Bruin marvels because he hasn't had such high ranks before and mentions that he's impressed, but Jaehyun protests that this doesn't make any sense. However, Bruin only wishes them luck and transforms into fire. The Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's received the quest called Last Festival, and he has to run away from Surtur, the fire monster, and get to the final destination or defeat the monster. The theme quest, Last Festival, has a difficulty of S+ rank, and the reward is Thialfi's Thunder Steps. The requirements that typify failure include being killed by Surtur, but they're told there are 3 enemies to defeat. Apparently there's a hidden quest to both kill Surtur and get rid of the potential threat, which has an undecided reward, which could possibly be something called Unbelievable Performance. Jaehyun is stunned that there are 3 of them, and he figures that something is wrong. While they're watching, another fire monster comes out of the gate that Bruin pointed to. Surtur is a being whose purpose was to engulf the whole world in flames before even the first giant, Ymir, was born. The sword of flames in his hand is said to be hot enough to burn the world to ashes in a matter of a few hours. Jaehyun quickly starts to run, and he drags Seo with him as Surtur begins to set everything close by on fire and rain brimstones over the whole place. Seo, who is now crying, asks how they're supposed to run away from that monster, but our boy tells her he's thinking about it and advises her to shut up and run if she doesn't want to die. Fire keeps raining down on the area they're in and begins to engulf the buildings. Meanwhile, another being in the form of a cat tells Hel that she thinks this is her fault. She wonders if she should help them, but Hel jokingly accuses her of being cruel because she knows she has no intention to help them. Hel eventually asks her to leave them be because she wants to see how Jaehyun will survive this. On the parade ground, Surtur keeps raining fire on the ground, and Jaehyun keeps trying to escape. He realizes it's too dangerous to fight the monster directly, so he has to avoid fighting him head-on and find the goal. Seo soon informs him when she finds the destination, so our boy rushes there and tells her to hold on for a bit longer. Our boy activates his skill called Haste, which increases his speed, and he dashes toward the final destination. His plan is to distract the monster and use Seo to get to the goal. Meanwhile, Surtur asks which fool summoned him, and he rains down much more fire in a frenzy, which almost 2 players miss by the skin of their teeth. Jaehyun curses, then tells Seo to keep her mind alert and listen to him. He tells her that they'll split up and keep running, so he tells her to run straight to the merry-go-round. Seo asks him if he's going to distract this thing, so he asks her if she wants him to use her as bait instead, then tells her to just run. As she makes her way toward the final destination, Jaehyun ends up face-to-face with Surtur and signals to him, calling him a bastard. The monster looks down at him, then blasts him with fire, but our boy quickly jumps out of the way. He jumps on the pinnacle of a nearby tower and asks Surtur how he's going to catch up when he's so slow. The monster begins to release fire from his mouth due to rage, so he smashes the building Jaehyun is standing on with one strike, but Jaehyun jumps out of the way again. Meanwhile, Seo almost reaches the destination, but before she can get there, Surtur sends down fire to destroy the destination. She's forced to stop, confused as to what the heck is going on, and Jaehyun wonders the same thing. Soon enough, the system announces that the goal has been destroyed, so the quest's clear condition, other than the hidden quest, has been changed to impossible. At that point, Surtur calls Jaehyun an ignorant fool and asks how he can dare consider himself to be a match for him. Our boy realizes that the only way out is to kill Surtur, so he stands his ground. The next time Surtur sends a ball of fire at him, Jaehyun easily blocks it without moving out of the way. Surtur commends his impressive skill because there have only been a few other people who could defend against his attack. Eventually, the monster reaches for his sword and swings it toward Jaehyun to see if he can block this too. Regardless, our boy doesn't move out of the way and prepares to block it. Nearby, Seo realizes they might really end up dying at this rate, so she decides to use her cognition accelerant skill to find something she can do to help. While Jaehyun is defending himself against the onslaught of fire, Seo calls out to him and informs him that she has found a way to beat the giant. Jaehyun leaves the battlefield to go meet Seo, so Surtur asks him how he dares to run away from him. When our boy runs far away into one of the standing buildings to speak with Seo, she explains they can use the water tank. Apparently there's a water tank on the outskirts of Neverland, and if they lure the monster there, they might be able to damage it if they use water to get rid of its flames. Jaehyun reasons that they might truly be able to damage its head or heart if they can deal with the flames, and Seo further explains that this can only be a copy and not the original giant from the myth. She believes that this monster would die if they were to destroy his weak points. She explains that she'll use her skill to predict Surtur's route and tell him so he can lure him to the water tank. Soon after, Jaehyun goes out and runs toward the water tank, but he relies on Seo to call out the number of steps to take in what direction and what to do to avoid the next attack that Surtur is going to direct at him. At one point, our boy stops, so Surtur calls him a weak human and asks him if he's given up on running. Jaehyun turns back at him and tells him he's not running. Our boy mentions that he heard that Surtur is nothing compared to the Aesir gods, and he's just working as a gate guard right now, so he's not in the position to call him weak. That statement stings Surtur, and when he only exclaims, Jaehyun asks him if he's also scared of him, who is a human too. Surtur, now blazing through his eyes, calls our boy a bastard, and when Surtur strikes him with fire, a surge of water bursts out toward him. It turns out that Jaehyun had activated his illusion skill, so Surtur didn't know he was standing right in front of the water tank and not Jaehyun. The water is so great that it covers up the monster and temporarily puts out the fire around his body. Without hesitation, our boy leaps into the air with his mana-packed sword and strikes it into the monster's heart, pushing him to the ground. With his back on the ground, Surtur accuses him of using a dirty trick, but Jaehyun says it doesn't matter since he won. The giant warns him not to be arrogant because he only fought him with a copy of himself, and dealing with the original form won't be this easy. Shortly after, Surtur dematerializes, so the system informs Jaehyun that he has cleared the last mission of the Big Three, and he has cleared the hidden route and will get extra rewards called Unbelievable Performance, as well as an item called Surtur's Undying Flames. Seo, who is standing nearby, is glad that it's all really over. The cat that was watching them realizes that Jaehyun didn't need help after all. He finds him interesting and admires his willingness to get stronger, but Hel mentions that Jaehyun is nothing more than just a vessel. The cat doesn't believe what Hel said because she's the one who's always curious about how Jaehyun is doing, and he also believes that it's too early to let the Aesir know about the boy, but they need to focus on helping him become stronger so he can get strong enough to kill Odin, the leader of the Aesir. Meanwhile, our boy is given the S-ranked Thialfi's Thundersteps, who stepped up to the position of a god of light as a human. The equipment will reinforce strength and dexterity, and grant a skill called the Step of Light, which is also S-ranked. Jaehyun is shocked by how amazing the equipment is, but he soon notices an odd expression on Seo, so he wonders if she's trying to pull something on him. He uses his subordination skill on her to force her to show that she got an item called Roskva's Seal, that increases one's strength and gives one a skill called Courage, which resists the state of fear and increases dexterity. While Seo laments about how annoying he is for using the subordination skill on her again, Jaehyun considers how he doesn't have any interest in any of her rewards, but he's more interested in her cognition accelerant skill. He decides to hold off on duplicating it since he can summon her any time. Shortly after, Bruin shows up to congratulate them, but as they are about to leave, he calls Jaehyun the Great Adversary, just like Hel and the other gods call him. That surprises Jaehyun, but when he turns back to ask him why he called him that, Bruin disappears. Meanwhile, Everyone waits eagerly for those who entered the dungeon until the shield around it breaks. When the two survivors come out, people begin to rejoice, but Sunbai Nim forces his way through because they need to discuss some things with the survivor. However, he gets to the front to discover that Jaehyun has disappeared, much to everyone's surprise. Seo is left on the stage like a deer in headlights, and everyone turns their attention to her. When Kyung-hoon shows up, he suggests that Jaehyun may have hidden himself if he's an assassin class, but Sunbai Nim protests that Agent Kim Ji-yeon had told him that Jaehyun is a magic class, and particularly a battle mage. Meanwhile, Shungun is impressed when she learns that Jaehyun vanished after accomplishing such a feat. Sometime later, our boy is glad to see there are no articles about his feat online, and he figures the Lotus Guild must have done something to cover things up. The way he was able to escape the people on the scene was by using Thialfi's thunder steps, which made him ridiculously faster. Another thing he got from the mission is Surtur's Undying Flames, which is single-use and can imbue a flame attribute to a weapon. However, Jaehyun considers how this incident with Surtur makes him realize that he's still weak. He doesn't want to have to use dirty tricks to win against his opponents, or win without having someone by his side. He wants to be someone others fear to approach, and he wants to leave behind his weak past so he can protect his friends and family, so he plans to become stronger. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in commits to a mission of reporting everything about Jaehyun to instructor Jung Yi-soo, and she assures him she won't disappoint him. When she leaves, Ja-in thinks about how excited he is about the next event, where he plans to get rid of all the dirty things in his way. On the ground, he litters pictures of several students whose faces he has crossed with an X. The next morning, Jaehyun tells the ladies why he was unavailable the previous day. Yoo-jung had assumed he was ignoring her calls and messages on purpose, but our boy clarifies that's not the case. Ina, on the other hand, asks him if he's hurt anywhere, and he tells her he's not. Yoo-jung thinks he has bad luck getting into such troubles, and she wonders if God hates him. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk walks up to them and mentions that he saw our boy's annoying face here. He tells Jaehyun he can't play any stupid tricks on him this time, but when Yoo-jung asks our boy if he knows who the strange new kid is, Jaehyun tells her he doesn't know him. Annoyed, Soo-hyuk screams at them that he's Lee Soo-hyuk, but instructor Yisu tells him to keep his voice down, so he has no choice but to back off. When Yisu steps on the podium, she introduces herself to the cadets and informs them she'll be teaching them the first part of understanding magic calculations. She asks them to do their best because she plans to teach them well, but Jaehyun notices that she's quite young for an instructor. When Yisu asks them how much they know about magic, Soo-hyuk explains that magic uses necessary calculations to use mana to manifest something supernatural. The teacher agrees, and Soo-hyuk smirks at Jaehyun to gloat over the fact that he answered the question. Eventually, Yisu hands out books containing basic magic calculation formulas for D-rank magic and the foundations of magic applications of higher levels, which is their focus this semester. After she hands some of the students some books, they lament that the books are all blank, but Jaehyun knows differently. When Yisu calls him to ask if he can tell her what's written in the book, he tells her that it's written in rune, and it annoys Soo-hyuk that he was able to answer the question. It also unsettles Yisu that Jaehyun was able to answer because the book is a magic text that can only be read by solving the calculations. Normally, it takes new students a week to be able to see the text in it, but he solved it by looking at it once. She realizes he's more talented than the chairman described, so she further probes him by asking if he knows the meaning of the rune on the book's cover. Meanwhile, Jaehyun doesn't know why he can read the book easily, and he doesn't know if it's the Nornir system playing a trick on him, or if it's the fate of the Aesir, but he tells her that the writing on the cover says, Odin's life and the basics of rune. In her apartment, Seo laments because Jaehyun, whom she refers to as a bastard, made her walk so much that her legs are now hurting. She also hates the fact that she had to answer the journalist's questions about the interior of the theme dungeon and explain what happened on her own. Before he left, our boy had made her unable to reveal anything about his skill using his subordination skill. Even recalling the experience makes Seo burn with rage, and she wonders when he's going to undo this subordination. Eventually, she recalls she can go find him, and it gives her an evil idea. Sometime later, our boy reads the book instructor Yisu gave him, and he finds it more interesting than he expected. He learns that all calculation formulas change their nature depending on how they're used. The in-depth knowledge of the basics from the book allows him to use a wider range of low-rank magic and can easily help him attain higher levels faster. When he notices Yoo-jung collapse from exhaustion, he praises the fact that she was able to succeed in reading the book cover. She laments that she's upset because she was the one who taught Jaehyun magic, but our boy jokes that the student surpasses the teacher. Meanwhile, Ina rejoices because she can finally read the first page now, so Jaehyun praises her hard work. His compliments make her blush, so she covers her face with the book. Jaehyun notices that Ina has been treating him differently, and he wonders if it's because he drew a boundary the day they came out of the dungeon. Outside the library, Odin's crow watches the students, and soon travels back to report the situation to Odin. Sometime later, Jae-sung organizes a naming competition for his potion shop, and offers to give a box of best quality potions to the winner. Hoyeon, Ina, Yoojung, Jae-sang, and Jae-hyun are seated at the table, and they soon realize it's harder than they expected. Ina mentions that it may be because there are barely any potion shops, and Yoojung wonders what will happen if the shop doesn't get any business. Jae-sung explains that survival is the most important thing to a raider, so there's no way a potion business would fail. He reminds them of their experience when they tried the potions and declares that this is revolutionary. A few days earlier, our boy considers how a raider would do anything to get stronger. Although, to get stronger, money is more important than effort. As someone who has regressed to the past, Jae-hyun realizes he has many opportunities in business and investments because of his knowledge of the future. In the present, he plans to get Jae-sang on his side since he knows he will be responsible for half of the potion businesses in the entire world in the future. Suddenly, Seo barges into the room where they're having their meeting, and she chides Jae-hyun for not keeping his promise. He wonders how she found him, but he soon recalls that the system told him that the user and the subordinate can locate each other, and this effect cannot be cancelled. Yoojung asks Jae-hyun why he'd blackmail a kid like that, but Jae-hyun only asks Seo to take a seat so he can borrow her brain. A few minutes later, Seo suggests the name Heavenly Demon Potion, but our boy forcefully makes her shut up using subordination because he thinks her idea is trashy. Others also suggest names, but Jae-hyun doesn't like them, and he believes even the monsters in the dungeons would have better ideas. Eventually, Yoojung gets angry because Jae-hyun isn't asking her for some ideas. He's not asking her because he believes her ideas will also be terrible, but he decides to consider her. She suggests the name Workshop Elixir, and our boy recalls that the word elixir is another name for the philosopher's stone that's supposed to bring back the dead and heal injuries. Jae-sung loves the idea, and Jae-hyun also thanks Yoojung for saving them, which is a first. Sometime later, in one of Instructor Yisu's classes, Jae-hyun answers a question about rune being the language and foundation of magic. He answers it perfectly, and it further annoys Soo-hyuk. After the lesson ends, our boy informs Instructor Yisu about a question he has about something he read. When she sees the book he's holding, she becomes tense, because it's a 4th-star rank magic text, which even most instructors struggle to read. At this point, she wonders what kind of creature Jae-hyun is. Later on, our boy heads to the library, and he soon realizes he's stuck on this book, and he also couldn't get anything from Instructor Yisu either. However, he doesn't realize that the librarian, who's sitting nearby, is taking notes about him, and the fact that he's reading a 4-star rank magic text. After leaving the library, Jae-hyun goes to see his teacher to help him understand the 4-star magic text. He explains that creation is to make new magic, destruction is to rule out and remove magic, and amplification is to reinforce magic. Apparently, the calculation formulas and theories are high-level and hard for him to understand on his own. Up until now, he depended on Odin's eye to understand the texts, but now he needs to understand at a deeper level. When he's done explaining, Seongun tells him that she can't tell him for certain either. When he asks why, she adds that he needs to understand the concepts in 4-star magic texts on his own, so that he can step to the level of an A-rank raider. When she notices he's still confused, she decides to at least tell him a discipline to help him learn amplification. She manifests a cloth in her hand and hands it to him, and Jae-hyun is pleased that this will help him grow stronger. Sometime later, our boy returns to the AR battle system room and battles with the monsters with the sash that his teacher gave him tied around his wrist. He looks pretty exhausted, and he soon activates his magic arrow skill and blasts it at the monsters, but they easily slash the arrows with their swords. Shongun had told him to repeatedly use one magic skill while having this item she gave him equipped. The item is called Gleipnir, a rank B item. It's a string that sealed Fenrir and an imitation item that was modeled after Gleipnir that temporarily decreases all stats by 50% when tied around a user. His teacher told him to focus on just one skill and analyze that magic skill's formulas again and again. When Jae-hyun asks her what this has to do with learning amplification, she tells him that's up to him to find out. In the present time, Jae-hyun notices his entire body feels heavy and slow because of his decreased stats, and it's worse than he imagined. Some days later, Yoojung notices the dark circles around our boy's eyes, and she asks him if he's okay. When he tells her he thinks he's fine, she informs him that she can detect him from 100 meters away because of the smell from his pain relief patch, and informs him that he's been living in the AR test room for a week now. Ina looks worried about Jae-hyun, and Yoojung adds that it's not good for him to overwork himself. He thanks Yoojung for her care, but reminds them that there's a quiz in 2 days, and he heard they're not done decoding the book and may have to take extra classes if they fail the quiz. Upon hearing that, the girls rush off to study. Eventually, our boy returns to the AR battle system room for another session, and he perfectly clears test level 41. The Nornir system informs him that his understanding of the formula has greatly increased, and his magic arrow's efficiency has increased greatly, causing the magic arrow skill to increase to level 2. Because of this, Jaehyun understands that amplification in the 4-star magic text means to level up a skill by increasing one's proficiency with that skill and understanding the magic's formula. Jaehyun realizes he's around the highest level of a B-rank raider, or the beginner level of an A-rank raider, just like Seongun had said. He remembers that they had initially approached each other to use each other, but now it really feels like a student-teacher relationship. Meanwhile, instructor Seok-gi goes to see the chairman. The chairman doesn't look very excited to see him, and Seok-gi realizes that he has to recover his reputation, which has hit rock bottom because of the mock dungeon incident. He informs the chairman that the guild experience event preparations are complete, and the chairman asks him if there are no faults with the thing. When Seok-gi confirms there are no issues, the chairman smirks in his evil manner, and it's clear that he has some terrible plans. Outside, Jaehyun moves into the woods, and he asks a mysterious person if they're going to come here or if he needs to come to them. Soon after, a bright light appears, and a strange figure that looks like one of Odin's crows jumps down toward our boy, but he moves out of the way. When the being is close enough, our boy lands a kick that sends it rolling into a nearby tree. Jaehyun tells the being that it must have missed the news that its colleague went through hell the last time he tried to kill him. Suddenly, our boy notices some other creatures trying to ambush him from above, and it's clear that Chairman Jae-in is on the move for these creatures to have the boldness to come at him inside the academy grounds. Jaehyun surrounds himself with magic arrows and tells them that they messed with the wrong person, then fires them at the bird-like creatures, knocking them backward. However, he soon sees something that makes him cringe. One of those beings turns out to be his father, Min Seong-o, who tells him it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Jaehyun burns with deep rage and fires several lightning chains at his father, who dodges his attack easily. After evading his attacks, his father places his hand on his sword and sends a sword slash toward him. Jaehyun gets cut on his side because he can't escape the slash quickly enough, especially because he didn't even see his father draw his sword at all. The slash Song-o sent created such a deep gash in the ground that it would have cut Jaehyun in half if he didn't move out of the way. After a moment of silence, Seong-o tells our boy he was looking forward to seeing him after such a long time, but his personality seems to have gotten much more aggressive. However, Jaehyun tells him to stop calling him son, because he never thought of him as his father. Surprised, Seong-o mentions that our boy must be in his rebellious phase, but Jaehyun tells him to cut the bullshit and state why he's here. For a moment, Seong-o looks at Jaehyun and recognizes that he possesses the power of the prophecy, but he believes there must be a limit to how strong he can become. Eventually, he asks Jaehyun if the resistance against the Aesir got in touch with him, and when Jaehyun looks shocked, Seong-o gets his answer. He sends sword slashes to cut down Jaehyun, but our boy manages to create a barrier to protect himself. Regardless, the strength of the slashes breaks the barrier and burns up some of his clothing, so Jaehyun wonders if this is really the power of an A-rank raider. His father tells him he's gotten stronger, but Jaehyun still can't wrap his head around how he knows about the Aesir, and he wonders what he's been hiding. Eventually, he asks Seong-o if he intends to kill him, and he tells him he doesn't plan to. However, Seong-o considers that the great adversary's growth is unbelievably fast, and at this rate, he will become a great obstacle not far in the future, to his plans and to the Aesir. He decides to use divine power to stunt the great adversary's growth, so he tells Jaehyun he'll take his limbs. Seong-o amplifies the power of his slash and directs a huge strike toward him. Jaehyun hopelessly stands there as the immense power moves toward him, until it's mysteriously stopped by the cat that was conversing with Hell. Seong-o asks the cat if the contract between the Aesir and the resistant Aesir was broken, or if he's just decided to challenge the great Odin. The cat tells him that he's not sure what he's talking about, and Jaehyun doesn't understand how the cat just spoke. The cat soon transforms into a female being, and tells Seong-o to go away because they still have business with this child. Our boy can tell from the mana coming from her that she's stronger than Seong-o, and he doesn't know what the heck is going on. When Seong-o asks her if she really has to make matters worse, she cuts herself and lets out drops of blood on the ground, and the droplets soon transform into monstrous hands that attack Seong-o. Seong-o blocks the attacks, and the hands become larger and the strikes stronger. While still attacking, Seong-o tells the girl that Loki has gotten weak enough to depend on a mere human to end the war between gods. However, the girl reminds Seong-o that he's also a mere human who's trying to kill Odin, so he's not much different. Eventually, Jaehyun's father decides to leave for now, but he warns her that he'll make sure she takes responsibility for the contract with Aesir if she gets in his way next time. Regardless, she tells him to do as he will, but reminds him she can behead him at any time if he also interrupts her. After leaving a love mark on his neck, she reminds him the contract is between just the Aesir and the resistant Aesir, but there's nothing in the contract forbidding the murder of Odin's crow. Soon after, Seong-o disappears, and our boy soon collapses on the ground, severely injured. The girl walks up to him and tells him it's nice to meet him. She introduces herself as Hell's alter ego, Hela, and says she's his observer and his guide for the 5 trials. Sometime later, our boy returns to the academy to heal himself. Hela informs him that he can ask her anything if he's curious, and she'll answer anything she can. He decides to ask her the true identity of Seong-oh, so she tells him he's not his real father, and his real name is Hugin. Apparently, he's one of Odin's crows, and his name, Hugin, is a mythical creature that controls and feeds on the human mind. Hugin borrowed the power to manipulate memories from another crow, Moonin. Hugin has also been lurking around Jae-hyun, pretending to be his father, in order to keep an eye on the prophesied great adversary. Our boy is shocked to learn that Seong-oh is not his real father, so Hela decides to show him since that'll be easier. She points her finger at him, which triggers him to recall his backed-up memories. In a flashback, he goes back to his childhood home. He witnesses his father calling him useless and despising the day he was born. His father didn't like the fact that he awakened, and ever since he unlocked his mana, his days were filled with violence and abusive words. However, his mother always tried to save him and defend him from his father. Suddenly, he finds it hard to breathe, and somehow it occurs to him that he seems to have forgotten something that he should never have forgotten. Suddenly, memories of good experiences with his real father, who had always tried to give him sweets against his mother's wishes, resurface. He remembers how much of a happy family they were, and tears begin to trickle down his face. As he looks at the picture of his real father, he begins to cry profusely, and he wonders how he forgot. After his memory is restored, he returns to the present, and Hela tells him he's finally free from the memory manipulation. With tears in his eyes, he asks her why Seong-oh did that to him, and she tells him it's because he was born as the fated great adversary. The mention of the prophecy and him being the great adversary annoys Jae-hyun, and he asks her what these things mean and why they're all making his life so hard. After a short pause, Hela explains how 10,000 years ago, the first Ragnarok happened, and that's when everything began. Ragnarok is the final chapter of the gods and where the story ends. During Ragnarok, the Resistance Aesir alliance fought hard in the War of Extinction, but they lost to the Aesir gods and the army led by Valkyrie. After the war, Odin agreed to let the gods and giants who were prisoners of war live on the condition of creating a contract. The document notarizes that the resistant Aesir force has lost in Ragnarok, and from this point onward, they cannot harm the Aesir gods in any way, and will have to be obedient to the supreme Odin. Living beings of many worlds have suffered because of this contract and cried in despair endlessly until the 3 sisters of Norn gave a prophecy. They prophesied that 10,000 years from now, when the second extinction comes, the weakest being will bring down Odin and Asgard and open a new world, and that prophesied great enemy is Jae-hyun. When Jae-hyun confirms that the plan of the Aesir resistance is to use him to kill Odin, he asks what Odin's plan is and what he gains from all this. Hela informs him that Odin wants the 9 realms in the palm of his hands, including Midgard, where humans reside. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin finds it irritating to have to watch some inferior being just because of a prophecy. Heimdall, who's standing nearby, mentions that Jae-hyun is just a human who cannot amount to anything compared to them. However, because the resistant Aesir are determined and they can't afford to show weakness in such times, Odin grants Heimdall temporary authority. When he hears that, Heimdall is glad he'll be able to leave Asgard, since it's been a while. Sometime later, our boy hits the gym to work out, and he remembers what Hela had told him about the 9 realms. Apparently, Odin has already taken over some worlds, including Vanaheimr, Jotunheimr, Svartalfheimr, and Muspelheimr, and he wants to conquer the rest with the Second War. In the flashback, Jae-hyun asks why Odin hasn't already killed him, so Hela explains that it's because of the power of the prophecy, which is something even the gods cannot overpower. However, even though Jae-hyun is being protected by that power, it's not eternal and will vanish once the second Ragnarok approaches. She explains that the Aesir gods will kill him when the second Ragnarok approaches, and she explains that he was already once killed by them. Jae-hyun suddenly understands that the death he experienced in his past life was Odin's plan, and that they were playing him from the start. They killed his family, manipulated his memories, and made his life a living hell. Hela asks him if he wants to get revenge and protect what is most important to him. She informs him once more that she is the guide of the 5 trials, and explains that she will give him a trial in order to raise him into the person who will kill Odin. The Nornir system displays a main quest called the God Murderer's Path, which requires him to receive the resistant Aesir throne's power in order to keep Odin's ambition at bay. He's already done Hel's trial, but there are 4 other trials of unknown difficulty before he can receive the resistant Aesir throne's blessing. Meanwhile, Hoyeon does some special training until his muscles are sore. Thanks to the special training, he succeeded in obtaining an S-rank skill, but it's still hard on his body. He remembers that Jae-hyun is already at a much higher level than him, and he's far from being strong enough to beat him at the Mills Festival. Regardless, he decides to train further, but he soon hears an announcement summoning him to the chairman's office. In his office, Jae-in speaks with a certain congressman about getting rid of all the lower-ranking students so they can focus their support on the high-ranking students. Jae-in proposes the man take care of the rest of what they need once they get rid of the students. But the man protests that he can't because things got too out of control at the mock exams, and the Raider Management Headquarters is going to be on the move soon. Jae-in feels the congressman isn't speaking at his level, and he considers whether he should get rid of him too. He soon informs the man that he's completed the preparation and that they're going to artificially open a gate at the guild experience they're holding in a few days. That gets the congressman interested, so he offers to send over the supporting funds from the nation to Mills, as they said last time. Shortly after, Hoyeon, who still has the terrible experience he had in the demiplane in mind, is worried about why the chairman is summoning him. He supposes that the chairman was the one who invaded his mind at the demiplane, and was the one who caused the incident at the mock dungeon. As he knocks on the chairman's door, he decides not to act rashly because he can't handle this alone. Later on, while in class, our boy flashes back to his conversation with Hela. In the flashback, she informs him that Odin probably already knows that he has made contact with the resistant elixir force, which means that Ragnarok can happen earlier than planned. Instructor Yisu soon ends her class and asks them to wake those sleeping, including Ina, because she has a message. She explains that the guild experience will be happening in 3 days and that the event will be a good opportunity for them to see how raider guilds work and hunt monsters. She adds that there is a guild that was specially prepared by Chairman Jae-in for them. Jae-hyun hates the idea of going to the guild Jae-in provided and recalls that he went to a new E-rank guild and just sat on a moldy couch for a bit before leaving in his past life. But he can go anywhere now because of his accomplishments. He plans to go to the Neptune Guild because it's the #1 ranked guild in Korea before his regression. However, Instructor Yisu reads out a guild priority list, which offers a student they covet to experience their guild in exchange for a special point. Yisu announces that Jae-hyun, Ina, Yoo-jung, and 3 others were chosen by the Lotus Guild, and Lee Soo-hyuk was chosen by the Neptune Guild. Yoo-jung is ecstatic about the Lotus Guild, and our boy realizes this is why his teacher asked for the names of the skilled students. Yoo-jung begins to weep because she'll get to meet Guildmaster Yoo Seong-in and almost chokes Ina with a hug, but she has to stop when the 3 of them receive an emergency message from Hoyeon to show up at Jae-sang's workshop. When the cadets gather at Jae-sang's workshop, Hoyeon tells them about Chairman Jae-in's plan to kill off the lower-ranking students during the guild experience to make students reawaken. Jae-sang laments that the chairman's corruption is brought up every year, but now it's gotten worse as he plays with people's lives. Our boy realizes the guild experience event is much more dangerous than he anticipated. Hoyeon declares that they're the only ones who know about this, and the only ones who will be able to prevent it. Jae-hyun, on the other hand, believes they might just end up getting killed if they act rashly, even though it's noble to want to help the others. After silence lingers around the table, Yoo-jung asks them why they're hesitating at all when the lives of students are on the line, and Jae-song agrees with her. So does Ina. It actually makes Jae-hyun happy that they're all in support, and he believes their love for fighting and protecting others is what makes them raiders. Suddenly, the system adds another main quest called the Second Turning Point, where he has to prevent Jae-in's greedy plan and save the students with an A+ rank difficulty. The mission has a reward of a blank card and a sealed magic text, and the Nornir system informs him that the resistant elixir are watching to see what decision he makes. Eventually, Jae-hyun suggests to the others that they make a plan to mess up Chairman Jae-in for good. Sometime later, Instructor Yisu is surprised when Jae-hyun tells her he's already mastered a 4-star magic text, and she doesn't believe it's possible. She suddenly becomes afraid when she realizes this student is dangerous and something is off about him. She knows the chairman plans to use him as a chess piece, but she doesn't believe that Jae-hyun can be manipulated. Suddenly, our boy tells her that she looks pretty upset after passing a lot of knowledge to him as his teacher, so he asks if she's planning to snitch all of this to that bastard Jae-in again. When she demands to know how he knows about that, he uses his brainwashing skill on her and tells her he has a favor to ask. The brainwashing is effective, and our boy confirms that he's much stronger than her now, as he suspected. His plan to win this battle is to take control from the inside, so he asks Yisu to tell him about the kind of dirty things Jae-in is planning for the guild experience event. 3 days later, on the day of the guild experience, Yoo-jung is extremely excited that she gets to tour the Lotus Guild building. Soon after, Manager Sungjae comes to welcome the students to the Lotus Guild and tells them he'll be their guide for the day. He shows them around until they come to a place where Guildmaster Seong-in is waiting to meet them. Shortly after, they all sit around a table to have tea and eat. Yoo-jung can barely raise her head due to how much she's in awe, and she eventually asks the Guildmaster to sign a paper because she's a big fan. Seong-in signs it and tells Yoo-jung that she gets motivation from people like her. When the Guildmaster tells Jae-hyun that it looks like he's already made so many friends, Hoyeon asks our boy if he's already acquainted with the Guildmaster. She informs them that Jae-hyun is her student, and Yoo-jung almost loses her mind. The Guildmaster explains that she was able to hear a lot about them from Jae-hyun, and she called them here because of him. She explains that Lotus and a few other guilds already know about Jayan's corruption, but they haven't been able to do anything about it because of the absolute power he holds. Most of Jayan's skills are kept secret, and Seongan confesses that she doesn't know most of them. Meanwhile, some other students are being shown around in another guild, and one of them named Seong-chan considers his peers foolish for looking down on him or not being talented. He believes it's different now because the chairman picked him out personally to be here, because he finally saw that he had the potential to be a great raider one day. Suddenly, one girl stops Seong-chan and asks him if he also finds this place weird. When he asks what she means, she explains that a raider guild should have various facilities, but this place looks like it's been left here for a while, like some abandoned building. When he also looks around and notices the boxes and cobwebs, he becomes worried, and the man leading them informs them that they've reached their destination. When the man turns around, they notice his face burning off to expose the face of instructor Seoki. Seoki hadn't realized that his skill's effect would burn out so fast, and he realizes he has no choice but to start the plan early. He immediately activates a bright pink magic circle underneath the students and tells them goodbye. The students begin to panic and try to run, but they're unable to. Meanwhile, the kids use the mana map that Guildmaster Shungan gave them to track down the destination of some supernatural activity, but when they realize it looks more like an abandoned building instead of a guild building, they aren't sure they're at the right place. Behind them, Jae-hyun communicates with manager Sunjae using his mind, and he confirms that he's following them. When Sungjae asks him how he's already been able to learn telepathy, our boy informs him that he read a few magic texts. Sungjae is proud of his progress because telepathy is not as easy as he makes it sound. At the Yeonhwa Guild, Guildmaster Seongan detects an ominous mana wave close by. She flashes back to how Jae-hyun had told her that the guild that Ja-in wants to use for his plans is one called Cain. Seongan recognizes that as the guild that Jae-in made himself, and she finds it weird because Cain is a guild in the middle of Seoul, which is not far from Lotus. It doesn't sound like something that Ja-in would do to cause such a big incident so openly, so Jae-hyun informs her that he got this information from someone working for him. In the present, she asks Hana if she has looked into the guild that Jae-in set up, and Hana says she has. Hana explains that the Cain Guild is actually a ghost guild. Ghost guilds are guilds involved in tax evasion and other kinds of corrupt activities, and they don't record their activities. After hearing that, Seonggwen suspects that Jae-hyun was right, but she still doesn't know what Jae-in is planning. To be safe, she tells Hana to prepare her equipment in case something happens. Meanwhile, the students enter the Cain Guild. Yujung doesn't think this is the place because it looks abandoned, but our boy assures her this is the place the rotting mana is coming from. The mana Jae-hyun is sensing feels off, and he suspects he may have to send the others out and face this with manager Sungjae. When they move in closer, they sense the remnants of some advanced magic that was just activated. While looking around, the pink energy appears again, and our boy tells the others to get out immediately. Before they know it, they're surrounded by the magic circle and are unable to move. They soon hear a voice that calls them fools and summons them to Svartalfheimer, the realm of the Dark Elves. As they're being transported, the Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that the dungeon is dangerous compared to his level and he's to leave the dungeon immediately. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dark Elves commands his subordinates to arise because it's time to feed on new prey. The kids are soon transported to Svartalfheimer, and Jae-hyun recalls that it's said that the Dark Elves in Northern European mythology have powers comparable to the gods. However, the powers were weakened when this place became a dungeon. Hoyun is surprised that Chairman Ja-in can use this kind of advanced teleportation magic, and he wonders who he really is. Jae-hyun agrees because a mere human should not be able to interfere in the transfer system of the 9 realms, which means there must be another being involved. They all realize they're not in a good situation, but they're all surprised when manager Sungjae shows up. Sungjae informs them that Jae-hyun had asked him to come here if something went wrong, and Yujung is relieved that they're not going to die after all. However, Sungjae clarifies that the situation isn't really better just because he's here, because even A-rank raiders struggle to survive in the world of the Dark Elves. He plainly tells them that they'll all die if they let their guards down. Jae-hyun agrees with Sungjae that there aren't any flawless methods for clearing this dungeon, at least in this timeline, but he recalls that he has seen enough clearing tutorials from the future, so he assures everyone that they'll make it out of there alive. Before that, he proposes they look for the survivors. Meanwhile, Chairman Jae-in meets with Hoyeon's father, Mr. An Seoku, who complains that he's violating his promise to make Hoyeon much stronger. Ja-in assures him that there's no need to worry because Hoyeon will come out first in the next event. However, Mr. An realizes that Ja-in is like a snake and asks him how Hoyeon was able to lose to a magic class student in the freshman hunt. Eventually, the chairman informs him about Jae-hyun, a genius who was born with 97% magic aptitude. That figure shocks Mr. An, and he decides to take his leave. Apparently, An Seogu used to be a military officer, and his deep connections with the central government are of value to Ja-in. However, this is not enough reason for Jae-in to intervene in the new event, because he doesn't want to play games he knows he'll lose. In the world of the Dark Elves, Ina decides to use one of her skills called Flash to illuminate the place since it's too dark. But Jaehyun asks her to wait and uses a level 3 Flash skill that has stronger rays of light. Yoojung is surprised, so our boy explains that he leveled up Flash from D rank. Ina wonders how this was possible because leveling up a skill is only possible once you're an A rank raider, and Hoyeon is shocked that Jaehyun is already this skilled. While they move forward, manager Sungjae considers our boy's ability to level up skills, and he wonders how he's never seen such a thing, even though he's trained countless new raiders. He secretly wonders how much stronger Jaehyun can get. As they continue to move deep into the dungeon, Jaehyun suggests that they rest for a bit, and Sungjae agrees since they've been walking for a while. Because dark elves are used to the dark and can turn off Flash easily, our boy turns off the light so they can get used to the darkness. The kids soon take some mana potions that Jae-sung had prepared for them in advance to replenish their mana. When Hoyeon mentions that the survivors must be somewhere beyond the fork, Jaehyun uses his mana perception to check around the dungeon. He detects that the middle road leads to the room where the boss is, but he suddenly detects an incoming object and grabs the arrow mid-air before it pierces through Ina's chest. Our boy activates his absolute calculation skill, and everyone gets into fighting mode when they notice that they're surrounded by dark elves. Everyone watches in shock as Jaehyun crushes the arrow in his hands. Yoojung quickly activates a mana field around her friends, and Ina activates a skill called Slow to try to slow down the elves. She soon summons her Radiant Divine Sword and begins to attack the elves. Meanwhile, Hoyeon activates his martial arts Polar Extreme skill and creates a distraction that allows the others to attack further. When he gives the signal, manager Sungjae jumps towards one of the dark elves with his dagger and battles with it head-on. Our boy decides to join in on the fun, so he activates his lightning chain, which is now at level 5, and he strikes several of the elves with his chains. According to the tutorial on how to clear Svartalfheimer, the dark elves' weapons and armor are all made from magic, which means he can destroy all of it with absolute calculation. He signals Yoojung and Ina to only use fire-type magic, so they decide to follow even though they don't understand. As one of the elves throws his spear at him, Jaehyun tells Hoyeon to use provocation skills to simplify the enemy's movements as he burns the spear with his fire. Hoyeon soon uses his provoke skills to draw the monster's attention to himself, and Jaehyun asks Sungjae to kill the dark elves whose movements have been dulled. Sungjae follows through, but he wonders if Jaehyun knows something about the dark elves. Using his level 5 stealth skill to completely erase his presence, Sungjae tears up dark elf flesh. Meanwhile, our boy uses his fire strike skill and lands a strike that destroys one of the dark elves. Yoojung also activates her Flame of Eternity to create a fireball that covers a large part of the area and forces the elves to move. As the dark elves advance forward for an assault, Ina activates her fire arrow and takes them down. As one of the elves wonders how these humans know their weaknesses, Hoyeon's sword goes through his back and comes out of his chest. The elf is infuriated that a mere human dares to attack him, but while he turns back to face Hoyeon, Jaehyun's lightning chain comes to finish him off. Shortly after, the entire fight ends, and Jaehyun proposes they keep moving since they don't have much time. He informs them that he feels some of the survivors' mana, and he worries that they might die if they're late. In the academy, Chairman Ja-in berates instructor Seok-gi for messing this up greatly again. Seok-gi apologizes and tries to explain that he didn't expect an outsider to walk into the guild building, but the chairman doesn't take that as an excuse. Seok-gi tries to assure him that there's no need to worry because it's common for civilians to die in sudden gate appearances, and they can just cover this up, but the chairman thinks that's a load of crap. Seok-gi suddenly starts to bleed from his mouth, and the chairman tells him that the transfer spell does not work on civilians without mana, which would mean some rats who can use mana when in. Jae-in tells him to hope this goes smoothly because things won't go well for him if any of the students make it out alive. As the chairman exacts more pressure, Seok-gi begins to bleed from his nose and eyes. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Shongan urgently leaves the guild and heads to the Cane Guild to investigate the ominous mana. She suspects the spell must at least be an S-rank spell, which means the kids and Sungjae are in danger. However, since her earring hasn't reacted yet, she can confirm that no one has died. While she hurries out, she tells Hana to call the association for support right away if she doesn't come back before the next morning. As Seongan rides on her bike, she promises to never forgive Ja-in if he touches a hair on any of her people. Meanwhile, Shangchan seems to have been severely injured, so his friends help him move so they can get out. Eventually, they trip over a stone, and she begins to cry because they have to find a way to get out of there. She begins to blame herself for all that happened, and wishes she weren't useless. She's surprised when someone suddenly places his hands on her shoulder, and it turns out to be Jae-hyun. He tells her she's done a good job and asks her to leave the rest to them. Soon after, the girl passes out, and they give her and Seongchan some potions to resuscitate them. Seongchan soon wakes up, and he's told that he's in Svartalfheimer, the land of the Dark Elves. When Jaehyun asks them what happened, they explain that they fell down here after reaching the Cane Guild. Then they were ambushed by dark elves who took their friends away. However, the girl and Seongchan managed to avoid being seen by the elves, but they eventually collapsed due to the mana overdose. From the way the girl is speaking, Jaehyun suspects that she probably thinks of herself as a coward and wishes she had died fighting alongside her classmate. However, Jaehyun believes it's arrogance on her part to wish she fought with an opponent she cannot handle, since that's only stuff that happens in movies. The experience of how he also had to run from his teammates in his past life flashes through his mind, so he tells Seongchan and the lady that they're not responsible for the others being captured. When Jaehyun asks them to tell him where they were taken to, the girl explains that they were taken to the king controlling the dark elves. Jaehyun also asks them who brought them here, so Seongchan informs him that it was instructor Seokgi. After a while, Jaehyun asks the others to wait while he goes ahead, but Yoojung protests and asks him what he's going to do. Our boy informs them that he feels dark mana from the direction they took the others to, which means it's probably the way to the boss, and he needs to hurry because the energies from the other guys are getting fainter. Yoojung protests that he's crazy and would get himself killed, and Ina agrees that they need to work together, but Hoyeon agrees with Jaehyun for some reason. Our boy explains that they won't be able to fight against dark elves one-on-one and win, and they need to stay back to protect the injured. Yoojung tries to protest but eventually keeps quiet because she doesn't have any other ideas. Sungjae also reluctantly agrees but asks Jaehyun to come back immediately if he encounters something dangerous. Hoyeon leaves the others in Sungjae's care, but Hoyeon assures him that he'll protect the others with all he has. As Jaehyun makes his way into the dungeon, Seongchan's friend wonders if he will be okay, so Sungjae assures her that he will because he's strong. Meanwhile, Yoojung wipes tears from her eyes, and she assures Ina that Jaehyun will be fine when she notices she's also distressed. Suddenly, Sungjae notices something, and he tells the others to keep quiet because the enemy is approaching. As he reaches for his daggers, a beam of energy blasts past his head and injures him deeply, knocking him to the ground. Suddenly the dark elves approach them, and one of the stronger dark elves points out that these humans have been disturbing them like flies. Meanwhile, our boy keeps going forward, and he realizes he has to take care of this quickly because something might happen while he's away. He soon opens a huge door and runs into the king, who has been waiting for him and has prepared something special. As Jaehyun is about to speak, his earring begins to burn, and he realizes the manager's presence is growing fainter. Before he can act, the door closes behind him, and the king tells him he can't leave this place unless he survives fighting with his soldiers. Jaehyun comes to a crossroads because he has to save the others, but when he remembers Hoyeon's promise to him, he decides to trust the others while he deals with this. The Dark Elf King begins to mock him and asks him what he's going to do, so Jaehyun creates a wall of fire around himself and assures him that they're all going to die here. In the outer part of the dungeon, Sungjae still lies on the ground with the sword that injured him by his side. Hoyeon rushes to his side, and he realizes that the manager is in terrible condition and may have been poisoned, which means these beasts are aware of the weakness of an assassin-type raider. The leader among the elves summons his sword back to himself, and he decides to deal with the minions, as he puts it, since the most annoying one is out of the way. Hoyeon confirms his suspicions that they were waiting for Jaehyun to leave to attack, and Ina mentions that the guildmaster must have noticed that manager Sungjae is down. She recalls that Seonggun had given Jaehyun an Ivaldi earring that would signal her once any of them were in danger, and she had promised to come if there's an emergency. In the Dark Elf Palace, Jaehyun burns with rage and literal fire as he tears through dark elf flesh. He covers himself with fire and approaches some of the elves, but he notices stains of blood on their mouths, so he tells them they're going to have to throw up what they just ate. Our boy recalls the look of determination on Hoyeon's face, which is the face of an insane person who's come to terms with his decisions. He's seen such a facial expression on his best friend from his past life, and on the friends that got killed in the mock dungeon, so he doesn't believe he should trust those eyes. Meanwhile, Yoojung creates a mana field, and Ina summons several divine radiant swords to give the Dark Elves hell. The leader of the Dark Elf group tells them that it's pitiful to see them struggle in a pointless manner, so he assures them they'll all become a part of the king's feast, and sends off his soldiers to attack. Ina realizes the elf is fast, but Hoyeon blocks the guy's attack using his shield. Hoyeon activates his martial arts Polar Extreme skill and retaliates with a slash that forces him to retreat. The move makes the leader of the group admit the humans aren't too useless after all. Hoyeon realizes that this group is stronger than the previous Dark Elves they came across, and when the leader approaches him, Hoyeon asks him what he is. The leader of the group introduces himself as Kel, the captain of the Royal Guard, and one who is of royal blood. They're shocked to hear that he's a royal dark elf, which means he must be stronger than A rank. Meanwhile, Hoyeon recalls the first day he met Jaehyun and how he stood in front of him to protect him, which made him remember all the good things he's forgotten about a raider. To him, Jaehyun's boldness is the dream he wants to realize, and he decides he cannot die in a place like this, and that he needs to catch up to Jaehyun no matter what. Hoyeon suddenly throws away his shield, much to everyone's shock, and steps toward the monster. He believes this is what he should have done from the start, because a raider has more than one heart, so he reaches into his higher, middle, and lower chi centers to open them. Kel is shocked by the sudden outburst of mana coming from Hoyon, and even beholding it slightly injures him. The man covers Kel up, and he asks Hoyon how he's able to do such things. However, Hoyon doesn't answer him but activates his unity of body and sword skill, which causes him to start bleeding from the mouth. Ina pleads with him to stop, and the system declares that this skill's level is far too high for the user, and the flow of blood within the body has been reversed. He's warned to cancel the skill immediately, or die within 6 minutes and 36 seconds. So Kel takes advantage of the situation and orders his soldiers to capture Hoyon alive, even if they have to cut off his limbs. Regardless, Hoyon doesn't deactivate the skill and decides to face the soldiers. He had succeeded in obtaining an S-rank skill called Unity of Body and Sword from his training, but it's still too much for his body. It's a skill used by those who have reached the peak of swordsmanship, where the sword and the body become one. As the soldiers rush towards him, Hoyon deflects them easily and goes to face Kel. As both of them clash swords, Hoyon realizes he's not yet a match for Kel, because he has only awakened this new realm of strength in an unstable manner. He realizes that all he can do is stall for time, so he continues fighting with Kel. While they're fighting, Kel tells him that his struggling is rather comical, and he points out that he notices what kind of state he's in. However, Hoyon refuses to back down, because he has to keep his promise. He tells Kel he would never know why he's doing this and goes in for a frontal strike, but the dark elf jumps out of the way and attempts to attack him from the side. Kel is unable to land the strike because Hoyon's heightened senses allow him to pick up the counterattack quickly enough to jump out of the way. Kel calls him a little rat, but Hoyon leaps right back towards him and almost overpowers the dark elf. Suddenly, while they're fighting, Hoyon's body begins to break down, and the system tells him to undo the skill immediately because all muscular fibers are being disconnected and all blood paths are being twisted. While he's in pain, Kel comes in to finish him off, but Hoyon still manages to block his attack. He begins to cough and pant when his body can't take it anymore. Regardless, he continues with the skill and decides to put up one last fight. From where he is, he releases a huge mana blast that tears through the ground. The attack injures a dark elf, but Hoyon is disappointed when he realizes it's another elf that Kel had used to shield himself. The elf calls out to his captain as he dies in his arms, but Kel tells him not to worry because he was useful. As Hoyon collapses and profusely coughs out blood, he mutters to Kel that he's a coward. The words barely come out of his mouth before Kel rushes towards him and drives his sword through him. Meanwhile, tears flow from Yujung's eyes as she watches the horror and calls out to Hoyon. Inside the palace, Jaehyun kicks Dark Elf behinds using chains of fire. He's still unable to set the captured students free, and when he recalls that he had asked Hoyon to give him just 10 minutes to kill the king and save the others, he becomes worried. Just then, one of the Dark Elves comes at him with a spear to kill him, but our boy waits for him to get close and covers his face with fire. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf King laughs as he watches the entire thing. He calls Jaehyun a fool and asks him if he thinks he can win against the number of soldiers going against him. Jaehyun asks him why he can't, and the king tells him he's very arrogant despite being a useless human. Jaehyun recalls that he heard people call him useless way too much while growing up, and he's sick and tired of it. Suddenly, the Dark Elves begin to struggle to breathe, and our boy starts to burn bright as several of the elves collapse. The surprised king asks the soldiers why they're immobile and not attacking, but he doesn't know our boy is activating his Chains of Inferno skill. As the soldiers try to attack, Jaehyun takes out several of them using his chains, and he thanks the king for giving him the chance to try out his new skill. Hundreds of dark elves burn because of the fire of the Inferno, and the infuriated king calls Jaehyun a bastard. He threatens Jaehyun that he won't let him live after what he has just done, but Jaehyun simply approaches him and asks him if he's serious right now. The king is certain that it's impossible for a mere human to be this powerful, and he realizes he cannot win against him. He threatens Jaehyun that he will regret this, and informs him that the other 7 kings will definitely destroy him even if he succeeds in killing him here. While the king is still talking, Jaehyun uses his Step of Light skill to run towards him in the blink of an eye, and he lands a punch on his face. Along with the punch, he releases a fiery explosion in his face that knocks the king away. Finally, he tells him it's none of his business what the other kings do and proposes that they come find him if they're pissed. Meanwhile, Kel drives his sword through Hoyon's chest. Ina watches in despair because she wasn't able to do anything while her friend was injured because she's weak. She's losing someone once again, and this time, there are only the leftovers. Kel walks up to her and grabs her by the throat, planning to gobble her up. Yujung calls out to her, but she only cries in Kel's hold and tells herself she can't lose. Suddenly, a bright mana overshadows the place, and it turns out to be Guildmaster Seongun, who asks Kel if he hurt them. She asks him to think hard before answering because he will die if it's true. Her aura fills up the entire place, and Hoyon, who's bleeding to death, is glad that he was able to hold on till help arrived. Once more, Seongun asks Kel if he hurt the people on the ground, and the overwhelming weight of her aura begins to make him sweat. Kel realizes that he can't ever win against this lady from the strength of her mana, so he plans to take the kids hostage to have a chance against her. He boldly declares to her that the gnarly sight is his masterpiece, so Seongun asks if that's so. She suddenly activates her sacrifice skill to heal them all at the same time, consuming her own life power. Kel is surprised that she can use healing magic this fast, and he wonders what the hell is going on. Eventually, Seongun tells Kel that she doesn't like it when people put a hand on her people, so she blasts him away with a torrent of energy. The blast knocks him backward and starts to consume his flesh until he begins to fade away. Yoojung watches in awe when she realizes that Seongun didn't attack Kel with any skill, but only shot out concentrated mana. Seongun rushes to Sungjae's side to heal him, and she's able to stabilize him. The only issue is Hoyeon, whom she realizes is in pretty serious condition, and when she tries to heal him, her system informs her that his injuries are severe and would take a considerable amount of time to heal. She realizes he's overworked himself by using power past his critical point, which has messed up his meridians and nerves. If she had been late by just a little bit, he wouldn't be able to use mana again. Shortly after, she manages to heal him, but her system informs her that her life power, which permanently decreases her life power by 2%. Using the skill takes a lot out of her, and she realizes that she would have been long dead if it weren't for Jaehyun. When Yoojung asks after Hoyeon, Seongun explains that he'll be fine but may not wake up for a few days. The news relieves the students, so Seongun asks them where Jaehyun is. They reluctantly inform her that he went to the boss room on his own, but instead of panicking like they expected, she assures them that he'll be fine. Yoojung protests that Jaehyun went in alone, but Seongun assures that Jaehyun won't die that easily. Since dark elves use magic to attack, she knows that they're no match for Jaehyun. Meanwhile, our boy tells the king of the dark elves that the other kings can come find him if they're pissed, but that can only happen if he makes it out of here alive. The king, who is now bleeding from his face, curses when he realizes he's now losing to a mere human, so he decides to make a run for it to tell his brothers about it. As he makes a run for it, he's shocked that Jaehyun outruns him and ends up in front of him. Using his lightning chains, our boy ties him up and smashes his face into the ground. Infuriated, the Dark Elf King tells him he won't die here alone, but he'll take him to Helheim with him. The king activates a secret technique only passed down to the king of the Dark Elves called Frozen Earth, expecting Jaehyun to shake in fear. However, Jaehyun thanks him for the unexpected gift, and the king wonders why he's smiling. Our boy activates his blank card and thanks the king for using it now, because he didn't think he would use it in a place like this. He soon registers the Frozen Earth skill onto a blank card and uses his absolute calculation skill to destroy the Frozen Earth that the king triggered. The king watches incredulously as the Frozen Earth attack crumbles, so Jaehyun drags his head up and reminds him of the saying to know himself and to know his enemies. After he burns up the king's head with fire, the Nornir system registers that he has defeated Kanan, the Dark Elf King. Because of that, he earns the title of the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. Jaehyun obtains an ingredient item called King of Dark Elves Essence and an equipment item called King of Dark Elves Pauldron. After successfully clearing the second quest, he also gets a blank card and a sealed magic text, as well as a skill called Embodiment of Magical Artifact. He soon rushes to help the captured students, and he's glad to find out that one of them is still breathing. However, his stomach turns when he realizes that some of them are dead, so he uses his sacrifice skill to heal the guy that's still breathing. While healing him, Seongun comes to join her power with his, and she tells him that being a healer is a cruel job. Apparently, a healer is happiest when healing is not needed, and the second happiest person when saving a person who's on the brink of death. Meanwhile, on the streets of the city, Seokgi boils with anger when he realizes that his plans have been foiled. He swears to himself that it doesn't matter if they make it out of the dungeon because they will all die painfully. Suddenly, Jaehyun appears by his car window and smashes the glass to grab his neck. With a maniacal look on his face, Jaehyun calls him a son of a bee because of what he did. An hour ago, those who are trapped in the world of the Dark Elves come out at the entrance of the Cain Guild. Songchan thanks Seongun for her help, so Seongun says they can come to her guild later on if they're so grateful. The offer amazes Yoojung, and she wishes she could join right away. Jaehyun thinks Yoojung is cringy and tells her to read the atmosphere better, so she kicks him in his calves and reminds him that he's not allowed to talk for the rest of the day because he got them worried. Jaehyun winces from the pain and wonders why it hurts so much even though her strength stat is low. Soon after, Hana arrives in a company van and informs the guildmaster that she had to hurry over because she couldn't reach her for hours. Seongun apologizes for that and tells her she'll explain the details of what happened later. In the meantime, she asks Hana to take the injured and the kids to the guild first. Seongun doesn't follow them because she and Jaehyun have something to do. Hana asks manager Sungjae to come with her, and Jaehyun notices that Sungjae's arm tore, which surprises him. As he's about to say something, Sungjai communicates with him via telepathy not to say anything to his sister because it's going to be worse if Hana finds out about it. There seems to be a love-hate relationship between these siblings, and Hana almost ditches Sungjai when he doesn't come into the car, which forces him to run in. After they drive off, Jae-hyun and Seongun ambush Seokgi, who has been watching from nearby. He's shocked that they made it out, and he doesn't understand what Seongun is doing here. Infuriated, he activates a magical equipment that Chairman Jae-in gave him because of the urgency of the situation. Using the equipment, he teleports behind her and attempts to stab her, but she easily slides out of the way. She mentions to him that his teleportation item isn't that great because it only moves him a couple dozen meters. She asks him why he was trying to kill the students and who was behind it, but Seokgi refuses to and states that the mages are inferior anyway. He activates something that Seongun recognizes as a mana suppression device, so she tells him it's a shame. Meanwhile, Jae-in listens in on the conversation, and he decides that he no longer has any use for Seokgi. On the streets, Seongun prepares a blast of mana despite Seokgi's mana suppression device, and she asks him if he had really thought that he could defeat her with something like that. Jae-hyun realizes that he couldn't detect the magic seal in the Cane Guild beforehand, because Seokgi had also used a mana suppression device there. Seongun tells the instructor that she doesn't care if he doesn't tell her who's behind this because she already knows it's Jae-in. She also adds that the mana suppression device is easy to destroy if she pours in enough mana to overwhelm it, and she assures him he's going to die here. Suddenly, she changes the atmosphere and summons streaks of lightning above him that soon course through his body. Jae-hyun recognizes the magic spell she used as Lightning Call, an A-rank skill whose force depends largely on the user's power, and he realizes the level at which she's using it is in a different dimension. Sometime later, Ina returns to her lodge, and she recalls how Jae-hyun had protected her by catching the spear that was supposed to kill her. She realizes he was able to inversely calculate the spell in a short period of time, which means she's still got a long way to go, but she makes sure to find time to thank him later. Meanwhile, reporters storm the Mills Academy to hear what they have to say about this matter, and they desire to have a word with Chairman Jae-in. Instructor Yisu goes to inform Jae-in that the Academy's reputation has fallen, and there are assumptions that he was the one who created the Ghost Guild to try and abandon the students. Jae-in boils with anger as he wonders why this happened. Expressionless, Yisu informs him there are journalists outside and calls from everywhere, so she asks him what she should do about them. Annoyed, the chairman orders her to lock down the academy and tell everyone they're not taking any interviews right now. When she leaves to handle that, Jae-in realizes there must be a traitor inside Mills for such information about his plans to have leaked. It's clear that Seokgi is probably dead, so he decides to take an eye for an eye. The chairman places a call to someone and offers to pay anything he wants for a media cover-up. A few days later, Jae-hyun intentionally collides with Hoyeon while they're in the hallway, and he comments that he's looking fit. Hoyeon is glad to see him and says he's only well because of him and the guildmaster. After a short pause, Jae-hyun asks him why he almost killed himself, and when Hoyeon struggles to answer, Jae-hyun warmly assures him that he just needs to keep moving forward with that kind of mindset. He encourages him to do as he pleases and think of the reasons later. However, before he leaves, our boy reminds him to look out for himself because the other guys worry about him. For some reason, the thought of doing what he wants to do energizes Hoyeon. Later that day, our boy checks out his stats and checks his A-rank title as the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. The title increases his mana and his attack power when facing a dark-type monster and will trigger the anger of all Dark Elves and make the user a target when this title is equipped. He excitedly equips the title and decides to leave the essence of the Dark Elf King ingredient to Jaesong, since he loves handling new ingredients. Our boy also gained an active skill called Realization of Magical Artifact, a skill that creates necessary armor in battle using mana. This skill surprises Jae-hyun, so he quickly equips it because he's amazed. Jae-hyun realizes that the value of this new skill doesn't really lie in its rank, but in its utility. On the black market, a piece of C-rank armor goes for tens of millions of won, so that means he can make armor of that value each time. Suddenly, the knife given to him, named Misteltein, begins to react until the system notifies our boy that all the effects of Misteltein have been unlocked because he has fulfilled all the conditions. Because of this, he obtains a passive skill called Genius of Armor Making, and all the equipment he creates from now on will have their rank increased by 1. This is ridiculously great news to Jae-hyun, and he now understands that the full effects of Misteltein weren't working because he hadn't fulfilled the full conditions before. Since he's getting all these benefits, he decides to begin training with them. The next morning, many students are seen preparing for the Miles Academy exams. Because of the difficulty of the exams, they're nicknamed the Grave of Students because of the intense competition. The exams are both theory and practical, where the practical involves potion making and pocket plane dungeon raid tests that are broadcast live to the entire nation. Meanwhile, Hoyeon is woken up by Yoojung, who threatens to beat him up, and he apologizes that he sleeps whenever he reads. The frantic Yoo-jung reminds him they just have a few days left until the midterm exams and warns him against getting a failing grade. Nearby, Ina also struggles to understand what she's reading. Hoyeon realizes that he and Ina suck at theory, and she had offered to tutor them to help out. Both of them eventually give up and accept the fate of retaking the exams, but Yoo-jung tells them to stop saying nonsense and explains the next subjects they have to them. A few days later, after the students finish one of the tests, some students talk about how the test was, and notice the top-tier students, Ina, Yoo-jung, and Jae-hyun, talking with one another. The students suppose that they're all geniuses and did the test with their eyes closed. When Yoo-jung asks Ina how the test went, she suddenly blanks out. Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung make fun of Ina and Hoyeon and state that books are their enemies, which makes Ina chase them around. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk watches Jae-hyun, and he tells Min-soo that he'll beat the arrogant bastard this time for sure, but Min-soo just thinks Soo-hyuk is in his emo phase. Sometime later, Yoo-jung creates a potion in Jae-sung's workshop that explodes in her face, so Jae-hyun makes fun of her. He tells her that his own potion is much better and tries to get Jae-sung to support him, but Jae-sung reluctantly declares to both of them that they're going to fail at this rate. He states that they both have no talent in alchemy, and he breaks their hearts into little pieces. Our boy realizes he has to train more to avoid a failing grade, so he asks Jae-sung if there's a way for them to avoid failing. After giving it some thought, Jae-sung proposes that they use a special item, which is a monster called moonlight fireflies. Apparently they reside in very clean areas, and not even 100 appear on the black market each year. If they can create a powder out of their exoskeleton, then they'll be able to maximize the effects of the potion. Shortly after, Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung approach Kwon Soil Sunbai, one of the seniors they defeated in the freshman hunt. After telling her it's been a while, she looks at them in surprise and asks them why they're here. Our boy tells her that he would like to ask her for a favor, but she tells him to piss off because she's not going to do anything for him. However, he asks her if she's going to reject it without hearing what he has to offer. But she still refuses because all he can probably offer are some points. Our boy offers her 30 million won in cash, which shocks Yoo-jung, and Soil lights up at the mention of that amount of money. Soon after, they head to a place called Jolabuk Domuju, near Mount Daeogyu, and they bring Jae-sung along. An hour earlier, Soil listened to their offer and believed it was doable, but explained that even with her inspection skill, she still needs traces in order to find something. When she asks if they have a way, Jae-hyun assures her he's going to bring along a very talented alchemist. She asks who, and Jae-sung soon appears, but she doesn't rate Jae-sung as a talented alchemist. Our boy asks her if she knows him, so she replies that they were in the same team on their first freshman hunt. Apparently, she didn't even know he was into alchemy, and had considered him a good-for-nothing that was forced into martial arts class, especially because he wasn't really of any help back then. While they're out in the woods, Soil tells Jae-sung he's got a different vibe from back then, and now looks like he's having fun, which surprises him. Moonlight fireflies are nature's monsters that appear normal in the real world. Jae-sung leads them to a good spot where they can easily find fireflies, but Soil reminds him that it's getting hard to see in front of them from this spot. Regardless, Yoo-jung notes that the scenery doesn't seem to be affecting Jae-sung, so our boy informs her that Jae-sung had told him that he likes bugs, and that creeps Yoo-jung out. After looking around for a bit, our alchemist finds a trace of a moonlight firefly, so Soil swings into action to find them. After activating her skill called Inspection, she finds something that she believes are moonlight fireflies. They soon begin following the path, but they soon realize that it's not the way they came, and they notice that it's kind of creepy. However, Soil insists that her skill is guiding her here. After going through the weird-looking vegetation for a while, they suddenly run into a bright waterfall with enthralling fireflies moving around. Jae-sung excitedly informs them that these are moonlight fireflies, and it's clear from how large they are compared to normal fireflies that they're monsters. Because of how fast they're moving, Jae-sung activates his gravity skill to restrict their movement, but the bugs seem to withstand the force of the pull. When Soil suggests that Jae-hyun make his force stronger, he replies that he doesn't have the proficiency to change the force of this skill. Jae-sung becomes worried that they'll miss the fireflies, but our boy assures him they won't, so he generates a mana room to trap them all. Soil is totally shocked that our boy just created a whole mana room, so she tells him he's a monster. Jae-sung is amazed because he would never have thought of this method, so he rushes in, but it's clear from Yoo-jung's expression that she despises bugs. Regardless, Jae-hyun forces her in, and they all enter to join Jae-sung, who is already collecting bugs. While catching the bugs, Soil wonders if there's any other student in the academy who can create a mana room like this, and realizes even a third-year student wouldn't be able to do this. After they finish, they return to Jae-sung's workshop and try to create potions again. This time it works and doesn't explode in their faces, which shocks Hoyeon and Ina. Jae-sung proudly declares that he worked hard to make this, and they can expect a purity of at least 70% in their potions. When they finish, Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun begin to celebrate, but Jae-sung becomes worried that Jae-hyun's potion only has a purity of 50%, and Yoo-jung's has 47%, so he wonders if they'll really be okay in the tests. A few days later, after their test, Hoyeon makes fun of Jaehyun and Yoo-jung, saying he almost mistook their ingredient pot for a monster summon pot. Even after Yoo-jung got all the good ingredients, she still ended up in the 42nd position, with Jaehyun at 31st, Hoyeon at 29th, and Ina in first position. After teasing them a bit more, Hoyeon heads over to his next class, so Jaehyun tells himself that it's not over since he still has other exams left, and so does Yoo-jung. The only issue is that the practical exams are difficult. It's a compilation of all the freshman hunt, AR test, fake dungeon, and every lesson they've done so far. Apart from that, another factor that exponentially increases its difficulty is the way teams are made. On the day of the practicals, Yoo-jung laments because she got a cost of 14 and will have to plan well in order to get a good team. The cost is calculated among the students based on the grades they have at the moment. Students must make teams of 4 without surpassing a total team cost of 50. In this exam, Hoyeon has a cost of 17, Ina has a cost of 15, and Yoo-jung has a cost of 14. Jaehyun had a cost of 6 in his past life, and he remembers that he was excited because he got to enter a good team, but the results were the worst. He considers it a crappy way of choosing teams, as the higher ranks choose the lower ranks because they have higher costs and can easily accommodate those with lower costs. Suddenly, our boy is approached by one of the cadets whom he knows from his past life. This same guy had insulted him for being a lower rank, but in the present, he's asking if he's the genius student who got first in the student hunt and did great in the fake dungeon too. In the past, this guy made fun of him and told him to know his place during their exams. In the present, he cheerfully introduces himself as Chu Han-sung, but Jaehyun simply dismisses him. Regardless, Han-sung suggests that they team up because he has less cost compared to his skill, and he proposes to help Jaehyun with his cost of 20 that makes it hard for him to choose teammates. However, Jaehyun only considers this guy a garbage bastard who preys on the weak and sucks up to the strong. He tells Han-sung it's a shame that he doesn't want to team up with him and tells him to go look for someone else. Flustered, Han-sung tries to explain again that he has low cost with high skills, but our boy tells him it doesn't matter to him because he can clear the test on his own, and Han-sung is too weak anyway. Our boy goes to meet some of his friends, and he asks them if they've considered his idea, while Han-sung stares at him with utter contempt. Meanwhile, warriors Jina and Sungwoo tell Jaehyun that they're up for it. Han-sung recognizes Jina and Sungwoo as the ones who abandoned Jaehyun during the mock dungeon, and our boy tells them he's glad they agreed because he was worried they'd say no. Han-sung continues to burn with rage because Jaehyun picked those bastards and storms off, certain that Jaehyun will regret his decision. Sometime later, Jaehyun and his new teammates meet at a cafe. Suddenly, Jina asks Jaehyun if he's sure he really wants them since they weren't very helpful at the mock dungeon, and Sungwoo also reminds him that they were abandoned to die in the cane incident because they were not skilled enough. Regardless, our boy assures them that he doesn't intend to lose. Jaehyun realizes that Jina and Sungwoo's costs are lower than what they are capable of because they ran away during the mock dungeon, and they're the ones with good costs and not Han-sung. Eventually, the two agree and ask who the last person will be. Our boy tells them the lady will be here soon, and shortly after, Yoo-jung steps in through the door. They recall how instructor Jiyeon had to hold back Yoo-jung from destroying them because they left Jaehyun in the dungeon. When she steps in, she directly asks Jaehyun why he called her to team up with these guys. Meanwhile, Chairman Jaehyun reads about how the Mills Academy is losing its title as Korea's top academy, and he's at risk of being driven out because of the incident. He angrily smashes the computer because those bastard reporters still wrote these articles even though he paid them so much money. He realizes the media is turning their back on him, the mighty Jaehyun, and it's clear that the Lotus Guild is most likely responsible for this. He decides that he has no choice but to lay low for now, even though he'll have to take some losses. He has to wait for the media to calm down, and then return to his original plan for the sake of a seer. Meanwhile, in the cafe, Yoo-jung sits defiantly while watching the two warrior cadets. She eventually agrees to overlook the issue, but she asks Jaehyun if he's really okay with this. Our boy declares to them that he wants them to believe that asking them to run was realistically the best option they had, and Yoo-jung has no choice but to believe him. She eventually asks him the real reason he wants them on his team since he can easily get full points on the test on his own. Truthfully, our boy chose them because they all share resentment against Jaehyun, and he's certain they will keep whatever happens between them a secret. He eventually admits to them that he has a plan to bring down Jaehyun using the event, and they all look at him in shock. On the day of the practical exam, the students gather, and one instructor, Park Hajun, comes forward to take charge of the second part of the practical exams. Our boy considers that this Hajun is just one of Jaehyun's minions who is here to replace Seokgi. Hajun explains that the exam will be streamed to the entire nation to show the students' skills to the world, so he asks them to do their best and wishes them luck. The students are immediately transported to a place known as the Pocket Plain, which seems to be filled with lava. Our boy's team is Team D, and their mission is to clear all stages and return with the boss's core. The quest on the first floor is to eliminate all monsters on the floor and find the stairs leading to the second floor. The place is clearly hot, and Jae-hyun informs them that they're in a dungeon that was modeled after Muspelheimer. Our boy suggests they begin by mapping out the dungeon because they need as much information as possible to respond to any problem, and because there are items he'd like to get too. Yoo-jung explains that one of the items they need to get is frostgrass, because long exposure to the heat in this place will slow them down and will be dangerous in other ways. Sungwoo commends Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung because they seem to be good at this stuff, but our boy explains that it's the basics of dungeon exploration, and survival is the priority of a raider. Soon after, Jae-hyun activates his mana detection skill until he finds frostgrass. After tracing the mana, they find a field full of frostgrass, so Jae-hyun suggests they take as much as possible and keep it in their inventory. Since Sungwoo had said he got fair grades in alchemy, Jae-hyun leaves the job of making potions to him. Suddenly, they're notified that viewers will enter the room soon, and they're reminded to be careful of what they say and do. Students need to perform for the viewers of the entire nation, and they need to satisfy the viewers. Jae-hyun doesn't like the idea, but he finds it useful in some ways. While they're picking grass, he informs the others that 4 C-rank monsters are approaching, and he orders that they go with Formation B. They all get into position as several lava slimes approach them. Jungwoo activates his provoke skill to draw them to him, and Jae-hyun advises them all to fight the monsters using items to try and keep their distance, since the monsters explode if they touch a spot on them. They all prep their weapons but don't make a move as the monsters continue toward them. When they come up close, Yoo-jung calls out to Jae-hyun, but he tells her it's not time to act yet. When the monsters reach just a few inches away, the viewing channel for their team is created, and several viewers pour in, with some of them asking if this is the stream with the student that got first place in the freshman hunt. Jae-hyun orders his teammates to act, so Yoo-jung activates her water shoot skill and fires an arrow at one of the monsters, creating a hole in it. While Gina also fights, Jae-hyun considers that this is the best environment to use the frozen earth skill he got, so he smiles at the camera and proceeds to activate a skill. He doesn't plan to make things too exciting so early on, but plans to deploy his big skills when things have gotten more intense. For now, he activates a skill called Ice Rain and pours down ice on the field. Some of the viewers wonder if this is really happening and how a new student can use such a skill. Some of them think it's an error because the skill our boy just used is an A-rank skill. However, Jae-hyun is certain that these stupid viewers are going to be the ultimate weapon in bringing down Ja-in. Meanwhile, team manager Sun By-nim watches the livestream and wonders how Jae-hyun is able to use an A-rank skill without breaking a sweat. According to what agent Kim Ji-yeon had told him, Jae-hyun doesn't like Ja-in, and Lotus has his back on that. He considers that it won't be hard to expose Ja-in if he utilizes this kid, so he excitedly watches to see what Jae-hyun will do. The ice rain that Jae-hyun triggered takes out the lava slimes, and Yoo-jung admits that she's not even surprised anymore, even though she doesn't know where he learned that. When Gina points out that it's getting really hot, our boy suggests that they drink their potions. They all begin to look for a place with less heat, so Sungwoo points to a spot that has less energy coming from it. Jae-hyun agrees with him, so he decides to set up a shelter there. Meanwhile, Aina fires several holy arrows at some of the monsters, and Hoyeon, who is also nearby, tears up another one. After destroying them all, Aina mentions that this dungeon seems too easy, and Hoyeon agrees with her that they're weaker than he anticipated. Their other teammates just watch in confusion because they realize they could have failed with just one mistake, and they just fought lava slimes in close range without taking damage. On Jae-hyun's side, he sets up a tent for his team to stay in while they wait for Sungwoo to make the potions that he says will take up to an hour to make. When Jae-hyun teases Yoo-jung about making slight remarks to try to speed up Sungwoo, she protests that she didn't mean that, and they start fighting again. Gina laughs because of how close they are, but Yoo-jung claims they're not. Shortly after, Jae-hyun talks with the guys about his secret plan. After explaining the plan, Yoo-jung steps out with Jae-hyun to ask if it's really possible, and our boy assures her it is. He believes this is the best time to create some ruckus, so he releases some power to make the connection to the pocket plane unstable and cancel the limited voice transmission feature. The viewers wonder what Jae-hyun is doing and why he's working alone with Yoo-jung. While they wonder if the others have failed, Jae-hyun assures the viewers that his members are fine, which surprises them because they shouldn't be able to hear the students talk. Jae-hyun had played with the formulas of the pocket plane a bit so he can speak, so he tells everyone it's nice to meet them and declares that he'll start the real stream now. Meanwhile, Ja-in almost bursts due to anger while watching Jae-hyun's display. Jae-in can't believe this is happening, and he doesn't understand how Jae-hyun was able to interfere with the formula of the pocket plane, which was created by dozens of mage raiders, himself, and many of the Academy's mage instructors. Instructor Ha-jun, who is standing nearby, suggests that they punish Jae-hyun, but Ja-in clarifies that he wants to but cannot because there are no rules for this kind of situation since it was never expected. However, there is the rule that an academy student cannot disclose Meals' sensitive information to the public, and he can be expelled if he violates that. Suddenly, the chairman overhears Jaehyun talking about him on livestream. Jaehyun links the chairman to the guild experience incident and a lot of shady things, and he assures the viewers not to worry about him being expelled, which totally perplexes the chairman. Our boy tells the viewers that the chairman's favorite quote is that the strong survive and have power. After laughing maniacally about Jaehyun's rottenness, the chairman orders instructor Hajun to expel Jaehyun once the exams are over. He also asks him to get at least 2 experienced A ranks to get rid of Jaehyun once the media has calmed down a bit. When Jaehyun leaves, Ja-in promises himself to make Jaehyun pay. Our boy explains to the viewers that Chairman Ja-in won't be keeping his word if he expels him when he has such good grades. The viewers are excited by all he's saying, and several of them begin to figure out that there must be an actual problem in the school, especially with all the uninvestigated allegations that have been made against Ja-in. Earlier, in the shelter, Jaehyun informs the others that he's going to edit the formulas of the pocket plane so the viewers can hear them and bring them to their side. Yoojung wonders if this is okay because the chairman can do something, but our boy assures her that they have the viewers, and there's no rule stating that they're not allowed to interfere with the formulas of the pocket plane. In the present, Jaehyun tells the viewers that he's going to start the real dungeon raid stream, which they've specially prepared for the viewers to enjoy. The viewers are excited, but Yoojung feels vulnerable in front of the viewers, because they soon begin to talk about her performance and strengths. Shortly after, Jaehyun takes Yoojung with him to a place that looks like a lava waterfall, and our boy tells the viewers that they're planning to find the hidden piece of the pocket plane here, which would be interesting to them. The viewers are ecstatic at the mention of a hidden piece, so Yoojung begins by activating her heist skill, while our boy activates his wind boost skill, as well as his gravity skill. Jaehyun plans to show the viewers how a regressor raids a dungeon. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy, instructor Kim Ji-yeon informs manager Sun By-nim that she'll get him into contact with Jaehyun right after the exams. He asks her to get into contact with Jaehyun as soon as possible and bring him over to their side, and even offers to let Jaehyun have control over the conditions. Ji-yeon accepts the mission and thinks it'd be a big advantage in the long term if the Raider management can take Jaehyun, but the only problem is that Ja-in is also after him. In the pocket plane, our boy puts his hand around Yoojung and drags her towards the lava. She hesitates and asks him to wait, but he just continues to run towards the stream of lava while she screams. The viewers keep chatting with one another, and they don't yet understand why they're jumping towards the lava. However, Jaehyun lands on an invisible platform near the lava stream, and Yoojung is extremely relieved that there's a hidden foothold there just as Jaehyun had said. He tells her to hold on to him and cast the spell and ensure she doesn't make any mistakes in her time calculations. Jaehyun is in awe of the first person who actually found the hidden piece here in his past life, even though he knows Chairman Ja-in hid it here under the sponsorship of the nation and didn't intend for a student to take it. After following all the footholds, they finally land on a spot where they can stand, so Yoojung asks him if the shiny thing in front of them is the item he was talking about. They turn out to be some marbles, and Jaehyun confirms her suspicions that these marbles will be the key point in clearing this dungeon. At this point, Chairman Ja-in begins to sweat profusely, and he can't figure out how Jaehyun was able to find the hidden piece. Jaehyun tells the viewers that he knew this item was here from mapping, but he didn't expect it to be so well hidden. He activates his Ice Rain skill and fires it at the sea of lava, separating him from the item to cause it to solidify. He and Yoojung make their way down towards the item, and Jaehyun asks the viewers if they know what the item is. Most of them don't seem to know what it is, and when they demand that he tells them, he informs them that this is fire essence. Apparently, this item will be one of the most important items for clearing this dungeon, and the pocket plane system displays that this fire essence is a rank B item that exponentially increases flame resistance ability temporarily when consumed, but whose effect will not appear the second time. Normally, schools create an environment that is as close to a real dungeon as possible and motivate students using a reward that is hidden, but it's odd that this reward was hidden in a way that ordinary students could never obtain it. The viewers go crazy at the sight of the fire essence items because they're really expensive in equipment shops, and they figure that Mills Academy is investing more than 10 million per team for the midterms. After getting the first item, our boy proceeds to go for the next thing on their list. He wishes he could see the kind of face Chairman Ja-in is making right now, and he hopes to see how he will look when he shows him the rest of the gifts he has for him. When night comes, they return to the shelter, and Yoojung laments that the potion is too bitter. Our boy tells her he knows, but she'll need to eat it because it'll make it easier to clear the dungeon. Eventually, Yoojung works up the nerve to consume it and suddenly collapses. Confused, Jaehyun asks Sungwoo if he poisoned her or something, but Sungwoo denies it. After that, Jaehyun explains that they're almost done with stage 1, and they need to find a way down to the second floor. In the academy control room, Instructor Jiyeon comes to ask Instructor Hajun how the situation is looking. He jokingly reminds her that he's the one in charge, so he asks why she came here and if she doesn't believe he can take care of his duties. After a short pause, she tells him it's possible he can't, which makes him frown. With Seoki gone, the administrative authority of the second round of practicals was supposed to be Ji-yeon's, but Hajun managed to worm his way through and took the authority from her. Eventually, Hajun sarcastically apologizes to her because he's getting ahead of her even though they were hired as co-workers, but Ji-yeon tells him she doesn't care about that stuff. He tries to poke further and asks her what she means since it's normal for her to be envious of the position, but he doesn't get any response from her. That frustrates him, but Hajun reminds himself that he has the chairman's admiration now, and Ji-yeon is no longer better than him even though she was 2 years ago. Soon after, Ji-yeon tells Hajun that he better take a close look at the rope he's holding to make sure it's not thoroughly rotten, then she steps out. Hajun finds her words cringy, and he considers her arrogant. He knows she's referring to his affiliations with the chairman, and he's certain that the chairman will regain his reputation since the obstacles they have now are nothing. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Team D enters the second floor. They're given a quest to hunt the elite monsters of the second floor and obtain the hidden treasure. Somewhere else, Heimdall massacres a few people and speaks with Hugin, who asks him if he's going to meet the great adversary. Heimdall tells him the great adversary is just a mere human, and he doesn't need much time to get rid of him. But after eliminating him, he's angry he will be stuck with Bifrost once again and act as a gatekeeper. He tells Hugin not to concern himself with his affairs since he's just a thing of evil. However, Hugin considers both gods and humans foolish, and he remembers Munin, the other of Odin's crows. While in deep thought, he tells Munin, who is not present, that nothing has changed or will change. On the second floor, Gina notes that this floor is even hotter than the first floor, and Yujung notes that the quest here seems harder. Jaehyun, on the other hand, knows where all the paths are, but something seems odd. An hour earlier, they had followed a small cave to reach the second floor, and Sungwoo wonders why there aren't any paths and why the way to the second floor was buried underground. Yujung explains to him that finding the way to the next level in stage-type dungeons is usually difficult, which makes her wonder how Jaehyun was able to find it so easily, and she begins to suspect that he's been here before. While she's thinking, she finds her bug that makes her scream so loud that it scares the users. After she ends up in Gina's arms, Jaehyun captures the bug and informs the users that he's capturing it in case he needs it later. Before they move on, he tells his teammates there's something they have to prepare before they move on, and offers them the fire essence to consume. They all seem so reluctant, so Jaehyun jokingly tells them not to be so dramatic, especially while he's still being nice. With a horrific expression on his face, he orders them to eat it, and they have no choice but to do so. Apparently, there are 3 floors prepared, and the boss is on the last floor. On that floor, Jaehyun intends to give Ja-in another problem to deal with too. Before they begin looking for the monster on the second floor, our boy tells the viewers he has an idea where some treasures might be, which makes them really excited. He gave them that small spoiler to get their attention, but his goal is different. He declares that one of the treasures in this dungeon is the salamander, which has a habit of collecting shiny things like crows do, and keeps several of them hidden in its nests. The viewers become excited, and one of them checks online to see that salamanders can also purify items that are corrupt. When they wonder how Jaehyun got to know that salamanders hide items in their nests, he explains that he studied it. The second hidden piece is something called Balmung's replica, a sword that appears in the Song of the Nibelungs, from the 1200s in Germany. It is said to be a sword meant for killing dragons, and like Thalfi's Thundersteps, it's an item with overwhelming strength and destructive power. The original is said to have been possessed by a German raider named Balak. Suddenly, Gina asks him what a salamander's weakness is, so Yujung tells her it's its stomach since they have hard outer skins. Apparently, the most common way to kill them is to direct ice-type magic at their stomachs. They move deeper into the dungeon, and Sungwoo notices that this place is much hotter, and he'd be struggling if it weren't for the fire essence. Even though Jaehyun knows where everything is, he decides to pretend to do some work here so he doesn't raise unnecessary suspicions. He soon stops the team and mentions that he feels some mana around a place where several swords are placed. Yujung doesn't know if the swords are hidden pieces, especially since there are so many and they look like unregistered items, but Jaehyun knows the perfect place to hide a hidden piece is among these dozens of swords stuck in boulders. Although Jain messed with things so that students can't find it, Jaehyun doesn't have time for his tricks and activates his detection skill. After looking around for a bit, he eventually finds it and pulls it out of the boulder. Once he pulls it out, the Nornir system informs him that he's found the copy of the Tainted Balmung, a rank A item that is Dragonslayer Siegfried's beloved sword. It has a sealed effect that raises strength by 70 and agility by 30, and a passive S-rank skill called Dragonslayer, which heightens a user's physical abilities when fighting draconic species. However, the effects of the sword cannot be activated because it is tainted. Some of the viewers wonder how he knew that specific sword was the hidden piece, but some of them believe Jaehyun has his ways. They continue their journey, and Yujung tries to track the salamander down, but Jaehyun reminds her that they need to wait a bit since she had said that the salamander is weakest after it has just fed, and the king salamander eats only once a day at night. Yoo-jung asks him if it's a wise idea to stall for time, since salamanders are sensitive to smell, and they might get attacked first if they stay there. He proposes that they need to find a way to prevent that and brings out the bug from earlier, which causes Yoo-jung to freak out again. When she tries to run away, he holds her down because she's the most important part of this plan. The bug is called the bomb centipede, and it expels a liquid when it feels threatened. The liquid is known for smelling so bad that it induces tears, and this stench is what Jaehyun plans to use in this hunt. Shortly after, the salamander shows up after detecting the stench. Yoo-jung prepares for the salamander and reminds Jaehyun that he had promised her something for doing this. Because she was terrified, Jaehyun promised to give her a magic staff that teacher Seongun loved if she did this. Truthfully, he was just going to give her a random staff, and he's certain she'll kill him when she finds out. The viewers watch in exhilaration as they wonder if their plan is going to work. Jaehyun assures the viewers that Yoo-jung specializes in wind magic, and Yoo-jung creates a small wind to trap the scent of the bug to send to the salamander's nest. The viewers are impressed because this is only possible because she has impressive control over mana, and the humans start to feel bad for the salamander. Upon smelling the bug, tears start to roll down the salamander's eyes, so Jaehyun tells the others to remember the plan to wait and only move when he gives them the signal. He soon activates his level 2 ice spear and strikes the monster that's writhing in pain, knocking it to the ground. Jaehyun waits for the moment the monster breathes out fire, and when it does, he brings out the Balmung sword and throws it into the monster's mouth. Yoo-jung calls Jaehyun a psycho, and the viewers wonder what on earth he's doing. Meanwhile, Jaehyun almost drops his jaw when he sees what Jaehyun did, and he's certain there's no way a new student would know this since he left it out of the syllabus on purpose. On the second floor, the monster begins to vomit the sword, so Jaehyun signals the others to move, and the warriors immediately stand in front of him to block the sword with their shields. Jaehyun soon picks up the sword, which is now shining differently, and the viewers still go berserk due to confusion. To explain what has happened, our boy opens the equipment status, and it displays that the tainted Balmung sword has been purified. The viewers almost lose their minds because of the high stats of the sword. He explains to them that there's a power of purification in a salamander's core that can purify items. The viewers are surprised at Jaehyun's level of experience since he's a new student, and when he wields the sword, they wonder why a mage would be wielding a sword. They expect him to give the sword to the combat class warriors with him, but he doesn't. Sunbae Nim, who is also streaming anonymously, informs the others that Jaehyun is a battle mage. Jaehyun steps in front of the monsters and activates 2 skills named Agile Steps and Flexible Movements to help his movements, as well as his wind boost. With one swift movement, he leaps towards the monster and cuts off one of its arms. After he jumps down, he activates another skill named Ice Edge to create an icy spike. Sungwoo signals to him that the salamander's stomach is exposed since it doesn't have one arm, so Jaehyun leaps towards it and stabs it in the stomach. The viewers are speechless for a while, and they can't fathom what they just saw. Meanwhile, Seo uploads something online, and she wonders why Jaehyun made her do something so annoying. She has just uploaded an article about Jaehyun's real identity, citing the achievements he had at the Neverland dungeon since Jaehyun had initially covered up his identity at the Neverland incident. This article is meant to go against those who are saying what Jaehyun is doing is computer-generated. Meanwhile, on the second floor, after taking out the salamander, Jaehyun tells the others he's found something called the Ring of Transcendence. The Ring of Transcendence is a B-rank equipment that momentarily amplifies mana to increase the force of magic and grants the active skill known as Overdrive. However, because of the lack of something called the Rock of Transcendence, the rank is lowered, and the state of Overdrive is unstable. Overdrive is a rank A skill that amplifies mana to increase the force of skills by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but will leave the user unable to use mana for 5 minutes after activating the skill due to the lack of the Rock of Transcendence. Since there's only one ring, Jaehyun suggests they do rock, paper, scissors, but the others suggest he take it since he did most of the fighting, so Yoo-jung suggests he buys them food or something when they get out. Excited, Jaehyun keeps the reward, and they're transported to the next floor. Once they arrive there, they're told the protective barrier will disappear after a minute, and the boss fight will begin. They're protected by a magic barrier that doesn't break even though the boss monster pounds on it. The pounding of the monster freaks them all out, so Gina asks Jaehyun if he has a plan. He tells her he doesn't because they don't need one, and he's going to do this alone. Some of the viewers also wonder if it's a wise idea for Jaehyun to ditch the party formation to fight the monster. Apparently there are a few differences each year, but it's usually a C or B rank monster, and 70% of the students fail on this floor. Soon after, the barrier is taken away, and the boss monster, a lava golem, is set free. Our boy goes in with a mana punch, but Gina warns him that it's dangerous. While Sungwoo and Gina panic, Yoo-jung assures them that Jaehyun is strong, so he won't lose to that kind of monster. Jaehyun and the monster match up punches, and our boy knocks back the monster's hand. When the monster retaliates with a punch from his other hand, our boy protects himself by setting up a barrier. When he lands on the ground, he activates a level 4 wind boost and activates his Ice Edge skill to hold down the monster's legs. After that's done, Jaehyun activates his mana detection skill and runs past the monster's punches, dodging at the same time. While he's moving, Jaehyun recalls that lava golems are sturdy and have heavy attacks, but there is a way to defeat them. He activates a skill called Bind to create chains that hold down the monster, then rains down a myriad of ice on the monster using his Ice Rain skill. Although the bind magic soon breaks, the ice hits all the golem's joints and cools them, making it hard for it to move its limbs. Excited, our boy activates his water ball skill and shoots water at the ice around the monster's joints, causing all of its limbs to immediately split apart. As the monster crumbles, the pocket plane system informs them they've defeated the pocket plane boss monster. Some of the viewers ask to confirm if that was really a boss fight, and the other teammates just watch in shock. Yoojung calls him an insane bastard and feels like he's already so much farther in skill than she is. Shortly after, the system informs them they've obtained the golem's core, but Jaehyun doesn't believe the test is over since he still has to ensure that Jaehyun falls today. The system asks them if they'll return to reality, and Jaehyun rejects the option. He tells the viewers that the boss fight was too short, and he has something to show them all, which is to fight the hidden boss. The viewers become curious about what's going to happen next, and Jaehyun leads the team to a place where he says he feels a strong mana presence. When he turns back, he realizes none of his teammates want to follow him in, so he assures them they won't die, no matter how much it hurts. When they enter, the system notifies them that they've found a hidden door, and a special quest is being created where they have to defeat the hidden boss of the hidden floor and return to reality. Ordinary students can't even detect the presence of the hidden door, and they can't even make it to this point even if they stumbled upon it by luck, which is why Jae-in planted the hidden piece here. He turns to the viewers, who can't believe that this guy has found a secret floor when the others are still struggling on the second floor. Jaehyun already knows the method to summon the hidden boss, but he decides to at least pretend to look around a bit. Suddenly, Yoojung points to an altar that looks familiar, and after a while, Yoojung realizes it's quite similar to the pattern on the golem's core. Our boy puts the golem core into the hole in the altar, which causes bright light to fill the entire place. Jaehyun asks them to get back, and the pocket plane's hidden boss, the Red Drake, begins to appear over the altar. Their mission is to all survive, defeat the enemy, and obtain the heart of the Drake to obtain special privileges as rewards. As the Red Drake forms, the viewers can't believe their eyes because even veterans struggle to handle a Drake. The viewers begin to react negatively because of how difficult the pocket plane was set up, which is the reaction Jaehyun was hoping to get. However, his absolute calculation doesn't work on Drake's physical attacks, but he knows he can still take it on by himself. In the control room, Chairman Jae-in watches in total shock because his plans to ensure this year's midterms go by quietly so he can deflect the media's attention seem to have been destroyed. He realizes that Jaehyun has interfered with the entire pocket plane this time, but Instructor Hajun protests that there's no way a student can do that. When Jae-in insists that it's Jaehyun, Hajun tries to kick his behind so that he can get promoted in no time. Eventually, the chairman admits that he's glad that it's Jaehyun that's behind this, because there won't be any problems if his goal is to get an item, as they can minimize the hate to the Mills Academy if he successfully clears the dungeon. Ja-in is concerned that Jaehyun enraged the Drake, and he assumes it's because he doesn't know any better. He hopes that Jaehyun kills the Red Drake, but when he turns to the screen, he soon finds out that Yoojung has been hurt and is bleeding from the mouth. The students begin to panic because the pocket plane's protective system is broken and they need to get out, which makes Jae-in panic. The viewers become worried because the students shouldn't be able to get hurt in the pocket plane, but it's suddenly happening. When the students' HP bars disappear because the pocket plane has become unstable, some of the viewers become worried that the students can actually die. This development further enrages the chairman, and he calls Jaehyun a son of a B-word. Meanwhile, our boy wonders how the chairman must feel to be manipulated and have things fabricated just like he used to do. Some of the viewers begin to complain about how Ja-in is running the academy facilities, and they suspect that Ja-in is doing all of this on purpose to harm the students. They begin to protest about how many times these things have happened, and how their school keeps pushing kids to the brink of death. He was taken aback by how good her acting was, and when she suggests that she should have just gone into acting and that her looks are wasting away in this school, Jaehyun pleads with her not to make him laugh since he has to keep up a sad expression. He eventually leaves her alone so he can go handle the Drake. As he faces the monster, he knows he can easily defeat it, but it wouldn't be fun. The monster attacks him with one of its claws, but he quickly jumps back to dodge it. He activates a skill called Mana Weapon and pulls out his purified Balmung sword. The viewers believe that Jaehyun may be able to win with this sword, and they begin to root for him. Our boy activates the special skill of the Balmung replica called Dragon Slayer, which makes all attacks on draconic species 300% stronger. He sends a double sword slash towards the red drake, further enraging it so much that it slams its tail on the spot Sungwoo is standing. Sungwoo manages to block the attack, and our boy remembers there are two things to do. He recalls the day Hoyun had seen in his books that a drake's weakness is a mole on its heel, so our boy leaps behind the monster and deals his next attack on its heel. To finish the fight, he activates his skill called Overdrive, which makes all of his skills 1.5 times more powerful. Moments after, he activates his Frozen Earth skill and freezes the entire place, including the red drake. The viewers watch in shock and can't identify any A-rank skill that can do what he just did. As they start to speculate if Jaehyun is S-rank, our boy cracks the frozen drake and defeats it. After defeating it, Jaehyun leans over his sword and tries to conceal his grin as he hopes that Jaehyun will like his gift. In the chairman's office, he begins to receive several calls from the members of the school board, blaming him for everything. Even though he tries to clarify that he didn't cause this, it dawns on him that no one is believing him, which has never happened to him before. He asks instructor Ha-jun about the reporters and journalists, and Ha-jun informs him that he's contacted all the reporters they have connections with, but they rejected his offer because they can't trust Mila's anymore. When Ha-jun mentions that he thinks someone has done this on purpose, Ja-in angrily strikes him with a magic attack that launches him across the room. Ja-in is certain that there's no way Jaehyun could have done this alone, and someone must be helping him. While he's thinking about who it might be, one of his workers bursts in to inform him that the Lotus Guild has sent an official document regarding the disciplinary actions to be taken on Mills Academy and the imprisonment of the chairman. Apparently, Xiang'an had drafted the document about the incident that occurred during the midterms, referring to it as a serious matter that put students into possibly life-threatening danger, just like what happened during the guild experience. Xiang'an states that he consistently puts the students on the brink of death and has been known to engage in bribery of the higher-up politicians for his own interest, among other things. For breaking 17 other laws related to raiders, Guildmaster Xiang'an orders his immediate arrest. Annoyed, Jae-in protests that the Lotus Guild has no right to directly get involved in this matter because only the National Raider Association's management headquarters can. When he reads the document further, he learns that 4 main guilds, 29 other guilds, and the National Raider Association management agree with this. Jae-in reads the document speechlessly when several raiders break into his office to arrest him. Meanwhile, when the students leave the pocket plane, several reporters gather outside to interview Team D about the incident that occurred inside. Jaehyun is glad that his teacher took care of things carefully, and one of the reporters asks him if there was something he knew before about this arrest, because of the remark he made about the chairman while in the pocket plane. Jaehyun explains that he can't say much because of the non-disclosure agreement of the academy, but he informs them that this is the 3rd time they've been put in danger, and he doesn't want others to get hurt. As they continue to probe further, he refuses to talk on the grounds that he needs to get Yoo-jung some medical attention. Jaehyun leads Yoo-jung to a paramedic bus that Lotus had prepared so that people don't know Yoo-jung wasn't really hurt. Meanwhile, Jae-in is led out of the academy by the police of the National Raiders management, and several folks soil him with raw eggs. As they throw eggs on him, the crowd chants that the chairman step down. Shortly after, when they're all inside the ambulance, Yoo-jung bursts into laughter and accuses Jaehyun of being a terrible actor. When he asks her if it was that bad, she begins to mimic him. It all amuses teacher Xiang'an, so she asks him what he was thinking when he planned all this because he would have been the one going under if things went wrong. However, our boy tells her that he learned from the guild experience that his safety may be important, but saving other people's lives comes first. Yoo-jung teases Jaehyun that this is something unlike him to say and asks if he ate something bad, but he tells her to shut up. After laughing a bit, Seongan informs Jaehyun that there will be a press conference in 3 days where they will put an end to Ja-in. Meanwhile, at the National Raider Association Management Headquarters, Sun Bai-nim celebrates that Jae-in's end is finally here. He recalls a call he had mysteriously received for him to prepare beforehand so they could arrest Ja-in. The person said they would take care of the rest of the process from their end, and they offered to prepare a spot he asked for. 3 days later, at the Lotus Guild's official press conference, Seongan notices Jaehyun standing outside, and when she asks if he's nervous, he tells her he doesn't like crowded places. When it's time, Seongan, Sun Bai-nim, and Jaehyun step on the podium to answer the questions the reporters have. After the 3 take their seats, several reporters think about how this is a big chance to write an article about the priority negotiation the Lotus Guild has with Min Jae-hyun, which can make global news. Shortly after, Seongan allows them to ask questions, so the first reporter asks if it's true that Ja-in killed the students on purpose and covered them up as accidents. Seongan confirms that this is true, and they've already obtained all evidence of his evil actions. Our boy smiles because he knows they had to use brainwashing on instructor Yisu to get incriminating files ahead of time, which means Ja-in can't get out of this. Seongan adds that Jae-in has broken many other laws, including shady funds that go into Mill's academy. Soon after, another reporter asks if they know the people who are involved with Jae-in's corruption, but Seongan only says they're investigating that right now. After some back and forth, one of the reporters asks Seongan if it's true that Jae-hyun is her mentee, and she confirms it. Jae-hyun adds that he was able to get where he is today because of her teachings. Shortly after, another reporter asks Jae-hyun if he was hiding his skills from the start, because they haven't seen any articles about him, so he explains that he didn't want any media attention. Another reporter asks when he entered a contract with the Lotus Guild, and several other questions about his training, his family relations, and his dating life pour in. Jae-hyun remains silent as the questions keep coming because he can't let himself get swept up here since he will continue to get media attention from now on. As if on cue, Seongan asks the reporters to refrain from asking Jae-hyun too many questions, because he's still recovering from the shock of the incident. A few days later, the students gather for the inauguration of a temporary academy chairman. Yoo-jung mentions that she's glad everyone is okay because she would have been mad if they got hurt. Suddenly, Jae-hyun tells them to remember that it's not all over yet, just in case. And they all recognize that Jae-in won't fall that easily, and that they have to get super strong while they have the time. Hoyeon agrees that he's going to get stronger too because he really felt weak during the guild experience, and Ina expresses the same. Jae-hyun is glad that the others want to get stronger, but he doesn't plan on getting them further involved in this matter because dealing with the Aesir god is something for him to do. Shortly after, instructor Kim Ji-yeon steps on the new podium, and Jae-hyun tells the others that she's the new director, much to their shock. Yoo-jung can't believe it since she's so young, so Jae-hyun informs them that instructor Ji-yeon is also a spy from the Raider Association. A while ago, Jae-hyun and Seongan had gone to the Raider Association's management headquarters, and Sun By-nim informed them that he's going to make Ji-yeon the new director. In the present, Kim Ji-yeon announces that she'll be the director for the time being, and promises to do her best. Later, the group goes to hang out, and Jae-hyun wonders what the heck is going on as he watches Yoo-jung do some karaoke. Our boy had thought he would finally get to rest, but it doesn't seem so. A few hours earlier, Yoo-jung had banged on his door and ordered him to open up. When he does, she reminds him of the promise they made to go to karaoke once they were done with exams. Apparently, they had made an appointment at the best karaoke place around there, and they dragged Jae-hyun with them. In the present, Jae-hyun decides he might as well take the stage to show off his karaoke skills since he's already here. The others look at him in despair, and one of the regulars curses out that someone is terrorizing his ears and requests that such people be banned from karaoke. When he's done, Ina comments that she can see he's also human like the rest of them, and Hoyeon jokes that people can't be perfect at everything. Our boy gets a score of 10 out of 100, and Jae-hyun hands the mic to Ina since she's next. When their hands touch, the mic slips out of her hands, and she begins to blush. Luckily, our boy catches it and grabs her palm to place the mic there. For a while, Ina's face looks quite red, and when Jae-hyun asks her what's wrong, she says she's okay. Finally, she asks them not to expect much from her performance because she's embarrassed, but Yoo-jung assures her she's most likely better than Jae-hyun. Ticked off, our boy protests that his skills are quite average, but Yoo-jung is certain he has no self-awareness. After they quiet down, Jae-hyun wonders how Ina's singing is and plans to clap even if she's not good. However, when she begins to sing, he realizes she's ridiculously good at it. Meanwhile, Heimdall walks on the streets of Earth, and he spots Hela around. Eventually, she shows herself and tells him she just came to say hi and to ask how his little outing is going. Heimdall accuses the resistant Aesir gods of doing really interesting things this time, but Hela retorts that it's nothing on the level of what Odin and the Aesir gods have done. Heimdall makes fun of Hel for holding on to the pointless hope that a great adversary of the prophecy will appear and free them, and when she tells him they can never tell, he states that a mere human can't bring down the Aesir gods. When he steps forward, Hel stops him from going further. He tells her to move, but she explains that she can't allow him if he's going to meet the great adversary of the prophecy. Annoyed, Heimdall asks her if she wants to die, but she reminds him he can't use his powers properly here on Earth, and she has the advantage here. However, Heimdall reminds her to be better prepared for her own death if she plans to kill him here. Regardless, she states that she's ready for that because her job and role right now is to stall time for a small break. Ina sings quite well, and she soon turns to ask them how she did when she's done. They look so stunned, and Yoo-jung asks her how she's so good at singing, while Hoyeon accuses her of hiding this from them all this time. When Jae-hyun asks her if she took choir classes, she says she didn't. Yoo-jung is surprised that she didn't take any classes, and Ina is surprised that they actually like her voice. She thanks them for the compliment, and informs them this is the second time she's let other people hear her sing. A few days later in Seoul, at Jae-hyun's house, our boy hands his mom a gift. When she opens it, it turns out to be checks for allowances. She's surprised that her son has grown so much, and he thought about her at an age where he should be focused on having fun. When she reads through it, She's surprised he has earned so much on his own, and our boy tells her it's all for her. To Jaehyun, he's finally got to say what he's always wanted to tell her. He always wanted to give her a hug, saying that he succeeded, but he was too busy to take care of her in his past life. A lot has changed since his regression. His goal is to protect his family and friends, and then to kill Odin and end all this misery. He promises himself not to let Odin steal the life he just regained. Shortly after, he tells his mom she can live comfortably without worrying about money, and she hugs him and says it must have been hard for him. Our boy begins to tear up, but someone suddenly knocks on the door while they're sharing a hug. It turns out to be Ina, who says hi to him. However, our boy soon finds out that Yoo-jung came along with her. Jaehyun asks her what she wants this time, so she informs him that she came to invite him because her family is having a barbecue. Jaehyun remembers that Yoo-jung's parents are coming back today, so she adds that her mom said to bring him over since he's always doing things for them. He jokes that he's had to do things for her since she's a burden, but Yoo-jung tells him to come because her parents are excited to see him. He eventually agrees, and Yoo-jung walks away. Ina notices the moist marks on his shirt, which he had used to clean his face before opening the door, so she asks him if he was crying. Surprised, he informs her that his clothes just got wet while he was doing the dishes, and they both turn aside after an awkward moment. That evening, our boy heads to Yoo-jung's house, and he can tell her family is rich from the grandeur of the house. He runs into Ina and he asks why she's staying at Yoo-jung's house and if Yoo-jung also dragged her here. Surprised, Ina replies that she didn't have anywhere to go, so Jaehyun apologizes when he recalls that Ina doesn't have a family right now. Soon after, Yoo-jung shows up with her dad, Mr. Kim, right behind her. Yoo-jung's parents are excited to see Jaehyun, and they exchange pleasantries. Jaehyun recalls that they were really nice to him the day he lost his mom in his past life. Before he knows it, Mr. Kim locks his arm around his head and jokes that he's grown taller. Jaehyun wonders if violence runs in their family, and when Yoo-jung's dad lets him go, he asks him if Yoo-jung still bullies him since she used to beat him up, and he'd come crying when they were younger. Soon after, Yoo-jung shows up again and tells her dad to help her with the food and stop fooling around. He goes to help her and asks how she's going to get a boyfriend when she's like that. Before he leaves, he asks Jaehyun if he wants to volunteer to be Yoo-jung's boyfriend, and the ladies suddenly go mute. Jaehyun looks surprised, so Mr. Kim begins to list her good qualities. While he's talking, Yoo-jung loses her cool and pinches him, telling him to stop with the nonsense and go help with the chores. The poor man runs to help with the chores, and Yoo-jung tells Jaehyun to join him. Soon after, the food is ready. Jaehyun praises Mr. Kim's cooking skills, and Yoo-jung wishes that Hoyeon and Jae-sung could be here to enjoy this with them. While they're eating, Mr. Kim thanks Jaehyun for helping Yoo-jung with the midterms, but Jaehyun tells him he didn't do much, and he feels guilty because it was all an act. Soon after, Mrs. Kim tells Jaehyun she's happy he's doing well, and she was surprised when he said he's going to magic class. She mentions that she was wondering if he joined magic class because he wanted to stay with Yoo-jung, and that comment makes Ina pause her eating, but Jaehyun clarifies that it's not the case. Mrs. Kim compliments Jaehyun on how he becomes more handsome each day, and expresses her hope that Yoo-jung would bring home a boyfriend like him. Yoo-jung angrily tells her mom to stop talking and eat because her food is going to get cold. When our boy notices Ina has stopped eating, he asks her if something is wrong, but she tells him it's nothing. Meanwhile, in Hoyeon's house, his father berates him for spending his time saving dying students because he felt bad for them. Mr. On calls his own son a foolish bastard, and he realizes that he would have been arrested alongside Jae-in had he been a tiny bit late. He calls Hoyeon a piece of shit son, and tells him to shut up as he tries to speak. He reminds him that he needs to become South Korea's best raider and get everyone under his feet. He tells him he has to bring down that Jaehyun no matter what, but Hoyeon tells him to stop. Hoyeon realizes that all his attempts to convince his father don't work because his father always tells him to step on others to climb the social ladder. He tells his father he doesn't want to live life the way he wants him to because this is his life after all. Annoyed, his father grabs his arm and asks if he knows what he's saying, but Hoyeon slaps his hand away. Our warrior turns around and leaves the house despite his father ordering him to come back. Hoyeon realizes he doesn't want to win against Jaehyun using dishonest means, and he plans to improve through fair methods. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung's parents go out on a late-night movie date, so Jaehyun commends the fact that her parents are still on good terms. Shortly after, our boy decides to go, and Yoo-jung asks him if he's leaving already. Our boy asks her what she means since it's almost midnight, but Yoo-jung insists that he hang out a bit more. After hesitating for a while, Yoo-jung states that her dad will be mad at him if he does so, and when she asks why, he says he doesn't think they'd be happy with him staying over so late when they're not home. Regardless, Yoo-jung states that they won't get mad if he doesn't do anything bad, and she makes Ina agree with her. Eventually, Jaehyun decides to stay back. Shortly after, Ina says she's been curious about something and asks them if they're both dating. They both furiously deny it, so Ina says she guessed so because they're really close, and their parents are close too. Yoo-jung clarifies that she and Jaehyun only like each other as friends, and Jae-hyun leaves shortly after. While he's heading home, Hela approaches him and informs him that he has to go through his second trial as soon as possible. She explains that they cannot stall any longer because Odin has begun to act. Sometime later, Odin has a meeting with the Aesir gods and is annoyed to find out that there's still no news from Heimdall. Thor tells his father that he's overly concerned about the prophecy's adversary since he's just a human, and an insect can do nothing against a god. Frigg joins her voice to Thor's and tells Odin a human is not a threat to the king of the gods, and reminds him he worries too much. However, Odin informs her humans are creatures that can endlessly learn and grow. At the moment, they cannot kill the great enemy because the prophecy's power can protect him for 10 years. But Odin doesn't want to eliminate the possibility that the adversary will grow more powerful within that time period. Frigg believes that the power of the prophecy that is protecting the great adversary is quickly weakening, and they may not have to wait 10 years before they can kill him. Odin tells her that all their plans will have to be precise because fate has never prophesied their victory. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun learns from Hela that the power protecting him from the Aesir is fading. He asks why, since he wasn't attacked by the Aesir until he turned 27 in his past life. So Hela explains that it's because too much of the prophecy's power was used to bring him back to his time period. Apparently, going against the flow of time is not allowed even for a god, and it's surprising that the prophecy's power even held out for this long. In fact, Hela believes that someone she doesn't know had paid dearly to make this possible. When Jae-hyun gets home, he's shocked to learn that he's fighting against Heimdall, the white god who looks into the near future and wears a big horn. Since he's already on Earth, Jae-hyun worries that they won't have time for this test, but Hela assures him that she's stalled for time. Meanwhile, Heimdall is tied down by Hela's power, and he wonders how Hela can dare to store him, the great Heimdall, in a place like this. While still bound, he screams to Hela not to think she can keep him in such a petty prison. Hela tells Jae-hyun she had to use quite a bit of power, but it'll delay Heimdall for a while. When Jae-hyun asks where the second trial is going to take place, as if on cue, the news comes up about the recurrent failure of the 11th Great Ruins raid. The news states that a guy named Balak from the European Association joined the raid, creating a lot of hope. But the first trial, called Proof of Qualification, could not be cleared again, and it seems they're not confident about their next attempt. Hela tells Jae-hyun that the next trial is in Iceland, the mythology's center and where the giant of the Great Ruins secret is hidden. Apparently, the great ruins these guys are attempting were made for the great adversary to foster him into becoming someone who can defeat Odin again. When he asks her what she means by again, she also finds it strange that she used the word again. Apparently, he's the only one who can attempt the Proof of Qualification trial, which will open up the path to the Great Ruins. Meanwhile, Balak watches the news about how they were unable to clear the ruin, and he angrily smashes something as he wonders what sort of ruin this is that they can't get in. He calls out to a lady named Camilla and asks her if she's sure the mages are properly looking into this issue, and she reminds him that she's told him not to doubt others. She tells him to stop being in such a rush because she also wants to enter the only great ruin in the entire world. But Balak still wonders how they're supposed to get past the first trial, which keeps asking them to prove themselves if they want to enter. A few days later, our boy heads to the airport to go to Iceland, and he calls director Kim Ji-yeon to help him make up an excuse to his friends so they don't worry about him. He had to rush the preparation process by using mana stones to reinforce all his artifacts to enter their maximum and level up beyond level 30. As Jae-hyun gets into the plane, he knows the Great Ruins are protected by Balak, who doesn't want anyone else to invade it, and he'll have to fight the S-rank raider, who's carrying the real Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung. Meanwhile, Hela, who's traveling in Jae-hyun's coat as a cat, hopes to see whether Loki made the right choice by seeing how Jae-hyun handles this. The ruins are mysterious burial grounds that popped up all over the world suddenly. After being cleared by raiders, it was revealed that these locations were places where artifacts were hidden. It provided an opportunity to earn items of higher rank than those in normal dungeons, which made the competition intense. The government of each nation had to intervene. During the flight, Hela informs Jae-hyun that Mistletoe, the bracelet around his wrist, was an object they had hidden in the ruins, so it wasn't pure coincidence that he was the one who found it. Jae-hyun guesses she must be referring to the bubbles of light he saw back then that led him, and he recalls that the beginning of everything was that strange light too. Shortly after, Hela explains that the ruins were created by the giants. Apparently, 10,000 years ago, their guardian and Thor's rival, Hrungnir, created it for the great adversary of the prophecy, as well as the countless humans who would be fighting Odin's army. Jae-hyun realizes that it makes sense why the ruins have so many puzzles and riddles, because the giants are known as wise beings, who were said to be confident even in the face of the Aesir gods, even though they met a horrible end. Jae-hyun mentions that he has a pretty good item with him. Before he left, he got an A-rank reinforcement item named Shadow Mineral that reinforces his shadow equipment. The Shadow Mineral can be used to reinforce shadow armor that he got after defeating Nightshade. After using the shadow mineral, his shadow armor increases to rank A. His Misteltane activates a passive skill called Genius of Armor Making, which further increases it to an S-rank armor called Armor of Abyss. The Armor of Abyss is said to have been made from the Abyss of Ginnungagap, with an active skill of level 3 Stealth and a passive skill called Shadow Synchronization. Shadow Synchronization is a rank A skill that synchronizes the user with the shadows to create an afterimage, has a 20% chance of deflecting enemy attacks, and has a single 100% chance of deflecting an attack, but doesn't work against light attribute attacks. A few hours later, they reach Iceland, and they lodge in a special hotel where only the awakened are allowed to stay, and one night costs 50,000 won. While going to his room, Jae-hyun walks past Balak, who is the head of the European Raider Association, and Camilla. When he walks past them, Balak stops Jae-hyun and asks him what he is. As Balak walks back, Camilla tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen and stands in front of Jae-hyun. He asks Jae-hyun how old he is and where he's from, but our boy doesn't say anything. Eventually, Camilla steps in between them and asks Balak what he's doing. After apologizing to him, she pushes our boy along and tells him he can keep going because Balak has a rather shitty personality, and that's why he got dumped by his ex-wife. After waving Jae-hyun goodbye, Camilla reminds Balak she told him to be careful not to ruin the image of the European Raider Association. She tells him she understands that he's sensitive because their last raid failed, but he shouldn't take his anger out on a kid. However, Balak tells her that's not it, but it's because that kid made no noise at all when he walked, and he knows how to intentionally hide his presence. Meanwhile, at the Mills Academy director's office, Jae-hyun's friends are shocked to learn that their friend has gone overseas. Yoo-jung wonders where he went this time, especially since he randomly got himself in trouble at an amusement park. Hoyeon jokes that Jae-hyun gets into trouble, but Ina suddenly interjects by saying that Jae-hyun is not the type to get into trouble. At Iceland's Great Ruins, some guards of the European Raider Association notice a strange figure walking towards them, and they tell him to reveal his identity. Jae-hyun, who has concealed his identity with the armor, asks them if they can't just let him in because he's too lazy for this shit. As they're about to signal that an invader is present, Jae-hyun covers their mouths and activates his brainwashing skill. He apologizes for acting like a criminal, but explains that the ruins were meant for him. Before Jae-hyun left Seoul, Hila had told him that the conditions he needed to meet to be allowed into the Great Ruins were first the Nornir system, and secondly that his strength and agility stats had to be over 150, which is basically S-rank level. She hesitates for a while, hoping he's S-rank, but when he tells her he's not, Hela can't believe it, because she saw him defeat Surtur's clone. When she starts to think of a way for him to reach S-rank, Jae-hyun tells her there's a way and brings out a rank A key called a cursed key that he got from Flandier's mission. Using his detection key, he recognizes it as Loki's key that can open any door or chest. In the present, Jae-hyun finds it strange that he got this key, and it seems as if someone who predicted everything prepared this for him. He sticks the key into the door and it opens up. Before he enters, he prepares his blank card because he believes it will be of use soon too. He had the option of using it on Seo's cognition accelerant or Soyul's detection skill, but he still felt there could be something better he could use it on. Also, if he copies the skill of those around him, he knows people could get suspicious. He makes his way through the hallway, and he sees a giant, who asks him if he's the prophesied great adversary. The giant introduces himself as Smir Hrungnirson, the one who guards the Great Ruins, as directed by his father, Hrungnir. When Hela jumps down, Smir recognizes her as a clone of Hel, so Hela explains to Smir that she's responsible for guiding the great adversary through the 5 trials, and she explains that the power of the prophecy that had been protecting the great adversary is weakening, so they need him to take his trial as soon as possible. While she's still talking, Smir tells her he rejects, and when she asks him why, he explains that the method with which the great adversary opened the door was cheating, and he won't be able to pass the second trial with his present stats. Smir generously proposes that he become stronger and come back, but Hela insists that they don't have time, and the Aesir gods will start acting again once the power of the prophecy runs out. However, Smir insists that rules are rules, and he's fairly certain that Jotunheimer, which he wished to protect, is already covered in ashes, and there is no home for the giants to return to. Since it's already too late, he wonders what difference it makes if they're any later, so Hela realizes that the giant is in despair. However, Jae-hyun, who has been boiling with rage, asks them what kind of crap this is. He asks Smir if he's kidding him and tells him he's not a charity organization. RMC explains that he's not something they can use when they need it and then discard, and the only reason he's letting them all control what he does right now is because he sees value in using them too. He activates his level 5 lightning chain skill and tells Smir that he'll need him to move out of the way. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the guards tell Balak that no one has managed to pass them. That doesn't make sense to Balak, who is certain that someone is in the dungeon because of the mysterious power he felt just now that happens when ruins are opened. Since the doors are open, he's certain he'll be allowed in too, but when he reaches the door, he's told that he's not qualified as usual. Shortly after, Camilla receives a call from Balak very late at night, and he informs her that an invader has entered the Great Ruin. Inside the dungeon, Hela asks Jaehyun what he's doing, and Smir, who is now enraged, calls him a fool and stands up to face him. Smir asks Jaehyun how he dares to defy him in that human body, and his roar releases a destructive amount of energy. Regardless, our boy asks him if he doesn't have any other lines, because he's heard that one so many times that he's sick of it. The reason our boy is doing this is that he'd have to retreat if he gives up on this trial and die while fighting Heimdall. It's either that or dying here, so it's the same thing. So as not to end up with regrets as he did before regressing, he plans to stand his ground. Shortly after, Smir tells the great adversary that his courtesy ends here and releases a huge arrow from the top that aims right at Jaehyun's head. Oddly, our boy doesn't move out of the way and uses his absolute calculation skill to destroy the arrow. Next up, he uses his wind boost to launch himself towards Smir. The giant realizes Jaehyun is coming straight for his heart, and he wonders if the great enemy is really planning to take him down and walk away. Smir wonders what's driving Jaehyun to do all this, and our boy senses the feeling of intense pressure similar to when he fought Hugin. He feels this when he's against an opponent that he can't presently win against, and he has no intention of caving this time. Shortly after, he activates his frozen earth skill and freezes the ground. Smir notes the skill and says he doesn't know how Jaehyun was able to get his hands on a secret skill of dark elves, but he crushes the ice on the ground with one punch and reminds Jaehyun he's weak regardless. A look of despair first crosses Jaehyun's face, but then he smirks. He asks Smir if he's moving the way he expected just because he's stupid and tactless. Our boy soon activates his level 5 fire skill, and another level 5 skill called Air Blast. Jaehyun mixes the ice with fire and shoots them at the giant, blocking his view. He soon activates his level 3 stealth skill to conceal himself, and Smir wonders if he really expects this pathetic trick to work on him. When the fog clears, Smir realizes he disappeared and is unable to find him. Soon after, Jaehyun leaps toward him and slashes at his neck with his sword. Meanwhile, at Seongun's office, the curator guildmaster, Ms. Baek Ji-hyun, comes back to tell Seongun that she wants Jaehyun. Seongun doesn't see the point in repeating this pointless conversation, but Ji-hyun offers to give her the right price in exchange. Seongun insists that Jaehyun isn't an object to be sold, so Ji-hyun offers her an item known as Nidhogg's Fang. Seongun hadn't expected the curator guild to offer an S-class item, and she wonders if that's how badly she wants Jaehyun. However, Seongun smiles and asks her if she plans to lure Jaehyun directly with this item if Lotus Guild declines their offer, and from Ji-hyun's response, it's clear that that is her plan. Intrigued, Seongun tells her that she should have gone to Jaehyun instead, but Ji-hyun tells her they prefer to resolve issues in a gentlemanly manner. Ji-hyun gets up and stretches her hand, telling her she'll be expecting her decision. Once again, Seongun doesn't return her handshake, and Ji-hyun takes her leave. Meanwhile, Jaehyun slashes at the giant's neck, but Smir isn't injured. Smir asks Jaehyun if this is the method he's chosen, and reminds him that Odin and the other Aesir gods are strong, and there's no guarantee his efforts will yield any results. He asks Jaehyun if he still believes he can move forward, but our boy tells him it's better than sitting around doing nothing. He activates his realization of magical artifact to create a mana blade and then activates his genius of armor making to level up the mana blade he created. Regardless, Smir tells the great adversary that he knows nothing because there is no value in what he's doing, but Jaehyun tells him he's the one who chooses whether his actions have value or not. In a flashback, Smir remembers when his father told him he alone is the one who chooses his value. Jaehyun doesn't hesitate and moves forward to land attacks on Smir, but a sudden outburst of energy from Smir makes Jaehyun unable to move. Smir asks him if he can take responsibility for what he said, and the weight of the energy starts to make Jaehyun bleed from the mouth. In extreme pain, he wonders what he should do and how he can win against this monster, but suddenly, the pressure disappears. Smir reminds him that he just said he's the one who chooses the value of his actions, but also informs him that such claims are only allowed for those with power. Smir offers to give him a chance to prove himself worthy, so he can let him in while Hela hides nearby. After considering it for a while, Jaehyun makes Smir an offer to withstand his ultimate attack just once, and Hela jumps out and asks Jaehyun what he thinks he's saying. She reminds him that Smir possesses divinity, and that his present human form isn't capable, but Smir accepts the offer. Smir summons a spear to evaluate if he's worthy of his words, and if he's a being who can resist great fate. Hela tries to stop Smir, but he doesn't listen to her and launches the spear right at Jaehyun, who stands there like a deer in the headlights. The immense power of the spear shakes the entire building, and eventually creates a large gap where it's targeted. After the smoke clears up, Jaehyun remains alive, and he asks Smir if that proves it. He had used his shadow synchronization skill, and the system tells him that the skill will have a 20% likelihood of activation from now on. Smear is surprised, but a smile soon develops on his face, and he allows Jaehyun to go in while Hela just stands there speechless, wondering what a strange human Jaehyun is. As our boy makes his way in, Smear informs him that there are 3 trials of wisdom prepared for him in this ruin. When he asks Jaehyun if he's not afraid, Jaehyun tells him he is, so Smear tells him that's good. While walking into the ruins, Hela asks Jaehyun how he did what he just did, and he says he's not sure either. As they walk further in, they encounter 2 ladies, who welcome him, and introduce themselves as Norn, the gatekeepers of the first trial of wisdom. Hela tells Jaehyun that she can't intervene from this point onwards and warns him to be cautious. The ladies tell him that one of the 2 of them is an angel and the other is a demon. The angel speaks only the truth, and the demon speaks only lies. One of them is a gateway to heaven where the angels reside, and the other is a gateway to hell where the demons reside. Apparently, whichever gate he chooses, he'll be able to reach the next step of the trial. But if he chooses the gate that leads to hell, the undead will continue to get in his way. After they explain, Jaehyun is told that he will be able to ask them just one question, so he has to use the opportunity well. Jaehyun realizes figuring out the right path with just one question is the famous logic riddle, but he's intrigued that both of the paths can still lead him to the next trial. When he decides to ask his question, the Norn tells him there's no need to hurry because there's enough time for him to think, but Jaehyun replies that he doesn't need to think deeply about this. After he points to one of them, he asks her what realm her gate leads to. Jaehyun recognizes this riddle as one called Angel and Demon, a pretty famous riddle that has a pretty well-known solution too. If you ask where they live, the angel will tell you the way to heaven, and if you ask the demon, they will also point you to heaven. The lady he asks walks in front of a gate close to her and says, this is her gate. She asks him if this gate is his choice, but Jaehyun tells her he's going to go through the second gate instead. After he makes the choice, Hela is shocked and follows him in. She asks him if he's out of his mind and why he would intentionally choose the gate that leads to hell, but Jaehyun reminds her of the saying that nothing is hard work when you're young. Eventually, he reveals to her that he chose this gate because they told him the undead will try to stop him, and Hela suspects he has other plans. When the undead start to come out, Jaehyun activates his sacrifice skill and switches it to an offense skill called Judgment of Light. Using the Judgment of Light, he incinerates them, and he keeps leveling up. To Jaehyun, gaining all these experience points is the real meaning of heaven. Hela just watches glumly and calls Jaehyun an evil human, suspecting that he must be a demon. Meanwhile, the Norn sisters confess that Jaehyun made the most foolish but also the wisest decision, just like Mimir prophesied. Sometime later, Jaehyun covers the distance and is taken to another place through a portal. He considers it a shame that the previous trial is already over because it was a rare opportunity to level up. In the second room, they find a complex magic activation on the ground, and our boy guesses that this test condition must be that he has to find a way to escape. A voice suddenly confirms his suspicions, which is later identified as the gatekeeper of the second trial. Hela recognizes this voice and wonders how he is here, but the voice asks her to let him introduce himself. The voice introduces himself as Mimir, the one who made the Nornir system and the one who set his fate. Mimir explains that Loki came to him a long time ago to ask for advice on how to foster the last hope, the great enemy of the prophecy, and how to free oneself from Odin's eye. The answer to that was the Nornir system. Shocked that he's meeting the one who created the system he's using, Jaehyun asks him why he didn't explain his plans from the start, so Mimir informs him that it's hard to approach him because of the contract with the Aesir gods, and the Aesir system that all the Awakened used held them back. For a while, Mimir and Hela chat about how they won't be able to guarantee that the great adversary will be alive if the war they're expecting happens earlier than expected. Eventually, Mimir explains that the reason he's not intervening is to test if Jaehyun is worthy. Apparently, he was unable to say anything to Jaehyun before because there were too many eyes. And the reason they're able to converse like this is because they're inside the Great Ruins. Jaehyun decides to ask Mimir a question. He recognizes that since he was chosen by fate to be the great enemy, his will shouldn't matter. So he asks Mimir why he asked how he felt about the matter right before he died in his past life when he was most desperate. Meanwhile, Yoojung and Ina wonder what Jaehyun is doing overseas that's making him not answer his texts. While they all talk about Jaehyun, Yoojung laments that she just wants to be with him. But before the words come out of her mouth fully, she becomes embarrassed and quickly corrects that she said that because she's the only one who can put up with him. Shortly after, Seo talks about her plans to attend Mila's academy soon, and how she's already looked into their room sizes. So Hoyeon sincerely asks her what she will do if she ends up failing the entrance exams. The question leaves her in despair, and she accuses him of being mean, which shocks him. Ina finally says she hopes Jaehyun comes back soon, and Yoojung agrees. In the Great Ruins, Mimir answers that they didn't want to leave the fate of the world in the hands of someone who couldn't even get up on his own. So he gave him an opportunity to change his fate back then. Jaehyun mentions that he has many more questions, but he guesses Mimir won't be able to answer them all. Eventually, Mimir offers to give him a hint about the truth if he passes this trial. To explain the second trial, Mimir tells him that he has to offer one of the objects in the room by placing it on the altar. However, he has to keep two things in mind. First, that this is to earn wisdom, and secondly, that he only gets one chance. When Jaehyun despairs because he's going to have to look through all this stuff, Mimir recognizes his thoughts because he can access his thoughts through the Nornir system. Mimir decides to give Jaehyun two hints for the trial. The first is that he already has the wisdom he could earn from this altar, and the second is that he came to the ruins 2 days earlier than they planned because today is Monday. Jaehyun is still pretty confused, but Mimir tells him that's all the hints he can get, so he asks Jaehyun to show him his wisdom. Before Jaehyun begins, Mimir adds one last condition to this trial, which is that Jaehyun will die here if he fails to pass this trial. Annoyed, our boy thinks within himself that Mimir is a real son of a B-word because he knows he can hear his thoughts. The cursing makes Mimir laugh, and he tells him he has an hour to bring up an answer, and an hourglass is set up. Jaehyun thinks about what Mimir said about him already possessing the wisdom, and how Mimir meant he was supposed to come here on Wednesday. None of that seems to relate to this trial, so he decides to calm down and think back to where it all began. Before he does anything, Jaehyun decides to try out his mana detection to check out all the items, but he doesn't pick up anything special. He keeps thinking about the wisdom he already possesses, and Wednesday, as the time continues to count. Eventually, he decides there's only one possibility remaining for what Mimir expects from him. After he generates a spear, the Nornir system asks him what he will sacrifice to the altar, so he decides to sacrifice himself. The system reminds him he only gets one chance and asks if that's his choice, so he cheerfully says it is. Suddenly, the magic circle under his feet lights up, and Mimir tells him that he gave the correct response. Jaehyun recognized that the wisdom he already possesses refers to the knowledge of runes that he earned after obtaining Odin's lost eye. Second, the word Wednesday is rooted in the term Day of Woden, and Woden is Odin's other name. Odin is said to have sacrificed himself in order to gain knowledge of life and the afterlife. If that has something to do with this trial, then it's clear that he needed to offer himself on this altar. Eventually, Mimir asks him if he knows the meaning behind the choice he just made, so Jaehyun tells him he knows Odin was hung upside down on Yggdrasil and speared through for 9 days. He tells Mimir he's someone who's willing to put his life on the line if it's to get what he wants, so our boy removes his armor and stabs himself with the spear in his hand, despite Hela's protest. As he drives the spear through his stomach, he asks Mimir if this is what he wanted to see. Jaehyun recognizes that sacrificing oneself means enduring the threat of death. To end things a bit sooner, our boy activates his realization of magical artifact skill to create another spear and stabs himself with it again. Hela clamors for him to stop, but Jaehyun generates another spear, and as he's about to stab himself, Mimir tells him it's enough, and then drops him back onto the magic circle. When he drops him, Mimir tells him he's changed quite a bit, and no longer needs his advice. Jaehyun is surprised that the injury is gone, and Mimir tells him the test is over, and that he's shown him he's better than he thought him to be. To keep his end of the promise, Mimir gives Jaehyun 3 words that he says will become a sentence again, and will guide him to the truth. Jaehyun protests that he's using an indirect method to answer his questions, but Mimir pleads with him that he has to answer like this to avoid the eye of the Aesir gods. Mimir informs Hela that even she doesn't know about the thing he's about to say, which surprises her. The first word is raider, the second is eye, and the third is shinier. Jaehyun can't seem to make sense of the words, and he wonders what they're supposed to mean. To help him, Mimir leaves him with one last piece of advice: to doubt the system, as he believes that will help him reach the truth. After Mimir leaves, Jaehyun considers his words carefully. At a glance, all 3 words seem to be pointing to him. Raider is his job. The eye refers to Odin's lost eye, and his present is shinier than his past. However, it doesn't explain why he specifically used the word shinier, and why he should doubt the system. To offer some comfort, Hela tells him she'll also think about what it could mean and proposes they move on to the next trial. As they move forward, Smear shows up and informs Jaehyun that the last trial now awaits him. Smear tells him the huge mirror in front of him is the next trial. Apparently the mirror is known as the Mirror of Erd, the first of the 3 Norns. It's an artifact that shows the past. Jaehyun will see the memories of a Jotun, and he's to watch the memory and come back to tell Smear the answer he has earned to pass the trial. Jaehyun asks him if there's an answer he's looking for, but Smear tells him there isn't, and any response he has is not for him to judge. Once he's ready, Smear tells him to place his hand on the mirror, and Erd, the 3rd Norn sister, touches his hand from inside the mirror. She's glad he's finally here and tells him she's been waiting for him. She tells him she's Erd and intertwines her fingers with his. As she holds him, she explains that she's waited a long time for him, holding on to this broken past, which is a fragment of the past that an old being wishes to show him. She leads him toward the first piece of the memory, and takes him to a place that Hel, who is following behind, calls Jotunheimer, the land of the giants. Because of how Jaehyun and Erd spoke, Hela asks Jaehyun if he's met Erd before, and he says he's not sure. Erd soon asks them to quiet down and look at the past in front of them, but explains to Jaehyun that he won't be able to change anything because this story has ended. It's merely an echo of the past that Hrungnir, the once great Jotun, relayed unto the great adversary. When Jaehyun turns back, he sees Hrungnir asking the once young Smear what he thinks a good lord should be like. Smear responds that a good lord needs to be strong in order to protect others, and Hrungnir agrees but explains that a good lord should know to share with others and take care of them, while also being able to acknowledge his own shortcomings. He tells Smear he hopes he will become a Jotun like that someday too, but Smear replies that he's weak and scared of a lot of things, including Thor's hammer. Smear laments that he could never have any value as a lord, but Hrungnir tells him not to judge his value so easily, because the only one who can decide his value is himself. When they hear that, Jaehyun and Hela realize that it's that statement that made Smear open up to him. Suddenly, a frantic giant enters the room to inform Hrungnir that Thor and the Valkyries have invaded the city. Hrungnir tells Smear not to worry, because he'll do all that he can to protect them. After that first vision, Erd explains that it was a dark past, but the misery of the giants did not end here. She decides to show him the second piece, and he's suddenly translated to a time when the city is burning. Everywhere he looks, corpses and blood fill his sight. Hela mentions that this is the war of the end, Ragnarok, right before the contract was written, and the man standing over all the corpses is the god of thunder and lightning, Thor. Jaehyun beholds Thor and realizes he's way too strong for him as he is right now. Even if he reaches S rank, he can't face a monster like him. Eventually, he asks the women what he needs to do to become as strong as Thor, and Hela tells him he has to pass the 5 trials. In the vision, Thor mentions that he always hated giants, and he's intrigued that they're not giving up but still want to fight him. To show his respect for such warriors, he offers the king of the giants, Hrungnir, a chance to avoid a massacre of his kind if he will fight him one-on-one. Shortly after, Hrungnir comes out and asks him if he will truly let the others go for the price of his head, and Thor swears on his name to do that. Hrungnir accepts the offer, and Thor promises to return soon for their fight. Erd explains that Thor's change of mind, Hrungnir's sacrifice, and the war between Jotunheimer and Asgard ended with Asgard being the victor. After that, she decides to show him the last piece of the past. Sometime later, Smear pleads with his father not to go fight with Thor because it's a trap. Hrungnir tells him he's aware, but he has no choice but to go. The weeping Smear asks him why he must do this and reminds him he's the only family he has left. Hela informs Jaehyun that the place those in the vision are standing in is called Asgard, the world where the Aesir gods and Odin reside. In the vision, Hrungnir reminds Smear that he has always told him not to be afraid because he's sure he'll do well without him. While Smear cries, his father tells him that the prophesied great adversary will one day come to him, and that great adversary will free them and all other species from the Aesirs. Before he leaves, Hrungnir tells Smear to protect his grave, the Great Ruins. Jaehyun realizes the ruins are the memorials for the giants who died and a symbol of a hopeful future. In the vision, Hrungnir speaks to Jaehyun directly and tells him he knows he'll be seeing this memory in the future, so he asks him to help his child, Smear. Hrungnir soon steps out to meet Thor, who has been excitedly waiting to fight him for a while. Hrungnir asks Thor if he's satisfied now, but Thor says he isn't. The god summons his hammer and says he'll only be satisfied after he kills Hrungnir. Thor fires streaks of lightning at the giant, who blocks them with his weapon. After he stops, Hrungnir asks Thor why he's killing innocent lives for the sake of his greed. So Thor confesses that everything is the will of the great Odin, and he personally doesn't have any reasons. Apparently, Thor's only reason for doing this is to fight a strong opponent. Eventually, Thor asks Hrungnir why he agreed to this fight knowing he's going to die. After a short pause, Hrungnir tells him he has something to protect, and Thor jokingly wonders what he still has to protect when most of his kind has been reduced to ashes. However, Hrungnir assures him that they're still valuable because Asgard will fall someday. When Thor realizes that Hrungnir also believes the prophecy of the 3 Norn sisters, he calls it idle talk and proceeds to end Hrungnir's life. Before Hrungnir is taken out, he speaks directly to the great enemy again and tells him that the path he must take is chosen solely by him and him alone, and he tells him to have a firm will. Apart from that, he asks him to tell Smear that he's sorry. Thor soon throws his hammer at Hrungnir's weapon. The sheer force of the attack destroys the weapon and smashes Hrungnir's head. Jaehyun finds this ending really messed up, and he suddenly brings out his blank card to get back at Thor. Luckily for him, the Nornir system tells him he can use a blank card. Hrungnir is soon taken out, and Thor stands over his dead body. Suddenly he notices some runes shining out of the dead giant's weapon, which were the inscriptions Hrungnir was making on his weapon while he was speaking with Smear. Thor realizes that Hrungnir has used a petty trick on him, and a huge explosion soon occurs, and strings of light are tied around Thor to hold him down. Thor realizes Hrungnir set this counterattack to be triggered by his death, but Thor doesn't believe something so petty will kill him, so he releases a huge amount of energy to burn the binds away. Suddenly, the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that the rank of the skill he is copying is too high for his level and cannot be properly used until his level is higher. Thor soon successfully burns away all the binds holding him. However, he's suddenly targeted by a small force that remains from Hrungnir's magic that pierces his head. The attack pushes Thor backward, and when he gets up, he finds out that his head is bleeding and Hrungnir had launched an object into his head to repress his power, and it amuses him. Because Thor's power has been repressed, the system allows Jaehyun to register Thor's passive skill known as Lightning God's Power. Hela asks how it's possible to use a blank card on someone inside a memory, and tells her it wouldn't be possible if this was just an illusion. However, it's not an illusion but a fragment of the past that's being passed down to the future generation, which means that Hrungnir's sacrifice wasn't meaningless after all. Jaehyun is able to register the Lightning God's Power, which is of legendary rank. He now possesses Thor's lightning, which greatly increases the efficiency and potency of all lightning-type skills. It increases lightning damage by 300% and lightning efficiency by 50%. However, because the skill is too high in rank for the user's level, it cannot be maintained for long without permanent damage to the body. When Hela asks him if he's sure about this, our boy tells her he'll just grow strong enough to be able to handle it, and tells her he's sure she'll help him. Soon after, tells them it's time to say farewell once again, but she confesses she can't get used to saying farewell to him once again. Confused, our boy asks her why he can't remember knowing her before, but she tells him there's no point in finding out now. She encourages him to leave the past and go to a new future since there is no space for her in his fate. The veil on her face suddenly disappears, and she tells him she wishes his journey is filled with blessings throughout. Tears drop from Erd's eyes and she eventually disappears. For a while, our boy just stares at the mirror and hesitates before he turns back towards Smear. Smear decides to ask him one question for his last test. Smear asks him if he's ready, and if he's capable of not straying from his path, even if he were to lose something important to him. Jaehyun thinks about his mother, teacher, and friends. Then he replies that he can't. He confesses that he'll be shaken up, sad, and in pain, just like Smear, but he'll get up again because he must move forward. Smear likes the answer and tells him he's qualified to pass this trial. Immediately, the system notifies him that his level has gone up by 4, and he's obtained the title, The One Who Overcame the Second Trial. Apart from that, he's notified that he's received a gift from Hrungnir. Before Jaehyun leaves, he tells Smear that his father told him to tell him he's sorry, then leaves. When Smear is alone, he says out loud to his father that he never resented him for what he did. When Jaehyun reaches the gate of the dungeon, he's shocked to find the entire European Raider Association waiting for him. Hela realizes the men are very skilled, and it's going to be hard to sneak out. Jaehyun finds it unsettling that they would treat him like a thief, but he understands they feel that way because the European Union put a lot of money into the rights to raid this place. Our boy knows he can't take on 2 S ranks at once with the skills he has right now, so he asks Hela to take care of things while he stalls for time. Hela informs him she'll send a signal, so she asks him to distract the men until then. Jaehyun finally steps out in his armor, and Balak steps out to meet him. Balak asks him if he cleared the dungeon, and Jaehyun asks him what will happen if he did. Enraged, Balak points his spear at his neck, and he's certain that the intruder cleared it since he doesn't feel mana coming from the ancient ruins. But he doesn't understand how he was able to. Jaehyun recognizes the sword with Balak as the original Dragonslayer sword, Balmung, the real S-rank artifact. Our boy informs Balak that this ruin was meant just for him, and they never would have succeeded no matter how many times they tried. Annoyed, Balak asks him if he's saying they're not good enough, and Jaehyun tells him it's possible. He reminds him that he couldn't even get in because he failed to prove himself worthy, and Balak almost curses at him. Annoyed, Balak tells him his original plan was to bring him to their side, but he's changed his mind. He tells our boy he won't kill him because there are a lot of things he can find out from him, and Jaehyun is glad he fell for such an obvious provocation. Eventually, Jaehyun tells him to try to kill him if he can, and he generates a sword he was able to get thanks to encountering Balak. Our boy recreates the rank S Dragonslayer sword, Balmung, and Balak just stares at him in confusion. To answer his questions, Jaehyun reminds him there's no law that states there can't be 2 Balmungs. Balak immediately attacks him, but our boy moves backward using his Step of Light skill. The angry raider keeps trying to attack him, but Jaehyun keeps dodging each attack. Eventually, when he stops, Jaehyun tells him he's slower than he expected. This further annoys Balak, who confesses that there are not many who can dodge his sword even among S-rank raiders, and he wonders who on earth Jaehyun is. Shortly after, Camilla shows up and warns Balak to be careful because the sword the intruder is holding has the same mana as his Balmung. Jaehyun reminds Balak that he won't kill him, but he's going to take his limbs. Recalling that Hugin had said just that to him, our boy asks Balak to stop talking because he's about to trigger his PTSD. Balak looks at him confused, so Jaehyun references an article he read about him that said he went through a divorce and decides to ask why. Suddenly Camilla tells Jaehyun he's crossing the line because Balak's wife divorced him because he has a shit personality and he's boring. She doesn't make the matter any better, so Balak tells Jaehyun they'll continue this conversation in the interrogation room. Hayla soon informs Jaehyun that she's ready and asks him to wrap things up, but he asks her to hold on a second, which further infuriates her. Our boy enjoys this opportunity to fight an S-rank raider, so he activates his overdrive skill and equips his incomplete B-rank Ring of Transcendence to momentarily amplify his mana to increase the force of his magic. After he activates it, the system warns him that he'll not be able to use mana for a while after using this skill. Camilla is shocked to witness that his mana has suddenly changed, so she warns Balak to back off. Balak creates a barrier around himself as Jaehyun releases a mana force field. But the power of the force still shatters the mana barrier, which is unbelievable. Jaehyun recalls that the Thor he saw in Hrungnir's memories was ridiculously strong, and he assumes Heimdall is the same. He decides that the only way for him to get stronger in a short period of time is for him to continue fighting stronger opponents. Immediately, Balak tries to slash him again, but our boy dodges the attack. Both of them soon collide, the force of their individual Balmungs releasing an explosive energy in their surroundings that knocks Balak several feet into the sky. Shocked, Camilla catches him with her magic, and she wonders how this intruder was able to defeat the European Union's leader like this. Balak lies on the ground unconscious with blood gushing out of his mouth, and Camilla decides she can't let a monster like this roam around the city. As Jaehyun takes his leave, Camilla turns to him and asks him if he really thinks she'd let him run away. She activates a skill called Hellfire and another called Wind Chaser, releasing a huge dark energy. Meanwhile, the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that his mana usage will be restricted for the time being as a penalty for the overdrive skill he used. When Hila realizes our boy can't do anything, she decides he's had enough fun and takes them out of there. On the other end, Camilla senses that the mana response disappeared before her attack even reached her opponent, and she considers tracking him. However, Balak, who is now back on his feet, tells her to give it up because it's too dangerous to go after him. He proposes they go back to the main base, and Camilla asks him if he's sure of that since he hates contacting them. Surprised, Camilla tells Balak he's different from usual and asks him if something happened, so he informs her that the intruder purposefully didn't kill him. When she hears that, Camilla decides to contact the main base. When he's left alone, Balak realizes he may not know the man, but he's certain they'll meet again, and he won't lose again when they do. Meanwhile, Hela berates Jaehyun for being so impulsive, but he only laughs and tells her they can go back home now. The next day, after Jaehyun lands at the airport, he receives a call from Ina. The reason Ina is calling him is to ask if he's decided which circle he's going to sign up for. A circle is one of the main policies of all raider academies in the nation, and it's like an activity club for raiders. Second and third years are usually the ones to create circles to bring in first years, and they usually take requests from public institutions. The academy will receive mediating fees during this process, and the students also have an opportunity to earn money and gain connections. The circle is a means to gain experience through circle activities before entering a guild. It seems like a good idea, but to Jaehyun, it's only beneficial if it can help you enter an influential guild. Otherwise, it's a loss. Before his regression, Jaehyun entered a low-ranking circle, and he ended up being basically enslaved. In the present, he already planned to enter the same circle as his friends anyway, but he decides it's no fun if he makes it easy for them. To play around, he tells Ina he doesn't know yet, and he'll find a suitable one. Ina informs him that they're talking about entering the same circle, and she asks him if he wants to join them while the rest of them listen in on the call. Jaehyun tells her he thinks he'd rather choose on his own, and after a short pause, Yoojung takes the phone and angrily asks Jaehyun if he plans to abandon them by entering a circle alone. Our boy tries to remind her that he didn't promise to go into the same circle with them, but Yoojung insists that once they're a team, they're always a team. Our boy teases her about being after his first-ranking benefits, but Yoojung tells him she doesn't care about that. Eventually, Jaehyun offers to join the same circle as them on the same condition, but he says he's going to tell them when he gets back to the academy. After he ends the call, Jaehyun recalls that the fact that they have to join circles soon means that something that happened in his past life is approaching. There's usually outdoor camping that's carried out alongside the registration time period for circles, and the location is in the locked-down area of Daegu. Where Meal's Academy was built is only a part of a closed-down area, and there are still tons of monsters outside the academy. Meals has been holding outdoor camping events every year to bring down the number of monsters. Jaehyun takes a portal back to the academy and returns to his apartment. While having a chat with Hila, she suggests they look at the gift that Hrungnir gave him. Suddenly Hela freezes, and when Jaehyun asks her what's wrong, she reminds him that she had told him she stalled for time by tying down Heimdall, but she just sensed that he's been freed. Meanwhile, Heimdall breaks through the fabric of space and crawls out into a locked-down area. He's annoyed that he was embarrassed like that by a clone. When he looks around, he notices the area is locked down and wonders if Hela was trying to keep him away from humans. He's very annoyed, and as if to make matters worse, a nearby monster spots him and jumps down behind him to have him as lunch. Heimdall doesn't even turn around to look at the monster, so it bends forward to gobble him up since he's not putting up a fight. As the monster covers his head in its mouth, Heimdall tightens his fist, releasing a huge amount of energy that tears the monster's head into bits. Heimdall decides to have some fun and meet up with our MC to test him. Meanwhile, Hela laments when she realizes that Heimdall is going to a shut-off area near Mil's academy. From our boy's expression, she suspects he knows why Heimdall is going there, so Jaehyun informs her that that is where Mil's students are going to be camping. Hela becomes worried when she realizes what Heimdall wants. Apparently Heimdall has the ability to read the immediate future, so he must have read Jaehyun's future. Our boy realizes that it seems his friends are going to get involved in this, and it makes him bothered even though he had been expecting it. He decides to prepare as much as he can to fight Heimdall head-on, so he decides to check Hrungnir's gift to see how much it can help. Jaehyun opens Hrungnir's gift and he gets a consumable item called Giant's Blood. The item is a rank S+ item that contains both power and wisdom to increase his strength and wisdom stats. However, the item can only be used when he meets the minimum requirements of strength and wisdom, so Jaehyun suspects this is why there was a requirement of being S rank to enter the Great Ruins. He'd have to get a wisdom and strength rank above 150 to use this item, and that requires him to become S rank. Apart from that, Jaehyun receives a passive skill called Hrungnir's Rage, an extraordinary rank skill that allows all damages against Aesir gods and Valkyries to become double. Hela cheerfully asks him what he thinks about the skills and boasts that this is the reason she had said he needs to hurry with the second trial. Jaehyun is also pleased, and he pets her head because he's glad she hurried him up. However, Hela jumps out of his reach and asks him what he's doing. Eventually, she calms down and transforms back into her human form, then tells him she knows a way to help him. The next afternoon, Jaehyun is seen bleeding from his eyes and nose after trying to use Thor's lightning skill. He laments to Hela that this is not easy, so she tells him it's expected since the skill he obtained is a legendary rank skill, which cannot even be compared to S rank or extraordinary rank. She warns that he'll destroy his body just trying to use the skill if he doesn't manage to level up enough, and Jaehyun realizes he needs to learn to use the skill as soon as possible. Sometime later, while he's taking a stroll, he thinks about a way to level up. He remembers the special quest, Raven Hunter, that the system gave him a while back, which required him to get rid of all Odin's ravens. He's only taken out 1 out of 5, and he needs more for a blank card and a rank increase. This seems to be the only way for now, but it doesn't seem to be a good idea because time is running out. He also considers that he can take care of any permanent body damage incurred from using Thor's ability for too long using sacrifice, but that won't get to the root of the issue. Suddenly, a nearby car honks at Jaehyun, so he waits to see if it's friend or foe. It turns out to be Guildmaster Jihyun, who tells Jaehyun it's a coincidence to run into him in a place like this. Our boy recognizes her, so she asks him if Lotus is treating him well because she heard he signed a contract with them recently. Jaehyun immediately realizes why she's here to see him, and jokingly asks her if she's not too busy to be meeting him here coincidentally. Eventually, he asks her if she perhaps ran a background check on him or something, which surprises Jihyun. Because of how tense the situation is, Hela decides to excuse herself. Nearby, Sungjae hides his presence with his stealth skill. He soon places a call to Seongan to inform her that the Curator Guild has gotten into contact with Jaehyun. He also informs her that he thinks Jaehyun has found out he was following him around based on how he looks toward where he was standing. Shortly after, our boy meets with Jihyun privately to ask why she wanted to see him. She directly informs him that she wants to scout him, so he reminds her that she knows he's already in a guild. To make the offer interesting, she offers Nidhogg's Fang, and our boy's eyes widen. She seems to be casually offering to give him an S-rank item of astronomical value. Meanwhile, Hela goes to Hel's temple to ask Hel to lend her some of her power. Hel reminds Hela that she's just a fragment of herself, so her power would be unstable in her hands even if she were to give it to her. Hela agrees that she probably won't be able to use it properly or may die trying. Although she acknowledges that even if she survives receiving the power, she probably would die soon, Hela decides that she wants to do this because that's what she's for. As the guide of the fifth trial and the compass for the great enemy, she believes she solely exists for his sake and for prophecy. Hel protests that there should be another way to do this, but Hela confesses that she's actually curious to see the future that Jaehyun will write amidst all the struggles, even if she won't get to see that future. When Hel realizes she's made up her mind, She agrees to give her power but wishes for her to be happy regardless of the decision she makes. Meanwhile, Sungjae tells Seonghyun that he thinks Guildmaster Jihyun is going to try to convince Jaehyun herself. Although he believes that Jaehyun isn't one to be fooled by money, Seonghyun reminds him that Jihyun has something more valuable than money to offer. Seonghyun realizes that Jihyun judged Jaehyun's potential to be better than she herself had done. Surprised, Sungjae asks her if she's going to let Jaehyun be, so she replies that it's not in her hands because Jaehyun is well on his way to being the world's strongest raider. Regardless, she states that she has never and will never let someone take something she's interested in. In the Curator Guild meeting room, Jihyun asks Jaehyun what he thinks about her offer. Recognizing that he's only seated with her because he wants something, she asks Yeonju to bring Nidhogg's Fang to the table, and it catches our boy's attention. Nidhogg's Fang is a renowned blade that was ranked second after the Balmung in Jaehyun's life, but Jaehyun playfully asks her why she's showing him this. Eventually, Jihyun proposes to Jaehyun that they become honest with each other. To fulfill her desires, Jaehyun's aura suddenly changes, and he asks her to say what she wants, which shocks Jihyun since he's just a student. She refuses to let herself show fear, and Jaehyun tells her he knows she's trying to conceal her fear. She's surprised, which makes him eventually smile as he acknowledges her offer to give him Nidhogg's Fang to join the Curator Guild. Jihyun reminds him no one else can offer him something this valuable, and our boy agrees because only a crazy guildmaster would invest so much into a 17-year-old. However, our boy points out that Curator doesn't hire battle-type raiders, so Jihyun confesses that she judged that it's time their guild changed, and he'll be their first battle-type raider. When Jaehyun probes further because he feels there's more to this story, Jihyun admits that stealing him from the Lotus Guild and gaining connections in the Raider Association are the real reasons she offered him Nidhogg's Fang. Jihyun also adds that the contract allows him to take most of the profits, but while she's talking, Jaehyun suggests she let him touch it just once since it's a weapon he might end up using. The truth, however, is that he's about to activate his realization of magical artifact to try to replicate the weapon. Since he's valuable enough to her, she lets him do that, and Jaehyun holds the weapon in his hand. With a smile on his face, he returns the weapon and tells Jihyun that he doesn't think the weapon is really his style and thanks her for the offer. When he gets up to leave, Jihyun asks him if he doesn't like the weapon, but he tells her he's not saying that. It's just not his style. This time, Jihyun becomes angry and asks him who in the world cares about taste when it comes to an S-rank artifact. She reminds him this is a golden opportunity he's turning away, and that he can't buy this with all the money in the world. But Jaehyun stops her by saying he doesn't have anything more to talk about. As he politely asks to excuse himself, Jihyun just stands there, totally stunned. When he eventually leaves, she collapses into the chair and realizes Jaehyun is just like his master, Seonghyun. Anger wells up in her, and she promises to make them regret this. Shortly after, our boy returns home and activates his realization of magical artifact skill to obtain a copy of Nidhogg's Fang, which he hadn't expected to get so early on. Nidhogg is the name of the great and dangerous poison dragon recorded in legends. The dragon inhabits a spring, Vergelmir, hidden deep inside Niflheimer. However, Jaehyun remembers that he needs to be more calculating and careful now. He wonders how strong Heimdall is, and figures he may just be as strong as Thor. The thought of battling against the gods makes him think he's gone insane from the nonsensical situation he's in, but he's still curious to know how strong he is compared to them. He wonders if he'll be able to change the fate that Urge showed him through the mirror. Sometime later, in the Mills Academy main circle executive conference room, the top students at Mills Academy gather to have a discussion. A lady watches them from nearby and is surprised by the strength of their auras, which can almost be mistaken for those of veteran raiders. However, what surprises her is that all these circle leaders are here to recruit one person, Min Jae-hyun. One of the students, Jung Hyun, the leader of the school's No.1 circle, Guardian, tells the rest of them that they're going to take Jae-hyun, so he tells the others to give it up. Another circle leader reminds Hyun it's their turn this time since the Guardian group took the best students last year too. She also reminds them that there's a rule that mages and martial art raiders stay out of each other's territories, which means they should be the ones to receive Jae-hyun. The girl watching the leaders excitedly takes pictures of them, and recognizes the lady who just spoke as Han Ji-an, the leader of the circle called Seonggeon, named after Yoo Seonggeon, who inspired them to start their circle. Another guy in the room tells Ji-an to piss off with her crap, especially since the media has clarified that Jae-hyun is a battle mage, so it makes no sense for a circle of mages to recruit him. The lady from before continues excitedly taking her pictures and points out that the guy who just spoke is Gang Ju-hyub, the leader of the second-place circle called Garam. Hyun reiterates that Jae-hyun is a perfect candidate for his circle since he's a warrior type too, but Ju-hyub calls bull on his statement. To make things fair, Ji-an proposes that they let Jae-hyun choose the circle he goes into so he can consider the one with the best offer. Ju-hyub scoffs that it's not that simple and calls Ji-an stupid because she seems to have forgotten why they're here in the first place. She quickly attacks him by saying he has brawn instead of brains, which leads to an intense argument. Circles are watched closely by the public, and many guilds keep an eye on circles in order to scout students with good performances. Because of this, the circle leaders have been trying to maintain a balance between each other. However, the girl with the camera believes that Jaehyun is dangerous and might completely destroy the delicate balance that the circles have been maintaining. While they're arguing, the fourth leader at the table suggests that they all make their offers to Jaehyun, and if he accepts, they'll let each other know ahead of time. However, the circle that takes Jaehyun cannot take any of his friends, and must also give up on at least 2 academy events. The camera lady frantically takes pictures of the lady who just spoke, Chae Ji-yoon, the leader of the Third Eye Circle. Apparently, her circle is the least known among the circles in the room, but she's managed to grow it on her own. Joo-hyub agrees that Ji-yoon's proposition is nice, and the rest of them agree with her. The lady with the camera is simply amazed by their meeting and hopes this will make a great article. Meanwhile, our boy receives a call from Ina, who asks him to go somewhere with her. Ina had called to ask him if he wants to go to the National Raider Festival with her. He asks why she asked all of a sudden, so she stammers that there are a lot of things to see there, and Yoo-jung said that every raider should go there at least once in their lives. Jaehyun asks her if the other guys are going too, and Ina pauses for a while before saying that the other guys don't have time. Eventually, Jaehyun proposes they go together then. He considers that it's about time for the black market to thrive, and it's not a bad idea to go there now, considering what happened before his regression. He hopes to be able to find an ace card to help him fight Heimdall too. When he asks when she wants to go, she proposes they go in 2 days from now, on April 25th, and proposes they meet at the park at 9 a.m. for the festival. She's glad she didn't stutter this time, so Jaehyun tells her it sounds like it'll be fun. After they hang up the call, Ina stares at her phone and believes it will be fun too. Shortly after, our boy returns to the academy because he forgot something there. While there, he runs into Yoo-jung on the men's floor and asks her if she's thinking about becoming a man. Annoyed, she almost insults him but later confesses that she had something to ask him. She tells him that she came to ask if he wants to go to the National Raider Festival with her. On the morning of the festival, Ina shows up at the park, and she wonders if she came too early. Soon after, our boy shows up and comments that she's early. He says he was going to come early to take a quick look around, but she's earlier than he is, so he proposes they go inside. As he walks in, Ina just stands for a while, holding her red-hot cheeks in her hands. Meanwhile, some folks around recognize Jaehyun, and they also recognize Seo Ina walking with him. Ina turns away to avoid the gaze of the hundreds of people fixed on them, and she starts to become uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jaehyun grabs her hand and suggests they walk faster, and it startles her that he'd grab her hand. When they're alone, Jaehyun asks her how she asked him to come to a place like this when she's socially anxious. She apologizes that she's not used to it yet, but our boy simply asks her if she's had breakfast and mentions that there's a toast place he knows she likes. Ina is surprised he'd know a toast place she likes and eventually follows him there. The night Yoo-jung came to the academy to ask him to go to the National Raider Festival with her, our boy immediately remembers how Yoo-jung had said the other guys don't have time. Yoo-jung teases him that he's going to be cooped up in his house the whole weekend anyway, but Jaehyun places a hand on her head and apologizes because he already has plans. He proposes they go next time, but Yoo-jung just remains silent for a while. While in the park, our boy and Ina look around, play some games, and enjoy some toast. A short while later, it begins to rain, so Jaehyun goes to get an umbrella. He mentions that this is why he doesn't trust the forecast, and Ina agrees. After a moment, our boy suggests they take a picture, which surprises Ina. So Jaehyun mentions that he heard you should take pictures when you come to places like this. Since he's unsure if she's uncomfortable with it, he turns around and suggests they just take their leave if she doesn't want to, but Ina stops him and agrees to take the picture. When they step in, some guy welcomes them, referring to them as cute lovebirds. Jaehyun feels the guy looks familiar and informs him that they want to take a picture. Ina starts to blush again as she wonders if they look like a couple to other people. When the attendant tells them that they can pick out props for the picture, Ina excitedly picks out a rabbit headband, which our boy finds cringy. The worst part is that she gets another headband for him, and he has no choice but to wear it. They're both clearly uncomfortable in the first picture, but eventually get more comfortable. When they step out, Jaehyun complains that one of the pictures is broken, and the attendant apologizes because the employee he assigned must have forgotten when he told him to fix the machine. The attendant tells them they don't have to pay for the broken picture, and asks them to think of it as an empty slot for them to fill out their future together. And Ina starts to wonder if Jaehyun will be in her future. Our boy just stares at him in confusion, and in an odd tone, the man mentions that they can only ensure the future if they can protect the present. When they finally leave the shop, Jaehyun wonders what on earth that was, and he realizes the attendant was a bit concerning, but he didn't feel any mana from him. Ina watches him from behind and eventually stutters as she informs him that she lied to him. She explains that she didn't ask the other guys if they wanted to come with them, and says she was greedy because she wanted to spend time alone with him. Our boy just stands there speechless for a second, and he remembers his encounters with Hel, Nightshade, Hrungnir, Thor, Smear, and Urd. Eventually he tells Ina he's glad she had a good time. She tries to say something but hesitates. When she works up the confidence, she informs him that she has something to tell him, but an explosion suddenly occurs nearby that startles them. Immediately, an announcement is made to all the visitors of the festival that there has been a dungeon break. Several raiders are dispatched to deal with the issue, and the visitors are asked to evacuate to a safe place as the fire covers the area. Shocked, our boy realizes that this level of mana isn't coming from a dungeon. More so, the mana smells like blood, and Jaehyun wonders why. One of the raiders tells the visitors they need to run away because it's dangerous, and he tries to guide them to a safe place to run to. Ina mentions to Jaehyun that they need to get out of here, but our boy tells her they aren't, then activates his mana detection. He tells her they'll likely die either way because of that bastard that appears to be directing the people to safety. The guy directing people suddenly laughs because Jaehyun caught on quicker than he expected. He asks Jaehyun if he's the great enemy, and Jaehyun immediately tells Ina to get out of here. Before she can respond, the guy speaking with Jaehyun appears in front of Ina and attempts to punch her at breakneck speed. Regardless, our boy covers the distance since he has super speed and grabs his hand. Jaehyun asks him what he is. The guy jokes that Jaehyun isn't so impressive even if he has the title of the great enemy of the Aesir, but our boy simply asks him once more and releases a burst of mana that forces the other guy to jump backward. The guy introduces himself as one of Odin's 5 ravens and explains he was not permitted a name, but he's certain he'll receive one when he offers Jaehyun to Odin. Jaehyun becomes annoyed and recognizes that this fool is the same as the bastard who was pretending to be his father. Ina calls out to Jaehyun, so he tells her he doesn't think she'll be able to run away at this point, so he asks her to stay behind him. The raven realizes that Ina is important to Jaehyun, so he informs him that he'll make him taste despair by ripping her limb from limb so that she never gets up again. Jaehyun activates his realization of magical artifact and tells the raven that it's a shame that he's the one who's going to get ripped instead. Our boy successfully recreated the Dragon Slayer sword Balmung, and both of them dash towards each other. Before they collide, the raven tells Jaehyun that his fancy sword won't do anything to him, and they both collide with explosive force. Jaehyun hesitates for a while and thanks her for the stone. He realizes he must stay calm because this raven wants him to lose his composure, but he needs to think logically as usual. He considers what this raven's weak points can be and what could help him get out of this situation. But the raven leaps toward him to deal another attack while he's still thinking. Our boy activates his lightning chains and fires them at the raven's chain, deflecting them. The raven, however, reveals a dagger hidden up his sleeve and uses it to defend himself from the onslaught of chains. The raven persists despite the chains and leaps toward Jaehyun with the dagger in his hand. Our boy considers that he and his enemy are on a similar level when it comes to mana, but he can't afford to get too far from Ina because something might happen to her if he lets his guard down. He suddenly steps on one of the lightning chains and rides it toward the raven, taking the fight to him mid-air. However, Jaehyun gets nicked by the raven's blade, so he activates his sacrifice skill to heal himself. He realizes that his enemy is fast and he can't catch up to him easily, even though he has Steps of Light activated. Eventually, the raven admits that he heard Jaehyun has quite a few tricks, but this is more than he had imagined. The raven admits that Heimdall was right when he said Jaehyun has the potential to become an interference to the gods. The raven tells him he's going to kill him here, but our boy realizes he's bluffing because the Aesir gods cannot kill him right now since the power of the prophecy is still protecting him. He also realizes that he can use the power of the prophecy to his advantage to help him win. Jaehyun runs forward with his sword in hand, but the raven points out that such a basic attack won't work on him. The raven knows that a longsword slows down Jaehyun's attack, but Jaehyun still leaps toward him regardless, as the raven braces for his attack by putting up his chains. However, Jaehyun doesn't attack with his sword, but performs an attack using his free hand. The attack cracks the raven's mask, knocking him backward. He becomes annoyed that a mere human would dare attack him, so he runs back to retaliate in fury, but our boy blocks his dagger with his sword. After creating some distance, our boy activates his realization of magical artifact skill and replicates Nidhogg's fang. He doesn't want to use the weapon for the first time in this kind of scenario, but he seems to have no choice. After seeing the dagger, the raven is shocked because he hadn't been told that Jaehyun uses a dagger, especially one with such a strong aura. Jaehyun wonders why the sight of his dagger caused the raven to be so shaken, and he also notices the raven has let his guard down. Our boy activates his lightning chains, wraps them around the monster's hand to stop him from using the chains. Using his Steps of Light, our boy rushes toward him and deals several attacks with his dagger. The effect of the Nidhogg's fang is soon activated, and poison damage is imbued into the enemy, which pleases Jaehyun. Eventually, the raven breaks free of the lightning chains and becomes angry that Jaehyun is able to use the power of the Nidhogg's fang. He runs toward Jaehyun to attack, but our boy launches several lightning chains at him. However, the Raven blocks the lightning chains with his own chains. Soon after, the Raven starts to slow down, so Jaehyun points out that he seems to be having difficulty moving because of the poison, which means the tables have turned. Regardless, the Raven swears to take Jaehyun down with him, but our boy reminds him that he can't kill him anyway. The Raven clarifies that he didn't say anything about killing him, then runs past him toward Ina. Before he reaches her, Ina activates a mana barrier around herself, but the Raven breaks through it easily. Ina just stands there in shock with her defenses broken as the dagger flies toward them. Shortly after, an explosion occurs upon impact, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's successfully defeated Odin's Raven. He's also 1 point closer to completing the special quest to destroy all of Odin's ravens, and he's told he's leveled up. While Jaehyun pants, Ina emerges from the smoke and rushes toward him. He realizes he's using too much mana at once and soon collapses in her arms. With Jaehyun in her arms, Ina beats herself up for not being able to do anything again, just like during the attack when they were in the mock dungeon. In a flashback to a few hours earlier, Yoo-jung returns to her hostel and thinks about how she gathered all the courage to ask, but Jaehyun seems to be pretending to be busy. It really annoys her, and she considers just going to the festival with Ina. Annoyed, she eventually texts Ina and asks if she wants to go to the festival, but Ina apologizes profusely, saying she's already gone out. Yoo-jung is surprised because Ina rarely goes out and usually just naps in the hostel. Eventually, she texts her back not to be sorry and proposes they go have dessert next time, to which Ina agrees. After a short while, Yoo-jung considers that it's strange that Jaehyun and Ina never go out, but they're out on the same day. It suddenly occurs to her that they may have gone out together, and she begins to recall all the times Ina had appeared flustered in Jaehyun's presence. She initially doubts they went out together, but eventually hopes they didn't. In the present, Jaehyun rests on Ina's body due to exhaustion. Ina recalls how she wasn't of any help when he was in danger during the dungeon exam, even though Jaehyun worked so hard to protect her. She also wonders who the person who attacked them was and notes that Jaehyun seems to know him. Apart from that, this person has a similar mana to what they detected in the mock dungeon, so she wonders if there's a connection. Eventually, she hesitantly touches his head, and our boy wakes up. When he looks up, their faces end up inches away from each other, which makes Ina completely flustered. Our boy only smirks and thanks her for letting him rest on her shoulder. After a short pause, our boy tells Ina he thinks he knows what she was going to tell him before they were interrupted. He admits he might be wrong and asks her to hear him out because there's something he has to tell her. Before he can complete his statement, Ina places a finger on his mouth and begs him not to say anything anymore because she's not ready to listen to his response yet, no matter what his reply may be. She says she needs some time and says she can wait for him to be done with whatever he needs to do. As tears pour down her face, she suggests that they talk about it later. Our boy doesn't seem so happy about it, so he places a hand on her face to wipe off her tears. Sometime later, Jaehyun fights with a group of ogres in the training room. He avoids their attacks and fires several lightning chains at them. While he's fighting, he wonders why he wasn't able to reply to Ina. He already knew that she liked him, so he wonders why he acted the way he did. He also realizes how torturous it would be for her if he were to give her false hope. Because he's distracted by his thoughts, one of the ogres takes advantage and tries to smash his skull in, but our boy dodges the attack. The Nornir system informs Jaehyun that his level has gone up as an effect of quest progression increase. As Jaehyun blasts the ogre away with a wind attack, the system informs him that he can now feel the wall that has been restricting him. Our boy isn't certain what that's supposed to mean, and Hela soon appears by his side to inform him that he will understand it soon. She walks towards him and tells him he can do it, and Jaehyun jokingly asks her why she's being so nice all of a sudden, which makes him think that she's leaving him forever. Jaehyun tells her he's not falling for her trick, and she visibly acts nonchalant, but deep inside, she wishes that Jaehyun has no value for her existence in the future because she knows what will happen. Sometime later, our boy is approached by Hyun. When Hyun introduces himself as the leader of the circle called Guardian, Jaehyun remembers he's heard of the circle before, which is the most powerful circle in the academy when it comes to martial arts. He's impressed that Hyun is the leader, but he still feels he's weak. Hyun tries to tell Jaehyun that he has a good offer to recruit him into the Guardian circle, but he's soon interrupted by Jian, who protests that Hyun can't just scout Jaehyun like that because Jaehyun is going to join her circle. Shortly after, Juhyub appears too and tells her to cut the crap because the Garam circle is going to take Jaehyun. Eventually, Jaehyun tells the leaders to stop it because everyone is watching. As he's about to say something else, Ji-yoon, the leader of the fourth top circle, steps in and introduces herself to Jaehyun as the leader of the third eye circle. Our boy is surprised to see her because he's heard of the names of the other guys in his past life, but he doesn't know this woman. Ji-yoon informs our boy that she didn't come to scout him and just came to introduce herself, but Jaehyun tells her she should have come to find him when it was less chaotic. Oddly, Ji-yoon states that it would have been dangerous if she did that. Shortly after, the top students begin arguing again, but Jae-hyun makes it clear to them that he doesn't intend on joining any circle. Surprised, Hyun asks him what he's going to do. He admits that he knows Jae-hyun is the disciple of Yoo Seong-in, but reminds him that raiders with no experience in circles will have a very low starting rank, which will be a pain. To clarify, our boy explains that he didn't say he's not going to join a circle. Now pissed off, Joo-hyub grabs our boy's shirt and asks him what the heck he's talking about, but our boy suddenly releases a great deal of aura, and frankly tells Joo-hyub it'd be better for the both of them if he doesn't cross the line like this. Surprised, Joo-hyub unhands him, so Jae-hyun states that he's going to make his own circle. Sometime later, the leaders gather for another meeting, and Joo-hyub wonders if Jae-hyun has gone insane because it doesn't make sense for a first year to make a circle. Hyun agrees that he doesn't understand it, but he also admits that there are no rules against it in the academy rules, although he also knows it's close to impossible, realistically speaking, because there's a lot involved in managing a circle, and it'd be impossible to be successful without a senior student or teacher to help. However, the only problem is that Jae-hyun might actually be able to create one because the most important things needed to create a circle are connections, a faction within the academy, and money. Considering Jae-hyun's friends, who are all very skilled and popular people, it seems clear to the top students why Jae-hyun would never need them from the start. Joo-hyub laments that this is going to be a mess, and Hyun proposes they change their plans. Since Jae-hyun can destroy the balance of the academy with just the help of his friends, Hyun suggests that they think of a way to survive, and he offers his circle's help. While Hyun passes through the hallway, he remembers how Jae-hyun threatened Joo-hyub to let go of his shirt, and he realizes they have a massive problem to deal with, which is the second time after Chae Ji-yoon, the present leader of Third Eye. Sometime later, Yoo-jung expresses shock when she learns that our boy wants to create a circle after he gathers them to break the news. He explains that he doesn't think they need to join an existing one and be forced under the senior students, but Hoyeon reminds him they're first years, and it'll be bad if other circles try to sabotage them. Jae-sung also finds the thought of fighting other students scary, and Soyeol asks Jae-hyun if this will get her money. Eventually, Jae-hyun assures them that they only need to get strong enough so that the other circles can't do anything about them. After a short pause around the table, Ina mentions that she's fine either way, and Jae-sung agrees to go along if Jae-hyun thinks it's a good idea. Stung that Jae-hyun ignored her, Soyeol asks again if they're going to make lots of money because they're all going to starve to death if they don't get points. With the points given to the top students for each grade and what our boy got for being scouted by Lotus, he assures them that he has at least a few 100,000 points. It surprises Soyeol, who calls him a psycho, but Yoo-jung is surprised he's that rich and never treated them to food. Because of that, Seo declares that they're eating out tonight, so Jae-hyun asks her why she would be a part of them eating out. She reminds him that she's going to be at this academy next year too, and she won't be able to go to any other circle because of the skill he has on her. Jae-hyun immediately uses his subordination skill to make her stop talking about his subordination, and he makes her say that she thought it would be easy to scam the members here since they're all stupid idiots. She's shocked by the words that come out of her mouth, and those at the table are equally surprised, which makes Seo annoyed at Jae-hyun. However, Jae-hyun reminds the guys that they're all talented, and if they can create a circle to nurture their talents, they'll be able to easily surpass the wall they're facing now. Hoyeon immediately pledges loyalty to Jae-hyun, and so does Ina, who intends to be strong enough to be the one who saves Jae-hyun if they're ever in trouble next time. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung whispers to Soyeol that she has a bad feeling about this and asks what she thinks. Soyeol agrees that Jae-hyun smiling like this always brings her bad luck, but when our boy turns to them with deadly eyes, they keep quiet. Jae-hyun tells them they'll have to work hard to get stronger, and rhetorically asks them if they will join his circle, with little choice in the matter. Sometime later, the gang goes to the Mills Academy training facility, a fitness facility in the academy that has various equipment and top-tier artifacts. Only the top students and their friends are allowed to enter. Yoo-jung, who is exhausted from working out, calls Jae-hyun a son of a B-word, while Seo lays breathless next to her. Hoyeon suggests they call it a day because it feels like his muscles have been ripped to shreds, but our boy insists that's how they get stronger. Jae-sung is tasked with the job of passing healing potions around, and Soyeol accuses him of being a traitor, but he reminds her that he's not a battle-type cadet. Jae-hyun gives them all 2 more sets and considers how this gym is special, because the gravity in this place is amplified in order to help the students get stronger. Nearby, Ina keeps pushing the weights, and Jae-hyun looks at her. He recalls the incident with the Raven and worries that something like that could happen again, so he decides that the only thing he can do is help his friends get stronger in the shortest time possible so that they won't become a burden to him and can escape when the time comes. After that, our boy heads to the Lotus Guild to see his teacher, and she eventually asks him if he's going to join a different guild. Jae-hyun asks her what she means, so she comes clean that she knows the curator approached him and offered to give him Nidhogg's fang. Eventually, our boy agrees he's been found out and asks her if she'd let him go if he says he wants to go. Seongun says she never will, especially not to the Curator Guild. Jaehyun asks why she asked if that's the case, so she says it's to tell him that she will never let anyone take him away from them, and she won't let a rival take her disciple away from her. She gets up and pulls his face closer to hers, then reminds him that he also has no reason to give up the privilege he has now either, even for an S-rank artifact. She admits that it's hard to say it'd make up for an S-rank artifact, but she grants him every favor he asks her, so she doesn't believe he's losing any from being with her. Our boy agrees and confesses that he wasn't planning to leave because there's nowhere to go when she's here. Seongun jokingly accuses him of being a good liar and states she almost fell for his lie, but Jaehyun jokingly says that's a shame. Shortly after, our boy recalls that Heimdall will attack him in the outdoor camping event, and he needs to prepare himself for every possible scenario. On the day of the outdoor camp, the students are transported to the area for the event. While on the bus, Jaehyun tells his friends to be good because this is the event that will start their circle off. Hoyeon excitedly agrees, but Soyul smacks Jaesong and tells him to stop shaking, but he tells her he's scared because this feels like the real deal. Jaehyun agrees with him that they'll be fighting real monsters now, but he adds that the other raiders stopped by and took care of most of the monsters already. However, that doesn't mean this won't still be dangerous. Ina soon asks Jaehyun why he chose the name 9 for their circle, and she asks him if he likes the number. Our boy admits that he technically hates the number 9 because, in Norse mythology, the number 9 is a very symbolic number. He explains that he picked the number 9 because he hates it the most, and that confuses Ina and Yoojung further. They soon reach the entrance to the abandoned city where they will be camping, and Jaehyun tells the others that they're no longer safe, so he reminds them to stay on their toes. Deep within the abandoned city, Daegu, Hugin goes to inform Heimdall that one of the ravens has died, and Heimdall finds that interesting. Sometime later, on a show known as the World Raider Issue, a host invites some guests to discuss the incident that occurred in the Great Ruins of Iceland. She welcomes Balak and the first ever S-rank mage in the world, Camilla. Balak looks as angry as usual, but Camilla seems delighted to be on the show. Camilla tries to nudge Balak to behave because they're there as the faces of the European Union, but he tells her that it's clear from the eyes of the bastard staring at them that they don't respect them. Camilla agrees the audience looks sketchy, but she still advises him not to act so prickly either. Balak considers that these people think that the European Union is the one behind the ruins robbery, and it makes sense since they were the ones with the rights over the ruins when the incident happened. The host soon announces that the topic to be discussed today is the recent robbery of Iceland's great ruins, and Balak becomes agitated, but Camilla nudges him to calm down. Going further, the host asks why 2 S-rank raiders couldn't guard the ruins, and why the European Union couldn't get through the ruins first when they're said to be the strongest in the world. She states that these 2 points are what people are talking about and asks for their thoughts on the matter. Eventually, Camilla admits that they weren't skilled enough and doesn't say more. The host soon asks what went wrong since they were so confident that they would be able to succeed in the raid after gaining the rights to the ruins, and Balak answers this time. He asks the host if she heard of the invader, and she smugly states that they're the person who is said to have passed the proof of qualification that the Union failed and raided the ruins. However, she states that people want the truth, and this annoys Balak, who asks her if she's implying that he's lying. When his expression changes, the host becomes afraid, but Camilla chides Balak to stop messing around. Regardless, Balak walks to the camera and tells the whole world to listen closely. He explains that the invader, whom they nicknamed the Black Robe, was strong, and was strong enough to the point that he still won even when he and Camilla attacked him together. Instead of trying to rip them apart for their failures, he tells them to do something about the invader instead, who he knows for a fact will appear again. Meanwhile, in the outdoor event, an instructor tells the students that this event will influence what their life in mills will be like going forward. He explains that this field trip will go on for a week, and they must cooperate with the members of their circle, but they will only get the survival kits that are being distributed to each circle. They're to hunt down monsters with what they've learned, but they're not allowed to leave the 50-kilometer radius of the base so as not to get disqualified. The instructor adds that their first task is to survive to prove that they possess the potential to be a great raider, and the second task is to hunt as many monsters as they can within the time limit and bring back the tokens they drop. The higher the monster's rank is, the more points they'll get, but they're warned not to be so careless that they get injured during hunting. In the case of an emergency, they're told not to worry because there is an instructor nearby at all times. The instructor tells them not to hide an emergency, but to go to the instructor instead. Once the announcement is done, they're all given rings, which is a symbol of solidarity, and our boy tells his circle members to move according to the plan. While they move around, Hugin watches them from nearby and states that it has begun. Shortly after, they find a good place to use as a base, and Jaesung believes they will be able to avoid winged high-ranking monsters there. However, Soil mentions that there might be bugs in the place, and she doesn't like this kind of atmosphere. Jae-sung tries to advise her not to hate on the bugs too much, but Soil tells him to shut up because bugs are the worst. They start fighting again, and Jae-sung retreats behind Jae-hyun. Our boy eventually stops them and tells them to stay alert. They're in a city that has been locked down and sealed off due to the invasion of monsters. However, Yoo-jung hopes they rack up a bunch of points again so that they'll be able to get so much ice cream and visit the restaurant they wanted to visit. While she's raving about food, she notices that Jae-hyun doesn't look as excited as she is, which makes her keep quiet. Our boy is thinking about how the event isn't much of a hassle to some of the others, especially for them since they're at the top of the new students. However, the most dangerous enemy they'll face here is Heimdall, so our boy decides to keep his head in the game because he's certain Heimdall is coming. Ina also notices he's preoccupied, but he tells her he's fine when she asks. Suddenly, Hoyeon asks Ina and Jaehyun what's wrong with them because they seem a bit awkward, like they had a fight before this. He asks if something happened over the weekend, but Ina blankly asks him what he means and reveals nothing. Soil soon signals them that some people are coming towards them, and Jaehyun jokes that they're probably folks that don't like them and have come here for Soil. Soil agrees and reminds Jaehyun that he had promised to take responsibility for her, so she reminds him to keep his word. Ina and Yoo-jung are shocked by the mention of Jaehyun taking responsibility for her and wonder what that means. Our boy tells the others to prepare for battle, and they're soon ambushed by a circle called Seed. Jaehyun had been expecting them because Soil is from the Seed circle, and he had asked her to leave her circle to join his. Soil had protested that they're still newbies, even though she knows that Jaehyun is talented. She explained that she's pretty satisfied with Seed, which has more people and potential to give her more points than in a new circle. However, Jaehyun told her she's not seeing the bigger picture and asked if she considers the members of Seed her friends. She explained that they're more like business partners, but Jaehyun suddenly brought out a magical item called a record sphere to play voice recordings of her circle members talking badly about Soil, stating that she can't fight properly and she's just there to make the leader shine brighter. They even start to call dibs on flirting with her to see who can get her first, and the recording makes Soil furious. Regardless, Soil asked Jaehyun how much he's going to pay her, and he told her that depends on how she performs. In the present, the leader of the Seed Circle, Jushang, asks Jaehyun if he really thought he could survive after stealing their member, but Jaehyun asks him if he's forgotten how he got beat up at the freshman hunt. Jushang claims that he only let his guard down and reminds him he can't win against all of them on his own. Jaehyun creates a ball of light to illuminate the area, and he tells Jushang he's not alone. He also makes it clear that even if they come at them all at once, they won't be able to defeat any one of them. Jaehyun recognizes that Soil is one of the most talented people possessing scout abilities, and he knew getting her onto their team would come with much risk, but he still considers it nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Jushang tells our boy that he might be strong, but he's still a newbie. Jushang orders his men to kill our boy, so they rush at him with their swords, but he doesn't move an inch. Suddenly, Hoyeon activates his skill called Impervious Defense, which increases his defense power and blocks the warriors. The mage-type members of the Seed Circle immediately attempt to use fire and lightning magic, but Yoo-jung activates her air shield to protect them from the onslaught of the fire and lightning. Our boy is impressed, and he's glad he trained these guys to their bone, so much that Yoo-jung has already learned a wide-range defense spell. After their attacks, the members of the Seed Circle are surprised that their attacks didn't deal any damage at all. One of them begins to lament that he knew this would happen, and he asks why Jushang had even decided to do something to the Lotus Guildmaster's disciple, even if it's a new circle. Ina soon steps on the scene and asks Jaehyun if she should attack them all. Our boy gladly tells her to spare no one, so she activates her Sword of Alfheimer skill and launches the swords at them. Extremely scared, they try to run away, but they're soon pierced in the back with the swords. Jushang avoids the swords, but he slips over a blue gooey substance that sticks him to the ground. Jaehyun commends the effectiveness of the liquid because the Seed Circle members can't move after being stuck on it, so Jaesung explains that he mixed slime with paralysis mushroom spores to make it. While he's talking, Jushang insults Jaesung by calling him a stuttering F-word, but Jaehyun tells him to watch his mouth. He asks Jushang if he has any idea how much pain he can put him through before he dies, then steps on his spine. Eventually, he lets the rest of Jushang's teammates go, but keeps Jushang. Jushang pleads with his circle to wait for him, but they only call him a crazy bastard and ask why they should wait for him. After they leave, Jaehyun tells Soil that he's made up his mind to make Jushang fail this event. Soil calls Jushang a piece of crap, but Jushang tries to convince her that he did all of this for her. She tells him to cut the crap and reminds him how he called her a parasite that has no other use than as a scout. She soon brings out her knife and cuts up Jushang until he's taken out. Shortly after, an instructor shows up, and he's shocked to learn that the 9 Circle took out the guys from the Seed Circle. Jushang and the guys taken out by Ina's sword lay unconscious on the ground, and the instructor wonders how an upper-middle circle with a lot of members was taken out by this circle of newbies. Jaehyun asks the instructor to make sure the guys don't kick the bucket because they don't deserve to die this early, and the instructor asks him to try to prevent future fights with senior classes before he leaves. When the instructor leaves, our boy turns to Soo-hyuk, who has been standing nearby, and he asks him why he helped him. A while back, Soo-hyuk had approached Jae-hyun to inform him that the entirety of the Seed Circle is after them. Jae-hyun told him it doesn't matter since the Seed Circle are idiots, so Soo-hyuk decided to leave, unsure why he's even siding with Jae-hyun in the first place. While heading out, Jae-hyun advised him to make an exit out of this event since he's playing solo, and when Soo-hyuk decided to stay around the area, Jae-hyun mentions that he didn't expect him to help him since he thought he was only good at starting fights. In the present, Jae-hyun asks Soo-hyuk what his name is again, and the other ladies are surprised to learn he's called Soo-hyuk. It annoys him because he expects these fools to have remembered his name by now. Earlier, in a meeting of the Seed Circle, Soo-hyuk disagrees with the idea of ganging up against Min Jae-hyun, especially since Soyul left on her own. Soo-hyuk suggests they make a better offer, but Ju-shang insists that he wants Jae-hyun to become an obedient junior. Soo-hyuk wonders when Milas became so political, and why they'd even attempt to beat someone up just because they don't like them. He considers it insane and decides he needs to leave the Seed Circle. In the present, Soo-hyuk leaves Jae-hyun's group, but before he goes, he warns our boy that he'll get revenge the next time he sees him, so he better be prepared. After he leaves, Jae-hyun proposes they get right to work. Soyul protests that they just had a fight. But when our boy starts his talk about how great power brings great responsibility, she asks him what he's going to give her in return. By the way, the reason Milas Academy chose Daegu as its location despite it being locked down is that they wanted to reclaim the sealed-off city. Daegu is where the first ever gate in the world opened and also the first city to fall after the appearance of Yggdrasil. As such, the purpose of Milas' camping field trip is to prepare for the reconstruction of the area. Jae-hyun recalls that the disaster at the Daegu gate was a calamity because his mom was there too. Ina soon calls Jae-hyun out of his thinking to inform him that dinner is ready. She mentions that he looks like he has a lot on his mind and asks if it's because of the unique skill he told her about. He tells her it's something like that. Our boy recalls how Hela told him he would never be able to defeat Heimdall as he is now, but she has a chance if he awakens his unique skill and transcends his limits. Apparently, a unique skill manifests through the user's will, and Hela mentioned that he'll have to think about what he truly wants and why he needs that power. He wonders how he's supposed to understand what she meant, and Ina confesses that she may not get it either, but she's certain he can do it. Because she's trying to help out, Jae-hyun assures her he'll do his best. Sometime later, Hoyeon cuts up a worm-like monster somewhere else in the area. After he takes down the worm, a bird-like monster attacks Soil, and she defends herself with her blade. After she takes down the monster, Yujung notes that this place is so different from Milas. Ina agrees that the difference in the amount of mana in the air is pretty significant, and it feels worse than the 10th level of the mana room test. They're in a place called a field, a term for areas taken over by monsters due to a dungeon outbreak, where corrupt energy seeps through and causes even more dangerous monsters to appear. Soil doesn't know what a field is, and when Jae-song teases her for never paying attention in class, she attempts to murder him. Jae-hyun explains that a field is a place abundant in mana but unfit for human sustenance. They can handle it as raiders, but ordinary people are at risk when exposed to even a little mana. He reminds everyone to be careful because anything could happen here, and when a huge monster appears before them, Soil asks him if he's really going to kill it. He assures her that he will, but reminds her to do her job as the team's scout. She asks him to promise to help her run away if something happens because she doesn't want to die early, and Jae-hyun only smiles at her. She soon calls him a piece of crap for not promising her directly, so our boy suggests she stay back and let them look on their own. Even though it will take more time and give them fewer points since they'll find weaker monsters, Soil calls him master and tells him he has the final say here. While they're looking through the area, Yujung finds it amazing that so much of this sealed-off area has been reclaimed, and she guesses it's thanks to a well-known person. Ina doesn't know who the person is, so Soil teases her for also not listening in class, and then proposes they become friends. Hoyeon points out that Yujung was referring to the first awakened, Ju-won, and Jae-song mentions that even his father said Ju-won is someone he wouldn't be able to defeat. Daegu is where the first gate opened, and monsters spread. While endless screams of agony echoed through the air and humans were crushed like ants, a human with special powers appeared. Ju-won, the first awakened of Korea. As Jae-hyun takes out the formidable monster Soil was scared of, he thinks about how Ju-won became famous worldwide, and how no one like him has appeared since, but he suddenly disappeared shortly after. When he takes out the monster, Yujung tells Jae-hyun she knows he chose this path because of Ju-won. Ju-won's disappearance was so abrupt that people assumed he died to monsters, and he was also the first person to use the power of the elixir system. Our boy wonders what kind of person Ju-won was, and how he was able to use this power before everybody else. Shortly after, Jae-sung, Soil, and Hoyeon set up a tent for them to stay in. Ina soon returns, and our boy informs her that there are harpies, worms, and goblins, as Soil had said. He says she's really good, and Soil points out that she has to be because he would have abandoned her here if she was wrong. Our boy asks her how she knew he would have abandoned her, and when she attempts to insult him, he reminds her of her payment, so she reverts to calling him master again. While Hoyeon and Jae-sung talk about Soil's impressive skills, Jae-sung says something, and Soil intimidates him again, reminding them not to talk about her because only Jae-hyun is paying her. Jae-hyun asks where Yoo-jung is, so Hoyeon replies that she said she was going to prepare something. When she shows up, Jae-hyun asks her where she's been, and he's surprised to see an eerie-looking pot in her hands. Their faces immediately turn pale as Yoo-jung praises herself for the pain she went through to prepare this. When they bring out the ominous-looking substance in the pot, our boy asks if this is supposed to be food, so Yoo-jung proudly says she added a special sauce to the worm they caught. Our boy can't believe she wants them to eat this, but she insists because she put so much effort into it. The only idea Jae-hyun has about how to handle this is probably to feed Heimdall this to kill him easily. Meanwhile, Ji-yoon meets up with Ju-won somehow, and she asks him when he plans to act again. He tells her he doesn't know, but he guesses it's about time because the great adversary is already on the move. Ji-yoon replies that the great adversary is still very young, but he's proving more and more that the prophecy isn't false, so she tells Ju-won that they need his help. He replies that Heimdall is already on the move, so he doesn't see the need to do anything, but he states that he'll take action if necessary. It occurs to Ju-won that things are about to get interesting. At the field event, Jae-hyun laments that this food could kill them, but Yoo-jung insists the food isn't that bad. She turns to Jae-sung to get support, but he agrees with Jae-hyun, and Hoyeon also says he isn't hungry. Yoo-jung laments that they're all so mean, so she turns to Soil to get comfort and hopes she'll eat her food, but Soil looks over Yoo-jung's shoulders and notices the other guys furiously signaling to her not to. Although she is grossed out, she can't fight back Yoo-jung's puppy face, so she agrees to eat the food since it's made out of edible things. Soil scoops some of it in a spoon and says it's not a big deal, but she soon ends up puking her guts on a nearby fence. Some of the others tease her that she sounds like a monster in pain, and Jae-hyun reminds her that she should have listened to them. Annoyed, Soil protests that there was no way for her to say no when Yoo-jung seems so hurt, so Jae-hyun gives her something to help with the pain and points out that she's softer than she looks. After that, Soil asks if something happened between him and Ina, which surprises Jae-hyun. She clarifies that it's clear that something is off, and she asks him not to be too hard on Ina as well as everyone else, so Jae-hyun agrees. Eventually, our boy points out that he wouldn't expect someone like her to say that, which annoys her further, and then he reminds her that they promised to take some person down. Soil remembers but asks for some time to let her stomach feel a bit better. Jae-hyun asks her if they should try to see if Yoo-jung's food can poison the monsters, but when she starts vomiting again, our boy realizes it might take a while for her to feel better. He suddenly hears a loud cry, and he tells Soil to follow him inside because those they're expecting are here already. They run towards the others, and Jae-hyun tells them to form the A formation because B-rank monster harpies are approaching. He asks Jae-sung to prepare the light-up paralysis traps, put Hoyeon on forward, Yoo-jung on support, and Ina on attack. After their fight to protect their base, they head back, and Hoyeon laments that he didn't expect there to be dozens of harpies. He hadn't expected them to go around in such large groups, and Yoo-jung agrees that they're mostly in groups of 4 at most, which means this was a special case. A special case would mean that a boss monster with very overwhelming amounts of mana is ordering them around, which must mean a creature known as the Harpy Queen is nearby. Soil had detected this, but hadn't expected that the queen would be this close. Jae-hyun asks them to stay back and protect this place until he and Soil get rid of the monster and return. With Soil's unique skill, it shouldn't be an issue to track down the queen, and our boy assures them he can take care of the monsters on his own too, so there's no need to worry. Hoyeon reminds him they're supposed to move together because of unexpected situations, but our boy says there's no need for that, because they'll probably end up hurt, even if they were to tag along, or he'd have to watch out for them. When they look sad, he explains that it's not that he doesn't trust them, but they're needed at the base, and they can always jump in to support the instructors if there's a need to. Eventually, Ina and Yoo-jung reluctantly agree, and Jae-sung gives Jae-hyun a truckload of potions to keep him safe. He and Soo-hyuk soon head out, and our boy tells them to stay safe. Yoo-jung, who still looks angry, tells him to get in touch if he needs them, but he teases her that it's rare for her to show that she cares. While he's still talking, several harpies storm the tent, and our boy activates his lightning chains to strike them mid-flight without even turning around. He assures the others that there's no need to worry because he only gets into fights he knows he'd win. Shortly after, while Jae-hyun and Soil move around to find the Harpy Queen, Soil tells our boy that his group contains solid people, and it's no wonder why they're at the top of the class, even with how competitive Milla's is. She's saying this because of how they just handled the harpies. In a flashback, several other harpies ambush them, and Soil gets her knife to get into action, but Jae-hyun blocks her from doing anything. Hoyeon tells Ina and Yoo-jung that he'll take the front, and he asks them to focus on casting spells. As some of the harpies attack from the front, Hoyon blocks with the shield and cuts them in half. With the level of skill Hoyon displayed, Soil is certain that he's reached A rank at this point, and the same goes for the other guys. In the flashback, Yujung activates a skill called Overflow, which increases the attack power of the party members by 1.3 times. As one of the harpies targets her, she uses a skill called Wind Edge to cover up the monster, as well as 2 others. Jae-hyun realizes that Yujung is able to cast spells faster now, and he also notices Ina pierce almost a dozen harpies around the same time, which really pleases him. Back in the present, Jae-hyun gloats that he's still the strongest, and Soil tells him he's annoying. When Soil calls him a genius, our boy reasons that he never expected that word to be used for him, especially when he recalls his past life where his other teammates had used him as a meat shield on the front lines. Jae-hyun congratulates Soil for a good job of finding her path and not passing out from Yujung's food. As they move closer, Jae-hyun warns her to be careful not to get killed in this mission, and she starts to lament that she's too young to die. Regardless, they move in deeper, and the Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that he has come across the boss monster of Region 1 of the lockdown city field. They soon run into the Queen Harpy, which excites Jae-hyun but scares Soil. The boss monster is A+ rank, but Jae-hyun is certain he can get a certain artifact if he defeats it, which is a pretty good deal. As Jae-hyun approaches the monster, Soil wonders if he's out of his mind, but our boy activates his realization of magical artifact. He soon recreates Nidhogg's Fang again, and Soil realizes that's the item that sold for an insane price at the auction recently. The Harpy Queen immediately fires an attack with her feathers, and Soil frantically jumps out of the way. Our boy soon rushes towards the monster, but he knows the monster is still dangerous, even though it's weaker than he is. He keeps dodging her attacks until he gets up close because the monster can fly and because it's stronger than before his regression. Soon after, he activates several lightning chains, and he realizes that an A+ rank monster wasn't this powerful in his past life, which could only mean that someone has intervened. He soon jumps towards the monster to slash it with his knife, and he hopes the real perpetrator, Heimdall, comes out instead of playing tricks from the shadows. While this is going on, Hugin watches from somewhere, and he says that his prediction is correct and something is imminent, but he's worried about whether Heimdall will be able to do his job properly. Not long after, our boy successfully defeats the Harpy Queen, the boss of Lockdown City's first region, and his reward is put in the nest of the Harpy Queen. Jae-hyun is glad that he's finally got the item called Tempest Wings, but when he turns to Soil, who is finding it hard to keep up, she states that Yujung is right, that our boy is out of his mind. Eventually, our boy finds the Harpy Queen's nest and gets the rank S Tempest Wing item that gives Jae-hyun the skill called Mid-Air Leap, more agility, and more strength. The Mid-Air Leap is an A+ rank skill that creates a fake wall of wind, while the user is in mid-air to give another chance to jump and can be used twice in a row. Suddenly, they notice a pair of gloves on the ground, and when they check it out, it turns out to be something called Drigon Gloves, and the system tells them it's updating the information on the first ever awakened in the Nornir system. Sometime later, after fighting a few more harpies, Hoyon mentions that they seem to be pretty close to the top record set, which means they're pretty awesome, and Yujung agrees that it's expected since she's there with him. Jae-hyun, who is standing nearby, recalls that he gained information on Ju-won, the first to ever awaken in the entire world, and he wonders why the Nornir system is updating information on him. It occurs to him that he probably has something to do with the system, and he knows that he needs to find out why those gloves were there. Shortly after, Yujung exclaims because she left behind her imbued necklace, which is a bad thing. While she's crying, Jae-hyun hands her the same necklace, so she asks him how he knows she left it behind and states it's creepy. Our boy informs her that forgetting things is her habit. Besides, her mom told him to take care of her. Jae-hyun soon tells Yujung to grow up and stop forgetting things, but Yujung protests that he needs to stop lecturing her. They get into another argument again, and Hoyon asks them if they're dating. Jae-hyun denies it, and Yujung asks Hoyon if he wants to die. Oddly, Ina touches Hoyon with a dangerous look on her face and tells him to let it go since they've already denied it. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, the Great Palace of Aesir, also called the Great House of Warriors and the House of Joy, the Aesir gods gather for a feast. Thor enjoys the celebration because the preparations for the war are going smoothly, and Heimdall said he'll get rid of the great adversary. He believes that the Aesir will become the masters of the 9 realms, and the great Odin will be pleased. Another god, Tyr, calls Thor an insincere bastard for holding a banquet while Odin is gone, and he asks Thor if Ragnarok means nothing to him. Thor can't believe he's bringing this up, and soon reminds Tyr how Fenrir ate his right arm during Ragnarok. Tyr equally reminds Thor of the piece of coal stuck in his forehead by a vile giant, and states that he would have killed himself if he were the one. Annoyed, Thor proposes they fight to see which of them is stronger, but Freya tells them to stop if they don't want to be put on probation. Shortly after, Frigg states that Valhalla's forces have decreased quite a bit, and their soul collecting isn't going too well. Freya interrupts her by saying it's because Ragnarok pushed it too hard, and it's clearly Odin's mistake. Annoyed, Frigg corrects her for saying such things about the Master of Asgard. But Freya explains that she does not intend to kiss Odin's boots. He may have power, but in her eyes he's nothing but garbage. When Frigg asks her how she can dare say that, Freya becomes hostile and reminds Frigg of what Odin did to her. Freya eventually makes an announcement that the preparations for the second end are all complete. Einherjar, the souls of the dead ready to fight for Asgard, are already set. In the field event, Jaehyun realizes that Heimdall will show himself soon, since he intervened in the matter of the Harpy Queen, and he knows he has to awaken his inherent skill as soon as he can. He recalls the conversation he had with his teacher. She joked that he's greedy because he's already strong as is, but now wants an inherent skill too. In the flashback, she explains that she doesn't think she can be of much help with this, because her own case was rather sudden. Apparently, there was despair on the day when a gate opened in the middle of the road and people started dropping like flies. In the midst of the chaos, there was one child running for her life, and Seongan felt helpless. She ran to help the child, but she couldn't save her despite being awakened because she was just too weak. However, right after the child died, she earned a new skill called Sacrifice, but she couldn't bring back someone who had already died. She adds that she really doesn't know how to learn an inherent skill as fast as possible the way he wants, but she counsels him not to rush himself because she doesn't want him to lose anything he holds precious in the process of gaining an inherent skill. In the present, our boy wonders if Ina might know how to awaken an inherent skill, so he asks her how she earned her inherent skill so he doesn't lose what's important to him. After hearing his question, she confesses that she earned her inherent skill because of the death of her family. To be exact, she let them die, and she confesses that she still thinks it's a good thing they died. Apparently, when she was 5, she lost her parents and was left alone. After that, she and her grandmother went to live with her aunt. Although she didn't have parents, she never felt alone after moving in, not even when her aunt was mean to her, because she still had her grandmother, who was now her only family. However, that happiness didn't last for long, because she overheard a conversation where her grandmother told her aunt that she doesn't have much time left and asked her to take care of Ina even when she's not here. She knew that her only family and the one person who she could depend on was about to leave her. Dark clouds loomed over her from then on. Although she wasn't a child that spoke much, that experience made her completely shut off from everyone else. Her life stayed the same until a year of middle school when her aunt said she got a call from her class teacher that raiders make a lot of money. Her aunt quipped that even people like her have some use in the world, and she never knew Ina was talented. Her aunt reminded her that they spent much money raising her, and she'd have to pay them back for it. So her aunt told her she had no choice but to become a raider if she wanted to be worth anything. Ina hated her because she had already taken the life insurance money from her parents' death, and now she was trying to use her for her own gain as well. She hated how her aunt had treated both her parents and her grandmother like a burden she wanted to get rid of. What disgusted her the most was the fact that she couldn't say anything to defend herself. After that, she applied for a raider program because her teacher had told her she was fit to become one. When she submitted her application, her teacher asked her if she was sure because even though she was a perfect candidate and people treated raiders with high regard, that wasn't the case for mages. Her teacher explained that she didn't want her doing dangerous things, but Ina insisted because she knew better than anyone that some things were worse than death. When she got home, her grandma asked her if she was sure about becoming a raider. Ina realized that her grandma would leave her too eventually, but she could never bring herself to hate her. However, she decided that all that was happening was fate, and it couldn't be stopped no matter how hard she struggled. She suddenly burst into tears and told her grandma that she was fine, but her grandma told her she didn't have to do it if she didn't feel like it because she didn't want her granddaughter to get hurt. After choosing to become a raider, her life changed completely. She learned how to handle mana and how to kill monsters, and her cold personality helped her a lot. When she had gotten used to this life, the unavoidable happened, and her grandmother passed away. Apparently, she wouldn't have passed away if she had received treatment. But Ina was shocked to find out that she had refused treatment. She wondered if her grandmother gave up on life, and she wondered if her grandmother abandoned her too. She couldn't be sure of anything, but all she knew was that she missed her, and she fell into despair. She wondered if her grandmother left her because she was stupid, and she hoped that she would have taken her along. Shortly after, her aunt called her to say that the sponsor contract had been signed and the guild was going to take her, so she just needed to come sign the papers. The fact that her aunt was still controlling her life made Ina angry, and for the first time ever she yelled at her aunt. When her aunt protested that she should be grateful that she didn't sell her off, she decided to run away from home. She waited until dawn to go back home to get her stuff, but when she got home, she found her aunt's house burning and the monsters spilling out of the open gate. Her aunt called to her from amidst the rubble and asked her to help, and Ina's only thought at the time was why she should help the woman who took everything from her. Eventually, when Ina began to tear up, our boy told her she didn't have to push herself if it was too hard to remember. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung heard something and assumed Jaehyun was back, but she was surprised to see Heimdall towering over her. The level of mana this strange person was giving out was more like that of a monster's. Shortly after, Heimdall came down to speak to the others, and asked them if they were the great adversary's friends. They all stared at him. And when Yoo-jung asked him what he was talking about, he released an explosive amount of mana again that made them stagger. When they fell to the ground, he told them to answer his questions. Soil tried to use telepathy to signal Jaehyun to come back immediately because there was an enemy who seemed to have the mana of a monster, but Heimdall approached her and lifted her by her throat when he detected what she was doing. He told them all that they were going to die here, and he prepared an attack in his other hand. He told them to blame the great adversary for this, but Jaehyun soon showed up and told him he wouldn't let him do anything. Our boy activated his absolute calculation skill and deactivated Heimdall's attack. Meanwhile, while one instructor was lamenting to his counterpart about having to babysit the students after already clearing the monsters in the event area, they noticed a huge purple mana cloud that startled them. Before they knew what was going on, a huge monster appeared behind them and gobbled up the guy that was lamenting, immediately giving the other guy PTSD. Before he could reach for his walkie-talkie, the monster impaled him with its scorpion-like tail, but he managed to inform the others that there was danger before the monster completely drained the life out of him. Ridiculously huge monsters suddenly filled up the whole place, and things didn't look good. While that was happening, Heimdall dropped Soil when Jaehyun showed up. He turned to Jaehyun and released his mana storm again as he demanded from Jaehyun to know how he had Odin's eye. Heimdall realized how Jaehyun was able to grow so quickly because a mere human could never grow at such a pace. But our boy told him to come take the eye if it bothered him. Soil told Jaehyun that even he wouldn't be able to take on someone so strong on his own, but Jaehyun told them to run away because this was his problem. Yoo-jung refused because they were a team, but Jaehyun bluntly told them to run away. Heimdall, who was now armed with his sword, asked him if he really planned to protect his friends when he was there. With one swing of his knife, Heimdall shattered the ground in front of them, but our boy activated his windstorm skill to blow away his friends so they could get out of harm's way. Yoo-jung called out to Jaehyun to ask what he was doing, but he told her they would all end up dying if he did otherwise. However, she still refused, but Ina stopped her and told her Jaehyun was right because they didn't stand a chance against someone that strong. Yoo-jung insisted that this was why they should help out, but Ina told her she was sure Jaehyun could do it, so she proposed they go to the entrance and inform the instructors about the situation. Yoo-jung still didn't seem convinced, but she told Jaehyun to stay alive before leaving. When his friends finally run away, Jaehyun activates his frozen earth skill to freeze the entire area. The skill intrigues Heimdall, but he reminds Jaehyun that it's a skill that takes dozens of seconds to fully activate, and asks him if he really thinks he'll be able to hold him off for that long. Jaehyun replies that there's no reason he can't, especially because he had thought of this plan for when he'd have to fight Heimdall. Heimdall jumps towards him to land an attack and tells our boy to go ahead with his tricks. Jaehyun realizes Heimdall's attack could hit his friends if he fails to block it, so he activates his realization of the magical artifact and brings out his Balmung sword to block it. Along with that, he activates his lightning chains and uses them to anchor himself to the ground as he prepares for Heimdall's thunderous strike. The impact of Heimdall's attack soon clashes with our boy's blade and knocks him back, but he manages to keep his balance with the chains. After Heimdall notices that Jaehyun was able to stop his attack from going any further, it annoys him that a mere human would be able to do that. Before he can react, our boy leaps towards him and activates his mid-air leap skill with his Balmung sword in his hand. Meanwhile, the instructors on the other side of the field signal for a rescue team because many instructors and students have already been hurt. They run into a mass migration of monsters that has never happened before. The lead instructor, named Ms. Lee, tries to think of something, but the circle leaders soon approach her and offer to help. However, she tries to make them avoid fighting as much as possible since they're still students, but the students insist. Eventually, Ms. Lee accepts their offer and decides to leave the support roles to the students so she can get the instructors to the front lines to fight the monsters. When she tries to activate her power, she's surprised to find out that she's unable to concentrate her mana. She's soon notified that the elixir system is down and her connection has been temporarily cut. It's more shocking when the other instructors tell her that they're experiencing the same thing. The system has never been down, and Lee can't understand why this is happening now of all times. When she turns back to ask if there's anyone who can use their skills, the top circle leaders say they can use theirs. Ms. Lee realizes that it seems only students can use their mana, so she decides to change plans to let the students fight the monsters while the instructors support the students as best as they can. She directs them to the 3rd district because that's where help is most needed, and the top students hurry. While they hurry, Hyun tells Joo-hyub to take the right side, but Joo-hyub protests that he doesn't boss him around, so Hyun tells Jian to heal them from the back. While they're running towards the district, they turn back and see a huge skeletal monster that brings a sense of overwhelming dread over them, and they can't believe they're supposed to fight that. The elixir system informs them that they've come across the 3rd District's boss monster, Bone Dragon, and Hyun realizes this is going to be hard. While Jaehyun's friends make a run for it, a scheduled message enters the ring assigned to the team. Jaehyun left a message to inform them that there's no need to worry about him, but he needs them to do something. He informs them that the entrance of the city is being attacked by a field boss monster, and he asks them to help the people there before he comes to join them soon. After hearing the message, Yoo-jung is fairly certain that Jaehyun will be okay, so they decide to go help out the others. Meanwhile, Jaehyun uses his mid-air leap skill to jump towards Heimdall. Heimdall realizes there's a reason Jaehyun is called the Great Adversary, but he tells our boy he'll still lose. The god lifts his sword and releases an attack wave to test Jaehyun's strength. Using his mid-air leap, our boy is able to jump out of the way in mid-air and still goes ahead to land his attack, which Heimdall blocks with his sword. Heimdall knocks him backwards, but our boy tells him he's going to regret this, then jumps right back to close the distance. He tells Heimdall that he scored pretty well on his recent exams. Then he activates his passive skill called Intermediate Greatsword Arts, and an active skill called Spinning Strike. As both of their swords clash, Heimdall tells Jaehyun his skills are not bad for a human, but he immediately tries to impale him with a frontal strike. Jaehyun blocks the hit and suddenly disintegrates his sword, much to Heimdall's surprise. The sword's disappearance causes Heimdall to fall forward momentarily, and our boy uses his realization of magical artifact to create his Nidhogg's Fang. Then he activates an active skill called Dagger Rampage. With that skill, he cuts Heimdall dozens of times in a few seconds and runs past him. The passive skill of the Nidhogg's Fang is activated, and Heimdall is poisoned several times over, and the poisons form layers over one another. Regardless, Heimdall accuses Jaehyun of resorting to petty tricks, but our boy tells him to take a good look at himself before speaking. There are several wounds on Heimdall's body, and the god realizes that a dose like this would usually be nothing. He expects the wound to have healed by now, but even when it doesn't, he decides not to regard it since all he has to do is kill this boy. Heimdall had gotten the power to temporarily interfere with the elixir system. However, there's a limit to how much he can restrict the powers of the instructors and students using the authority granted to him by Odin. He had thought that restricting the elixir system for the instructors would be enough to deal with these humans, but he realizes that he has to admit that Jaehyun is too powerful for him to take on when he only has a third of his power restored. Meanwhile, our boy recalls a spar he recently had with Hoyeon, where he was able to learn some swordsmanship skills that included Dagger Rampage and the Spinning Strike skills. He's certain that if he uses those skills with Nidhogg's Fang, even Heimdall won't be able to withstand it for long. Eventually, Heimdall admits to Jaehyun that he's amusing. Although he doesn't know why Asgard is so wary of just one boy, he admits that he's strong enough for him to use his horn. The god brings out the horn, and Jaehyun soon becomes worried because he has no idea what it is, but he doesn't have a good feeling. Before Heimdall can use the horn, our boy rushes towards him with his knife in hand, so he doesn't give him a chance to attack. But Heimdall tells him to consider it an honor that he gets to hear the sound of the Gjallar horn. Before Jaehyun can reach him, Heimdall blows the horn, which releases a wave of energy that knocks Jaehyun back. Just the sound of the horn paralyzes him, and the Nornir system informs him that his physical stats will be decreased by 50%. Moreover, the nearby monsters start reacting to the power of the artifact and gather around Heimdall. Jaehyun is shocked, so Heimdall tells him he doesn't know how to control monsters like Tyr, but he's good at magic. When Heimdall creates a ball of lightning in his hands, our boy tries to cancel it with his absolute calculation skill. But the system notifies him that his level is too low, and it has failed to resist the artifact's effects. The monsters soon gather around him and Heimdall strikes Jaehyun with the lightning attack, causing him to scream in pain. That attack is Heimdall's specialty, and it's called Flow Reversal Spell, and it causes immense pain even though it won't kill. As Jaehyun writhes in pain, Heimdall tells him he's going to rot in Asgard's underground cells for the rest of his life. As he fires another attack at Jaehyun, it's suddenly stopped by some force, which turns out to be a shield created by Hela. Heimdall is surprised to see Hela, and Jaehyun asks Hela what's going on. When Hela notices her body disintegrating, she realizes she can't hold on for long. Heimdall had been wondering where she was hiding, but he can see Hela's divinity hovering over her. Hela creates a wind attack, but our boy tries to stop her because he realizes that she will die if she's using Hela's divinity, just like Heimdall had said. After creating the attack, she fires it at Heimdall, who dodges it and rushes towards her. He tells her that the power is too much for her to handle, and he asks her why she intends to sacrifice herself. He wonders if she believes the great adversary will be able to save the 9 worlds, but Hela tells him it's more of a certainty than mere belief. She's convinced that Jaehyun will kill Odin and put an end to Ragnarok, but Heimdall jumps towards her to finish her off because of her irreverent words. She decides to put an end to this and summons a huge viper that tries to consume Heimdall. Regardless, our boy pleads with Hela to stop what she's doing. Meanwhile, Hyun tears up several monsters, and he also has to endure the blast from the bone dragon's mouth. When the bone dragon blasts him once more, he has to stop fighting to block the attack. Meanwhile, the other students fight other monsters, and Juhyub fights with them while Jian heals those who are hurt. Some of the students lament that they're all going to get killed by this bone dragon. Jian tells the others that they can't hold on for much longer, but Hyun insists they keep fighting since they can't get a connection to the outside world. Eventually, Juhyub runs out of mana, and he starts to curse as usual. Hyun hopes they could get a few more people who could fight, and as if on cue, Jaehyun's friends show up to lend a hand. However, Hyun protests that this is too dangerous for first years, and he adds that an A+ rank bone dragon is too difficult. While he's talking, he's ambushed by a wolf-like monster from behind, but Hoyeon activates his 100 Azure Splendor Sword and cuts the monsters into small pieces. The others soon join the action, and they collectively declare that they're here to keep the promise they made to Jaehyun to help the others. Hyun is surprised to see them facing the bone dragon and the other monsters head-on. Hoyeon rushes towards them and signals Yoojung for support. She activates her overflow skill and another skill called Mana Field to create support, while Ina activates her Sword of Alfheimer. Hoyeon activates his 100 Azure Splendor Sword. They soon start tearing monsters limb from limb, and the other seniors soon join them. Hyun realizes that he had thought only Jaehyun had insane talent, but it's clear his friends are on a different level too. When Hoyeon runs into a Taurus monster that tries to smash him into the ground, he blocks the monster's axe with his shield, while Ina attacks the monster's limbs, and Hyun gets the chance to attack the monster's head. With the new support, the job of taking out these monsters seems doable. Meanwhile, some students thank Jae-song for saving them with his potions, and Soyeol tries to lead the students to the exit. Eventually, the students are left with the A+ rank boss monster. Hyun and Juhyub rush towards the monster to attack its leg and restrict its movements, and he asks the others to reach its core and kill it. Hoyeon immediately asks Yoojung to use debuffs to reduce the dragon's strength, so she leaps into the air and uses a debuff on the dragon. Meanwhile, Juhyub laments that the newbies are going to be the stars of the show at this rate, but Hyun tells him there's nothing they can do about it because the Circle 9's destructive power is better than theirs. Annoyed by that, Juhyub activates his Wheel-Wind skill, then he breaks the bones on one of the monster's legs. Hyun confirms his suspicions that Juhyub doesn't consider the allies around him when attacking, so he activates his Deadly Pierce skill and cuts through some of the monster's bones. Once that is done, he signals to the other team to act, so Ina activates her Sword of Alfheimer, and Hoyeon activates his 100 Azure Splendor Sword to attack the monster's core. After 2 decades of battling extra-dimensional monsters and protecting the world, Lim Dae-in is finally ready to retire and enjoy a peaceful life. However, the morning after his retirement party, he wakes up to find himself back in time before he even gained his powers. When Lim opened his eyes the next morning, he wasn't in his nice house. Instead, he found himself lying in the small student dorm room he had lived in 20 years ago. He panicked and picked up his phone nearby, and when he saw the date on the screen, he froze. It said the year was 2018. He threw the phone at the wall in frustration and shouted, "This has to be a joke! Lim can't understand why this is happening." Just yesterday, he started a comfortable life. Now he's back in the past, before the injury that ruins his knee, before the monsters, before he becomes a hero. He screams in frustration, asking himself over and over what went wrong. But then something strange catches his eye. On his wrist is the rare watch his friend Jong Cheol gives him as a gift. In a flashback, Lim remembers Jong Cheol telling him the watch might be a relic from the legendary mage of the Byron continent. Does the watch have something to do with this, Lim wonders. He recalls studying the watch before falling asleep the night before. He thinks maybe that's the reason he is brought back. Just then, loud banging shakes the door. An aggressive voice shouts from the other side, demanding to know why there's so much noise. The voice belongs to the annoying son of the dormitory owner. Known for throwing loud karaoke and booze parties every night, this guy often acts like he owns the place. He even demands money from Lim before he can get out of bed. As the door opens, the dorm owner's son looks annoyed and asks what takes so long. Lim smiles calmly while sizing him up. The bully wears an expensive jacket made from monster leather. He complains about the noise, claiming it's affecting his mental health. Then, pretending to be generous, he offers to forget the whole thing if Lim gives him money, especially the rare watch. But Lim isn't going to let that happen. He slaps the bully's hand away, then delivers a sharp slap to his face, causing a nosebleed. Lim grabs his head and knees him in the face. The years of bullying flash through his mind. This is payback, even if it isn't enough. Lim spares him and says it's time to move out. Back in 2018, Lim remembers a key event, an accident at the construction site that injures his knee, causing him pain for the rest of his life. But now his knee is fine. This second chance means everything. It's time to get serious. After controlling mana for 20 years, Lim feels confident about adjusting to this body. Still, his muscles are weak, and he hasn't been eating well. Hunger hits hard. Looking around, everything is still under construction. That's when it becomes clear why no one notices a lesser gate opening nearby. Monsters emerge, catching everyone off guard and causing many deaths. Suddenly, a portal opens right in front of him. People scream and run in panic. A red, speckled, dog-like monster bursts out from the gate, sharp fangs ready to attack. Amid the chaos, a small girl is surrounded by wolves, screaming for her father. Lim rushes in, pulls her out, and shields her with his body. He tells her to run while he faces the wolves. He grabs a nearby claw hammer and fights back. His first strike causes a wolf to cry out. Another wolf charges from the side, but Lim reacts quickly with a low swing to its jaw, knocking it back. Lim fights fiercely. Another blow launches a wolf several meters away, but hunger returns, making things more difficult. Jokingly, he suggests the wolves look delicious, remembering the taste of their meat from his previous life. The wolves hesitate in fear. Though his younger body is weaker, it has no knee pain, allowing him to move quickly. He dodges an attack and delivers a powerful overhead kick, but the wolves keep coming. Lim realizes a single hammer won't be enough. He then uses the watch like brass knuckles and punches a wolf. It remains unharmed. That's when he realizes how incredibly strong the watch is. He looks around and sees about 10 wolves still remaining. Just in time, the police arrive and take control of the situation. Lim feels relieved. However, his jacket is torn during the fight, which annoys him. A man comes up to thank Lim for saving the girl and others. He asks for Lim's name and workplace to send a reward. Lim replies that he has no job and hasn't even registered as a superhuman yet. He has only just awakened a few hours ago. The man takes his phone number instead and thanks him. Lim quickly leaves, saying he has other things to do. The man calls after him, wanting to interview him, but Lim disappears. Everyone begins whispering about a new awakened being, young and powerful. Later, Lim finally finds a place to eat and orders beef soup. The taste brings him joy. While eating, his phone rings. News of his battle spreads fast. In 2018, 2 years have passed since the first gate opened. Superhumans are replacing police and military forces. Guilds are rising to power, and everyone wants to recruit the strongest fighters. Lim knows what's coming. He also knows that many future superhumans will turn into criminals. Plans to handle monster appearances haven't been formed yet. Worse, the 6 major disasters are already beginning to appear. With all his knowledge of the future, Lim makes a decision. This time, he'll use everything he knows to retire in just 3 years. But not just any retirement, a peaceful, safe one. The second chance won't be wasted. Lim is sitting and enjoying it as messages keep coming in. He seems to enjoy the melody despite the distractions. Suddenly, a man comes up to him and asks if he is Lim Dean. Lim confirms it, and the man introduces himself as Kim Gilson, the manager of the ruling family's guild. Kim has watched the video of Lim defeating monsters and is impressed. He immediately wants to meet him and offer something, as long as Lim hasn't signed a contract yet. Just as Kim is about to speak, a woman enters the room. She asks if Lim is the same person from the monster fighting video. Now that she is seeing him in person, she finds him even more attractive. Right after her, someone from the Warrior Guild arrives. They mention that the interest in Lim is endless, and more people keep coming to where Lim is sitting. All of them try to recruit him to their own guilds, and it almost turns into a fight. Lim tells everyone to be quiet. He warns that if they say even one more word, he won't join anyone, no matter how much money they offer. Lim asks if they should talk somewhere else. Then, they are transported to another location. Lim states he won't take up too much of their time and asks what kind of premium they can offer for signing a contract. Kim responds that the contract has clauses that can't be disclosed. He also asks why Lim doesn't take time to listen to each offer one by one. While eating cake, Lim asks if Kim is part of the ruling family's guild. Kim proudly replies the guild has a 1.5 years of tradition. Lim wishes him a good trip home and remarks he doesn't plan to sign with them. He questions why he would join a guild with such management, and predicts that the guild will soon merge with another. Lim asks how long he should wait for the next offer. Suddenly, a kid behind Kim shouts that their guild is offering Lim 1 billion won. Other managers raise their offers, each trying to outbid the others. Lim calmly drinks his tea and thinks about how much the Black Hounds Guild would offer. He reflects on his time with them before going back in time. Someone then offers 2 billion won, saying it comes with top salary, benefits, and item mining tasks. It is the woman again, the manager of the White House Guild. The White House Guild is newly founded, but within 3 years, it will become one of the top 3 in Korea. Lim guesses this is the reason for their aggressive approach. He asks everyone except Miss Baek to leave. He tells them they can leave their business cards just in case. Now alone with Baek, she explains that on her way to meet him, she watched Lim's monster fighting video several times. She compliments his skills and points out that just yesterday he was an ordinary person. Lim is surprised by her elegant way of showing that she has done her homework on him. Baek believes Lim is either a genius or someone with rare characteristics that give him an edge in battle. She mentions the White House Guild wants to support his growth. Lim reads through the contract and thinks about how, in his previous life, he would never have imagined getting such an offer. He asks if he can add a few conditions. Baek watches closely as Lim writes into the contract. Suddenly, she is surprised. She exclaims Lim is joking, but Lim insists he is serious. His added terms include a 4-day workweek, a fixed end to the workday, and the right to refuse long-term tasks. Baek gets angry, thinking it is a joke, but Lim remains firm, saying those are his terms. Baek pauses, then asks where he gets so much confidence. Lim assures her they won't regret signing him. Baek stands up and says she will review the terms and return in a few days. She also asks if Lim prefers drinks instead of coffee next time. Lim doesn't respond. He thinks that it wouldn't benefit him to show emotion. Baek doesn't know that her father is the head of the guild. Lim gets up and decides to register as a superhuman. He arrives at the Korean Disaster Management Center. Lim goes to the Superhuman Support Service and announces he wants to register. The girl at the desk explains the person in charge is absent and that she is new and might not be able to manage on her own. Lim mentions he is in a hurry and asks if she can do something. She agrees to try contacting her boss. Lim is sure someone will help her, as he needs to finish things quickly. The girl calls her boss and explains that a young man wants to register. She asks if Lim has any special skills. Lim replies he uses physical strength but doesn't have skills. That is a lie. No one currently believes in magic, so Lim knows they'd only find out about his powers if he shows them. But in this life, he has decided not to. The girl states they will start with a strength test. They go into a room with a barbell, and she asks him to lift it. Lim grabs it with one hand and lifts it above his head without effort. The girl is surprised. The barbell weighs 200 kilograms. She remarks he really is superhuman and apologizes for doubting him. She hands him a temporary superhuman certificate and notes they will contact him once the official one is ready. Lim thanks her and wishes her a good day. Suddenly, the head of the Superhuman Support Center, Ju Sang-woo, arrives. Lim is horrified and wants to avoid him. Nothing good has ever come from dealing with Ju Sang-woo. Lim decides to never come back here again. Ju asks if this is a new superhuman. The girl confirms it and notes it is the same Lim Dean she had mentioned. Ju realizes who she means and calls Lim a supernova. Then the scene changes to the pollution control area. This place has been abandoned due to monsters, but everything will change when the dimensional gate opens. The Gaia continent, a fantasy world of swords and magic, will open a gate to Earth within a year. In Korea, only one gate will open, and it will be right here in this zone. Lim is happy and plans to buy the place once he receives his contract bonus. He believes it will make him rich. Then he plans to sort things out and go monster hunting. Suddenly, someone shouts for others to get out or die. Lim hears a girl's voice warning the intruders not to come closer. Recognizing the language of the Gaia people, Lim realizes something is wrong and runs toward the sound. He uses his concealment skill to blend into the environment. This skill has been used in the past for dangerous missions involving espionage and assassinations. Lim doesn't want to repeat that life. As he runs, Lim wonders if the girl is being chased. He needs to see what is going on. He finds a little girl facing 3 adult men. She warns them again and tries to form a fireball, but it fails. The men find it amusing and remark they would pay her for the show. Lim guesses she is a refugee from Gaia and has been unlucky to run into these criminals. One man offers her food in exchange for surrender. Lim notices a tattoo on the man's arm. It is the mark of the Red Serpent criminal group. He knows then that they are human traffickers. With little mana left, Lim stops using concealment. He doesn't see any law enforcement nearby and decides to act. He pulls out a knife, lunges, and strikes the first man in the back. Then he quickly cuts the throats of the other 2 with smooth, silent movements. The girl is shocked. Lim coughs and asks if she is from the Gaia continent. She is surprised he speaks her language. Then her stomach growls. Lim asks if she likes meat. After a while, the girl thanks him for saving her and promises that one day she'll repay the favor. Lim curiously inquires how many servings she can eat. Fortunately, he had bought enough pork earlier. However, the girl doesn't understand what he means. Shifting the topic, Lim wonders if she crossed the dimensional gate alone. She does not give him a proper answer. He then presses to know where she had been before and where her home is, but the girl hesitates and refuses to reveal anything. Lim also tries to find out her age, but she remains silent on that too. In the end, Lim gains nothing from their conversation. They sit across from each other when the girl pleads for his help. She confesses that she knows nothing about this place, can't communicate with anyone, and barely has any energy left. She admits she can use fire but struggles to control it. Lim responds that he's busy and not suited to babysitting, emphasizing that he needs a reason to take care of her. Still, he offers her a deal. She can stay for a month. During that time, he will teach her the local language and provide her with basic knowledge. In return, she must take part in daily chores and run errands. The girl eagerly responds, asking if she really gets to stay. Lim is already beginning to worry. She introduces herself as Lily and says she hopes they get along. Her name feels strangely familiar to Lim, though he can't quite place it. As he reflects, something clicks. Lily, who can use fire. He suddenly recalls the monster that will burn down half of Seoul in 10 years. She has flame-colored hair and the power to control fire. Her name is also Lily, and she comes from the Gaia continent. Known as the Fire Witch, she is one of the 6 disasters. Lim starts to connect the dots. This girl looks exactly like the Fire Witch, like 2 drops of water. From what he remembers, the Fire Witch was kidnapped as a child by a criminal organization and groomed to become a harbinger of destruction. Now he considers the possibility that he might have a chance to stop one of the 6 disasters. After a while, Lim and Lily walk through the grocery market. Lim remarks that he'll make her a special dinner tonight. He approaches the counter and asks the vendor if they have any Predator F. After the first dimensional gate opened, a food crisis emerged, prompting people to migrate to Montina. Now, the supply of Predator F exceeds demand since people have yet to understand its value, which lies in its rich mana content, something vital for survival in the future. Seeing Lily draws sympathy from others, so they're given extra food. Lim then remarks that she needs to buy clothes and instructs her to choose from the options. Lily excitedly points to a white and red outfit, but Lim overrides her choice. He outfits her in a tracksuit instead, saying it's more suitable for walking around the dump. They end up buying several identical suits. Later, back at home, Lim notes that he has prepared Lim D's signature mana-infused dishes for dinner. Lily grimaces and asks if that's really what they're going to eat. Lim insists that healthy food usually looks unappealing. Lily sniffs it and admits it smells good. Lim pulls out the shikjang he'd saved for later but decides they can eat it now. Lily grabs a chicken leg, takes a bite, and lights up with joy. She declares it's delicious and insists that from now on, she only wants chicken. Lim warns her to eat the rest or he'll throw it in the soup as well. After tasting the soup, Lim admits it's surprisingly edible, although inwardly, he's feeling like he might die. He can't help but think that if he hadn't returned to this life, he'd be eating gourmet meals at a restaurant right now. The thought frustrates him. Lily complains that her tongue is numb, and Lim chides her for talking like that. After they finish eating, Lim gets up, instructs her to wash the dishes, and sit down to read a book. He makes it clear that he does not want to be disturbed. Lim then begins meditating using the Great Sea of Mind technique. This practice increases his magic power and enhances control. He had trained in it before returning, and now he notices his mana growing faster than expected. In the past, no matter how many calories he consumed, there were no such effects. He speculates that proper nutrition might be the missing factor. He feels his Danyan expanding and realizes that by continuing with mana-rich food and mastering this technique, he could surpass his previous strength. Eventually, he decides it's time to wrap up, but his stomach growls. Lily hears this and playfully offers him more chicken. He turns with an awkward smile. They end up eating that awful-tasting soup again. Lily screams in protest, saying she hates it. 2 days pass, and Lim reflects on his rapid progress. With his current strength, he believes he's ready to go treasure hunting. Suddenly his phone rings. It's Bayek, who remarks that she's a bit disappointed he didn't call her first. She wonders aloud if he even cares about how she's doing. Lim, having almost forgotten about the guild, tells her he's been preoccupied. Lim asks how the contract renegotiation was going. Beck falls silent, and Lim guesses that she's facing difficulty. She confirms this, explaining that she couldn't persuade their leader. However, she adds that the head will hire him if he proves he's capable. Lim wonders if they truly intend to test him. Beck apologizes, saying she finds it ridiculous. She offers to come up with another solution if he waits a few days. But Lim immediately agrees to the test, on one condition. Lim arrives with Lily at the guild headquarters of the White House. When Beck questions who this little kid is, Lim claims Lily is his stepsister who recently returned from abroad and doesn't speak Korean well. He explains that due to unexpected circumstances, he'll need to bring her along for a while. Meanwhile, Lily is struck by Bayek's beauty, and speaking in her native tongue, wonders who she is. Lim casually mentions that she is the woman who gives them money. Lily, equating money with chicken, concludes that Bayek must be a very good person. Bayek reassures Lim that their guild doesn't interfere in the personal lives of its members. Soon, they're greeted by the White House Guild's head, Chang-Su. He explains that they had planned to visit Lim first but were delayed due to business. Lim responds cheerfully, comparing his arrival to a field trip. Chang-Su then brings up the added clause Lim proposed, to double the contract if he passes the test, and confirms that Lim is ready. Suddenly, a massive energy presence fills the area. Chang-Su questions if Lim is really worth such a sum. Lim senses that Chan, despite appearing untrained in martial arts or magic, emits overwhelming mana. Lim thinks to himself that a monster is a monster, no matter the disguise. Still, he refuses to be intimidated. He releases his own mana and forms a protective sphere around himself, asserting that he will prove his worth. Chang-Su promptly instructs Bayek to rewrite the contract. They decide not just to double, but triple the original offer, and add a bonus clause. Lim will receive 20 billion won if he passes. Shocked, Lim recalls he was initially offered only 2 billion. He comments that Chang-Su must be quite hot-tempered, and declares that he's ready to start the test immediately. They are transported to the White House's underground training ground. Chang-Su explains that the test will be considered a pass if Lim defeats 3 guild members. Since this isn't a fight to the death, no one is to go too far. Lim is then introduced to his first opponent, Hwan Jang-hyuk. Despite his young age, he is a member of the First Guild Association. Beck wonders what weapon Lim will choose. Lim responds that only his watch is sufficient. Jang is annoyed at Lim's arrogance and thinks Lim has just awakened and still dares to fight only using this mere watch. However, the match is signaled to begin. Jang starts running at high speed around Lim. The hero can't quite understand the technique at first. He recalls reading about Jang in a magazine. Ken's skill lies in speed. He grows faster the longer he keeps moving without pause. Lim quickly realizes he needs to strike before Jang becomes untouchable. As Jang circles him rapidly, viewers begin to doubt Lim's chances. Beck looks on with concern. Zhang prepares to end it, swinging his sword, but Lim notices. Understanding that the moment someone lets their guard down is the moment they can be beaten, Lim intercepts and knocks Zhang down with a well-timed strike. Observing the outcome, Lim concludes that Ken's own speed worked against him. Lily cheers for his victory, while Baek and Changsu stand stunned. Lim turns calmly and wonders aloud who's next. Changsu praises Lim for his impressive performance. Lim checks on Zhang's condition, and Changsu reassures him that Zhang's life is not in danger, as doctors will take care of him. After a couple of days of rest, he will recover. Changsu acknowledges Lim's ability to keep his power in check, but Lim wonders if he truly believes that. Meanwhile, Lim reflects on the consequences of losing control, knowing that if he hadn't controlled his force, his opponent's head would have flown off. Lim realizes that he is now guaranteed $6 billion under the contract, having met the set requirements. He shifts his attention to the two remaining opponents and suggests making the test more enjoyable. Lily notices Lim's smile and questions its meaning. Lim becomes serious, asserting that a fighter must always be in command of the situation. The second sparring venue is an artificial forest training ground. Baek explains that the White House has 2 associations, each consisting of 6 teams with 5 members. The next opponent is Yang Dae-hoon, the head of the 6th team in the first association. As the main tank of the White House, he is known as the Bull. He expresses his anticipation for a good fight, while Lim recalls that the Bull is among those who radiate an instinct to kill him. As the match begins, the bell rings, and Lim immediately charges at Yang Dae-hoon, aiming a strike at the clock. Yang Dae-hoon successfully blocks the attack with his shield and counters with a sword strike, which Lim narrowly dodges. Seizing an opening, Lim maneuvers behind him and executes Falcon's Claws, making Yang Dae-hoon wonder if Lim had trained in martial arts before awakening. Yang Dae-hoon attempts another sword strike, but Lim dodges and counters by pushing him backward with Iron Mountain. The force of impact sends Yang Dae-hoon flying, though Lim realizes that the Bull's endurance is formidable. Yang Dae-hoon acknowledges Lim's strength. Lim initially intended to conceal his capabilities until facing his final opponent, but Yang Dae-hoon's strategy pressures him to reveal more. Yang Dae-hoon proposes that Lim join his team, believing they would work well together. Lim questions who makes that decision, and Yang Dae-hoon declares that it is up to the victor. Changsu affirms the Bull's statement, prompting Lim to declare that if he defeats the Bull, he will become the head of the team. He announces his plan to create his own independent team and recruit members on his own terms. The head acknowledges Lim's proposal, but imposes a strict condition. If Lim loses, he will receive half of the signing bonus, and his contract duration will be doubled. Lim accepts the terms. Yang Dae-hoon asks if Lim is certain about his ability to defeat him. Lim, in turn, questions the Bull's motives regarding Baek, suggesting that the Bull's aggression stems from personal interests. He challenges Yang Dae-hoon, asserting that victory does not grant the right to arrogance. Lim foresees Yang Dae-hoon's downfall, predicting that he will soon endure humiliation and eventual expulsion from the guild. Yang Dae-hoon loses his temper, activating the Bull mode, which enhances his physical attributes and combat abilities. He charges at Lim, who retaliates with the Great Sea of Mind technique, Lightning Fist. Lim advises the Bull to block the attack with his shield. Yang Dae-hoon follows the advice, but the force shatters his shield. Changsu and Baek watch in shock as the rookie manages to defeat the Bull. Exhausted, Lim sits on the ground, reflecting on how difficult it is to earn money. His body feels weak, and he struggles to believe that a single lightning fist drained so much of his strength. He decides to recover using his mind technique, knowing that he will need his full power for the next fight. Baek approaches and congratulates him, officially naming him the head of the 7th team. Lim smiles at the title, thinking about how his victory has added another $1 billion to his income. He determines that he can now aim for all 20 opponents. When asked about his final challenger, the head reveals that it is himself. Changsu admits that doubted Lim would defeat Commander Dae-hoon, while Changsu smirks and states that he has no choice but to face Lim in the last match. Lim feels uneasy about fighting such a formidable opponent. Unexpectedly, he declares that he is giving up. Changsu is shocked and questions Lim's decision. Attempting to persuade him, Changsu offers $20 billion for just 5 minutes of combat, followed by $3 billion for every additional 3 minutes. However, Lim refuses, stating that he is incapable of continuing. Baek steps in, reminding the head that it is time to finalize the contract. Lim proceeds to sign, while Eunwi notes that the conditions are remarkably favorable. Lim expresses hope for a successful collaboration. Baek asks about Lim's strategy for recruiting members, and he responds that he plans to do so gradually. When questioned about signing contracts with others, Baek confirms that Lim has the authority, but is unsure who he intends to enlist. Lim hints at recruiting someone highly talented yet unaffiliated with any guild, causing Lily to speculate, could it be her? Lim turns to Lily and requests her to create the largest flame she can. She complains about being hungry, so Lim promises to buy her 3 chickens. Excited, she rushes to the side, reminding him of his promise, and then conjures a massive ball of fire above her, larger than her own body. Beck is deeply moved and wonders if Lim's younger sister is also superhuman. Lim confirms that she is and states his intention to recruit her as a member of his team. Lily's fire does not ignite anything around her, demonstrating her perfect control over her ability. This impresses Lim, as he only trained her for a few days in his past life, despite her having once been regarded as a calamity for no reason. He then proposes discussing the payment for Lily's contract and prepares to begin negotiations at $3 billion. However, Lily interrupts, focusing on the chicken. They fulfill her request, and she officially becomes a member of the 7th White House team, securing a contract fee of $5 billion. The White House owns the building where they are, which houses various facilities, including training halls, living quarters, and control rooms, managed by numerous permanent employees. As they walk, Beck asks if Lim is impressed by their advanced equipment. He responds that he is not easily surprised, noting that the equipment feels outdated compared to what he has seen in the future. Eventually, they arrive at another location, where Lim admits that he is impressed. Beck explains that the building houses an equipment development workshop, assuring him that any requests will be completed within a week. Lim remarks that he has someone to issue orders to, but will still take a few items from the workshop. For the time being, he chooses to use the blades available, deciding that they will suffice for now. He asks if the examination is over, and Bayek confirms that it is. Since it is Lim's first day, Bayek states that his duties will conclude after a meeting with the head. Suddenly, the chief rushes toward them, delivering an urgent message from the control room. All teams are currently engaged in missions, leaving him in a difficult position. He apologizes for the timing, but asks if Lim can take on a mission. Lim considers how he had hoped to leave work early today before asking about the mission details. Before long, Lim arrives at the heart of the crisis. A portal looms 10 meters above the ground, releasing massive snails in overwhelming numbers. He notices numerous people stuck in the green slime, unable to escape. Assessing the situation, Lim realizes that most of the monsters have already been handled. He wonders if intervening is truly necessary, but is informed that they need samples of the new monsters. His task is to collect at least 3 snails while preserving their original state as much as possible. He recognizes that these creatures will be avoided in the future, repulsive snails that explode upon impact, releasing foul-smelling slime. Lily complains about the stench, and Lim blocks her sense of smell using mana, asking if she would like to learn the technique. He warns her that it likely won't work on the first try, but with practice, she can master it. To his astonishment, Lily suddenly exclaims that she has already succeeded and can no longer smell anything. Lim barely has time to explain before she masters the technique, reaffirming her extraordinary talent. Lim instructs Lily to remain still while he captures the snails. He realizes that Nico has struggled to obtain a proper sample. The creatures detonate with even the slightest touch of mana, while non-mana attacks prove ineffective. Determined, Lim begins his hunt. Spotting a slug on a tree, he delivers a swift kick, sending it flying. The slug attempts to counterattack, but Lim employs he and uses an open palm technique to spin the creature rapidly. The slug whirls so fast that it loses consciousness. Lim secures the first sample. Watching him in awe, Lily enthusiastically asks Lim to teach her the technique. He teases her, demanding a payment of $100 billion. She refuses, protesting that such a sum could buy an enormous amount of chickens. Lim laughs before declaring the samples collected. He hands them over to the assembly team, marking the end of his mission for the day. Baek expresses surprise, stating that Lim could leave if he wished, but she still considers it significant since it is his first assignment. She asks if he is nervous or has any questions. Lim reassures her that there is nothing to worry about. The other members had already taken care of most of the problem before his arrival. 3 men approach Lim, one wearing red. He acknowledges Lim as a new recruit, mentioning that he heard about the White House hiring someone recently. Noticing Lim's shoulder strap, he remarks that Lim is a commander and wonders if the White House lacked manpower, forcing them to put a rookie in charge. He then asks if Lim's technique was part of his ability. Jang Suk from the Black Hound Guild steps forward. It turns out he was Lim's former boss. Lim dismisses Seok's chatter, urging him to get to the point. Seok complains about the constant explosions from the snails, which have made proper sample collection impossible. Lim immediately asks if Seok truly wants him to share. He refuses outright, frustrating Seok, who questions Lim's audacity in speaking to him so casually. The head of the Warrior Guild's 3rd team steps between Seok and Lim, advising Seok to moderate his words. Similarly, the captain of the 5th team from the ruling family guild approaches Lim, advising him to be more cooperative with his comrades. He suggests that frequent encounters on the battlefield need mutual support and improvement. However, Beck adamantly warns Lim not to relent, promising to file a formal complaint with the head. Lim has experienced such situations countless times before. He knows that if he refuses, they will attempt to take the bag by force. Instead of arguing, he throws the bag toward them, telling them they can have it. They eagerly accept, but Lim takes a step forward and sits on the sack, daring them to take it if they truly can. His unexpected response shocks them. The captain of the ruling family guild tries to negotiate, while Seok accuses Lim of handling the situation poorly. Lim quietly instructs Lily to set the entire area ablaze on his signal. She asks if she should burn them, but Lim quickly clarifies that doing so would create unnecessary trouble. He refuses to let her become a catastrophe. Seok, growing frustrated, yells that he will teach Lim a lesson as his senior. Suddenly the portal shifts and a colossal slug begins to emerge. Panic spreads as people flee the scene while the monstrous creature fully exits the portal. A superhuman warns Lim not to interfere, and Lim takes Lily with him, heading toward the car while carrying the bags. Meanwhile, the others struggle to battle the slug, encountering difficulties. The creature ensnares them with its tentacles. They shout that they need to sever the appendages first. Beck urges Lim to engage, arguing that a single strike is enough for him to claim the rewards. He tells her not to worry, confidently stating that they will never defeat him like this. The heroes continue their efforts to defeat the monster, shouting about its dissolving slime. Seok orders the tankers to retreat for now and instructs them to prepare for a long-range attack. The team notes that this creature is far more dangerous than the smaller snails they encountered before. Lily impatiently asks how long they plan to stand and watch, and Lim replies that they will wait until everyone has evacuated. Meanwhile, Wang Guho from the Blackhound Guild, known as Pushover, desperately tries to flee. His comrades have had their weapons corroded by the monster's slime and decide to retreat, fearful of its approach. Wang pleads with them to take him along, but they insist he use his abilities to escape. The creature's tentacles have already ensnared Vao, rendering him unable to fight back. The monster prepares to consume Vao, who screams for help. Lim watches the scene unfold and questions whether Wang's comrades truly consider themselves his allies. Without hesitation, he slashes through the tentacle gripping Vao and steps in front of the monster, shielding him. Lim turns to Wang and tells him that this is not how he should be using his abilities. If Wang truly wants to understand the right way to fight, he will have to find Lim after the battle. Lim signals Lily to begin, and she immediately unleashes her flames. The other superhumans are astounded, struggling to comprehend the sheer intensity of the fire. Baek urgently tells Lim to consider the others before acting recklessly, warning that the support team will arrive in 5 minutes. Beck suggests waiting to fight alongside them, but Lim reasons that since reinforcements will arrive soon, he should claim all the loot for himself. Beck points out that the fire prevents drones from approaching, so it must be repositioned. However, Beck ignores this and expresses concern for Lim's safety. He reassures her, promising to defeat the monster and return unscathed. This monster is unusually brutal, and Lim recalls an entry about it in the picture book. He understands the importance of remembering successful strategies for emergencies. Fire is the monster's weakness, and after separating it from the group, Lim notices a visible slowdown in its movements. He rushes forward and instructs Lily to cover him. He realizes that the monster's tentacles are regenerating quickly, so he will need Lily's assistance throughout the fight. Lim maneuvers around the creature, waiting for the right moment before signaling Lily. She sets the monster's tentacles ablaze, and Lim praises the outcome, urging her to continue. As expected, the monster retracts into its shell to recover after losing most of its appendages. According to the book, the creature even seals the portal shut. Lily approaches Lim, wondering how they will proceed now that the monster has sealed itself. Lim states that they will use the supplies from the car. He knows that the monster's shell is incredibly resilient, so he must target weak points. He grabs a stake and drives it forcefully into the shell, repeatedly striking to weaken the structure. The other superhumans watch in confusion, unable to understand what Lim is trying to achieve. Meanwhile, Wang Guho reflects on Lim's words about using his abilities differently, and Vao wonders if Lim's approach is truly correct. Returning to Lim, he continues hammering stakes into the shell, preparing for the final phase. With the nails secured, he aims for the center and resolves to use his most powerful attack. Drawing upon the Great Sea of Mind technique, Lim strikes with his lightning-fast fist. However, as he makes contact, electricity surges through his body, shocking him. The current travels between the stakes, shattering the monster's shell. Lim collapses onto the ground, writhing in pain, his body too weak to execute normal movements. Lily rushes to his side, asking if he is all right. She questions whether he was electrocuted, and Lim, still dazed, reminds her that she was supposed to assist him. He assumes they have finally defeated the monster. Lily asks if she can remove the firewall, but Lim requests that she keep it active a little longer. Since they worked hard for this victory, they should claim all the loot for themselves. He notes that the monster's meat is incredibly soft and rich in nutrients, and they begin storing it in bags. Lily contemplates the idea of snail chicken, but Lim tells her that the meat will serve as the perfect ingredient for a nutritious mana recovery meal. After gathering enough resources, Lim concludes that their haul is sufficient. Just then, he receives a message from the captain of the second team, Bang Woo-hyuk, who has been informed of the hero's situation. He announces that his team is on their way to assist. Lim hurriedly tells them to wait and only enter once he removes the firewall. He is still missing an important item. Bang wonders if just the two of them can handle the slug, concerned that Lim is pushing himself too hard on his first day. Lim finishes collecting everything he needs and instructs Lily to lower the flames. As the firewall vanishes, the arriving team is stunned. One of them asks if the commander defeated the monster himself. Lim replies that he fought with everything he had and was simply lucky. Seok is skeptical, unable to grasp how Lim accomplished what the rest of them could not. Lim asks if he can leave the cleanup to Commander Bang, who reassures him that it won't be a problem. Bam tells Lim to return home, reminding him that if he is seriously injured, he should go to headquarters for treatment. Lim recalls Bayek's warning that if he got hurt, he would know the consequences, and decides to rest before worrying about anything else. Time passes and night falls. Lily complains about wanting to sleep and eat. Lim praises her efforts and invites her to eat to her heart's content. Thrilled, Lily marvels at the vast amount of chicken before her, insisting that it feels like a dream. She enthusiastically mentions wanting to go snail fishing again. Lim takes a sip of his beer, curses, and remarks that moments like this make life worth living. Lily notes that he says this every time he eats. Suddenly, she loudly repeats the curse word, shocking Lim. He quickly realizes the importance of watching his language around children. He scolds her, explaining that it is a bad word and forbidding her from using it. Lily, confused, asks why he is allowed to say it. He firmly insists that she is not permitted to use such words. However, she continues to challenge him, wondering why he says bad words whenever he eats chicken. Lim has been using the Great Mind Sea technique for a long time, but it keeps weakening him. He wonders what to expect after last night's drinking, recognizing that the technique functions more as an emergency measure. He knows better than to get drunk, but still checks his phone to see how many calls he received in the morning. When he picks it up, he notices multiple missed calls from manager Bayek. As soon as he returns the call, Beck angrily scolds him. Lim, still exhausted, explains that his muscles are aching from working too hard the previous day, so he has been resting. Beck apologizes and asks if he is feeling better. Lim responds that he is still recovering and asks if there is something she needs. Beck informs him that she plans to actively recruit people for his team and wants his input. Lim understands the necessity of assembling a team that includes shooters for combat support, medics for care, an operator to manage communications from the control room, and secretaries to handle scheduling and paperwork. Recognizing the impact these members would have on performance, he entrusts Bayek with selecting them according to her judgment, praising her ability to assess character. Laughing, she agrees, reminding him that she was the one who hired him in the first place. She proposes calling him again after lunch, and Lim agrees. He then expresses his interest in recruiting a superhuman named Wang Guho from the Black Hound Guild, and asks Bayek to get in touch with him. Later, Lim calls the head of state, Jang, who grants him 3 days off work. Lim protests, insisting that he is just a little tired, but Jang reveals that Bayek has already explained everything to him. Jang states that Lim will be unable to join the mission until the full team is assembled. Considering this, Lim decides that taking a break for a few days is acceptable. Jang advises him to rest and avoid excessive stress. When Chang later contacts Lim about the future of their guild, he suggests that Lim join him in battle once he has recovered. However, Lim stops listening and instead asks Lily if she is hungry before telling the chief that he will focus on resting. Lily excitedly runs in, asking if they will be eating chicken. Lim replies that he has prepared something even more delicious. Unlike the previous dish, this one is made from fresh, high-quality ingredients with a soft texture, enhanced with a snail heart. He explains that it is a special, healthy manna blue dough. He presents a bowl of snail meat soup, acknowledging that the color looks odd but assuring that it is nutritious. Lily, having eaten plenty of chicken yesterday, says she is not hungry. Lim apologizes, then starts eating, savoring the rich flavor. His enthusiasm catches Lily's attention and she begins to doubt her decision. Lim teases her, offering to eat her portion as well, but she suddenly decides to try the dish herself. She tastes it and is immediately surprised, exclaiming that she is incredibly happy. Lim jokingly tells her not to be dramatic, reminding her that the world is full of delicious food. Lily, still stunned, declares that she no longer trusts Lim's judgments on food. He informs her that dinner will consist of fried pork belly. Curious, she asks what kind of pork belly he means. Lim proudly states that it is more expensive than chicken. Amused, Lily remarks that such food is worth living for. Lim wonders where she picked up such exaggerated expressions, then explains that if she wants to enjoy delicious meals, she needs to adjust her nutrition. He proposes going treasure hunting together. Following the opening of the first gate, the surviving monsters establish territories. Among them, the orcs unite into a tribe. Within their domain lies a relic from another dimension. The heroes arrive near the orcish territory, and Lim, observing through binoculars, pinpoints the relic within a stone statue. Previously, an expedition team discovered and retrieved the relic, but this time, Lim plans to get to it first. Analyzing the situation, he estimates that the tribe consists of approximately 200 orcs. Though his body has recovered thanks to the central crystal, facing them alone would be impossible. Lim decides to infiltrate, instructing Lily to ignite a fire upon his signal. She asks about the signal, and he explains that when the torch on the other side goes out, she should light the entrance. He warns that if she fails to see the signal, she must forget about the relic. Using concealment, Lim cautiously advances, with Lily following suit. He is confident that no one in the tribe can detect them unless a stronger enemy appears. As he approaches the statue, he notices that 10 orcs are guarding it, and feels certain that he can handle them alone. Drawing his knife, he suddenly spots the tribe's leader, a mutant orc. This orc demonstrated monstrous strength during the expedition team's prior attack, making it a formidable opponent. Deciding to stick to his plan, Lim throws a rock at the torch, causing it to fall. Lily immediately recognizes this as the signal. While the orcs begin to grow uneasy, the tribe leader quickly issues commands, which Lim sees as an advantage. He prepares to destroy the statue but is abruptly caught off guard when an orc sneaks up behind him. Shocked, he realizes that the creature has sensed him through scent. The mutant orc proves to be far stronger than expected, forcing Lim to retreat. Running through the flames and past the orcs, Lim understands that concealment is now useless and disables the technique while escaping. Lily, realizing the situation, asks if he has been discovered. Lim shouts for her to run as well. After distancing themselves, the heroes rest near some ruins. Lim notes that although they have not run far, exhaustion has already set in. Lily then recognizes the place and reveals that she passed through this cave upon entering the gate. She describes how strange individuals attempted to capture her, prompting her escape. Lim deduces that she is referring to the Red Serpent people and suspects this cave is their hideout. Surprised that they would settle near an orc tribe, Lim praises Lily for her keen observation. Recognizing the potential advantages of this discovery, Lim suggests entering the cave. Lily hesitates, expressing reluctance. Lim instructs her to hide in the bushes and remain silent, telling her to contact him if anything happens. Alone, he enters the cave while activating concealment. Inside, he observes a heavily guarded area, confirming that the Red Serpent is not a small organization. He wonders why they chose to settle near the orcs. Moving deeper, he spots masked individuals engaged in an unknown activity. When he sees one of them handling a white powder, shock washes over him as he suspects it to be serpent dust. Lim observes the illicit drug trade surrounding serpent, a substance derived from plants of another world. Many have succumbed to addiction, losing their sanity, and ultimately perishing. Despite years of investigation, the police have failed to dismantle the operation. Lim wonders how such a well-hidden facility has gone unnoticed for so long. Inside, the warden commands workers in lab coats to accelerate production, warning that failure to meet the quota by tomorrow will lead to severe consequences. Lim surveys the situation, noting that the Red Serpent group has approximately 100 armed members and 30 drug manufacturers. He also estimates that around 50 kilograms of serpent are stockpiled, though he cannot determine its monetary value, only that it likely exceeds several trillion. The supervisor reports a surge in demand, creating a supply shortage. He mentions that another worker died yesterday, slowing production. He apologizes, explaining that they are selecting individuals who, even if they die, will not hinder output. Lim feels revulsion toward these people, viewing them as despicable creatures. Suddenly the lights go out, throwing the facility into chaos. Group members panic, shouting that they cannot see and demanding the lights be turned back on. Amid the commotion, someone realizes that the serpent supply has vanished. Unseen, Lim moves through the darkness carrying a box. Although his concealment shields him from direct sight, some members notice faint traces leading outside. As he steps into the open, Lily asks if he is finished. Lim responds that this is only the beginning, warning that they will soon be pursued. He instructs her to prepare herself, emphasizing the need to evade capture. Lily grins, commenting that it sounds fun, then reaches for the box. Lim stops her, insisting that it is dangerous and ordering her to remain silent. Moments later, Red Serpent members emerge, spotting them. Lim remarks that the hunters have arrived and urges Lily to hide. As he secures the box, the attackers fire at him. He relishes the chase, noting their inability to land a hit. Arriving at the orc hideout, Lim recognizes familiar faces. The tribe leader roars, leaving the Red Serpent members confused and alarmed. Lim instructs Lily to emerge from hiding and hurls the box forward with tremendous force. The gang members react in disbelief, questioning his sanity, while the orcs struggle to comprehend what has just landed before them. One of the Red Serpent members suggests eliminating the monsters, retrieving the serpent, and then dealing with Lim. Realizing that now is the perfect opportunity to slip away, Lim activates his concealment once more. A battle erupts between the orcs and the gang. The Red Serpent members fire repeatedly, trying to hold the creatures at bay. However, among the orcs is a mutant, impervious to bullets. Recognizing its strength, the group decides to prioritize eliminating the gray-haired warrior. The mutant orc charges forward, swiftly killing one of them. Lim and Lily watch from a safe distance. Lily asks when the chaos will end, noting that she is hungry. Lim advises patience, explaining that some situations require careful observation. Assuring her that the conflict will soon resolve, he considers initiating a cleanup. The mutant orc overwhelms its opponents, slaughtering all who stand in its path. Raising its weapon high, it lets out a triumphant roar, but then, something unexpected happens to the tribal chief. Lim acknowledges the mutant orc's effectiveness in dispatching the criminals, then delivers a fatal blow to the chief. The tribe leader collapses. Lim predicts that, without leadership, the remaining orcs will soon fall into disarray. Wasting no time, Lim moves to the statue, striking it forcefully with a hammer. Finally, he uncovers the Keeper's Bracelet, an artifact that enhances healing and strengthens its wearer's condition through mana consumption. It also enables a defensive spell, which becomes even more potent when worn as a pair. As the bracelet shrinks to fit Lim's wrist, his recently expended mana replenishes. Lily curiously asks if it is a treasure. Lim affirms this and gestures for her to approach. He fastens the second bracelet onto her wrist, prompting her to ask why he is doing this. He explains that it has a protective spell invisible to ordinary eyes. Blushing, Lily remarks that they now have matching bracelets. Lim tells her to stop talking and simply accept it. While she remains weak, the artifact will allow Lim to track her location in case of danger. He gathers his spoils, including the tribe leader's hide, which will make excellent armor. Lim suggests delaying dinner, as he must return to the cave. Lily questions the need for his return, but Lim promises to explain later. He instructs her to burn the village to the ground. She asks if they will go out to eat afterward. Lim avoids making a promise, but assures her there will be something delicious. Lily gleefully complies, setting fire to the village and shouting that she expects a good meal. Lim watches in shock, momentarily wondering what would happen if she were ever left to starve. Back at the cave, Red Serpent members fire at Lim, but the heroes remain shielded. Lim demonstrates the bracelet's protective spell, explaining that once Lily masters it, she will be able to wield it freely. Lily suggests using it offensively and promptly hurls the shield at their enemies. Impressed, Lim acknowledges her talent. The last remaining gang member pleads for his life, offering to reveal everything about their operation. Lim, however, expresses disinterest, focusing instead on the location of the safe. An hour later, the heroes exit the burning cave. Lim muses that it was an ideal hidden facility. Besides obtaining money, he has acquired valuable items. Satisfied with their destruction, he asks Lily if she has finished blowing everything up. She notes that some Red Serpent members might escape. Lim reassures her, stating that they have nowhere left to run. Approximately 35 Red Serpent members and drug manufacturers remain. Lim decides against killing them, but refuses to grant them freedom. Addressing one of the gang members, he mockingly refers to him as Siruteok, a Siruteok, and orders him to follow. The man protests, asking why he was given such a name, and Lim strikes him for talking too much, declaring that Red Serpent member resembles a Siruteok, that is a Japanese rice cake. He instructs Lily to lead the captive to the tent and commands the others to surrender at the security post. They protest, questioning whether he will actually release them. Lim silences them, reminding them that their actions are illegal and threatening to beat them if they fail to understand the gravity of their crimes. Ultimately, the Red Serpent members agree to surrender voluntarily. The guards express disbelief at the number of people found within the restricted area and the discovery of the serpent production facility. Lim anticipates that the gang members will be handed over to the police and suspects they will attempt to incriminate him and Lily. He hopes their testimony will not be taken seriously. Lim considers establishing connections with Titan Kim Suho, recognizing the importance of alliances in this life. Reflecting on Lily's performance, he decides that she has earned a well-deserved, delicious meal. Lily arrives at the tent with Siruteok and immediately pounds the floor, shouting that she is hungry. Confused, Siruteok fails to grasp her complaint as she repeatedly demands food. After a while, Lily sulks, feeling disappointed that Lim had promised her a meal as tasty as chicken, only for it to smell unpleasant and appear messy. Lim hands something to Siruteok, who quickly understands and takes charge. He prepares 2 pork bellies cooked to perfection, fried garlic, and seasonal green olives wrapped in a sesame seed salad with a crisp piece of lettuce, meant to be eaten in one bite. Lily tastes it and is instantly delighted, declaring that the food is incredibly delicious. Lim notices her excitement and reminds her to chew properly before speaking. Lily realizes that the longer she chews, the better the flavor becomes. 4 days pass, and Lim begins to prepare for more demanding tasks. In the meantime, he purchases the land next to his tent using the money he received from the guild. The seller, noting the low price, asks if Lim is certain about buying 10,000 pu. Lim responds that future events are unpredictable, and it is wise to be prepared. Siruteok, whom Lim had brought along for his skills, begins constructing a log house. He commits to handling construction, cooking, cleaning, and other responsibilities for the next 3 years, explaining that Lim has given him a chance to start over. Determined to live honestly, he vows to work hard. Lim affirms this plan, instructing him to remain diligent. Lily, impressed, expresses admiration for Siruteok's cooking abilities. To ensure Siruteok does not escape, Lim disables his martial arts capabilities by striking pressure points. Unable to reverse the effect, Siruteok remains under Lim's control. Lim intends to use him as a workforce for 3 years, eventually granting him some money and allowing him to leave. At the White House Guild headquarters, Beck informs Lim that she will temporarily assist the 7th team. Since Lim is new, she insists that he needs an experienced guide. Lim questions whether she truly plans to replace herself later, but Beck assures him that she will, citing her busy schedule. She informs Lim that his official assignment starts tomorrow, and for now, he must familiarize himself with the documents provided. While reviewing the files, Lim realizes that his contract includes a clause preventing him from taking on time-consuming tasks. Beck explains that the mission request to destroy the gate came from the government a few days ago. 4 guilds are participating, and the government estimates the cleanup will take 3 days. The 7th team is the only one assigned to this schedule. However, Lim knows better than to trust official estimates. Monster gates fall into 2 categories. Some close automatically after monsters emerge, making them relatively manageable. Others, labeled as Type B, remain open indefinitely. In such cases, someone must enter, eliminate the monsters, and destroy the core to shut the gate. Recognizing the location, Lim realizes it is one of the most notorious gates, the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits. Before rewinding time, he had frequently mentioned its infamy as an instructor. Had he participated in this mission back then, he would have died. Bake mentions a recent conflict with another guild and asks if Lim wants her to reassign the mission. Refusing, Lim asserts that the 7th team will handle it. Beck advises him to remain calm and composed regardless of what happens. Lim assures her that he understands, then sarcastically questions whether she expects him to throw a tantrum. She jokingly suggests that it is possible. As Lim rides in the car, he considers the need for a strong tank to clear the gate. The recruitment of Wang Guho has been delayed due to a contract termination fee, meaning Lim must go after him personally. When the car arrives at its destination, the driver steps out and bows, asking Lim to take care of himself. Lim dismisses the gesture, stating that it is unnecessary in the future but expresses gratitude for the ride. The driver smiles in understanding. Beck comments that Lim appears quite cool at the moment, though Lim finds it uncomfortable to be surrounded by honest, kind people. He prefers the company of aggressive and ruthless individuals, such as the members of the Black Hound Guild he once worked with. Arriving at the meeting point, Lim and his team are greeted by Kim Hyun-tae from the Black Hound Guild. Alongside him are Wang Guho and the team captain, Jang Seok-hyun. Lim exchanges pleasantries and shakes hands with Kim, who mentions hearing a lot about him. At the negotiating table, Kim questions whether they are serious about taking Wang. He acknowledges Wang's value as an employee, but, being the guild head's younger cousin and handler of dubious affairs, Lim anticipates excessive demands for contract cancellation. Beck states their understanding of the guild's stance. As she prepares to discuss the $5 billion termination fee, Kim interrupts, correcting her. Wang renewed his contract that morning, raising the termination cost to $10 billion. Beck is visibly shocked. Kim nonchalantly states that if they pay the amount, Wang will be theirs. Lim recognizes Kim's deliberate provocation, likely reinforced by secret recordings. Rising from the table, Lim tells Bayek they are leaving. He realizes that she, as the guild head's daughter, has been manipulated. Kim feigns disappointment, noting Wang's apparent lack of enthusiasm for leaving. He sarcastically advises them to reconsider and taunts them about the expired cake. Enraged, Lim suddenly strikes Kim across the face. Knives appear as reinforcements arrive, but Lim warns them to reconsider their actions. He challenges their confidence, questioning whether they believe they can overpower Jang Seok. Lim demands the guild leader's presence. He realizes that, since they were so eager to provoke him, he might as well escalate the situation. Beck protests his aggressive approach, though her expression betrays satisfaction. Lim questions whether he is imagining her enjoyment. Lily, observing, asks why Lim attacked those who gave her cake. Lim reassures her that she need not worry, and instructs her to avoid eating food from strangers in the future. He resolves to have Sarutiok handle all her meals. Despite their claims about the Sarutiok's expiration, Lily remains unharmed, rendering their lie insignificant. Lim approaches Wang Guho, stating that they will talk later, successfully intimidating him. Suddenly, a powerful presence permeates the room. Lim deduces that the guild leader, Demon King Kim Tae-jin, one of the first awakened, has arrived. Beck nervously asks whether he has been summoned. The guild leader demands an explanation, feigning ignorance despite watching everything through the cameras. Lim confirms that he initiated the call, declaring his intent to clarify matters. However, before doing so, he requests that everyone else leave. Jin remarks on Lim's loyalty, noting that it is admirable for someone willing to accept full responsibility. Lim instructs Lily to follow Beck back to headquarters. Lily mischievously asks whether she can burn the place down. Shocked, Lim warns her against acting recklessly, threatening to withhold fried chicken if she plays with fire without permission. Once alone, Lim questions Jin's intentions. Jin acknowledges Lim's intelligence and directly asks whether he would like to work for him. Surprised, Lim clarifies whether Jin is proposing that he switch sides, knowing that the contract termination cost would be astronomical. Jin denies requesting Lim to leave his guild, instead suggesting he remain at White House while occasionally passing along information. Recognizing the offer as a spy arrangement, Lim listens as Jin promises generous compensation and invites him to review the contract himself. Lim inquires about the consequences of refusing. Jin calmly warns that Lim will pay dearly for his actions today. If pushed too far, he could lose an arm or two. Meanwhile, outside the guild, Chang-Su yells at Jin to release Lim. Chang-Su stands armed, threatening to break in within 10 seconds if Jin does not comply. As he begins counting down, Lim casually appears behind him, asking about the commotion. Surprised, Changsu reveals that Bayek claimed Lim was kidnapped. Lim assures him that he apologized to the guild and they accepted it, commenting that his sincerity must have been persuasive. Earlier, Jin threatens Lim to take his offer, or he can face serious consequences. Before that, Lim informs Jin that a little birdie has told him about Jin's close relation with his sister-in-law. Jin becomes furious and demands to know how Lim is aware of this. Lim responds that if Jin wants to keep the secret, he should consider some of Lim's terms. Lim first demands that Wang Guho be released without paying the termination tax. He also presents a written amount for his silence and hands Jin a piece of paper. Before Lim went back in time, Jin had an affair with his younger brother's wife for decades. Eventually, they were caught, and the younger brother and his wife tragically committed suicide. Shocked by these events, Jin left the service. Lim is confident that Jin will do whatever it takes to keep this information hidden. Chang remarks that Jin is as cunning as a snake and will not let them go so easily. Baek reprimands Changsu, stating that he should be grateful that nothing happened. Meanwhile, Lim notices that Lily is quieter than usual. He pats her and asks if she is alright, assuring her that not every problem needs to be solved immediately. Lily, however, only says that she is hungry. Beck notes that the environment is not ideal, suggesting that Lily may be in shock. Lim asks Lily whether she would mind having chicken for dinner. He realizes that if the guild was their priority, they wouldn't have come to the rescue. He also concludes that joining the White House was a smart decision. A while later, Wang Guho and Lim meet. Wang apologizes for what happened the previous day, explaining that the head begged him to renew the contract. Lim interrupts him and suggests they sit down. He reassures Wang that everything was sorted out yesterday and declares that, from this day forward, Wang is the tank of their team. Lim orders Wang to call him commander. Lim is aware that Wang grew up in an orphanage and is introverted and cold toward people, which led to him being mistreated in the Black Hound. Wang died when the first disaster struck. Puzzled, Wang asks why a serious commander like Lim would choose an untalented tank like him. Lim simply responds that he needs him. Wang starts to speak about his specialty, but Lim cuts him off and orders him to freeze. Gyum Min Cheol, known as the Moving Fortress, will become a supernatural hero respected by all in 10 years. Gyum Min Cheol is a petrification expert, just like Wang. Lim recalls seeing the pieces of rock Min Cheol created when he was still a child. Observing Wang's body in person, Lim is certain that Wang's petrification ability surpasses Min Cheol's. Lim predicts that in half a year, Wang will become the top tank in Seoul. Wang is shocked, exclaiming that this cannot be happening. Lim reminds him that since he considers himself untalented, Lim is now giving him talent, something Wang denies. Wang is deeply moved by this. Suddenly, Sarutiak arrives and announces that Lim's request has been fulfilled. The hero states that it is just in time and orders it to be brought in. The dish consists of soup made from a monster's parts and inner core. Lim states that everyone must eat 3 plates, as they need to prepare for their 4-day journey into the labyrinth of fallen spirits. 2 days later, at the location of a monster hunting mission, Lim is fighting against a monster that resembles a white lion. He yells at Wang, reminding him that as the team's tank, he must not be afraid. Lim orders Wang to get as close to the monster as possible and immobilize it. For 2 days, Wang consumes 3 bowls of monster soup along with 5 training sessions per day. The petrification enhancement training is not ready yet, but Wang grabs and immobilizes the monster. However, the strain causes him pain. Lim urges Wang to hold on for another minute, promising that if he fails, he will have to eat 6 plates of monster soup. Wang, determined not to consume more of the soup, pushes himself to complete the task. Petrification abilities strengthen the more they break, so Lim decides that Wang must be pushed past his limits. Turning to Lily, Lim tells her it is her turn. Lily refuses, complaining that she has been eating disgusting food every day. Lim reassures her that there will be chicken for dinner that night. Motivated, Lily aggressively orders Wang to step aside, fearing he might get hurt. Using her fire abilities, she swiftly defeats the monster. Wang, amazed, watches Lily and marvels at her strength. Lim asks Lily why she calls the tank. She responds that Lim was the first to call him that. Lim turns to the dispatcher, requesting updates on other monsters. He is aware that 8 white tigers emerged from the gate 20 minutes ago, meaning they must fight another one to obtain a sample. Baek reports that only one target is moving 7 hours away. She notes that the warrior guild is closer to the target than they are. Lim asks about the distance difference, and Baek explains that the heroes are 2 kilometers away, while the warrior guild is only 1 kilometer away. Determined, Lim states that he will run ahead and instructs the others to follow at their own pace. He assigns Lily to look after Haegu. Lim dashes after the monster at incredible speed. His training and mana-rich diet have enhanced his abilities, even though they have not yet reached their former level. As he passes a guild member, he loudly declares that the white tiger is his. The guild member is shocked. The warrior guild has already prepared magic spells and is rushing to attack the white tiger. which is problematic because the first to strike will have claim to the loot. Lim swiftly executes the shadow body technique, Crescent Moon. He leaps onto the monster, delivering a decisive blow that instantly takes it down. The warrior guild is astonished, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Lim reports to the dispatcher that the hunt is over, leaving her stunned, as the map indicates the hero has only just arrived. Lim dismisses the concern and asks whether there are any other nearby targets. She replies that another monster is located in the south. Meanwhile, the heroes have already defeated this monster. Lily asks whether she cooked it properly this time and inquires whether they will have chicken for dinner. Lim assures her that a sample can be collected from the monster. The dispatcher reports that the monsters are gone, the gate is destroyed, and the situation is stable. Lim confirms that they are wrapping up. As the hunt is over, a doctor with long blue hair approaches Lim and asks if they need his assistance. Lim replies, "Everything is fine. Lily just needs to wash her hands." This guy is Cheon Il-nam, the leader of an on-site medical support team. Another young boy tells Lim that the video of their hunt came out great. He is the leader of field filming support team Cheon Lee-nam. Lim looks at the video, and he is amazed to see the scene as it looks just like a movie. Meanwhile, Cheon Seol-ah asks Lim to move his arms, as he is responsible for dismantling the equipment. Baek has hired the 3 Cheon siblings for the field support of Team 7. Lim knows that these boys are soon going to make a big name for themselves in their relative fields. He wonders how Baek hired such a good team. He apologizes to the siblings for not remembering their names and ensures they will get plenty of rest and bonuses for the future hunts, and requests them to take care of his team. Siblings get happy hearing these generous words, and Il-nam makes sure he has recorded this moment. After a short while, Lim's driver tells Lim that he is very popular among the team. Lim plays it cool, and replies he is just observant with people's feelings in this field, because in his past life, he also had to follow someone's orders, without any question. Later on he got tired, and left the guild, so he does not want his team members to feel the same way. At the White House Guild headquarters, Beck comments that Lim is remarkably skilled at communication for someone only 20 years old. She jokingly asks if Lim is living a second life, but he dismisses the remark, urging them to focus on business. Beck presents a list of necessary items and reports that the special equipment Lim ordered will be ready in 2 days. Pleased, Lim commends Beck for her efficiency. As he flips through the list, he stumbles upon a potential contender for the team. Bike explains that finding information on this person was difficult since she only had a name. However, she managed to locate an online video showcasing items crafted by the applicant. Lim confirms his interest. Jang Yong-shin, the only superhuman in Korea specializing in crafting. He asks where the challenger is. Lily reminds Lim not to forget 4 servings of boneless chicken and a large order of French fries. Lim promises to keep his word, but only if she passes on everything exactly as he taught her. They walk into a barbershop and Lim remarks that they have a lot of toys. The woman behind the counter says her son enjoys doing different things. Meanwhile, Lily sits on the couch, visibly bored. Lim asks her to sit quietly. Suddenly, Lily spots something she likes among the items on display. Lim quickly shouts at her not to touch anything, fearing she might break it. But Lily picks up a toy and says it looks like the chicken she loves. The woman tells them her son made it and offers it to Lily if she likes it. Lim apologizes, saying his little cousin is a real troublemaker. The woman laughs and reassures him that it's not a big deal. They have plenty of toys. Lim then asks how old her son is. She says he's 13. Her son, Jang Young-shin, has savant syndrome, a rare condition where individuals with developmental disabilities possess exceptional skills in specific areas. Because of this, his social skills are very low, and he doesn't enjoy talking to people. Lim immediately understands, unlike other superhumans, he must approach Jang gently and naturally. Step 1 is to visit the barbershop more often. The woman adds that even now, Jang is probably crafting something in the storeroom. Lim hopes they aren't distracting him with their conversation, but the woman assures him that Jang is so focused he rarely notices anything around him. Still, Lim picks up on the fact that they aren't whispering. If Jang is a superhuman, he might be hearing everything. Lim wonders if now is the right time to test that theory. Suddenly Jang walks out and asks his mom if everything's okay. She's surprised. He's never come out on his own like this before. Lim realizes that Jang must have sensed Mana, confirming he's superhuman. Recognizing her cue, Lily launches into action. She runs up to Jang, showing him the toy chicken and asking if he made it. She says it's insanely cute and asks how he did it. Jang, slightly confused, says it's nothing special. Lily, despite her shaky Korean, praises the toy, calling it incredible. Lim observes that her craving for chicken seems to be helping the plan. Jang tells her he can make a lot of things, and asks if she'd like to see more. Lily agrees enthusiastically. Jang's mother is astonished. He's never spoken so freely before. Lim feels awkward, but realizes that Jang may have taken a liking to Lily. The hero decides it's fine. After all, they've managed to bring in a valuable ally, someone capable of creating equipment for superhumans worth hundreds of billions. The very next day, Jiang officially joins the guild and starts developing battle uniforms. After a few days passed, Lim admits that the Uruk chieftain's leather works well for the uniforms. He asks Lily how she likes her new outfit. She says it's comfortable and cool, and that it even has chicken and pizza designs on it. Wang asks about his own uniform, but Lim tells him he doesn't need one just yet. Lim has done everything possible in a short amount of time. Beck reports that the support team is fully prepared. She says it's time to move out. Smiling, she asks Lim if he's found a new hairstyle. It must be hard maintaining it. Lim realizes that she must be the reason the barbershop has no customers. Then they arrive at the gate and Beck is furious, yelling at a man who let another guild go in ahead of them. He claims the queue was changed and that the heroes would have been late. Beck demands to know who told him that. Apparently 4 guilds are taking part in a joint task. Lim calmly says that none of this changes the mission. The heroes will proceed as planned. Beck says that even if they enter now, there's probably nothing left. She apologizes for not being better prepared. Lim reassures her. It's possible they'll find something better inside. Lim remarks that the other guilds have already swept the place clean. 2 hours after entering the labyrinth of fallen spirits, the team is still navigating. The twins are also in the vehicle. Lim was supposed to give them a ride, but they missed their chance. Originally, the labyrinth's difficulty was rated B, but after multiple failed attempts to close the dungeon, its threat level increased dramatically. Suddenly, Lim becomes alert. He orders everyone to stop and gets out of the car. He senses something nearby. He tells Wang to stay and guard the vehicles. The labyrinth of fallen spirits is notorious. It transforms people into zombies. The twins see something that terrifies them. They can't comprehend what it is. Lim inspects the figures and notices their tattered clothes. He suspects they're members of the Red Shark Guild, likely infected by zombies. Their sharp fangs are strong enough to tear through battle armor. Lim deduces that these Red Shark members must have been bitten when they let their guard down. It's fortunate there aren't too many of them. He instructs Wang to demonstrate his training. Wang hesitates, terrified. Lim warns him that even a scratch from the infected could spread the virus. Pushing him forward, Lim tells Wang not to be a coward. Wang steadies himself and starts fighting. Lim notices that Wang's petrification technique is more stable than during training. Lim reminds him not to kill the infected. Wang, surrounded, asks what to do. Lim tells him to figure it out. Wang begins striking the infected with his petrified hands. After landing a solid hit, he shouts with joy. Lily, still bored, asks why she can't just burn them all. Lim explains that these people are not just civilians, they're also members of another guild. Destroying them isn't an option. Lim checks on the support team. One twin says he's recording everything. Lim confirms they'll use the footage to claim compensation. The other twin says he's finished preparing repellent suits. Another man brings out an antidote that Lim had entrusted to him earlier. Lim says the antidote is crucial in this kind of dungeon. He begins analyzing the situation. The Red Shark support members must have been superhumans. Their movements confirm it. Lim begins knocking out the infected one by one, using only a single flick to the neck. With all the infected neutralized, Lim says they've done well. He tells Wang to lay the infected out in a row. Among the items Lim prepared for this dungeon, the anti-zombie venom antidote is key. Once bitten, a person has 10 minutes before symptoms appear. After 30 minutes, they become mindless warriors who serve the zombie hive. Lim calculates that more than 30 minutes have passed since these people were bitten, so even with the antidote, their minds will still be unstable for a while. Lim asks everyone to step aside. He says he needs to concentrate. Then he approaches the infected and says quietly that he had saved them, so they should also help him. Lim is experienced and understands that those with talent can focus and improve, but as survival rates increase, people like Lim must develop multiple abilities. For this reason, Lim has traveled through various dimensions in his past life: the Gaia continent, Murim, the underworld, and the Byron continent. He survives thanks to the magic and martial arts he learns during those journeys. One of the techniques Lim picks up along the way allows him to control animals with low intelligence. Now, facing the infected, Lim tells them they will fight alongside him. Surprisingly, they seem thrilled by the idea. Since everyone agrees, Lim instructs them to begin hunting the zombie bees and to follow his orders carefully. Later, Wang appears in a bug control suit, visibly exhausted. He reports that he's caught the queen bee, but they're surrounded by too many others. Lim orders Lily to burn them and then offers her food. Unable to resist the promise of a meal, Lily happily obeys. One of the twins remarks that he didn't expect members of the Red Shark Guild to actively support them, and asks if the commander did anything unusual to convince them. Lim denies this and says they simply offered to help as repayment. He announces that the bug control suits are now ready, so they can move on. Suddenly, Lim orders everyone to stop as he realizes someone is approaching. A group of superhumans appears. Lily recognizes them as the ones she saw with the snails. She's already controlling them now. Lim says he hopes they're grateful and willing to make amends. The situation seems to unfold more smoothly than expected. On the 4th day in the dungeon, one of the twins reports that monsters have broken into the supply storage and devoured the rations. Lim inspects the scene and concludes that based on the tracks, the creatures should still be nearby. He gives Lily an order. Using a special whistle, Lily rallies all the creatures they've saved to fight the monsters. Lim is relieved to see her enjoying the act of commanding reptiles. The ground is now littered with the bodies of red-dyed poison mice. Lim feels confident, they've prepared for all kinds of scenarios, and everything seems to be going smoothly. However, he knows better than to let his guard down. The boss-level monsters are still lurking. Suddenly something begins flying through the cave. It's a demonic mirror devil, an intermediate boss. Lim immediately warns everyone and commands them to prepare for battle. All vehicles are abandoned. Lim orders Wang to advance, noting that the red shark warriors, now brainwashed, are immune to the bat's illusions. This monster creates hallucinations for anyone who looks into its mirror, turning them into minions. Lim warns his teammates to be extra cautious and yells at Wang not to look into the mirror. But Wang, terrified, turns and admits he's scared. Lim and Lily scold him harshly. Lim tells Lily to create a fire shield to block the bat's path, and then orders everyone to move at least 2 kilometers away. He says he'll gather intel and rejoin them. Lim whistles, and his subordinates scatter. Lily asks if she should just burn everything down, but Lim tells her to lower the flames for now. Using a concealment spell, Lim vanishes. Lim, now alone, searches for the bat. Suddenly it spots him. He throws a knife but misses. He quickly realizes that the bat's erratic flight pattern makes it hard to predict. He decides to observe from a distance. Eventually Lim returns. The twins are relieved and ask if he's hurt. Lim reassures them and quickly begins explaining the next steps. There's no time to waste. The bat continues circling the dungeon as Lim orders the tech support squad to retreat. They confirm the retreat and report that fortifications are in place. Lim praises the progress and instructs his team to prepare for battle. The bat, meanwhile, unleashes her minions, who begin attacking the team. Lim leaps into action, attempting to strike the bat, but it evades him. He calls on Lily, who tries to incinerate the bat with fire. However, the creature skillfully dodges each attack. The bat mocks the heroes and lets down its guard for a moment. Lim seizes the opportunity. He forms a shield around the bat, leaps forward, and with Lily placing a fire platform beneath him, lands a powerful kick. His attack slices off the bat's head. He declares that he's keeping the mirror. The heroes then arrive at a mysterious gate. Lim announces that they've reached the end but warns them not to drop their guard just yet. Lily asks how long cowardly Wang will stay petrified. Lim replies that he plans to leave him like that until they defeat the final boss. Otherwise, Wang might fall under mind control again. The scene shifts to a new location. A cloaked figure appears. It's a skeleton wrapped in a raincoat, its eyes glowing with eerie blue flames. It is a spirit hunter. At Lim's sharp whistle, all his subordinates storm into the room. The spirit hunter looks stunned as Wang lunges forward with a wide grin, wrapping his arms around him, declaring that hugs are always welcome. The spirit hunter slashes in retaliation, but Wang quickly blocks the attack. Undeterred, Wang scoffs at the hostility and mocks him for being such a hater, then parries another incoming strike with surprising composure. Lim watches from the sidelines, quietly observing. He notes that Wang still shows signs of hesitation, but he is holding his ground far better than expected. Lim reflects that this is exactly the moment Wango had been preparing him for. As the spirit hunter becomes aware that he's surrounded, he activates a spell, runes glowing underfoot. It is a spirit connection spell, one meant to turn nearby opponents into mindless puppets, extending his control across the field. But Lim grins, completely unfazed. He knows the spell won't work. The subordinates remain unaffected, charging forward. The spirit hunter looks around, clearly puzzled. The spell should have worked, but it doesn't. Lim's countermeasures, rooted in the defeated demonic mirror bat's power and a small trick of his own, have left the subordinates in a constant low-level trance, making them immune to this particular enchantment. The spirit link has failed. Suddenly, the spirit hunter notices that he cannot lift his sword. Turning in alarm, he finds Wang gripping the blade tightly, locking it in place. Wang beams and declares that he also likes the spirit hunter, calling him a buddy with cheerful sarcasm. Lim, still relaxed, glances at Lily and signals that it's her time to shine. He recalls that the second ability of the spirit hunter is devil summoning. Watching closely, Lim suspects that this is some variant of monkey summoning magic and smiles, knowing he already has countermeasures in place. Lily doesn't waste time. She unleashes a torrent of fire, the flames roaring around the spirit hunter. She laughs and teases that if everything burns, maybe they can have roasted chicken for dinner. Panic spreads across the spirit hunter's face. Lim compliments Lily and assigns her the task of handling all summoned monkeys, which only fuels the spirit hunter's rage. In a burst of anger, he throws both his sword and Wang directly toward the heroes. Lim hesitates briefly, thinking he just saw something odd but quickly dismisses it. This isn't Lim's time to fight. His goal remains simple: clear the dungeon with minimal effort. So he continues to observe, calculating every moment. As his subordinates continue wearing down the spirit hunter, Lim lets the battle stretch on. 1 hour passes. The spirit hunter grows frantic, shouting in frustration. Lim takes that as his cue. He whistles sharply. At once, his team retreats from the fight, jumping back as one unified force. Lim walks forward slowly and remarks that the waiting is over. The spirit hunter shouts something incomprehensible, and though Lim doesn't catch the words, he picks up the meaning. The enemy is calling him a coward. Lim responds coldly. He declares that some people don't have the luxury of courage or glory. Some simply live like this. Then he lifts the illusion mirror. It cannot brainwash the spirit hunter, but it does what Lim hopes. It distracts him. That one moment is all Lim needs. A single lightning fist crashes down, cracking the skeleton's armor. Then Lim notices something astonishing. Deep within the chest of the spirit hunter lies a spirit stone, glowing, rare, and far more powerful than any high-level magic crystal he has seen. This is no ordinary reward. This is a miracle. This is why Lim came to the labyrinth of fallen spirits. He leans closer, mesmerized, muttering that such a treasure will be put to good use. Lily, standing nearby, asks if the battle is finally over. Lim remains silent, grinning at the stone with eerie fascination. This is more than a prize. It is an opportunity. With this, he can activate Transform. If successful, his body will become the perfect vessel for mastering the arts. But Lim isn't concerned with power alone. What he really desires is the ability to slow aging, to extend his youthful years well beyond retirement. He is just 3 years away from freedom, and this stone might buy him decades of enjoyment. Lily looks at the glowing crystal in his hand and curiously asks what it is, and if it tastes good. Lim replies that it isn't edible and warns her that she will get sick if she tries to eat it. Lily argues that he already tried to eat it himself, crossing her arms with childish defiance. Lim starts to respond, but before he can finish, the spirit stone vanishes from his hands. Shocked, he stares at the empty space where the miracle once rested. That gem could have been worth $1 million at auction had he chosen to sell it. Lim has no idea why it disappeared. He glances down and notices something strange. His watch is no longer ticking. The hands have stopped. Lim realizes that it is now powered by external magic. That means the energy from the spirit stone is still active, but redirected. Suddenly the world shifts. We are pulled from the labyrinth and back to the real world. On the news, reporters discuss the 4 major guilds that united to destroy the gate. 10 days have passed, and they have yet to return. Experts suspect they are already dead. Baek stands quietly near the gate, eyes full of worry. Her uncle approaches and makes a casual remark about seeing her here again. He reassures her that the second White House team will return along with the 7th team fully intact. He asks her not to worry too much. He is Bang, the commander of the second team. Baek responds, noting that the other guilds have already abandoned the idea of a rescue mission. She admits that she trusts Team B's ability to clear an A-rank dungeon, but still pleads with Bang to be careful. Bang promises that they can be relied on. The second team gathers in front of the gate. Bang gives the signal to move out. But just as they are preparing to enter, the gate begins to shimmer strangely. Something is happening. Bang shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. Then, to everyone's surprise, the 7th team emerges from within. Lim stands at the front. Bang stares in disbelief. Baek gasps, then sprints forward, flinging herself into Lim's arms. Lim stands frozen, confused. He asks her why she's acting like this. He reminds her that he has a child on his back and requests that she let go. Baek ignores him and asks what caused the delay. Lim, calm but vague, replies that there were a few unexpected circumstances that are not appropriate to discuss in public. He asks her again to release him, but she refuses. She clings to him tighter, admitting that she was deeply worried. Lim lets out a tired sigh. He feels completely drained. All he wants now is to go home. Thanks to the White House's 7th team, all superhumans from every guild have returned home safely. However, new information confirms the gate was far more dangerous than the government originally estimated. The driver remarks that the whole country is now buzzing about Lim's actions, branding him a national hero. To Lim, all the attention is just an extra headache. He inquires whether it rained while he was in the dungeon. The driver assures him that it didn't, not a single cloud in the sky. He assumes Lim must be asking because of the rainbow, which appeared 4 days ago. Lim immediately understands. This is not a natural occurrence. It is the warning sign of the first great calamity, and he knows what is coming next. The colors of the rainbow will slowly vanish one by one. When the final color disappears, the first great calamity will begin, the night of the 7 months. Gates will open everywhere, and endless waves of monsters will pour into the world. In the past, Lim only survived by hiding inside a shelter, but things are different now. The calamity of fire is on their side and Lim is stronger than ever before. His watch, infused with the mana of the Spirit Stone, can even transform into an iron gauntlet. Before we return to the present, we flash back to earlier that day. Lily is choosing an outfit and complains that her waist feels tight. She jokes that she plans to eat a lot, so Lim recommends she wear a pair of coveralls. Lily refuses, explaining that she doesn't like the style. Lim shrugs and questions what she expects him to do. JWE had given Lily the dress after discovering she didn't own any evening wear, and it would be rude not to wear it at least once. Lim finally advises her to just walk in the dress, and if it gets too uncomfortable, she can change later. Lily beams and praises the idea, calling Lim a genius. That night, after safely returning from the dungeon, a celebration is held at the White House. Changsu welcomes the heroes at the door, throwing his arms around Lim and proclaiming that he always knew Lim would come back alive. Bae compliments Lily, observing that the dress suits her perfectly. Lily smiles and expresses thanks for the gift. Baek then notes that Lily's voice seems to be improving with each passing day. Jang overhears and invites Lily to dinner sometime. Beck catches the gesture and finds it touching. Eventually Jang and Lily leave the party together, and Lim observes how everyone appears genuinely happy. It is a feeling he never experienced back at the Black Hound Guild. While Lim is enjoying the evening, Chang-Su approaches him with a drink in hand. He inquires about Lim's goals. Lim doesn't understand at first, so the slightly tipsy guild head clarifies that he's curious about what young people are dreaming of these days. Lim responds honestly. He wants to retire, live in comfort, raise enough money to build a 900 square meter mansion, and invite friends over to do whatever he pleases. Jang, Wang, and Yan are all stunned by the audacity of his dream. Baek calls it a beautiful goal. Wang concurs, adding that a peaceful life sounds nice. But Chang-Su pushes further, questioning if Lim still desires to grow stronger. He's about to offer to train him personally, but Baek quickly interjects, shifting the subject. Lim had once planned to avoid future disasters, but now with the strength he has gained and the trusted comrades by his side, he knows he must find a way to use the disasters to his advantage. Later, the team takes a brief vacation in the Forbidden Territory. Standing beside a crystal-clear lake, Chang-Su remarks how beautiful it is and leaps into the water with joy. He exclaims that nature always lifts his spirits. Lim calls out to the others, encouraging them to take the week off and enjoy themselves. Then he calls Baek, who asks him to help scratch her back. She complains that she can't reach it herself. Lim teases her, advising that she practice stretching and demonstrates by reaching his own back easily. Baek pouts and pleads with him to just agree already. Instead, Lim points at Wang and Suruteok, suggesting she ask one of them to help. Baek turns to Suruteok and remarks that she hasn't said hello to him properly. She inquires who he is. Suruteok, stunned by the attention, rushes over and introduces himself as Kim Min, also known as Red Bean Suruteok. He nervously mentions that she can call him that too. Baek chuckles and responds that it's nice to meet him, but they're not quite close enough for nicknames. Lim jokes that if Kim says something like that again, he'll rename him Whipped Blood Pie. He then shouts to Chang-Su, asking if he wants to race across the lake. Chang-Su laughs and agrees that it sounds like fun. They decide that whoever reaches the other side first wins. They toss a rock, and the moment it hits the water, they both dive in. Chang-Su takes the lead immediately. Lim knows that as a Chapter 1 superhuman, Chang-Su is incredibly fast. Thanks to him, Lim expects a huge catch today. As they swim further, Chang-Su suddenly halts. Something disturbs him. A massive octopus rises from the depths. Furious, Chang-Su demands to know how it dares to interfere. He launches himself at the monster and lands a crushing blow. The octopus reels, stunned, but Chang-Su continues striking without pause. Lim watches in awe. Chang-Su battles with nothing but his bare hands, and it works. Lim silently congratulates himself for bringing him along. With a few more strikes, the octopus is defeated. Lim checks if Chang-Su is okay. He nods and expresses relief that Lim wasn't hurt. He warns that the restricted zone is full of surprises and points out that they've swum pretty far from the group. He recommends they return and bring the octopus to the lab. Lim agrees but remarks that he wants to explore the lake bed a little first. Chang-Su calls after him, reminding him to come back for lunch. Lim dives deeper, shield raised. He believes this area is clear and no monsters will show up. He recalls how the Kren creature had died for interrupting their fun, but now a greater threat may be waiting below. Lim has no idea how deep he must go, but he's confident that treasure lies at the bottom. As Lim descends, a faint green glow appears. He finally finds what he was searching for. Satisfied, he thinks he can return later with Lily and explore further. But something changes. He begins to feel a powerful force pulling him downward. Suddenly, his shield cracks and shatters. He tries to swim away, but the force is too strong. Panic rises in his chest. This is bad. He had just promised to return soon. Meanwhile, Jang and Lily sit together on the shore. Jang offers her a drink and tells her to enjoy it before Lim returns. Lim finds himself inside a mysterious cave. As he regains consciousness, he hears faint voices murmuring that he is awake. The small creatures with worried expressions wonder what to do with him and whether something terrible is coming. Lim, still groggy, realizes he is bound but easily tears through the ropes with little effort. The creatures recoil in fear, thinking he might harm them. But Lim quickly calms them down, assuring them that he means no harm. Recognizing the creatures as Nun, a type of kind-hearted fairy from the continent of nostalgia, Lim recalls working there as a guide. He remembers that fairies usually live near the clear water and are rarely seen elsewhere. The Nun are surprised that Lim knows who they are and begin questioning him rapidly, asking if he's been to nostalgia and whether he speaks their language. Lim, slightly overwhelmed, asks them to take turns and tries to make sense of their presence in this lake. The Nun explain they once lived peacefully in the lake until a strange phenomenon transported them to another dimension. They describe how terrifying monsters began to fight and devour each other, and how octopus monsters slaughtered many of their kind. Lim realizes they're talking about the Kraken, one of the creatures he recently defeated. The Nun reveal that the lack of sunlight and the constant threat of predators left them weak and hopeless. Lim informs them that the octopus is dead now, and they can safely return to the surface. Skeptical at first, The nun tests his words by touching his hand with their tail. When it glows green, confirming his truthfulness, they erupt into joyful celebration. Lim, however, grows irritated by their loud excitement and tells them to calm down. He agrees to help them return, and they eagerly declare that they are now friends. Lim starts thinking about turning the lake into a snowfall-themed park and wonders how much money he could make from it. But suddenly the nun warn him not to step forward. There is a trap ahead. Thanks to the warning, Lim avoids the trap and acknowledges that navigating the area alone would have been far more dangerous. The nun announce they are almost at their destination and want to introduce Lim to their friend, the one who allowed them to live there. Lim grows uneasy when they describe the friend as a white, hard creature half his height. When the figure emerges from the shadows, Lim recognizes it as a powerful golem, likely the guardian of the area. The passage behind Lim slams shut, trapping him. The golem immediately identifies Lim as an intruder and locks onto him as a target for destruction. Lim protests, saying he thought the golem was a friend. Snowdrop, the lead snowcap, is shocked as the golem transforms into a massive combat machine. A fierce battle begins. Lim uses his iron glove to block attacks but is still pushed back. He realizes the golem has a self-healing function and that he's in serious danger. He tries to strategize a retreat, planning to bring reinforcements like Wang Guho and Lily next time. As Lim attempts to escape, Snowdrop blocks his path and pleads for Snowblind, the golem, not to attack. Lim is confused but pushes through. He strikes the golem again, insisting they can discuss things later. Snowdrop accuses him of hurting a friend, but Lim insists he had no choice. After defeating the golem, its chest opens, revealing a glowing key. The nun mourn their fallen friend and angrily reject Lim, claiming friends don't kill each other. But Lim says the golem can be revived and that he knows someone, Yang, who can do it. The nun, surprised by this revelation, realizes Lim is telling the truth. They acknowledge his honesty, though their emotions remain raw. Lim presses on, entering a newly opened gate. Inside, he finds what he came for, the drink of life. It's a golden liquid with incredible healing properties. Overjoyed, Lim takes a sip and feels its rejuvenating effects. He realizes this potion could save countless lives when the calamity of the 7 months begins. He shares a drop with Nun, who immediately begins to glow. The transformation surprises them both. Lim suspects the drink might have unique effects on water fairies. Snowdrop says her body feels lighter, but Lim notes she appears smaller. He decides they'll investigate it further later. For now, it's time to leave. Lim tells the nun to bring the golem and follow him up. As they ascend, the water warms, and they see a bright glow above. When they breach the surface, the sky is dark, but burning with light. The nun mistake the light for the sun, but Lim recognizes the source immediately. It's Lily. She floats above, conjuring a massive fireball, likely experimenting with her magic or sleepwalking again. Lim looks up and smiles, realizing she must have followed his instructions, and in the most explosive way possible. Lim shouts up at Lily, telling her to put out the fireball and come down immediately. He asks if she truly intends to destroy the lake. From below, Changsu calls out to Lim, demanding to know where he has been. Lim realizes then that had he stayed away even a little longer, there would be serious consequences. He tells Changsu that the situation is extreme. Changsu responds that he is glad Lim has returned safely and stopped Lily just in time. Otherwise, she might dry up the entire lake. At that moment, Baek and Wang come running, yelling as they approach. Changsu tells them to stop searching. Juin rushes toward Lim and hugs him tightly, asking where he has gone. Snowdrop suddenly flies out and begins to ask something when Changsu shouts that there are monsters behind them. Lim steps forward and asks everyone to calm down. He explains that the approaching creatures are not enemies, but new allies. He promises to explain everything in detail later. Then Lily crashes into Lim, burying her face in his chest and hitting him repeatedly. She says it is dinner time and he is nowhere to be found. She shouts that she has been worried and has skipped dinner just to look for him. Lim gently places his hand on her head and apologizes for being late. The vacation does not last long. Soon, everyone returns to their daily responsibilities. Time passes, and the heroes are back on the battlefield, fighting monsters and ordering the evacuation of nearby citizens. They face off against orcs. Lim issues a command to Wang as part of their monster extermination assignment. Among Wang's daily duties are eating 5 rich meals and training hard. When the monster extermination request arrives, he goes first. His growth rate exceeds even Lim's expectations. Lim thinks that with some luck, Wang might play a major role during the first calamity. Lim then tells Wang he has done enough for now and asks him to step aside. Lim asks Lily if she is ready. She nods, demanding a minute. Apparently, Lim has promised her French fries, which she reminds him of while burning the monsters to ash. She says she has followed orders and now wants a monster burger set as a reward. Lim tells her she is 5 seconds late and will have to settle for just 1 item. Langang approaches and asks if he can join Lim for dinner. Suddenly, Lim notices something behind Wang. Without hesitation, he rushes over and covers Wang's back. It is a shadow goblin, hiding in wait to strike. Lim warns everyone and asks what this other dinner Wang has mentioned is about. Wang excuses himself, saying he will eat something nutritious and train extra hard. Lim praises Wang's determination and notes that his abilities have reached the same level as in his previous life. Shadow goblins no longer pose a threat to him. The mana pool has also grown. If Wong continues at this pace, he will become even stronger. Then they look up at the sky. A rainbow has formed, but Lily points out that it is missing red. Lim wonders if the rainbow will disappear in 2 weeks. To survive the upcoming night of 7 months, they need a few key elements. Lim knows it will take firepower to eliminate the waves of monsters, a specialized team to destroy the gate core, and a plan to minimize city destruction. Healing and restoring the physical strength of the superhumans is also essential. Lim takes on this responsibility while preparing the rest. We flash back briefly to see Beck reporting on potion sales. She says that distribution is starting this week. Lim tells her to proceed and to report any problems immediately. He asks if the food sales conditions are approved. Bake says it no longer matters. Reclaimed superhumans are lining up on their own. In her report, she has included prices for each dish and noted that serving sizes are fixed. The prices are high, which Lim says is good. Beck asks if she has managed to please him. Lim asks about Jang. He says there are reports that the golem can already move. Beck expresses doubt, but admits that Jang claims he can manage it. As Lim gets into the car, he asks her to rely on Jang. Beck asks why he is so confident. Lim says it is all for the chance to take Lily to the zoo. Then he opens a document that lists the names of friends who have attended a retirement party. He realizes that since his intervention has changed the future, there is no guarantee they will meet again. He keeps the document with him. Beck asks if he needs anything else. She says she wants to work with him a bit longer before his week-long vacation. Suddenly, Lim asks the driver how long it takes to get to work. The driver replies that it takes about an hour. Lim remarks that it is quite far and must be tiring. The driver denies this and says it is no problem. Still, Lim asks if he would consider moving to an apartment near the guild headquarters. The driver is stunned. Lim tells Beck to prepare the driver's new quarters with enough space for his entire family. Lim says he will cover all costs. Beck smiles quietly, thinking that Lim is a very strange person. The driver asks what Lim means. Lim says it would be more convenient for everyone. He adds that he has more than enough money, so the driver should not refuse. The driver is left speechless, wondering if he is dreaming or if it is his birthday. Lim reflects that while money is no longer an issue thanks to potions, he knows he cannot evacuate everyone he cares about this way. There is still much work to be done. We then transition to another scene where Sia wishes the heroes a successful mission. Lim asks him to take care of the house in their absence. Lily teases that Sia will not be able to escape from responsibility. The heroes set off, walking through a forest, and come across Val standing silently in front of a rock. Lim asks Lily to lower her voice. He says they will just move along since Val is clearly focused. Wong mutters that it is too slow and will not do. He says that if he does not get stronger, the commander will throw him out. Lim is slightly embarrassed to hear that Val is so worried about being left behind. Still, he thinks that whatever the motivation, striving to improve is good, so he chooses not to intervene. As they continue flying, Lily announces that she will create a shield. Lim is impressed and asks when she has learned to do that. Lily says she has just tried it and it worked. She then asks if he can do it too. Once again, Lim is struck by her talent. They finally arrive at Lim's personal treasure trove, filled with rare items collected from the Forbidden Territory. Lily greets the Nun, who says there has been nothing to report. Lim tells them to continue patrolling near the cave. The Nun has consumed the elixir of life and can now move as fast as bullets. He relies on their speed to contact him in emergencies. Lily looks around and asks why they are there. Lim explains the different items. The mask of the charlatan makes one attractive and charming, changing the voice to sound like a speaker, and Sage Robe radiates a mana aura difficult to withstand, and a wooden staff glows when mana is injected. Lim dons the Sage Robe, and Lily wears the charlatan mask. She says her voice has changed and sounds strange. Lim replies that they are ready and the operation can begin. Suddenly, they appear at a portal gate. The people nearby are stunned to see 2 figures emerge from the gate. Lim thinks it is good that there are so many witnesses. He takes off his hood and introduces himself as the mage Aximus from the Gaia continent. He has come to warn them that a great calamity is soon to befall their land. People wonder who he is. They can't understand what language he's speaking because they have never heard it before. They speculate whether he came out of the gate. Then suddenly the staff glows. Lim asks them not to worry and announces that he will use translation magic. He requests permission to introduce himself again. He declares that he is the mage Aximus from the Gaia continent. Lim urges them to listen carefully. Lily recognizes this as a signal and casts a shield. They climb onto the shield, and Lim shouts that he has come to warn them. People begin to murmur, agreeing that he must be a magician. Lim proclaims that the rainbow is a sign of a curse. He explains that when all the colors disappear, a calamity descends upon their lands, opening thousands of gates to hell. Lily interprets his signal again. Lim continues, saying that monsters and demons will flood the earth and heavens. The living will close their eyes, and the dead will rise. He insists that they must all unite and prepare for the coming disaster. Lim feels pleased, realizing he has captured their attention. His special mask amplifies his voice, and the Sage Robe radiates an aura that draws everyone's gaze. The staff simply emits light but enhances his presence. A police officer then steps forward and inquires how they can avoid this disaster. Lim responds that it can't be avoided completely, only minimized. He then asks where the king of their world is and states he will provide all the details. Suddenly we shift to the Blue House interrogation room. Ju Sang-wook, head of the Superhuman Support Service, remarks that he's never met anyone like this. Lim replies that he understands the surprise but reiterates that he's only here to warn them of danger. He demands to be taken to their king immediately. Sang-wook questions why Lim is so sure he isn't the king. He suggests that maybe their cultures are different, and that's why he doesn't resemble a king from Aximus's world. Lim counters that he finds that unlikely. He explains that he can read fates, though not very well. He claims he can glimpse events that shape history and the destinies of great people. Lim asserts that Sang-wook is not a king now, but he will strive to become one in the near future. Sang-wook is stunned and asks how Aximus knows this. Lim recalls seeing Sang-wook's future, his presidential candidacy, and his role as a judge of superhumans who abhors when they commit crimes. However, Lim says he can't reveal more, and that's all he's seen. Just then, someone enters the room and announces that the president wants to meet the mage from another dimension in person. Sonu hands Aximus his staff and offers to escort him to the king. The Blue House had been rebuilt a couple of years ago after the first gate opened on its roof and a monster emerged, killing the president and most of parliament. A new president was elected, which only slightly stabilized the chaos. Now the Blue House resembles a military facility. They enter the president's office. The president greets the hero and introduces himself as the nation's leader. He informs that he's heard that Aximus came from another dimension. Lim confirms this and introduces himself again as a mage from the Gaia continent. He asks forgiveness if his assistant's translation magic isn't perfect. The president assures him it's fine and invites them to sit. Lim approaches the chair and notes that it's unusual. The president explains it's a lie detector. If Lim lies, they'll know immediately. Lim shows slight unease and suggests the president should sit on one too. The president asks him to repeat, but Lim shrugs it off, saying they have nothing to hide and he's ready to answer. The president asks if they truly come from the Gaia continent. Both Lim and Lily confirm. He then asks if their prophecy about the disaster is real. Lim answers that it is, and that's why they're here. He adds that his assistant doesn't know much about it. The president requests full disclosure. Lily struggles to understand half of what is being asked. Thanks to martial arts training, Lim controls his breathing, pulse, and sweat, so the lie detector fails to detect anything. The president orders all equipment removed from the magician. Lim lets out a sigh of relief. The president apologizes for doubting him. Lim responds that he would have done the same. Then the president leans forward and asks a personal question. Can Lim help him escape to Gaia before the disaster strikes, and will it be safe? He speculates that since Lim came from there to warn them, it might be. Lim erupts in anger, asking if this is truly a king speaking, someone ready to abandon his people. The president shouts back that he's not a king. It just so happened that the position fell into his lap. He offers money, resources, anything Lim wants. He confesses he's tired of living in a world where death lurks at every corner. He pleads for Lim to take his family and friends with him. Lim is stunned. He admits that he had a different opinion of the president. Grabbing Lily's hand, he declares that they are leaving immediately. The president protests, saying the mage promised to help. Lim retorts that the president would never understand what's in his heart. He declines the offer and turns away. Just then, the man who has been standing silently removes his mask. It's Kim Suho, the first awakened titan. He moves with lightning speed and blocks the hero. Things take a bad turn for Lim. He realizes he can't meet Suho's eyes. Then Lim tries to walk away. Suho smirks and asks what's so funny. Lim calls him out and asks how long they plan to continue this charade. He identifies Suho as the real king. Suho is surprised and asks how Lim knows. Lim points out the massive destiny star over him. Kim Suho is the one who restored order to South Korea after the first gate opened. After awakening his abilities, he mobilized the police to protect civilians. Post-election, he rebuilt the Blue House and led the country's recovery. Everyone in South Korea knows this. Next, we move to the headquarters of the Disaster Response Center. Soho announces that before the meeting begins, he wants to introduce the magician who brought the prophecy. Lim steps forward, states his name is Aximus, and urges everyone to listen carefully. He then shares the full story and warns that the disaster threatens them all. In the room are powerful figures: Monster B. Jangs, Demon King Kim Tai-jin, the Ice Queen Han Ji-hai, and the Iron Wall Min Tai-wung. These are the strongest among the first awakened. Along with Kim Suho, they help destroy monsters and stabilize the land. The president states he will declare a national emergency tomorrow morning. He urges the assembly to cooperate. Jin questions how the president can believe such an outlandish tale. Taewong agrees, suspecting Lim to be a fraud. They argue that such a drastic action without solid proof is reckless. As tensions rise, Suho yells at them to stop. The president affirms he has verified everything. He reminds them of the chaos during the first gate's opening. Suho says that if nothing happens, no harm is done, but if they're unprepared, they'll suffer greatly. Taewong sighs, mumbles something about hard work, and then rushes forward toward the heroes. Lim panics, wondering if he's under attack, but Taewong grabs Lily. He sneers, saying she annoys him and orders her to stay still. He reaches for her mask and scoffs, saying it's probably to avoid recognition. Lily's mask falls to the floor. Lily suddenly transforms into a cat, and she is very angry. They begin to question whether she is even human. Lim asks the assistant to calm down and explains that it was a mistake. They didn't know the truth. Lim says that people like Lily are ashamed to show their real faces, which is why they always wear masks around him. Lim remembers how he and Lily prepared for this exact situation. The cat mask doesn't just disguise, it also alters her voice. But if it's forcibly removed, it triggers a transformation spell that turns the wearer into a cat. Lim wonders what Tae-woong will do now that his assumptions have been proven wrong. Suho yells at Tae-woong and demands he apologize. Tae-woong sincerely apologizes for removing Lily's mask without her consent. Lim thinks to himself that Lily is really good at playing the role of a cat. The next day, Suho declares a state of emergency on national television and radio. Standing on stage, he announces a major crisis in Korea. There's some initial confusion after his speech, but the citizens quickly adapt. The military, the superhuman police, and various guilds begin large-scale exercises in preparation. Someone approaches Lim and mentions that they heard the sage is leaving today. Lim confirms it. The power of dimensional transfer magic is running low, and he must return in a few hours. The man asks if Lim can do him a small favor before he departs. Lim agrees to try his best. The man explains that he has several books that were confiscated as loot during the national uprising. He only brought the ones in good condition and asks Lim to take a look at them. Time is short, so he just wants Lim to check if any of them are important. Lim says he isn't a scholar and not to expect too much from him. He wonders if they really see him as a sage or just a fool. Lim can speak any language, but he can only read the languages of the Gaia continent and the martial arts world, and even then, only in the fields of martial arts and magic. As he walks through the library, one book catches his attention. The hero senses something special and wonders if it might be the Sword Emperor's notes. The book is narrated from the perspective of Nangong, the Sword Emperor, known in the martial arts world as the Incarnation. Lim realizes the language is one he can read and suspects the book might be authentic. When the assistant asks if something is wrong, Lim explains that the writing seems demonic in nature. Lim asks if there's a sword connected to this book. The assistant says the sword also contains a demon and will corrupt whoever wields it. Lim asks him to investigate further. He secretly hopes the Heavenly Emperor's sword is among the recovered items. But the assistant says they only found the book and some old clothes in the collapsed cave. Lim is disappointed but says it's fine. He decides the book is too dangerous and announces he'll seal it himself. Since the king is busy, he asks the assistant to keep it secret. Later, Lim reads the book. It tells the story of Nangong, the illegitimate son of the Nangong clan. Though born with divine martial talent, he was discriminated against. After his mother's death, he steals the clan's martial techniques and elixirs. Lim is uninterested in the early parts. He already knows this history. What intrigues him is the Sword Emperor's battle with Tianma, which he lost in a single moment before disappearing. Suddenly, Lily appears and asks what Lim is doing. She says she's bored. Lim tells her to amuse herself while he reads. She runs off mischievously. Lim calls after her, telling her to return soon. He's happy to be alone in silence again. As he reads, Lim grows tired. The book is long-winded. He comes across a section about the divine art of shattering the heavens, but there's too much unnecessary rambling. Still, he senses the main part is coming. The technique is explained in such simple terms that even a monkey could understand it. If he doesn't get it the first time, he knows he'll just have to reread it. Lim crosses his legs and sits in meditation. A red circle appears at the center of his torso. He remembers that inner strength has 3 categories: accumulation, stability, and radiation. Lim realizes that Diha Simbop, the technique he previously studied, focused mostly on stability, but Peyton Simbong achieves perfect harmony in all 3 areas. Lim calls it a truly perfect and pure Simbap. He now understands why martial artists dedicate their lives to improving their techniques. He simply wants to practice it, just for today. But then he checks the time and notices it's already past lunchtime. Lily still hasn't returned. Suddenly, Lim senses something and turns around. A gate appears in the sky. People begin shouting, monsters are coming. The first to emerge is a minotaur. It's huge. People scream and flee in panic. The minotaur raises its mace to attack, but Lim quickly protects the crowd with a magical shield. He tells them to stay inside the barrier and reassures them it will hold until reinforcements arrive. Lim knows using full magic could destroy the palace, so he chooses to fight using only his body. The minotaur slams its mace down, but Lim leaps onto its head and punches it, sending it flying. He's surprised. Why is the monster so weak? Then he realizes it's not the monster that's weak. He's become stronger. More monsters begin to emerge. Lim understands that avoiding palace damage is no longer possible. There are too many of them. He raises his hand and shouts, calling fire to rain from the sky. Spectators are stunned. Even the future president remarks that it's a magnificent spell. One day, a statue of the great sage will be erected in Gwanghwamun Square to honor him. After the monsters are defeated, Suho thanks Lim and promises never to forget this favor. Lim replies that he only did what was necessary. The assistant approaches and offers a gift in gratitude. Lim initially refuses, but they insist. He finally accepts it and wonders how many high-quality magic stones are inside. Lim says he can't stay here any longer. He and Lily stand on a magical shield and prepare to depart. It turns out one of Lily's new friends is a Titan, one of the first awakened ones. As they leave, Lim hopes everyone remains safe. Back home, Lim asks Tae-woong if he's taken care of the house. Tae-woong bursts into tears and asks where the heroes have been all this time. Suruteok says something terrible has happened. Tae-woong reveals that if all the floating rainbows in the sky disappear, disaster will come. Tae-woong is horrified. The president says hundreds of gates will appear. Lim and Lily glance at each other and grin. Beck asks what everyone is laughing about. Wang also went to the guild after the emergency call. Suruteok asks to be informed when his brother returns. Lim praises him and suggests they head to the guild immediately. Although Lim initially thought he might run away, he's impressed that he is waiting for them even in this situation. As he looks up at the rainbow, he realizes there's less than a week left. He urges everyone to go to the guild together. At the guild, Beck confronts Lim indignantly, demanding to know where he's been. She says she tried to contact him during the state of emergency, but even his phone was turned off. She continues scolding him, asking if he even understands how serious the situation is. Lim responds that he's already heard enough of this on his way over, and turns away. Just then, Tae-woong arrives and greets Beck. She recognizes him, saying they met at the lake and haven't seen each other since. Beck asks where they plan to evacuate. Lim inquires if there are any rooms left at the guild, but adds that he doesn't plan to stay long. Beck asks if he's returning from beyond the gate and offers to call someone to escort him. Instead, she suggests Lim go straight to the head. Lim ignores her and tells Sarok to move his luggage and rest. Beck points out that Lim is the only one who didn't respond to the emergency call, warning that even the head will be furious. Lim replies sarcastically, saying the head won't be angry if she also failed to answer her phone over the weekend. Suddenly, Wang rushes out to the heroes. Lim asks where Van is, but Wang unexpectedly calls out to the commander and attacks Lim. Lim dodges and asks if Wang has lost his mind. Through tears, Wang says he thought Lim had abandoned him, and his attack was out of happiness. Lim assures him that even if others ignore or accuse him, he would never leave Wang behind. Van is overjoyed, and Lim knows Van is truly useful. Lim knocks on the head's office door. All the heroes gather as the head asks them to sit. Bike reports that Lim was outside the forbidden territory. Changsu responds that it's no excuse. The chief asks Lim what he knows about the impending disaster. Lim says he heard some things on his way back. Changsu explains that the great sage Aximus spoke to him alone and gave him a prophecy. Aximus mentioned the seventh night, telling Changsu to leave the wheel of fate for them to lead, and that they would bring the light. Changsu believes Aximus was referring to Lim's team. Everyone agrees. Lim feels a bit ashamed and says that if the invasion begins, the seventh team should operate independently. He insists everything will be fine. He explains that simply eliminating monsters in designated locations is a waste of time. Instead, they should focus on enabling independent action and destroying the main gate. The disaster is called the Night of the 7 Months because 7 special moon-colored gates appear among hundreds of others. The main gate, which anchors surrounding gates, vanishes along with dozens nearby. Lim, through Aximus, shares intelligence on 6 of these critical gates. In a flashback, Aximus tells Changsu he can't handle the red energy or determine its location. Changsu says it's unfortunate but still helpful. The only thing Aximus withholds is the red gate's exact location, due to the soul stone. Lim reflects that this time he might finally fulfill his dream and become handsome. Changsu shares the same hope, but wonders if the prophecy is really that simple. Baek speculates that there may be hidden meanings, and Wang adds that it's too abstract to grasp fully. Lim, feeling a bit awkward, questions whether a great sage trying to help would make such a cryptic prophecy. He concludes they shouldn't distort anything. After some persuasion, the 7th Squad is granted permission to operate independently. 3 days later, in the White House training ground, Lim asks Van to focus on the path of mana circulating in his body. Van admits he doesn't remember. Lim says they'll try again and urges him to concentrate. Lim studies an image from the Sword Emperor's records. He knows the Diamond Power Fist martial art emphasizes external power, and that the breathing method is simple. It's good for physical strength and basic development, and Lim believes it'll also benefit Van. Lim asks Wang if he now understands, but Wang still struggles. They repeat the process over and over. Eventually, Lim loses patience and shouts, "It's the 30th attempt." He says Wang is worse than a monkey. Wang insists he's improving and will practice alone. Lim excuses himself, saying he has something else to do. As Lim walks away, he notes that only the purple band remains in the rainbow. Disaster is near. He sees Lily eating and asks if the food is good. She says it is. Lim had bought 3 boxes of chicken, but they're already gone. He tells her it's time to get ready. She needs to repay the meal. Shocked, Lily realizes why he bought the chicken. Lim knows the Red Gate holds terrible dangers: boiling lava, soaring flames, and strong auras. To fight the boss there, they need the Ice Dragon Fang, unfortunately stored in the Black Hound Guild headquarters, Lim's former workplace. He remembers working under terrible conditions there in his previous life at age 20. The job offered no vacations unless you were sick or injured. If he'd undergone proper rehab back then, maybe life would have turned out differently. Now equipped with the sword energy modified by the Pachan technique, Lim needs intel on the building's layout, including security cameras and key items. He identifies the security control room as a potential exit. Inside, one man mutters that he should have robbed a grocery or department store. Another, blonde, says he left the door open and plans to sprint to the shelter when disaster hits. They all calm down when the camera feed suddenly cuts out. Assuming it's a broken lens, they're shocked to find the camera was facing their door. But it's too late. Lim bursts in and knocks them out. Lim activates an alarm. The guild realizes someone has infiltrated the representative's office. It's Lim. A hero reports that 4 armed intruders, not superhumans, broke in. Lim instructs staff to gather at the rep's office. When they arrive, the room is empty. Confused, they realize the control room is locked. Lim says the intruders are secured. Elsewhere, he and Lily break through a door. Lily is amazed. Everything sparkles. She asks if it's all money, then wonders if she can get chicken again. Lim doesn't understand her obsession, but says the statue is too heavy to carry. Instead, he shows her the special armory where otherworldly items are stored. There it is, the Ice Dragon Fang, well preserved. As they prepare to leave, Lily says she wants to see what's behind a certain wall. She senses powerful mana. Lim tells her to stand back. He activates his watch and smashes through the wall. Inside, he finds something valuable and praises Lily. As a reward, he gives her 3 raw balls. Lim plans to consume the next soulstone himself and lets Lily eat this one. But Lim is disappointed by the results. It barely makes a difference. Only his claws grow. Still, he figures it's enough to claim an unpaid severance package. He decides it's time to go home. The next day, the rainbow vanishes. Lily is most concerned about one thing, her cheese balls. The next day, at the 3rd evacuation shelter, Lim appears calm, even chuckling with a faint smile. His team is surprised by his demeanor, especially with one of the worst gates about to open. A team member approaches, curious if something good has happened. Lim replies that he finally received severance pay from a company he worked at long ago. As Lim talks, a menacing aura becomes noticeable nearby. The scene shifts to the 4th evacuation shelter, where the source of the aura is revealed to be Kim Tae-jin, leader of the Black Hound Guild. His members gather, concerned by his behavior. One mentions hearing a rumor that their guild warehouse was robbed yesterday, and they still don't know who was behind it. Back at the 3rd shelter, Lim speaks on the phone with Bayek, who apologizes for the delay. Lim thanks her for her work. Soon after, she finishes upgrading his armor, marking the completion of equipment preparations. Lim checks in with the support team using his earpiece. Cheon Il-nam confirms he can hear him, followed by Il-nam, who says the sound is coming through clearly. Lim turns to Lily and Wang, asking if they're ready. Lily complains that her armor is too tight, and Wang agrees, saying his new suit is embarrassing. Lim explains their suits are custom-made, Lily's for defense, Wang's for mobility with a flexible material. As they talk, Lim notices Wang in an odd stance and asks if he plans to fight like that. Wang calmly responds that if posture becomes a problem, he'll use petrification to fix it. Baek approaches and reports that the people Lim mentioned a few days ago have arrived at the shelter. Lim thanks her and declines to meet them, saying this is enough to repay their kindness. He's requested protection for those who attended his retirement ceremony, and also for friends lost in a previous life's disaster. This time, he's determined not to let that happen again. Suddenly, Chang-Su shouts that the disaster could come at any time and that he will stop it. Lim is startled and asks Baek if she's been able to sleep when Chang-Su gets like this. Baek admits she hasn't and shyly says it sometimes feels like she's raising a child. Lim surveys the area, where tanks, military vehicles, weapons, soldiers, and hunters have gathered. He feels confident that this force should be enough to stop the disaster. In the distance, robotic footsteps approach, causing the hunters to tense up. As the sound gets closer, they realize it's an ally. Lim smiles as Young Shin's robot arrives. Lily approaches the robot and asks if Young Shin can see her. He confirms and announces that he is inside the robot. Lim, surprised, asks if he manually modified the robot. Lily tries to climb inside too, but Lim stops her and asks Young Shin if he has his mother's permission to use the robot as a combat suit. Young Shin ignores the question and blushes while promising Lily he will protect her. Lim scolds him, saying this is not the time for love. Buck, looking at the sky, notices something off and calls Lim's attention. Lim looks up and sees that the rainbow-colored lights in the sky have dispersed, signaling something ominous. He immediately instructs Young Shin to return to the command room. Suddenly, countless gates open in the sky, releasing an overwhelming number of monsters. The soldiers and hunters take defensive stances, visibly shaken by the sheer number of enemies. Lim overhears their panic but remains composed, knowing this is only the first wave. He reminds everyone that these are monsters they've faced before and urges them to focus. Encouraged, the soldiers prepare to engage, and Lim feels confident enough to leave the shelter's defense in their hands. Gunfire erupts as soldiers begin attacking the monsters. Hunters take charge of any that get too close. The battle continues relentlessly, and the number of monsters doesn't seem to dwindle. Chang-Su joins the fight, happily expressing how long it's been since he was on the battlefield. He declares he will destroy everything, including the dark blue core gate. The core gates have been divided between the First Awakened team and the Professional Hunter team, as decided by guild leaders and the president. Lim plans to act separately and enter the red core gate on his own terms. He turns to Young Shin, who still refuses to return to the command room, and tells him to pay attention to what a battlefield truly looks like. Though annoyed, Lim allows him to follow and support him. Lim instructs his team to move to their assigned positions as the solo operation begins. He, Wong, and Lily board an armored vehicle while Young Shin follows in the robot. Lim's strategy is to appear as though they're moving aimlessly before eventually reaching the red core gate. Along the way, Cheonil-nam informs him that monsters are approaching from all directions. Lim tells her to ignore them and keep driving. Inside the vehicle, Lim assembles a spear. Though unfamiliar with military-grade weapons, his 2 decades in the superhuman force give him the skill to manage. As the vehicle nears a pack of werewolf monsters, Il-nam alerts Lim, who tells him to keep moving. He climbs onto the roof of the vehicle and uses the spear to eliminate the attacking monsters. He instructs the driver to turn at an upcoming intersection and watch out for corpses on the road. Lim asks Lily if she's ready. She's been charging a fireball and says she is. Lim points to distant monsters and instructs her to attack. Lily launches the fireball, saying she wants to finish quickly so she can eat at the chicken buffet. Her attack incinerates the monsters, but Young Shin worries about driving through the flames. Lim insists they must keep moving. Lily raises her hands and parts the fire, allowing the vehicle and robot to pass through. She continues shouting about food, and Young Shin watches her in amazement. Lim smiles and urges everyone to move at full speed. He continues giving directions, telling them to turn right at a hospital and then again after 2 blocks. He calculates they are getting close to the red core gate. Soon the gate comes into view. Il-nam smiles and wonders if this is what the great sage's prophecy meant. As they approach the gate, Lim tells the team to prepare for entry. Suddenly, a creature drops from the gate. Initially appearing like slime, it morphs into a giant T-Rex. Jin reports they are only 1 kilometer away and asks if they should slow down. Lim decides not to risk delay, fearing more monsters could arrive. He tells Il-nam to maintain speed and calls on Wong to engage the T-Rex. Wong jumps from the vehicle and faces the monster. As its massive jaws close around him, he activates his petrification ability. His body glows gold and he holds the monster's mouth open. Lim recognizes the golden aura as the Diamond Powerball's mana. Wong, proud of his progress, continues to hold the beast at bay. Lim calls on Young Shin to act, reminding him of his earlier promise to protect Lily. Young Shin launches toward the monster. The T-Rex, noticing him, spits out Wang and attempts to bite again, but Young Shin maneuvers the robot skillfully. He grabs the T-Rex's tail, lifts it, and slams it to the ground. The team is stunned, watching in awe as Young Shin overpowers the massive beast. Jealous murmurs arise. They all want to turn on the robot now. Young Shin's attack immobilizes the T-Rex, and Lim uses the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Afterward, he approaches the massive corpse, guessing from its size that something valuable might be hidden inside. He quickly dismembers the beast and finds a glowing pearl-like object called Nadan, a rare and nourishing item. Holding it in his hands, he admires it until Wang calls out, pointing at a new wave of monsters emerging from the gate. Lim smiles, excited like a child in a candy shop, and urges the team to move toward the red core gate. Destroying the red core gate requires defeating the fire giant sleeping inside the volcano. After fighting the new monsters and entering the gate, Lim halts the team so C can help them change into armor suited for the intense heat. Once suited up, they all feel better. Lim clenches his fist, smiling as he remarks how surprisingly cool the combat suits are. He stretches his shoulders and tells C that the suits are not just efficient and comfortable, but visually impressive too. He believes this armor will make future encounters easier. Sina shares her surprise at the quality of the suits, revealing that Young Shin helped design them. She praises him as a valuable ally. Lim reflects that stealing from the Black Hound Guild and requesting the suits early is now paying off. Young Shin approaches Lily and asks her to press a button on the robot's arm. When she does, a popsicle pops out and she thanks him. Young Shin blushes and downplays the gesture. Not wanting Young Shin to get too cozy with Lily, Lim orders Team 7 to prepare for departure. Soon after, they encounter a group of firewolves. Wong jumps to the front line without waiting for orders, which surprises Lim but doesn't bother him. Lim climbs atop the armored vehicle, pulling out a gun, expressing that it's been a while since he's shown off his shooting skills. As the monsters approach, Wang braces himself for combat, but the heat overwhelms him. Lim shoots the monsters, freezing them with liquid nitrogen bullets and saving Wang. He feels relieved to have brought this weapon, grateful to the White House Guild for preparing it in advance. As Lim finishes freezing the monsters, he tells Young Shin to finish them off. Young Shin immediately responds, flying in and punching through the frozen creatures in one strike. Lim watches in awe and acknowledges how much more comfortable his work has become. He informs the team that they will keep this momentum and quickly move past the flame centipede ahead. Later, Lily sighs in boredom, catching Lim's attention. When he asks what's wrong, she complains that her fire ability is useless in this environment. Lim responds that it's obvious and tells her to rest. The suggestion disappoints Lily, and she wonders aloud if she is now useless. Lim, annoyed, turns his back and tells her that after resting, she will have plenty of fighting to do. He asks if she prefers that to resting. Lily shivers and admits that fighting sounds less fun, then lowers her head with a soft smile. Eventually, Team 7 arrives at a lava lake. Lim orders everyone to stop, sensing that this area could pose serious problems despite the lack of visible monsters. He asks the medical team to fetch a monster corpse. Cheon-il-nam brings a small one on a tray, which Lim throws into the lake. Suddenly, a giant lava monster leaps out and devours the corpse whole. Everyone except Lim is shocked. Lim sighs and says that charging ahead blindly would have been a disaster. The monster retreats back into the lava, and Lim realizes they need to lure it out. He calls for Il-nam and asks if she brought any large fishing rods, even if only single-use ones. Il-nam, surprised, questions if Lim is seriously trying to catch the flame snake. Lim acknowledges the risk, but insists on trying. Il-nam leaves to search through the equipment. Meanwhile, Lim tells Wang and Young-shin to play rock, paper, scissors. The two exchange puzzled glances but follow his instructions. A moment later, Wang is thrown across the lava lake by Young-shin. The flame snake immediately emerges and swallows him. Lim instructs Young-shin to pull with all the robot's strength, and a tense tug-of-war begins. Inside the snake's mouth, Wang remembers Lim's instructions and activates a hidden device, piercing through the monster's jaws. Stunned, the snake is vulnerable, and Young-shin pulls it out of the lava. The snake spits Wang out, then collapses on the ground. Lim rushes over and asks if Wang is alright. Wang confirms that he is, but before they can rest, the ground trembles. Lim and Wang instinctively turn to the volcano as a massive hand emerges, gripping the crater's edge. Using it for support, the fire giant begins to rise. Lim watches as it descends the volcano, wondering if their earlier activity triggered its awakening. Realizing this changes everything, he shifts his focus back to the recovering flame snake. As Lim approaches, the flame snake whips its tail toward him, but he dodges by, jumping into the air. His movement distracts the snake long enough for Wang to grab its tail. As the monster prepares to attack again, Lim assaults its face while calling on Young-shin to flank from the left. Young-shin activates a drill weapon and jumps into action, but Lim soon notices that their attacks are ineffective due to the monster's thick scales. Suddenly, the flame snake lifts its head and spews venom. Lim barely escapes, but Young-shin's robot arm gets hit and begins to melt. Lim glares at Young-shin, noting his inexperience with monsters of this caliber. Young-shin, sensing Lim's concern, reassures him that the robot has a restoration function. Lim says he is aware but tells Young-shin to retreat for now. He also orders Wang to move back and get checked. As Lim draws the monster's attention, Young-shin carries Wang to safety. C asks Lim if he can manage alone. Lim confirms that the flame snake has yet to corner him. Still concerned, Il-nam says she will monitor the surrounding area with cameras to ensure he does not encounter other threats. As Lim dodges more attacks, Il-nam adds that their focus should be elsewhere. Lim agrees, knowing the fire giant is the true danger. Il-nam reports that the fire giant stands approximately 40 meters tall and is moving faster than expected. She suspects its massive size enables its quick advance. The giant is now halfway down the volcano, and its looming presence makes its sheer scale even more daunting. Lim, recalling that in his past life the First Awakeners were the ones who handled this gate, now realizes the responsibility falls on him. He clenches his jaw, questioning what he should do next. Lim's original plan is simple. First, he would defeat the flame snake at the lava lake. Then, while the fire giant still slept inside the volcano, he would approach and stab it with the ice dragon's fang. Finally, once the creature is weakened from the fang's cold energy, he would deliver the finishing blow. Lim believes it is a perfect plan, but now that perfect plan is in ruins. He sighs and instructs all members of Team 7 through the earpiece to retreat to the rear and wait for his signal. Wang asks how they can retreat without their team leader. Lily, also concerned, looks on as Wang speaks. Lim responds by asking if Wang has never heard the saying about how when whales fight, shrimps always suffer. He explains that staying here would make them the shrimps. Releasing his aura with a slight smile, he tells Wang that they must first make the whales fight each other until they are both weakened. With that, Lim leaps at the flame snake. Landing on the monster's body, he uses Heavenly Destruction Step to launch himself across its back and approach its face. The snake raises its head. As Lim draws near, it opens its mouth and sprays venom at him. Lim swings his spear, cutting through both the venom and the creature's tongue in one motion. The snake writhes in pain, rolling on the ground. Lim starts running toward the fire giant, taunting the snake to follow him. Enraged, it gives chase. As he runs, he uses the earpiece to ask if everyone has reached a safe area. Suddenly, Lily shouts that she refuses to retreat. Lim begins sweating nervously. He begs the others not to let Lily come his way, and turns off the earpiece, hoping she won't cause more problems. Soon, Lim reaches the front of the fire giant. Despite his fireproof combat suit, the heat from the creature's body is suffocating. The flame snake catches up and swings its tail at him. Lim dodges just in time, and as the snake moves past, the fire giant takes notice. It slams a punch into the snake, disorienting it. Lim watches with anticipation as the two monsters now turn on each other. They size one another up, waiting for the other to make the first move. The fire giant strikes first, but the flame snake dodges. It spits venom at the fire giant's face. The giant raises its arm to block, but the venom begins corroding its flesh. Hidden behind a rock, Lim watches the battle unfold and thinks the monsters are doing well. He takes out the box containing the ice dragon's fang and studies it. He knows the fang would be most effective if it pierces the fire giant's heart. Planning to wait for an opening, he puts on combat gloves to shield his hands from the heat. His attention returns to the fight. The flame snake now wraps itself around the fire giant's arm, then quickly coils around its neck, starting to constrict. Lim believes this is his chance. He grabs the fang, activates his stealth skill, and begins sneaking closer. As Lim approaches, the fire giant, still struggling, suddenly turns its head and glares at the flame snake. Then flames begin to consume the snake from its tail upward. While it cries in agony, the fire giant punches it in the throat and begins ripping it apart. Lim watches anxious. Still, he intends to strike while the fire giant is distracted by its victory. He uses Heavenly Destruction Step to move through the air. But before he can act, the fire giant suddenly appears behind him. It notices Lim and attacks. Lim tries to activate his shield, but he is too late. The giant slams its fist into the ground, attempting to crush him. After lifting its hand, the giant is surprised to find nothing underneath. Then a voice interrupts. The fire giant turns and sees Lily, who tells Lim he would have died if not for her. Still dazed, Lim sits on the ground, wondering why she came. With a cheerful expression, Lily says she came to pay for food. Infuriated by being ignored, the fire giant fumes and charges at them. Lily steps forward, saying she will handle the fire giant. As she activates her fire ability, Lim hurriedly tries to stop her, telling her not to use fire. But it's already too late. Lily releases her flamethrower skill and the flames rush toward the giant. The fire giant begins absorbing the flames. After absorbing a good amount, it lets out a loud burp. Lily is stunned that it could eat fire. Lim, pale and nervous, explains that this is exactly why he wanted her to avoid fire-based attacks. Feeding the fire giant flame is like pouring oil into an engine. Worse yet, Lim has lost both his weapon and the ice dragon fang during the earlier attack. Disappointed, Lim tells Lily they should fall back and reorganize. But Lily, seemingly excited, asks if she could do what the boss monster just did. Before Lim can answer, Lily starts inhaling. The fire giant notices something is wrong. The flames it emits are now being drawn toward Lily. It tries to resist by releasing even more flames, but that only increases the rate at which Lily absorbs them. Lim watches, stunned as the scene unfolds. The fire giant finally realizes that Lily is about to absorb all of its flames. Panicking, it starts running away. Lim is shocked but quickly realizes what is happening. Lily's control over fire surpasses even that of the boss monster. Her fire control is at a higher level. As the fire giant flees, Lily absorbs the last of its flames, leaving behind only a dry husk. Lim, baffled by the outcome, stares at the fire giant's remains, unable to comprehend how his team managed to win in such a ridiculous way. Following the destruction of the Red Core Gate, other core gates across the city are also destroyed by the guilds assigned to them. The disaster ends sooner than it did in Lim's previous life. A week later, citizens and construction workers volunteer to rebuild the damaged parts of the city. Team 7 from the White House Guild joins the effort. Sarok, seemingly in charge of the construction team, rallies everyone to work quickly so they can finish today. Wang helps carry heavy materials, and Youngshin assists with welding, using his robot. Some construction workers take a break and call out to Sarok. They ask whether Team 7 is really part of the White House Guild. They remark that usually, guild members don't bother with helping on the ground like this. After hearing them out, Sarok clenches his fist and passionately responds that this is exactly what guild members should do. He says that if there's a place that needs help, hunters should step up and offer it. The construction workers, moved by Sarok's enthusiasm, pour him a drink and invite everyone to join their break and eat. Lim gladly accepts the invitation and joins Sarok and the others. However, one construction worker begins to grow suspicious. He wonders why everyone is working so hard. He asks Sarok and Lim to point out the person responsible for this effort. Caught off guard, Sarok and Lim hesitate to answer. But the construction worker has already started looking around. His eyes settle on Lim, who is lounging in a beach chair while Lily, sitting beside him, eats popcorn. Sarok tries to explain. He says Lim is their team leader and is still injured. But the construction worker notices Lim's glowing, relaxed expression and questions what kind of injury makes someone look that refreshed. Lim tries to explain, saying that even if it doesn't look like it, Lim was the one who suggested that the White House Guild should provide public support. The construction workers appreciate the idea, but still think someone as young as Lim should be contributing physically too. As their complaints continue, Wang suddenly slams the table and says he really enjoyed the food. His sudden outburst shifts the tone of the conversation. One of the construction workers stands up and says they should do their part. The others agree. The worker invites Wang and the rest of Team 7 to join them, saying the Awakener's help is still needed. With a smile, Wang responds that he'll be right there. According to the final prophecy left by the great sage Aximus, the citizens believe no new gates will appear for 31 days following the recent disaster. With this reassurance, people unite quickly to rebuild the city without hesitation. Guilds stay busy disposing of monster corpses and conducting research. A few days later, while Lim is resting and reading, Beak approaches him, interrupting his relaxation. She smiles cheerfully, asking if he still plans to continue relaxing like this. Lim looks up and wonders aloud if such a lifestyle is even possible, reminding her that his dream is to chill and relax forever. Lily turns to him and questions if that dream is just an excuse to be a wealthy slacker. Though Lim finds her comment annoying, he decides to ignore it given her accomplishments. Beak, still staring at him, notices something different and points out that his skin has suddenly improved. Lim smiles and touches his cheek, proud of how his skin glows. After defeating the fire giant, he used its core to activate a body transformation technique. Now he enjoys the benefits of a handsome appearance and healthy skin, even in retirement. Striking a strange pose, he tells Beak he got a facial massage recently. Beak brings her hands to her mouth, imagining how pleasant the massage must have been. She asks Lim how it felt and where the place is. Lim quickly explains that the massage parlor closed down, making it impossible to visit. Beak remains persistent and jokes that he should not hoard all the benefits of the fire giant's core for himself. Lim knows that only half the mana from the core has been used and that it can still be activated one more time, but he chooses to save it. Avoiding further questions, he asks if she came just to talk about his skin. Beak corrects him and hands him documents related to potion supplies. She explains that although production has increased, it is still not enough. Several organizations have requested partnerships. The potion, based on the elixir of life, is currently distributed exclusively by the White House Guild. Thanks to this potion, many lives have been saved. People previously fated to die or live with permanent injuries have recovered. Death tolls have dropped to 1/10 of what they used to be. Lim acknowledges the rising demand and praises Beak's work, encouraging her to handle the partnership decisions herself. Beak then brings out another paper and asks Lim what to do with the fire giant's corpse. Lim interrupts, saying the matter is easy to resolve. He asks for 20 kilograms of the giant's skin, some bones and blood for personal use. The rest can be managed freely. Wanting to return to his rest, he asks if there's anything else. Beak places the paper back in her bag and informs him about a joint funeral ceremony being held today. Lim reclines in his chair and declines to attend, saying such events feel suffocating. Beak is shocked by his response and asks why he requested details about the families of those killed in action. With a serious expression, Lim says he wanted the information because he thought it was time to call Santa Claus, despite it being summer. At the ceremony, President Kim addresses the crowd. He announces that 7 days ago they faced the gate anomaly, known as the disaster or catastrophe. On that day, 427 citizens lost their lives. He pauses to regain composure before continuing. Among the dead are soldiers, police officers, and hunters, people who were parents, children, friends, and citizens. Kim steps up to the gathered flowers, each bouquet representing a life lost, and vows they will not forget the sacrifices these heroes made. Sniffles rise from the crowd. A little girl pulls on her sobbing mother's clothes, asking when her father will return. The mother remains silent and continues to cry. The child hugs her and tells her to stop crying, warning that Santa Claus might see her sadness. She keeps encouraging her mother to smile. The weight of the moment falls on Kim. He closes his eyes, unable to face the grieving citizens. Suddenly a silhouette appears in the sky. Lim, dressed as Santa Claus, flies over the ceremony in a red sleigh with Lily by his side. Snowies glide alongside, creating a surreal scene. Someone in the crowd points to the sky and the hunters look up, unsure if it's a monster. They remember the prophecy and remain alert. The little girl notices the sleigh and excitedly tells her mother that Santa Claus is here. As the sleigh flies above, Lily activates a shield, forming a vibrant pattern in the sky. Kim assumes it's a gate opening and prepares to launch an attack. He leaps into the air, shouting that whoever is doing this picked the wrong moment. But mid-air, the beautiful pattern created by Lily stops him. He descends slowly, mesmerized. The little girl points again, begging her mom to look. Lily enhances the scene further by using her shield skill to create fireworks. Spirits begin to lift. The Snowies drop bubbles for the children to play with. A worker asks Kim for orders. Smiling, Kim tells him to leave it be. The worker is concerned about how to report the event. Kim, still gazing at the sky, says they will simply report that it was the real Santa Claus. Later, Lim brings the sleigh to the rooftop of the White House Guild. After landing, Lily jumps off and plays with the Snowies, saying it was fun to deliver gifts. Lim follows, suggesting they eat something delicious. As they approach the rooftop door, they hear Beak's voice. She greets them and asks if they had a good trip. Lim thanks her, saying the sleigh and costumes were crafted beautifully. Beak leans against the wall, brushing off the praise and asking why he did it. Lim explains that simply compensating grieving families felt hollow. It's also a burdensome task. He starts to explain further but stops, recalling memories from a past life. Most of the deceased were heads of their households, soldiers, police, and hunters. Lim knows that what their families need now is realistic help. Government aid is minimal and insufficient. Lowering his gaze, Lim admits that the final reason is simple. He did it because he could. He has the ability, and when he's not lazy or drinking in retirement, he wants to help others who are struggling. Beak listens with crossed arms. When Lim finishes, she sighs and touches her cheek, expressing concern. Lim asks if she's worried he will become too soft. Smiling blissfully, Beak admits she's afraid she might fall for him if he keeps this up, and confesses she already has feelings. Lim brushes past her, saying that people should keep their love life and work separate. Beak fumes at his reaction, muttering to herself and questioning if Lim is a eunuch. Lim hears her and sighs. The three head into the guild building. Inside, decorations are up and music is playing. Lily runs ahead excited, saying she'll sing along. Lim becomes nervous, wondering when she learned to sing. Sirach and Wang see them arriving and warmly greet their team leader. Lim thanks them for their hard work during the disaster and rebuilding. Youngshin guides Lily to a table with her favorite food, prepared in advance. Lily praises him, calling him the best. Just as Youngshin turns to sit beside her, Lim takes the seat. Smiling, he asks why there are only 2 seats. Youngshin, flustered, quietly adds a chair next to Lily. Lily eats enthusiastically. Lim wipes crumbs off her face and tells her to eat slowly. She agrees and returns to her food. Watching her, Lim realizes she never speaks about her family. He calls out to her. Lily looks puzzled as Lim asks if she misses them. He mentions that she never says things like missing her parents or wondering how they're doing. Lily's expression dims. She sets her pizza down. Youngshin, annoyed, asks Lim if he's scolding her. Lim calmly explains he's trying to talk about something important. He turns back to Lily and says she doesn't have to answer if she doesn't want to, but he wants to know if she wants to see her parents again. Lily replies that she does want to, but before she can explain further, Lim pats her head and says they'll need to go to the continent of Gaia. With a pleasant smile, he asks if she wants to pack anything, since they'll be finding her parents. The scene shifts. Lily runs through a dark forest, seemingly being chased. She sees Lim in his combat uniform and runs to him, calling his name, but Lim remains silent. As she grabs his arm and pleads for help, his appearance changes. A goblin mask covers his face. He turns to her and asks if she's asking him for help. Lily jolts awake, screaming. She climbs out of bed and sneaks into Lim's room. The sound of her crawling into bed wakes him. As Lim tries to orient himself, Lily speaks in a terrified tone. She admits she doesn't actually want to return but feels she has to. She misses her mother and made a promise to someone named Wendy. She wonders if everyone is okay after all this time. Lim stares at the ceiling and pats her back, comforting her as she repeats that she must return, even though she doesn't want to. Lily begins to tell Lim about her past. She explains that she comes from a poor family and that she and her mother were often hungry. At night, her mother would hold her tightly, always apologizing for their situation. But Lily never minded, because her mother was always by her side. One day, her mother calls her and asks her to listen carefully. She tells Lily that she will become a maid for a wealthy family, and if she follows instructions, she will no longer starve. Her mother hugs her and promises to find her later when life improves. Not long after, a carriage arrives to take Lily away. As it travels through a forest, Lily observes the other children inside. The child next to her turns and introduces herself as Wendy. Without waiting for a response, Wendy leans on Lily's shoulder, thanking her for being warm. She then asks Lily's age and reveals that she is a year older. Soon the carriage stops and strange men order the children to get out. They are lined up and marched through an unfamiliar place that clearly isn't the rich family's compound they were told about. One man strikes the ground with a whip, silencing the confused children. Wearing a goblin mask, he tells them coldly to shut up and follow him. Lily and Wendy are locked in a large prison cell. Over time, the other children begin to disappear. Lily remembers little of what happens next, but she recalls waking up in a strange room. 2 men stand over her. One mentions that this is already their 3rd attempt. The other confirms it, explaining that they used the essence of fire, blood fragments of a demon, and that all the items have been successfully integrated into Lily's body. They check for signs of rejection, but find none, though one man warns the risk is still high. Before he can continue, they notice a reaction in Lily. They declare their success, celebrating the baptism now settling into her body. Though Lily is in pain, the men rejoice in finally achieving their long-cherished goal. One asks if there are any side effects. The other dismisses the concern, stating that Lily is no longer a person, but a monster. From that day, a magic circle appears on Lily's stomach, and she becomes increasingly hungry. During these times, Wendy always gives Lily her portion of food. Though Lily refuses, Wendy threatens to throw it away, leaving Lily no choice but to eat while apologizing. Wendy always comforts her, saying it's okay. One day, Wendy suggests they escape. She gets Lily's attention and shows her an ice crystal in her hand. Lily is confused, but Wendy admits she doesn't know how she can do it. As she speaks, her hair changes color from blonde to blue. Lily notices but says nothing. Wendy then proposes they run away. Lily agrees with a smile. However, during their escape attempt, they are discovered. Hooded figures restrain Lily, while the masked man grabs Wendy by the neck and lifts her. He admits he never expected Wendy to awaken. Had she revealed her powers earlier, he claims, she could have avoided more suffering. Lily screams for him to let Wendy go. Wendy, in turn, fires ice spears at the masked man, shouting for him to die. But a green shield forms around his body, deflecting the attacks. He looks at Wendy and smiles, saying even though she has awakened, she still cannot stop him. He declares that she will serve as a puppet in the future. Wendy grits her teeth, grabs his arm, and vows to die before returning to the prison. She releases a chilling wind and tells Lily to run. The masked man grows irritated by Wendy's defiance, but Wendy continues directing freezing winds at the men restraining Lily. As a result, the two captors freeze, and Lily's powers awaken. Her hair turns red and flames erupt from her body. The masked man notices and orders the others to catch her. Wendy shouts for Lily to run, insisting this is her only chance. Lily obeys as Wendy expands her powers, forming a blinding ice tornado to mask Lily's escape. Wendy's distraction buys Lily time, but the men eventually track her. As she runs, Lily promises Wendy that she will return. With her pursuers close behind, a red gate suddenly opens before Lily. With nowhere else to go, she runs through it. The men shout for her to stay away, but the gate begins to vanish. Lily takes one final look back and promises again to come back for Wendy. In the present, after sharing her story, Lily collapses from exhaustion. Lim watches her in silence and mutters the words goblin masked man with anger. The next day, Lim visits Chang-Su and requests a month-long vacation. Chang-Su slams his desk in anger, questioning Lim's timing, especially with how busy the White House Guild has been. He reminds Lim of their recent disasters and refuses the request, saying the maximum he can allow is 1 week and not until next month. Lim stays quiet. Beak stands behind him, visibly nervous. With a serious tone, Lim says he has a reason and something personal to ask. Before he can explain, Chang-Su cuts him off, saying he's not interested in excuses. Lim then calls on Beak and asks about the guild's monthly profits. Surprised, Beak hesitates. Lim remarks that demand for potions is so high the guild can't meet production. He questions whether it's necessary for the White House Guild to be the sole supplier. Chang-Su is taken aback and leans back into his chair, unsure where Lim is going. Lim then brings up the loot from the Red Core Gate, reminding Chang-Su that even all the other teams combined cannot match Team 7's achievements. He questions if it's worth staying in a guild where he's treated this way. Chang-Su feels the pressure. He lowers his head and asks if Lim is threatening him. Lim sighs and asks how much it would cost to break his contract. That finally breaks Chang-Su, who angrily agrees to the vacation but adds sarcastically that he wishes he could go too. Lim smiles and thanks him, promising to bring back a gift. Chang-Su asks what Lim plans to do with a whole month off. Lim says he is looking for people. Beak suggests leaving the search to the guild, but Lim insists on doing it himself. In his mind, Lim resolves to find Wendy or Lily's mother. As for the masked man, his anger builds, a vein pulsing in his forehead. Regaining composure, Lim reminds Chang-Su that he had another request. Chang-Su folds his hands and asks what it is. The two discuss, and after a while, Chang-Su looks at Lim and questions if this is truly what he wants. That evening, in the White House Guild's accommodations, Lim calls Lily to look at a map he's drawn. With confidence, he circles a region and says it matches Lily's memory. Lily is shocked, realizing her house might be there. A knock interrupts them. Lim turns to the door, confused. Lily calls out, equally puzzled. When Lim opens the door, he finds Youngshin and his mother. Youngshin's mom asks if they may come in. Lim lets them in, and after greetings, she prepares to explain but stops, letting Youngshin speak. Youngshin tells Lim that he wants to go on vacation with Lily. Lim is caught off guard. He realizes he may have said too much, leading Youngshin to learn of the trip. Though hesitant to bring him, Lim knows having a creator like Youngshin could be useful. He considers the risks and explains they'll be traveling through dangerous territory. Youngshin grows nervous, brainstorming ways to protect his mother. He suggests taking the robot, but he finds no way to keep her safe. Youngshin's mom chuckles and tells him she won't stop him just because she can't join, but asks Lim to return her son safely. Lim promises to do so. Youngshin then approaches Lily and tells her, with a bright expression, that although he is weaker than her, he will still do his best to help. Lily smiles warmly and thanks him. At midnight, Lim heads to the main building of the White House Guild. As he rides the elevator, an unexpected thought crosses his mind. He never imagined a day would come when he'd have to visit this place alone. The elevator halts at the 12th basement floor, the personal training hall reserved for Chang-Su. As the doors slide open, a wave of steam rushes out, revealing Chang-Su in the midst of an intense warm-up, heat visibly radiating from his body. Noticing Lim's arrival, Chang-Su immediately stops and turns toward him, accusing him of being late. Confused, Lim explains that he arrived 10 minutes early, only to be met with a sheepish apology. Chang-Su confesses he was simply too excited to wait and began warming up on his own. Chang-Su then brings up the real reason he called Lim here, a request he had made earlier, which Lim now understands is for a 3-day spar. This surprises Lim, especially since he had always avoided the topic. He laughs nervously. The truth is, Lim willingly signed up to get beaten because Earth was no longer the most dangerous place. The Gaia continent was brimming with powerful people, and before venturing there, Lim wanted to thoroughly test the martial arts he'd gained through his cosplay as the Great Sage. He believes Chang-Su, one of the most gifted individuals he's ever met, would be the perfect opponent. Steeling himself, Lim unsheathes his sword and respectfully asks Chang-Su to take care of him for the next 3 days. Chang-Su reciprocates the sentiment and assumes his fighting stance, signaling that the warm-up phase is over. He explains that Lim should have already prepared himself physically before showing up, and then immediately unleashes his aura. Lim realizes he's made a mistake. Trying to backpedal, he claims he was being overconfident when he made the request. But Chang-Su cuts him off, saying from now on, they'll only speak with their fists. In a flash he charges. His attacks are explosive. Every blow that lands on Lim sends shockwaves throughout the White House Guild building. 3 days later, inside the rental accommodation room that Lim and Lily are using, Lily walks up to Lim and asks, with an intimidating aura, why his face looks like it's been hit by a truck. She demands to know who did it so she can scold them herself. Lim, his face swollen and bruised, waves it off and asks her to start packing. The truth is, getting beaten down by Chang-Su for 3 days helped Lim master the new martial arts he'd recently acquired. But the prolonged use of those techniques drained his stamina, and the final day of sparring had been particularly brutal. As he drinks a potion, Lim quietly wonders where monsters like Chang-Su even come from. Later, after their preparations are complete, Lim and Lily head down to the first floor of the White House Guild main building. They're met by Chang-Su, Wang Surok, and Beak. Chang-Su greets them warmly, noting that today is Lim's big vacation day. He advises Lim not to go anywhere dangerous, especially places where he could get beaten up again. Lim, however, does not share the same cheerful energy. He looks completely wrecked. Dark eye bags and a drained face tell the whole story. He replies sarcastically, thanking Chang-Su for making him feel invincible. He then turns to Wang and officially puts him in charge of Team 7 for the next month. Wang is flabbergasted and asks whether that's even allowed. Lim snaps, warning Wang to take excellent care of the team, or else. He makes a slashing motion across his neck to emphasize the consequences. Tears stream down Wang's face as he promises to do his best. Surok walks over and begins consoling him, prompting Lim to comment that Wang still hasn't realized how capable he's become. Lim sighs and instructs Surok to keep an eye on Wang, to which Surok agrees with a warm smile. Lim then turns to Beak, preparing to give her instructions, but freezes. Beak is staring at him with a dreamy expression, eyes closed, lips puckered. Lim, confused, asks if she got dust in her eyes. Beak erupts in frustration, grabbing Lim's arm and demanding to know how he doesn't understand that she was asking for a goodbye kiss. Lim, trying to escape, plays dumb and claims he's never heard of such a thing. He instead asks her to handle Team 7 in his absence, and to complete the tasks he had previously assigned her. This only irritates Beak further. She accuses Lim of exploiting her, but he doesn't respond, because Chang-Su is now glaring at him with deadly intent from behind her. Lim knows he's not trying to use Beak, but he also doesn't want to die yet. Hurriedly, Lim turns around, looks back one last time with a smile, and tells everyone it's time to go. Lily smiles and waves goodbye. Lim grabs her hand, and they both bolt out, not wanting to risk being burned by Chang-Su's furious glare. After Lim is gone, Beak remains, silently watching where he left, sadness in her eyes. Chang-Su comes over and gently places a hand on her shoulder, asking why his beautiful daughter looks so down. Beak lowers her head and says she feels like she may never see Lim again, but quickly dismisses the thought as silly. Chang-Su reassures her. He tells her Lim is far stronger than even he expected. He mentions one move Lim used the day before that was dangerous enough to threaten even someone like him. Beak is surprised to hear this, and Chang-Su confirms it with confidence. He clenches his fist and tells Beak that when Lim returns, they'll all get back to work. But until then, they'll keep training and improving. He himself plans on undergoing some special training to make their next spar even more explosive. As Lim and Lily approach the restricted area, Lim begins to feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. He can't explain why. When they arrive, Young-shin immediately notices the look on Lim's face and comes over to check in. Lim drops his backpack to the ground and brushes it off, saying there's nothing to worry about. He asks if Young-shin already said goodbye to his mother, and Young-shin confirms he did earlier that morning. Lim then expresses concern again over Young-shin's decision to join them. 3 days ago, he'd tried to talk him out of it. Even with the robot, it would still be dangerous. Lim stresses that the whole vacation thing is just a cover. They're crossing dimensions to bring back Lily's mother. Young-shin brushes it off and says that since they're going to Lily's home, that's all that matters. He then pulls out his phone and shows Lim the modifications he made to the robot, just like Lim asked. Pressing a button, Young-shin triggers a transformation. The robot turns into a sleek carriage pulled by a mechanical horse. Lim and Lily are stunned. Seeing their reactions, Young-shin humbly says it's no big deal. The transformation feature already existed, he merely customized it. Lim is in awe, slowly realizing just how talented Young-shin is. Young-shin mentions there are other transformation modes, but Lim stops him and says the carriage will do for now. At that moment, Lim notices the flow of mana starting to swirl. He steps away from Lily and Young-shin, announcing that he's going to open the gate. The gathered mana begins to concentrate in a single location. Lim kneels down and draws a large magic circle beneath it. Earth and the Gaia continent are technically connected. They're just separated by a door. and now he's about to unlock that door. Once the circle is complete, Lim pulls a soul stone from his pocket. Normally, the gate would open on its own in a year's time, but the stone will accelerate that process. He crushes it in his hand, and its stored mana fuses with the swirling energy above the circle. The reaction is instant. A gate begins to open. Lim tells Lily and Young Shin to get into the carriage quickly. Once they're inside, he joins them, and they wait. As the portal widens, Lily watches with anxious eyes. Lim gently tells her to relax. Comforted, she smiles and says she's ready. A few moments later, Lim turns to her and declares, "It's time." With that, the carriage charges through the gate. The portal closes behind them. Meanwhile, in the Gaia continent, chaos unfolds in a town engulfed in flames. A gang of bandits rampages through the streets, killing civilians as they search for something specific. Their red-haired leader, wielding a club, approaches the town's chief, bound and forced to witness the destruction. The chief shouts in defiance, praying to the gods to punish these criminals. The red-haired leader laughs and tells the chief he should have just cooperated. Pointing his weapon at the old man's head, he threatens to kill the chief's grandson if he doesn't give up the information. The chief, terrified, sweats but stays silent. Losing his patience, the redhead screams for answers. Watching from the shadows, a man with a fake mustache clenches the hilt of his sword. He had stayed hidden, observing the slaughter. But now, he can't stay still while his benefactor is in danger. He prepares to reveal himself, apologizing to the chief and saying he can't let him die. Just then, a portal appears in the sky. Before anyone can react, Lim's carriage crashes down from above, violently landing in the middle of the town. Shock ripples through the bandits and the mustached man alike. Everyone stares in disbelief at the strange object. Lim opens the carriage door, dizzy and disoriented, complaining about the rough landing. As he steps out, he notices the bandits and the bound town chief. Assessing the situation, Lim immediately realizes what's happening. Lily, curious, tries to peek outside, but Lim quickly shuts the door in her face, instructing her to stay hidden. Lim turns and glares at the bandits. His attention shifts to one who is still partaking in the killing of the townsfolk. Then, he notices a crying child and another child trying to quiet them down. The sight infuriates Lim. He releases his aura and states that he is deeply disappointed, especially since he had been excited to see the state of this town. Lim knows that in 1 year, the gate connecting to Earth will open in this village. Therefore, to raise the value of his property, it becomes clear to him that he must develop the village himself. A man with a mustache approaches Lim, throws himself in front of him, and kneels. Addressing Lim as a magician, the mustache man desperately pleads for help. Lim is taken aback and questions if the man is truly referring to him. The mustache man explains that with teleportation magic of such scale and an extraordinary carriage, Lim must be a magician who has reached unimaginable heights. The mustache man presents a bag of golden coins to Lim, saying they will be truly grateful if he helps them. The sight of the gold coins makes Lim happy. He had brought some magic stones to exchange for gold, and the sight of actual coins makes him gleam with joy. As Lim grabs the bag, the mustache man adds that if Lim takes care of the bandits, he will pay him 10 times the amount in the bag. The bandits begin to panic. One questions if Lim is truly a strong magician. Another nervously asks their boss, the redhead, if they are really going to attack such a person. The redhead, annoyed by their cowardice, points at the mustache man and reminds them that he is one of their targets. He also notes that their comrades will arrive soon. The bandits quickly regain confidence. The redhead turns to Lim and advises him to take the money and leave. However, Lim pays no attention. He is too busy counting the gold coins in the bag. This irritates the redhead, who angrily asks if Lim is ignoring him on purpose. Lim continues to ignore him. He turns to the mustache man and notes that there are 25 coins in the bag. He then asks if the mustache man truly intends to pay 10 times more for taking out the bandits. The mustache man, smiling, affirms that he would. This gets Lim thinking. He asks if the mustache man would be willing to pay 20 times the amount instead of 10 if he kills the bandits. The mustache man hesitates, so Lim turns his back and says he will be going if the man won't accept. The mustache man quickly grabs Lim's shoulder and agrees to the payment. Getting rid of the bandits was something Lim planned to do anyway, so this feels like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He turns to the mustache man and accepts the mission. The mustache man thanks Lim for ripping him off, wearing a smile. The redhead, fuming, orders his subordinates to shoot Lim. The bandits open fire, but Lim activates a shield. The arrows bounce off harmlessly. When the assault ends, Lim opens the carriage door and asks Lily to get out. As Lily steps out, Lim asks her to extinguish the fire. Lily motions her hands forward, gathering the raging flames into her palm. She then consumes them and remarks that this fire is worse than that of fire giants. Seeing Lily eat the fire, the bandits lose their confidence again. They assume Lily must be a magician as well, and this makes them question their attack on Lim. The redhead, frustrated, turns to his shaken comrades and orders them to release the battle ogre. He insists that with the ogre, they have nothing to fear, as magicians are nothing without someone to protect them. This revives the bandits' morale, and they quickly release the ogre. Once free, the ogre lets out a battle cry. Lim, annoyed, turns to Young Shin and tells him to handle it. Young-shin steps out of the carriage and leaps onto the robotic horse, pulling it. He taps the side of the horse's neck, initiating a transformation. The mustache man watches in stunned silence as the horse and carriage transform into a golem. The ogre charges and attacks with a downward axe swing, but the weapon shatters upon contact with the golem. Young-shin counters with a powerful punch, slamming the ogre into the ground and defeating it in a single strike. The bandits panic. They attempt to flee, but Lily cuts off their escape with a wall of fire. Lim moves through them swiftly, cutting down each one. When he slays the last of them, the redhead calls out to him. Lim turns. The redhead is holding the village chief hostage and begins making threats, warning Lim not to come any closer. The mustache man, anxious, pleads with Lim to save the chief, calling him his benefactor and begging Lim to keep him safe. Lim responds that if the hostage is indeed the chief, then the mustache man will have to pay extra. The redhead becomes hysterical. He says that if Lim wants to save the chief, he must first put out the fire and bring a horse. He begins to explain what will happen if Lim defies him. But before he can finish, Lim suddenly appears behind him and decapitates him. As the redhead's body hits the ground, Lim pauses. He reflects on how he just used a sword technique enhanced with stealth and physical power. Though it is his first time using the move in real battle, he feels the execution was not bad. As he checks himself for any side effects, he notices a piece of paper falling from the redhead's pocket. Lim recognizes what it is and discreetly puts it into his own pocket. Later, once everything has settled, the chief invites Lim, Lily, and Young-shin to his home for a meal. After serving the food, the chief sits down and bows his head. He thanks the trio for saving the village. He adds that although Lim acted like he did it for the money, he does not believe Lim is a bad person. He points out that Lim used expensive-looking potions on the wounded villagers after the fight, when there was no longer any need. Because of this, the chief tells Lim he can consider the village his home and hopes he will enjoy dinner with them. Before Lim can respond, a familiar voice interrupts. Lim looks and sees the mustache man smiling at him. The mustache man expresses gratitude for Lim's earlier help and asks the chief if he may join the meal. The chief invites him and the two people accompanying him to sit, but first turns to Lim and asks if he is comfortable with them joining. Lim says he does not mind. The mustache man takes a seat at the table with gratitude. His two companions sit as well, and he introduces them. The person in the green cloak is his wife, and the other is their escort guard. Lim responds outwardly with a polite smile, but inwardly his suspicions grow. The so-called escort guard was nowhere in sight during the bandit attack. Lim glances at Young-shin and Lily, who are enjoying their food, and decides to suppress his doubts for now. However, it becomes increasingly difficult when he notices the three newcomers glaring at him intently. Sensing the tension, the chief tries to change the subject. He asks Lim if he is traveling somewhere and wants to know his destination. Lim answers that they are heading to a small village in the Teru kingdom to find someone. This response startles the mustache man's wife. Lim notices her reaction and watches her, but she quickly averts her gaze. This strengthens his suspicions. The mustache man then adds that to reach the Teru kingdom, Lim will have to cross the border. He smiles and says they too are heading that way. This confirms one of Lim's suspicions. He can see now that they are making plans. The chief rises, saying he will bring more food. Lim concludes that while they call the chief their benefactor, he likely knows more about them than he lets on. Lim continues pretending to be unaware and shifts his focus to the meal. The mustache man calls for his attention and says he has a favor to ask. Bringing his hands together, he requests Lim's help in escorting them to the border. Lim continues to act unaware and asks why they need help when they already have an escort guard. The escort guard responds sternly, stating he has heard of Lim's remarkable skills, and since their destination is the same, questions why Lim is making a fuss over such a request. Lim smiles, and the tone of the escort guard confirms his final suspicion. These people are not peasants. They are nobles pretending to be commoners. Lim reaches into his pocket and takes out the piece of paper he retrieved from the redhead's corpse. He places it on the table and declines their request. It is a wanted poster showing someone who closely resembles the mustache man. The name on the poster is Håkon Allen, a court magician with a bounty of 100,000. He is wanted alive for the crime of mutiny. As Lim presents the poster, he explains that the leader of the bandits had it in his possession. From his calculations, Lim estimates that Earth and the Gaia continent will be connected in about 1 year. Trade between the two dimensions should begin roughly 6 months after the first contact. In his previous life, Lim was only able to travel to Gaia after all the political conflicts had been resolved. However, during his time there, he learned about several major historical events, some of which may be unfolding now. Currently, they are in a small village called Raun, located within the Principate of Hicks in the southeastern part of the continent. If Lim remembers correctly, a rebellion should be underway in the Duchy of Hicks around this time. Smiling smugly at the thought, he suspects that the people around him may be directly involved. Alan stands up from his chair and approaches Lim, asking if there is only one flyer. Lim confirms that there is. Without hesitation, Alan kneels at Lim's feet and begs him to let his wife and their escort to cross the border in exchange for taking Alan and claiming the bounty on his head instead. The woman and the escort are both stunned by Alan's plea. But before they can respond, Lim suddenly rises from his chair, asking if they are trying to make a fool of him. Lim explains that something has been off from the start. Specifically, the woman Alan claims is his wife. Lim reveals his suspicion that she is none other than Princess Alina, the last surviving member of the Hicks royal family, who reportedly escaped during the rebellion's extermination of the monarchy. His guess terrifies Alan and the others. The escort, though shaken, quickly regains his composure. He positions himself firmly in front of the woman and commands her to stay behind him. Turning to Lim, he warns that any further step forward will be met with force. The escort draws his sword and slashes down, but Lim, wielding only a table knife, effortlessly blocks the attack. The escort presses on with a flurry of strikes, yet Lim deflects every blow with ease. While dodging, Lim remarks that if it weren't for the escort's age and injuries, he might have actually been a threat. In a swift motion, Lim sidesteps, kicks the escort's foot out from under him, and sends him sprawling to the floor. Lim mocks him for making excuses. Turning back to Alan, he asks if they can speak alone. But Alan, now agitated, warns Lim to stay away and begins casting a fireball spell. He threatens to burn the entire place down if Lim gets any closer. Before he can finish the incantation, Lily interrupts, nonchalantly absorbing the fireball as she munches on her sandwich. She scolds Alan for playing around during mealtime and turns to Young Shin for support. Young Shin, uncertain of what's happening, just nods. Lim walks up to Alan and punches him with such force that Alan is sent flying like a bug. As Alan rolls across the floor, Lim muses aloud that he was hoping this show of force would calm everyone down enough to talk. Suddenly, the village chief bursts in, brandishing a blade. He shouts that no matter how much Lim has helped them, they won't allow harm to come to the princess. As he charges, he declares that he once served as a knight and only retired to become the chief of this village. He is more than willing to sacrifice himself to protect her. Lim steps aside to avoid the charge, then taps one of the chief's mana points with 2 fingers. The man collapses instantly, paralyzed. Lim walks past the fallen chief and addresses the princess directly, urging her to calm down and listen. Alan shouts from behind for the princess to flee from the ugly bastard. Alan insists Lim won't be able to take the princess while he's still breathing. Lim smirks and mockingly asks what Alan plans to do if he decides to take her by force. Before anything more can happen, the princess calls for everyone to stop. She lowers her head and admits that she always knew this day would come. Removing her hood, she agrees to go with Lim peacefully, on the condition that he lets the others go. Alan and the escort protest, but the princess remains firm. She demands that Lim take her away quickly. Lim drops Alan and sighs, looking at the princess with frustration. He asks why she's acting as though he's the villain. He reminds her that he never said he intended to hurt anyone. The princess asks if Lim intends to turn them over to the rebels. If not, she says, then perhaps they can talk. She reaches out a hand, offering a truce. Lim eyes her hand and replies that nothing in this world is free. The princess quickly retracts her hand, thinking to herself that she was right. No one is free from greed. Resolving herself, she throws her cloak into Lim's face, obstructing his vision, then leaps forward to strike. Lim dodges and tries to grab her hand, but she vanishes and reappears behind him. He turns, surprised by her agility. She uses the same movement technique to take Lily hostage. Holding a blade near Lily, she warns Lim to drop his weapons or the girl will be harmed. Lim hesitates and warns the princess not to do anything reckless. Young Shin, completely unbothered, tells Lily he managed to save the food. Lily, visibly annoyed, shouts at the princess for interrupting her meal. Confused, the princess orders Lily to stop moving. But before she can react further, Lily activates her shield and sends the princess flying. As the princess struggles to regain her footing, Lily rushes back to the table to keep eating. Seeing her disoriented, Lim approaches the princess and asks if she's ready to surrender. But before he finishes, she launches a barrage of knives. Lim deflects them all with ease, activates stealth, and closes the distance in an instant. He grabs her by the face and starts pulling off what appears to be a mask. Despite her protests, Lim insists that he needs to verify her identity. When he finally removes the mask, he confirms that she's a half-elf, most likely Princess Alina. Satisfied, Lim strikes one of her mana points, telling her to calm down and get some rest. She collapses. Alan and the escort charge in, shouting at Lim to stop. Annoyed, Lim quickly disables them both with pressure point strikes. He turns to Lily and Young Shin, saying he warned the others not to move. Then he asks if they can help carry the unconscious bodies, once they're done eating. Lily, still chewing, tells him to wait a second so she can finish her meal. Sometime later, the princess regains consciousness. Alan and the escort are visibly concerned. Noticing that they've been tied up, the princess mutters that it looks like they've finally been caught. She turns to Lim, who sits in front of them, and asks what he plans to do now. This woman is indeed Princess Alina, the direct descendant of the Hicks royal line and granddaughter to an elven elder. As a half-elf of noble birth, Lim knows from his past life that she is fated to die a tragic death, one that would ignite a devastating racial war. And Lim wants to prevent that, so he raises 3 fingers and offers them 3 choices. First, he could sell them out to the rebels. Second, they all part ways and pretend they never met. Hearing this, Alan quickly jumps in, offering all the money they have in exchange for their freedom. Lim laughs, saying if he wanted their money, he could have taken it while they were unconscious. Finally, Lim presents the third option. He will personally escort them to the elf forest. The offer stuns Alan and the escort, who question why Lim would do such a thing. Lim grins and says they're headed in the same direction anyway. But again, nothing in life is free. He asks the princess to arrange a meeting with her grandmother. The princess hesitates. Having someone as powerful as Lim escort them is more than she could hope for, but she still doesn't trust him. Narrowing her eyes, she asks why he wants to meet her grandmother and warns that if he means harm, there will be consequences. Lim sighs in frustration. He tells her bluntly that if he wanted trouble, he wouldn't be offering to help. His honesty catches her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. As she thinks, Lim recalls the main reason they came to the Gaia continent, to search for Lily's parents. But he also plans to gather certain useful items along the way. If manipulating people like Alina helps him achieve that, so be it. With a smile, he tells her that the only reason he's doing this is because he wants to arrange something important for some people. On the continent of Gaia, there is a being who has lived longer than any other, a creature known as Abraxas, the wise dragon. Legends say he has mastered all the knowledge and magic in the world. Lim believes that if anyone can help him understand the strange watch affixed to his wrist, the likely cause of his regression, it would be this dragon. However, only an elder elf can meet such a being. Lim calmly asks the princess and her escort if his request is truly so unreasonable. The princess speaks, explaining that even if her grandmother grants permission, there's no guarantee the dragon will agree to a meeting. Lim accepts this and tells her that he only wants her to uphold her part of the deal. The rest is up to him. The next day, their journey to the forest begins. Inside the carriage, Alan marvels at the magical features, the controlled airflow, the unfolding chairs, the reflective mirrors. Lim, however, stares ahead, irritated. He tells Alan to be quiet, warning him not to wake the children. Alan apologizes. Outside, Leonard holds the reins. Lim notices Leonard's injuries and asks if it's safe for him to drive. Leonard was poisoned but has been detoxified. Lim suggests they switch later and lets the two decide the matter themselves. Inside the carriage, Alina sits upright, arms folded, refusing to make conversation. Lim turns to her, curious. Lim reminds her of the rules. She's not to expect royal treatment. She must follow Lim's instructions without question, and until they reach the elven forest, her royal seal is collateral. Alina reflects silently. Only she knows that the real seal is with her, and not even her bodyguards are aware of it. Yet somehow Lim discovered the truth. Sitting across from her, Lim asks what she plans to do once they reach the forest. Alina replies she'll reclaim the seal. Lim says he has no intention of keeping it. She then declares that she will gather her forces, punish the traitors, and take back her kingdom. Lim warns her that such ambitions will lead to war. He tells her to do as she wishes, but warns that obsession with revenge will cost her her youth. He smiles gently and says it's just advice from an older man. Alina watches Lim, calling him lazy and overly optimistic. He shrugs and says that's just his way of life. As the sun filters through the trees, the carriage suddenly halts. Alina turns away, anxious. Lim senses they've been overtaken. Leonard confirms that this is the detachment pursuing the Marquis of Ormond. Lily, still drowsy, murmurs about breakfast. Lim orders Young-shin to stop the carriage. When asked why the horses had stopped obeying, Lim says they'll move again soon and tells Leonard to rest inside. A group of armored warriors appears, surrounding the carriage. One man steps forward, greeting Leonard with mock familiarity, asking if the half-elf is inside. Leonard seems to know him and calls him a traitor. The man named Viscount Monchi says he is a count now. He mocks Leonard's former title of hero and laughs at the idea that someone who never reached swordmaster status could deserve such praise. He announces he'll face Leonard alone, and his knights step aside. Leonard raises his hand to cast a spell, but Monchi strikes first, knocking his weapon away and stabbing him. As Monchi prepares for a final blow, Lim intervenes. His strike slices off Monchi's mustache, distracting him. Lim quickly orders the mage to take Leonard back to the carriage and heal him with an expensive potion. Monchi is enraged and calls Lim a bastard. He threatens to cut his soul with an aura blade. Lim, unfazed, says he can conjure one too. Monchi is shocked. He claims no youth should wield such power. As they cross swords, Lim mocks Monchi's technique, easily parrying his strikes. Monchi roars that he'll finish Lim, but Lim remains composed, reflecting on his recent progress. Thanks to sparring with Beak and manifesting the records of the Sword Emperor, Lim has grown. But defeating someone like this Count requires more than swordsmanship. Monchi mocks Lim for retreating like a rat. Lim replies that he hasn't even begun. Lim surges forward and lands a clean hit. Monchi slashes at what turns out to be a doppelganger. Furious, he calls Lim a coward. Again, Lim slices off his mustache. Losing composure, Monchi orders his knights to attack the carriage and kill everyone except the princess. Young-shin mounts his horse, declaring that he'll handle the knights alone. A towering robot appears beside him. The knights gasp. Young-shin replies that he's more than enough on his own. The machine charges, scattering the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, Lim continues battling Monchi. Monchi refuses to yield. Lim urges him to focus. Monchi's rage builds as he unleashes a demonic aura. Lim realizes Monchi is wielding a cursed demonic sword. Monchi grins wickedly and announces Lim's death. He taunts Lim, asking if he truly believes he can handle such a dangerous weapon. As Manchi ignites a red aura around himself, he answers with unwavering confidence that he can handle it. Then he sneers, demanding to know where Lim keeps trying to escape. Lim tightens his grip on the sword, parrying blow after blow. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the blade, dark energy surging into the fissures. The aura blast throws Lim back violently, and he coughs up blood, gasping for breath. Manchi steps forward, laughing loudly at Lim's struggle. But before Manchi can press the advantage, Lily extends her hand, calling out sharply. Streams of fire burst toward Manchi, who snarls and commands his cursed sword to absorb the flames. Suddenly a robot appears beside Lily, warning her not to engage directly. The danger is too great. Yongshin watches cautiously, ready to intervene. Manchi now confronts Lim, relishing the taste of a real fight after so long. He mocks childish games and urges Lim to stop wasting time. Lim clenches his fist, a spark igniting in his eyes. He announces that now he will reveal what a true cheat item is capable of. Manchi lunges forward, sword poised to kill. Lim swings his fist, unleashing a blinding stream of energy that tears through the air. Alina watches with concern, while Lily smiles with delight. A deep trench cracks open beneath their feet from the power of Lim's strike. Lim realizes this is his first time using the cheat item and wisely limits his energy output to 25%. Even so, its power proves more useful than he expected. An ominous aura clings to the sword as Lim lifts it, noticing not a single scratch on its surface. The blade's durability is impressive. He narrows his eyes, recalling a similar weapon he once heard about. The demonic sword, Salad. He imagines a bloodied blade and countless victims, knowing the sword grants immense power at the cost of its wielder's soul. The user gradually falls to madness, consumed by demonic energy. The weapon's ownership has changed hands countless times, each victim lost to the curse. Lim stares hard at the blade, now fully certain of its identity. It was last known during the height of the racial war, rumored to have the best stats among demonic swords. Though he holds it now, he hesitates to wield it fully, aware that even selling such a sword would stain his hands with blood. The carriage rolls through the forest, and Lim casually wonders if he could trade the demonic sword later for a holy weapon. Leonard glances away and asks how far they are from the border. Lim replies they will soon reach Randall, but to cross the border beyond the city, they will need a pass. The border itself lies 3 days away after leaving Randall. Leonard nods grimly, admitting uncertainty about whether he can hold out that long. The princess pleads with him not to give up, and the old warrior apologizes, explaining that his strength isn't what it used to be. Not even magic can restore his fading energy. Alina looks at Leonard and admits that his presence alone gives her strength. She urges him never to speak words that sound like weakness again. Lim flips through a book to stave off boredom. When asked what he's reading, he shrugs and says it's just a distraction. Leonard and Alina exchange looks. Then Leonard speaks cautiously, asking if he can request a favor. Lim slams the book shut and simply refuses to listen. However, Leonard continues and say if Lim helps them in reclaiming the kingdom, he will receive anything he desires. Title, money, anything. But Lim replies he will only believe in their promises if they give it to him right now. The blonde mage sits next to Leonard, her hands trembling as she imagines the hardships of crossing the border with her. Leonard pictures long nights on horseback and his past glories, victories in wars, praised as a hero destined for mastery of the sword. Yet now he feels broken, unable to protect the princess from traitors. He lowers his gaze, burdened by failure. Lim looks out the window, telling Leonard he hears him and won't offer anything more. The carriage halts near the gates of Randall Fortress, torches flickering in the twilight. Lim declares that only he, Lily, and Alina will enter the fortress. The rest will wait here. Alan protests, concerned for the princess's safety. Lim questions how he can trust them enough to leave her here, concluding that Lim is taking the princess to prevent reckless acts. Alan tries to defend himself, but Lim retorts sharply, reminding them how they once took a baby hostage. The girl replies calmly that everything will be fine and that she will accompany him. They move quickly, darting along the rooftops surrounding Randall Fortress. Lim leads Lily and the princess onward. Alina asks if there is a store nearby to buy supplies, but Lim insists they must settle another matter first and warns them not to be distracted. Alina wrinkles her nose at the foul smell permeating the area. She urges everyone to leave quickly. Lim explains it's the usual stench of the slums. The people are sitting on bare ground. Children climb into barrels. The princess questions how anyone can live in such squalor, and a local retorts that she knows nothing, having never left the palace walls. This poverty is part of the kingdom she doesn't understand. They go inside a local bar where a man asks Lim if they want beer, but Lim pushes a coin forward, stating he wants to request information from the Thieves' Guild. The man eyes the coin suspiciously, asking if it is gold. Bandits behind them draw knives with intentions to steal if they have anything valuable. Lily looks at Lim, who nods silently. They have come to the right place. Streams of flame envelope the bandits, who mutter about whether the newcomers are magicians. Lim averts his gaze as the man asks what they want. Leonard bows and asks to follow the man. Lim allows it, explaining he needs a pass and some information. They sit opposite a bald man who speaks about the pass and asks their destination. Lim meets his gaze seriously, stating he is traveling to the kingdom of Teru. The man asks how long they need to make the pass. Alina can't believe the tavern's basement hides such a vast space. The bag of coins falls on the table. The man replies it will take at least a week, but can be done in 2 days if Lim's status as a wizard and his 5 servants are considered. Lily and the princess look at Lim in surprise. He thinks that the little girl must have gotten her hands on all the gold coins from the knights, so money is no concern. The man assures them they will do everything in the best way possible. Closing his eyes, the bald man listens as Lim mentions he is searching for a wizard who wears a goblin mask and is likely one-armed. The man slips his hand beneath the table and says he has heard rumors. First, they must check if any records exist about this wizard. Lim looks ahead suspiciously, thinking these bastards might know more than they let on. Night falls over the settlement as Lim and his companions are told they must be taken to the Thieves Guild headquarters, because the information they seek can only be accessed there. Lim shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter, and that they can be taken wherever necessary. The bald bandit keeps an eye over them, convinced that Lim, who claims to be a wizard, overestimates his abilities. He plans to get rid of them as soon as they arrive and seize Lim's gold coins for himself. The man in the cloak halts at the gate, which is stained with blood. Lim reflects that if someone isn't part of the Thieves Guild, finding its headquarters is nearly impossible. Most strangers who enter never return. This also means the guild's treasury must be full of valuable items. Lim glances at Lily beside him and asks if her legs hurt. She says no, but when he offers food, she admits she's a little hungry. Lim hands her a package and urges her to eat, hoping it will ease her tension. Lily blushes, chewing gratefully, and thanks him for the thoughtful gesture. Inside the reception area, behind the bald man, chairs line the room. The bandit politely asks them to wait while he fetches an informant. Lim suspects this is all a trap, and asks if they've really walked all this way only to wait again. He demands they be brought there quickly. Suddenly the man touches the wall, triggering a trap. A huge cage descends around them, sealing their fate. The princess grabs the bars, screaming that they've been tea-limed and hunted all along. Goldmary, the leader of the thieves, steps forward, crossing her arms. Lim wonders if this is the same Goldmary he's heard of, and if Goblin Mask is influential enough to have brought her here. The bald man denies knowledge of Alina's identity, but Lim stands firm, explaining she sometimes deludes herself and they should ignore her. Goldmary announces that the latest intel confirms the woman is indeed Princess Alina. Goldmary is surprised and asks if the princess has changed her appearance, claiming she doesn't look like the face she knows. She orders her subordinates to send information about the princess and lure them with a promise to reveal what she really looks like. Alina protests, denying the accusations. Lim asks her if they know about someone who wears a goblin or orc mask. Goldmary thinks Lim must be dangerous since he is looking for masked men, so she asks Lim who he really is. Lim steps forward and questions why she asks so many questions when he's the one paying to get some information. He demands answers and criticizes their filthy service. Goldmary snaps her fingers and explains the situation. A magical seal blocks their powers. A glowing barrier appears overhead, sealing away magic. Lim clenches his fist, annoyed that he didn't anticipate this trap. Alina explains that mana cannot penetrate such barriers. Behind Goldmary, armed men stand guard. She demands Lim reveal why he's searching for Goblin Mask. Lim reaches beneath his cloak and reveals a gun. He claims he's after something, holding the weapon, Zeus, Young Shin's original firearm, in front of her. Suddenly he fires, and the woman falls bleeding as men in black robes rush toward him. Alina covers her ears, and Lim orders everyone to hide under the table just in case. Lily nods in understanding. Lim reloads, thinking about the gun's name, Zeus, and the power it holds. He continues firing from the cage, satisfied that they don't possess such a weapon. Goldmary, bleeding on the floor, snarls that Lim is locked in the cage and threatens to return and kill him. Lim grabs his sword's hilt and asks where she's going. The sword glows, and he declares that even without mana, he can slice through these thin bars. Goldmary sits on the floor, asking if Lim is truly a wizard. He replies that he simply requested a pass. Now it's his turn to ask questions. Lim presses the woman. Where is Goblin Mask? Near the fortress, Alan is concerned that the sun is already up, but they are still not there, and worries about saving the princess. An explosion erupts behind them. Alan shouts that they must hurry to the city. But just then, Lim and his companions approach. Alan greets the princess, relieved she has returned safely, mentioning concern over the fire in the city. Lim smiles, explaining the fire was intentional, to destroy evidence. When asked about the bags he carries, he says they are gifts, an emerald staff and a mandragora pickled in honey. A parchment with blueprints for a magical weapon is revealed, alongside sparkling jewelry, the shadow bracelet, capable of changing appearance, and the character necklace. Lim drops the bags with a clatter, stating he gave everyone what they needed. He surveys their haul and calls it a decent treasure trove. Lim's gaze falls, regret creeping in as he realizes much of his time was wasted. He learns Goldmary has been brainwashed. She screams at him not to speak ill of them, calling them her masters. Lim is sure that even Goldmary blindly follows them. She knows nothing of her true masters and their intentions. A red sphere glows in Lim's hand, It's a magical communication device used only to receive messages and often used by criminals. Children sleep nearby as Lim admits everything feels confusing. He imagines a palace overflowing with gold coins and deduces there are limited places where large sums could be invested in experiments on children. If his assumptions are wrong, the culprit must be a group with equally massive influence. Lim only wanted to catch Goblin Mask, but the conspiracy grew far beyond what he imagined. Lim looks at the sleeping Lily and suddenly realizes they must be looking for her. She was the one who ran away. Lim thinks it wouldn't hurt if he let them come to Lily. Before them rise the towering mountains, where the border wall of the Hicks Principality stands. Built in the deepest canyons on the continent, this ancient barrier has kept monsters from descending from the central mountain range for hundreds of years. Lim spreads out a map and explains their plan. They will cross the border wall, then head into the elven forest to the north of the mountain range, and finally reach the kingdom of Teru to find Lily's mother. The princess and her bodyguards sit before Lim, their faces heavy with worry. He asks why they seem so gloomy, reminding them that the border is close. Leonard wonders if Lim himself has lost hope with such a reckless plan. Lim simply explains they intend to rush through the barrier, breaking it down with speed and force. Since they do not have a pass to cross the wall, this is the only option. Leonard shakes his head and warns Lim that he doesn't understand who guards that border. Lim looks forward steadily and says he does know. Count Golkin commands the Black Lion Knightly Order, sworn to fight monsters beyond the wall. He is a master swordsman. Leonard says he understands Lim's confidence as he has defeated Count Manchi, but he warns Lim that Golkan is on a different level, considered the best swordsman in the world. Alina, the princess, lowers her gaze, bitterness creeping into her voice. When the traitor Orman rebelled, Golkan stepped up to protect the kingdom. Yet, when the rebellion escalated, he refused to answer the call, insisting the wall could not be left undefended. She suspects Golkan guards the wall because he has something precious to protect. At the border wall fortress entrance, people are lined up according to status and purpose, waiting for passes. The fortress has 6 gates, and only those of high rank may use the largest ones. The princess watches a young man nearby mock the strict rules, questioning if the sky would fall if a lower-class person used the wrong gate. Alina presses her hand to the window, recalling how she once believed status differences were natural. Now she thinks of common people burdened by civil war, those who lost homes and freedom. Her eyes close, and she silently begs for a chance to fix this broken world. Leonard and Alan, another bodyguard, promise her they will create that chance and help her. Even if Manhart unleashes his wrath, they will break through the wall for her. Lim turns away from Alina, who thanks them quietly. Lim refuses to complicate things. Jock, the carriage driver, grips the reins. Lim tells him to drive, and Jock nods. Lim announces they are about to begin. At the gate, a guard raises his hand to stop them and demands names. Warriors brandish blades, ready to defend. Lim steps forward, masked and confident, declaring they are headed to the Kingdom of Terror. He knows this will draw the attention of a real goblin who hunts souls. A gun suddenly points at the guard. A shot rings out and a cry echoes as the wall's alarms blare. Lim turns to Jock, ordering him to ride faster. The horse-drawn carriage charges forward. Inside, 2 groups of men face each other. Count Golkin, a scarred man with a dangerous gaze, is asked to accept the sovereign's decree. He scoffs, asking for it to be repeated. An official demands Golkin kneel and accept the order. Golkin's eyes blaze with contempt. He refuses, saying he never recognized Orman as sovereign. If anyone has something to say, he demands they come face to face. Tearing up the decree, he dismisses the old man with a heavy hand. From a balcony, Golkin surveys the land. Behind him, a heavily armored warrior asks what to do if the princess is found. Golkin replies coldly, "She fled the country and must be killed on sight." The warrior bows and says, "It will be done." Golkan ponders the letter's contents, noting the mention of a boy who killed Klaus. There is a strong warrior here on this small land that Golkin did not know about. His eyes drift away. Meanwhile, the carriage speeds along the road. Lim, still masked, holds a sword. Blood drips from his mouth after a fierce strike. Warriors rush at him, but he fights fiercely. Lim spreads a map showing the fortress layout. The border wall is a 2-tiered structure, with another fortress wall a kilometer ahead. Their plan is to break through both as quickly as possible. Arrows fly, and Lily's shield skill intercepts them. Lim's eyes remain sharp as he anticipates danger. Mages atop the walls cast deadly spells, but Alan counters with a strong magical shield. The horse-drawn carriage pushes forward amid chaos. Lim commands Lily to direct her firepower at the wall. Flames ignite in her palms as she prepares to strike. Suddenly, Lim senses something dangerous approaching. Streams of fire shoot from the carriage as he orders everyone to keep moving. Lim crosses blades with Golkin. The scarred swordsman is surprised Lim stands firm after blocking his strike. Lim's hand trembles slightly. He recognizes the raw power behind Golkin's skill. Golkin smiles cruelly and asks if he is the real one. Lim stands before the commander, who casually tells him to have fun. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Lim curses under his breath. He blocks Golkan's powerful strike with a swift swing of his blade. The masked protagonist watches nervously. As he had been warned, Golkin is obsessed with martial arts and shows no mercy in combat. His eyes have the wild look of a madman. The man with scars on his face grins widely as he faces Lim in a fierce standoff. The masked protagonist calculates his odds. Although Gul'kan's strength is immense, he realizes that he has the upper hand in speed. As Gul'kan extends his hand to the side, exposing his flank, Lim notices an opening. Seizing the chance, he points his sword at the commander. Gul'kan smirks and calls it very interesting. Then, swinging his blade forward, he remarks that Lim's sword, like his own, has clearly been tempered in real combat. With that, he invites Lim to show him what he can do. Lim raises his arm to the side and asks if Gul'kan is truly curious, warning him that it might hurt. Lim's fist begins to glow with a blue aura. A bright flash erupts as he releases a strike using just a quarter of his strength. The tip of his sword scrapes the ground. Gul'kan grips his blade with both hands and says, with surprising sincerity, that thanks to Lim, he feels alive for the first time in a long while. Holding his sword defensively, Lim replies coldly that it's a shame. He was hoping Gul'kan would feel dead instead. The commander steps forward and declares that since he started this, he should also finish it. Lim wonders aloud if the man is insane. He detests fights that bring no benefit and notes that the carriage should have reached the fortress gates by now. Perhaps he thinks it's time to leave. Lim stares ahead in confusion when Lily's voice calls out to him. The girl appears in the air, confidently facing forward, and shouts that she will help him. Lim is shocked to see her and asks why she came back, especially when he's here risking everything to buy them time. Lily stands beside Lim and declares she couldn't abandon him, not after what Shock said, and not when everyone else came back too. A carriage approaches with their comrades. Alan quickly checks if Lim is safe, and the princess insists she couldn't leave without her comrade. Lim mutters that he was wondering why things had gotten so quiet. At that moment, he notices a large number of knights behind the commander, and it hits him. This place is completely surrounded by military forces. And worst of all, they still have to fight Gul'kan. Lim lifts his sword once again and declares that there's no other choice. If they're going to escape, they must be prepared for one of them to die. Lim remains frozen, overwhelmed. The commander laughs loudly, placing his hand on his head. When asked what's so funny, he recalls running across rooftops and answers that he's simply curious. He wonders aloud why Lim hasn't killed anyone yet. Surely with his power, he could have punched through a wall in seconds. Gul'kan's expression turns serious as he suggests that Lim finds them unworthy. Just then, a blonde figure appears beside Lim. He calmly explains that it was the client's request. Gul'kan's pupils narrow as he questions him again. Alina, still wearing her mask, stands silently. Lim reveals that the client was, in fact, a princess, and she didn't want anyone to suffer. For Lim, it wasn't hard to comply with that request. The commander steps toward Lim and asks if he's still eager to fight. But then, to everyone's surprise, Gul'kan declares that the fight is over. He offers to write them a pass, requesting only that they stay the night. Lim, sweating slightly, questions him again, amazed at the sudden change. Later, during dinner at the Black Lion's residence, it's revealed that Gul'kan is fascinated by strong warriors. According to rumors, he even once invited superhumans from Earth to dinner during their passage through the wall. Lim raises his pint and reflects on how strange it is to find himself in such an honorable place. He's heard that if Gul'kan enjoys a fight, he sometimes gives gifts. Looking at Lim, Gul'kan remarks that the boy appears younger than expected, though his swordsmanship rivals his own. Lim shrugs, replying that he simply has a youthful face, but he's lived a long and full life. Bottles pile up on the table as Gul'kan, now intrigued, says that Lim doesn't seem like someone from this country. He asks where he learned to wield a sword so well. Lim thinks back to their conversation and realizes that Gul'kan's family has guarded the wall for generations, and will likely continue to do so. Curious, Lim asks why Gul'kan, so interested in the outside world, doesn't leave the wall to see it for himself. Closing his eyes, Gul'kan replies that abandoning the family duty for personal greed is unacceptable. He insists Lim should finish the story he started. Lim begins recounting what happened at the bottom of the lake, where he had lost consciousness. Alina stares at Gul'kan and finally speaks, asking how long he plans to pretend not to recognize her. The commander casually picks his ear and replies that it suddenly itched. With rising frustration, Alina accuses him of cowardice, of being unable to face her because he failed to protect the sovereign. Gul'kan's expression darkens as he releases a menacing aura. He replies coldly that if Lim hadn't intervened, he would have personally slit her throat. She should be grateful to still be alive. The blonde princess clenches her fist and defiantly declares her name, Alina Reinhardt, rightful heir to the throne. She reminds Gul'kan that he is a knight of the wall and demands he remember his oath. Gul'kan smirks, saying she is better than her father, bold and well-spoken. The blonde protests, asking him not to insult her father. Gul'kan scoffs, calling her father a coward who feared his own strength and never supported him. Lim grows tired of the conversation and calls it boring. Alina objects, saying that's no excuse for insults. Gul'kan then explains that his decision not to intervene in the civil war was strategic. If the wall were left unguarded, it would risk invasion. He argues that her father was not worth endangering the entire country for, and warns Alina not to return to this land. If she does, there will be consequences. But Alina refuses to back down. She promises to return, punish the traitors, and reclaim her country. When Gul'kan questions her belief that she can change things, Alina firmly says yes. She recounts the bloodshed she witnessed, the brave knights who died for her, and the poor citizens suffering under tyranny. She vows to change the system. Standing tall, she announces her first decree. The 6 local gates will be open to the public, and the class system will be dismantled. Gul'kan narrows his eyes and asks if she truly believes he'll let that happen. Alina responds without hesitation, "This is the will of the Empress." As tensions simmer, Lim simply turns his head, thinking about finding a place to nap. Gul'kan laughs again, and the men near the wall continue their duties. One insists he's on an urgent mission, but is told to wait. It will take time. As Gul'kan walks along the wall, he orders Ormond's dogs to stand at the gate a few more hours before being sent away. When asked what to do with the princess, he replies that he'll wait and watch. One day they will meet again at this wall. The scene shifts to the central mountain range, where the sun illuminates the elven forest entrance. A voice says they've been waiting. An elf steps forward, placing a hand on his chest, and introduces himself as Garand, a researcher from the Seafar's elven forest. He explains that the Supreme Elder sent him to escort them. Lim stands behind Alina, who urgently asks to be taken to her grandmother. Lim reflects on the Elder's gift of foresight and feels relieved. They can safely proceed to the village. Lim stops as an elf approaches and questions him about a demonic presence. Surprised, Lim asks for clarification. The group stands near a carriage as the elf explains he senses corrupting demonic energy, making Lim unfit to enter the village in this state. Lim wonders if it's just elven prejudice against humans. Garand reaches out for the blade, confirming it's a demonic sword. Lim suggests it's probably his fault and offers to take the weapon. Lim calmly replies that the matter is settled and proposes they move on, but the elf disagrees. Holding the sword out, the elf accuses Lim of being a vile devil. Lily gasps in fear, shocked by the accusation. Lim approaches Garand and asks what he's doing. Garand, visibly disturbed, exclaims that his eyes aren't deceiving him, that the girl is the devil. Worried, the girl looks ahead and pleads with him, insisting that she isn't like that at all. But the elf, sensing terrible demonic energy, explains that he can feel a great evil within her. He accuses her of suppressing a deep, burning desire to kill, calling her utterly disgusting. Lim steps in, standing behind Garand, and urges him to stop. Garand calls Lim ignorant and demands to know if he even understands who he's protecting. The elf then points his sword at Lily. Lim, unfazed, calmly replies that he does understand, and that's precisely why he's asking Garand to stop. He explains that although the girl appears to be an ordinary child on the outside, inside she has undergone a demonic baptism. Garand grimaces at Lim's words, insisting that the girl must be destroyed immediately. As he raises his hand in front of Lim, the boy stops him, asking if he even hears himself. In a flash of anger, Lim punches the elf researcher and warns him never to say such things in front of the child again. The elves behind Garand draw their weapons, demanding that Lim step aside. They question how he dares to attack one of their own, but Lim remains calm and silent, despite their aggression. Dark energy begins to emanate from Lim as he orders them to deliver a message to the High Elder. They are not allowed to enter the elven forest. He adds that if she does not come to them personally within 2 days, he will burn everything to the ground. Under the night sky and among the trees, Lim advises the mage to rest in the carriage if he feels tired. The mage responds that he's fine. Lim then sits across from Alan, who admits that he's ashamed to look Lily in the eyes. He reflects on the outrageous claim that she underwent a demonic baptism, noting that even healthy adult men usually die from the ritual. 9 out of 10 don't survive. Lim, listening carefully, says it seems Alan knows a little about it. Alan explains that he once read about the baptism in a book, and that only high-ranking sorcerers can perform such a ritual. He adds that it demands a tremendous amount of money and magical materials. Most importantly, the pain is unbearable. Nearly no one survives. Lim clenches his fists in anger, silently vowing to finish off the bastard in the goblin mask who did this. Later, as they sit by the fire, Lim ends the conversation, urging everyone to sleep. Lily, hugging a stuffed animal, tells Lim that she can't sleep. He suggests she switch places with the mage to feel more comfortable. Clouds drift over the treetops as Lily sits by the fire. She turns to Lim and asks softly if she will become a demon. Lim, sitting opposite her, replies honestly that he doesn't know. Lily then asks what she should do if her mother ends up hating her. Lim exhales, opening his mouth before speaking. He says half-jokingly that she does resemble a devil because she never listens, eats a lot, and has a difficult personality. Lily looks at him, seeking more clarity, so he continues. He admits that he was exactly the same at her age, never listened to anyone, didn't study, and only spent time goofing off with friends. His parents probably thought he was a devil too. Lily tightens her grip on the toy as Lim says her mother is probably just as worried about her as his parents were about him. Lily nods, agreeing that her mother isn't any different. In the center of the clearing, Lily suddenly suggests that the three of them live together once they find her mother. Lim laughs and asks if she really intends to block a decent bachelor from getting married. He jokes that he'll buy an apartment near the guild and live there, with just her. Lily then innocently asks where he would live. As she lies next to young Shin, Lim comments that she's very clingy. Stepping down onto the grass, Lim suddenly hears someone approaching. A blonde elf appears silently before him. Despite having expanded the range of his senses to avoid a surprise attack, Lim is stunned. He didn't sense her presence at all. Sweat forms on Lim's brow as he realizes only one person among the elves holds that much power. He wonders aloud if she's the Supreme Elder. The elf bows respectfully and confirms his guess. She adds that she has heard her children behaved rudely toward him and offers her sincere apologies. Placing her hand over her chest, the Supreme Elder thanks them for saving her granddaughter and changing her fate. Lim stands before her and replies that he isn't the one who deserves the apology, though he still accepts it. He then brings up Alina, asking whether the Elder was informed of the conditions under which he agreed to bring the girl there. The Elder confirms that she has already contacted the dragon. Lim then asks about the response. She tells him that the answer hasn't come yet, and it may take a few days. Lim, deep in thought, considers whether they should check the kingdom of Teru in the meantime. The Supreme Elder asks if they wish to wait for the dragon's response in the Elven Forest. As buildings come into view under the forest canopy, she formally invites them to Seafers, the heart of the Elven Forest. Looking away, she privately reflects on Lily's tragic fate. The carriage pulses with dark energy as the Elder resolves to purify Lily from the effects of the demonic baptism, fearing the child could become a disaster for the world. In Seafers, elves gather near the carriage, alarmed by the demonic sword and aura it emits. They question why the Supreme Elder would bring such dangerous things to their sacred land. Just then, Alina smiles brightly and rushes over, relieved that everyone arrived safely. Alan runs toward her, thrilled to see her again. Lim nods and says he's glad to see her doing well. Alina admits she felt uneasy for not traveling with them. Lim mentions that the old woman accompanied her, but is now nowhere to be seen. Alina explains that Leonard's condition worsened, and she stayed behind to care for him. Lim suggests that when time allows, they should visit him. He then hands Alina a sealed object. Recognizing it, Alina clasps her hands together and declares that their contract is complete. She promises to repay him one day for all he's done. Lim smiles, showing the coins she gave him, and tells her to think carefully over the next year. Perhaps something like giving the White House Guild a monopoly over the Principality's magical goods. Alina asks if he will visit her after that year. Lim responds seriously that it's possible. Pleased, she vows to achieve her goal within that time. She envisions clasping hands with the others, using the royal seal to uncover her ancestors' relics, and forming a pact with the 6 elven families. Once she gains Golkin's support upon her return to the wall, her preparations will be complete. Lim asks again what she plans to do officially. Alina only smiles and says that she never promised anything specific. Meanwhile, Lily, now resolute, announces that she's ready. The High Elder sits beside her, gently warning that the purification may hurt, but promises everything will be fine afterward. Lily, her eyes calm, says she isn't afraid. She's used to pain. The Elder acknowledges her courage. Lim appears and asks if the preparations are complete. The Elder confirms, and Lim draws a sacred sword from its sheath, which will be used in the ritual. They stand beside a sacred spring as the purification begins. Elsewhere, in a dark dungeon lit by torches, a man approaches the bars. Gordon holds a glowing sphere, remarking that despite everything, the man is lucky to be alive. Inside the sphere, an image of the carriage and the group appears. Lily opens her mouth as if casting a spell. A dark-haired man stares forward in shock, recognizing her as the Child of Fire. When asked for confirmation, he's told that she's the one he missed. Alan and Lim wear masks as the man grits his teeth in fury, recalling how he became a test subject after that day. Grabbing the bars, he's told this is his last chance. With trembling hands, he reaches for a red mask and is ordered to correct his own mistakes. Lim and the elf watch as Lily steps into the water, moving slowly. The Elven Elder raises her hands and begins chanting a green energy spiral around her fingers. A magic circle forms around Lily, and water rises, enveloping her. Suddenly, a surge of dark red energy bursts from her, and she screams in pain. Monica watches, concerned. She had expected this outcome but is still shocked by the intensity of the demonic energy radiating from Lily. She warns the ritual will be difficult and urges patience. Dark energy pours from Lily's stomach. She cries out in agony. A red cloud of mana erupts, echoing with tormented screams. The elf collapses, gasping that something must be done. Lim charges forward and places himself in front of Lily. The elf warns that the baptism can only be broken by defeating the demon within. As she speaks, the swirling red energy solidifies, and a monstrous insect-like creature emerges. Lim releases his blue aura. He leaps back, then launches into the air toward the demon. The creature flees, leaving a trail of red smoke. Lim slashes through it, trying to close the distance. While chasing, he mutters bitterly that he's tired of fighting demons. Meanwhile, Lily collapses into Monica's arms, trembling. Monica gently asks how she feels. Lily averts her eyes and asks about her uncle. Watching Lim fight, she senses his rage. Monica explains that when someone dear is harmed, anger is a natural response. Lily listens quietly, comforted by the thought that she matters that much to him. Back on the battlefield, Lim pants, facing the injured demon. Though it's weakened and slower, it still tries to escape. Drawing his sword with both hands, Lim activates his autumn energy. He runs through the heaven-destroying mind technique, a sequence he knows by heart. The demon lunges. Lim counters with the first divine sword technique, landing a powerful slash. He follows immediately with Heaven's Vengeance. The blast of light is so intense the girls shield their eyes. When the dust settles, Lim stands victorious but barely. His body shakes from exhaustion. Pain pulses through his limbs. His sword cracks and crumbles. He finally understands why these techniques aren't meant for use before reaching the Wagyong level. Looking down, he spots a glowing crystal buried in the dirt, the demon's core. He expected as much. Drawing his demon sword, he smashes the core. Dark red energy surges into the blade, transforming it. Lim watches the change and nods in approval. Lily suddenly runs up and hugs him tightly, overwhelmed. Lim tells her he's hurting and gently asks her to loosen her grip. She teases him, asking if the pain's gone now. He strokes her head and admits he feels lighter inside. Later, in a forest house, Lim sits cross-legged in meditation. He reflects on the battle, letting the lingering pain etch the martial arts into his body. He's avoided potions and healing spells to allow natural adaptation. Even his internal wounds are healing. Monica enters with food and asks how he's feeling. Lim thanks her, saying her care helped. He asks about the baby. Monica replies that the baptism's effects linger, but recovery will be swift inside the sacred tree. Lily's appetite has exploded. Lim simply says she's always eaten a lot. After finishing the meal, he sets the tray aside and thanks the elf for her help. Monica says it was repayment for saving her granddaughter, Alina. Lim explains their deal with the princess is separate and insists he'll repay the favor in his own way. Monica tells him to focus on getting stronger. She expects nothing in return. With a smirk, Lim offers to explore the foggy forest for her. Monica is surprised he knows about it. He admits to overhearing a conversation. Thinking about the forest, Lim recalls that its fog is lethal to elves, but harmless to others. He declares confidently that he'll go. The elf's voice carries into the room, saying if he's serious, she'll prepare an official request and reward. Lim waves it off, saying he wants to repay their kindness and doesn't need the money. Elsewhere, Leonard quietly admires the forest. Lim approaches and asks how he's doing. Leonard smiles, saying he heard about the demon's defeat from the excited princess. He notices the familiar book in Lim's hands and chuckles, asking if he's reading it again. Lim flips a page, remarking that it's full of self-praise but still worth reading. Leonard reminisces about the border wall battle. He poured out all his strength and mana and saw his limits. He wonders how things might have gone if he'd realized that sooner, a year earlier, or even 3. Leonard gazes at the huge mountain wall before him and reflects, there is a different world sword skills beyond this wall. He once thought he could overcome this wall and reach a new world of sword skills. Lim continues reading the ancient martial arts book from Murim. He reads out loud even though his body feels shriveled and his mana core empty. With a serious expression, he continues that his appearance is more corpse than human. The old man beside him, puzzled, asks what he means. Without looking up, Lim keeps reading. His first day with a sword, near-death experiences, and how he had forgotten why he even started. All he sought now was mastery of martial arts. Leonard, moved, begins to cry. He says that although the words come from a different world, he understands Lim completely. Leonard then asks if he might be allowed to show his swordsmanship. Lim rises, unsheathes his blade, and says he's not good enough yet, but he'll show him once, so watch closely. Lim positions his sword and freezes. Then, in a burst of motion, he begins executing precise movements. Leonard, inspired, grabs a stick and mimics him, smiling as he repeats the boy's technique. Their training emits a bright light. Lim shields his eyes, realizing he must push past his limits. Looking at Leonard holding his sword confidently, Lim remarks that he can't even be called an old man anymore. The scene shifts to a foggy forest. Leonard swings his blade through the mist, loudly telling enemies to come at him. Lim warns that monsters could be drawn by the noise. Leonard is confident he'll handle them all with his aura blade. Seated on a log, Lim adds that the deeper they go into the forest, the thicker the fog becomes. Alan agrees, saying there are no monsters nearby but wishes they had a golem for safety. Lim recalls young Shin sitting by a tree, refusing to move until his girlfriend wakes. There are rumors that this fog had been a pain in the ass for the elves, as well as for goblins too. Lim agrees. Clearing it would increase their safety. Leonard suggests it might win the elves' favor. Alan agrees. It would speed up their plans. Lim nods, implying that was part of the strategy. He imagines a home built into a tree trunk and dreams of retirement in the elven forest. Alan calls him magnificent for working so hard for the princess. Leonard adds their gratitude. Surprised, Lim asks what the princess has to do with anything. Suddenly, Lim senses something. He warns of an enemy. Leonard charges forward, and Lim thinks this turn of events is rather convenient. Leonard slashes at a monster stitched together from various parts. Lim explains to Alan that it's a chimera elf. The spirit stone in its chest is its weak point. He leaves the chimeras to them and turns to face the real threat. He sees shadowy figures behind the monsters and quickly deduces the fog's origin. Facing a black-haired elf, Lim recognizes this might be the work of Archmage Dritz, a guardian of this foggy forest named Mordria. As soon as she sees him, she fires a fiery arrow. Lim dodges and closes in. She releases another attack, 3 elemental arrows. Lim deflects them with a smooth blade motion. Suddenly, a surge of green magic erupts behind him. Lim activates his shield skill and blocks it. Looking sideways, he remarks that the original far outclasses the fakes. Remembering his past life, he recalls that Mordrea is a doll modeled after the elf that Archmage Darius loved the most, and this incident took place thousands of years ago. She was killed by superhumans long ago. Later, the production method was leaked that allowed many copies of her to be made, but none matched the original. Lim knows capturing her will be difficult, but it must be done. So he uses his skills to vanish. Mordrea is stunned. In an instant, he reappears behind her and strikes. Wounded, she tries to counter but fails. Lim delivers a fist strike directly into the magic stones embedded in her body. Standing before the defeated elf, Lim admits she was tough. Alan and Leonard finish their battle. Leonard realizes the problem was the doll. He asks if Lim really plans to take her. Lim affirms she's too valuable to leave behind. Lim suggests as they are done here they should pay a visit to the Guardian's place. The group heads to Archmage's wooden hut. From the outside, it looks like a small shack, but inside, its basement holds great treasures. Alan rushes to the bookshelves, marveling at rare magical ingredients and lost manuscripts. Lim tells him not to fuss, they need only the essentials. Lim opens a small chest on the table. Inside is Archmage's second greatest legacy besides Mordrea, spirits of various elements. They burst out and surround him. Lim thinks they'll be useful if he can harness their power. The spirits ask if they can live with him. Lim agrees but demands a high rent. They happily merge into his hand. There's no outward change, but he feels their energy inside. Leonard asks what just happened. Lim downplays it and urges them to collect what they need. Then they must destroy the fog's magic circle. Night falls and the fog dissipates. The group treks through the forest. Leonard notes the clear weather. Suddenly Lim halts, noticing a strange reaction from a purple orb in his hand. He signals silence. Covering his mouth, he tells everyone to stay quiet and not come any closer. In the glowing surface of the magical sphere, a figure wearing a goblin mask flickers into view. Lim is confused because he's got no clue who this guy even is. The voice from the magical sphere speaks again, asking who he is and demanding to know the whereabouts of Goldmary. Lim is frustrated and wonders if he is the one the lady had warned him about. He shifts his focus back to the glowing orb. The man in the goblin mask narrows his eyes and asks what Goldmary might have said about him. Lim responds to the magical glob, introducing himself as Ansel and claiming to be a member of the Randall Thieves Guild. Acting under Goldmary's orders, he explains, he is tracking the group responsible for destroying the guild headquarters. He continues, reporting that the fleeing enemies crossed the border using the last surviving steel carriage. The man with goblin mask questions if that carriage could really be the one in question. Lim confirms, describing its unusual structure, something not easily found elsewhere, and mentions that it is pulled by a massive iron horse. Hearing this detail, the man in the goblin mask recalls that the Thieves Guild had burned to ashes. This confirms to him that the report is accurate and that it was wise to maintain contact through a magical link. A moment later, the voice from the ball asks directly if Lim is traveling with a girl who has red hair. Lim thinks to himself that, just as he suspected, the man is looking for Lily. Goblin Mask speaks again, asking for the group's current location. Lim scratches his head and explains they are somewhere in the central mountain range, though he cannot provide exact coordinates. He hurried out without a map or compass and simply traveled as quickly as he could. The man in the goblin mask grows irritated and reminds Lim just how massive the central mountain range truly is. Despite his annoyance, he instructs Lim to continue the pursuit and states that he will make contact every day at the same time. Lim hints that a problem may prevent further communication. Curious, the goblin mask asks what he means. Lim squeezes the magical artifact tightly until it begins to crack. He calmly claims the crystal was damaged during the pursuit, and says he cannot guarantee he will be able to receive the signal tomorrow. The man in the goblin mask slams his hand against the ground in frustration, and demands to know what Lim just said. He asks if there is another communication sphere available for contact. Lim replies flatly that a simple thief would not possess a spare of such a rare and costly item. He adds that he has nothing left in his pockets and apologizes with feigned regret. The man with the goblin mask eyes the artifact and considers that their group may have intentionally announced a false route toward the kingdom of Teru to mislead pursuers. If the narrative was fabricated from the start, tracking them becomes nearly impossible. Right now, Ansel seems to be their only link to uncovering the whereabouts of the Child of Fire. The man in the goblin mask clenches his teeth and concludes that regardless of circumstance, the boy must be eliminated. He promises to alert the organization and treat this as an emergency. He instructs Lim to listen carefully and explains how to contact the organization. Lim listens quietly, and then asks if the masked man could finally tell him who he truly is, since he still does not know his name. In his mind, man with a goblin mask calls him insolent and declares that someone like him has no right to request a name. He then decides the boy's eventual death will be especially painful. The masked man eventually speaks again and says his name is the Red Goblin. That alone, he insists, should be sufficient. Lim repeats the name back to him. With that, he crushes the artifact in his palm and calmly announces that he will make contact next time. Moments later, Lim has awakened Mordrea using the tattoo spirit retrieved from Archmage's hut. He asks her to accompany them to the elf settlement through the shortest route. Upon arriving, a grand elf festival is going on. One elf approaches Lim, beaming with gratitude. He thanks Lim for waking his daughter and allowing him to see his son's face for the first time in over a century. Another elf expresses her thanks for saving her husband. Lim waves them off, saying they should enjoy themselves because he is too tired and wants to rest. The elves present Lim with countless gifts, and he stares at them in confusion, unsure of what half of them are. As he examines the items, Monica walks toward him with a knowing smile. Monica remarks that this is simply how people react after the foggy forest has been cleansed. Lim sits next to her and says he owes her for saving the little girl. Monica admits this is true, but also reminds him that he has altered Alina's fate. Lim agrees and reflects that Alina would never have reached this place without his help. Monica now looks ahead with a serious gaze and explains that she can read the essence of living beings. However, she can only observe and never interfere. She turns back to Lim and says that, curiously, his fate remains hidden from her sight. Despite this, she has seen many destinies shift around him. Lim looks away, suspecting that the reason lies within the title clock. He asks what Monica's conclusion might be. He wonders aloud if she expects him to sit idle with folded hands. The elf laughs and tells him that nothing of the sort is expected. She believes he is a good person and appreciates the changes he brings to the world. She expresses hope that he will continue altering lives. Lim turns away, clearly flustered, and claims it is not so difficult. All it takes, he says, is doing what feels right. The unfamiliar feeling that follows catches him off guard. He rises from his seat and gathers the gifts. Monica watches and asks if he is leaving already. Lim explains that a hungry fate may already be chasing the little girl, and he must go help change it again. Monica remains seated, quietly observing her friend's departure. A soft green energy swirls around her, and she turns to her fellow. She asks what he thinks. Abraxas replies that just as she said, the boy is interesting and worth meeting again. Moments later, Lim is lounging on a deck chair, noting that they have lingered in the elven forest for far too long. He imagines the elves constructing a treetop villa based on his wish list, and decides he cannot leave without seeing the result. Mordrea stands nearby, and Lim remarks that he must return to his world within a month, disrupting all his plans. From outside the window, Lily's cheerful voice echoes as she shows off a painting brush in hand, proud of mastering a technique. Lim steps outside and compliments her neat work. He tells them to clean up while he loads the luggage. Someone notices the state of the carriage wheels and suggests finding another one. A sorcerer nearby wonders if folding the carts by size might help, but Leonard explains that the cart is already overstuffed. Behind them, the princess declares that even more luggage remains. An elf hands him a bottle of family-made alcohol, explaining its importance. Another elf insists he take the spirit stone as well. Lim expresses his thanks but says there are too many gifts. He promises to accept the rest next time he visits. Lim then tells his team to unload half the luggage. The group reacts with shock, protesting that they packed everything with great care. As the sun dips beyond the horizon, Lim announces that they can finally depart. The princess stands with her subordinates and says it is unfortunate they must part so soon. Leonard shakes Lim's hand and promises they will meet again and settle their debts. Alan bows and expresses deep gratitude. He hopes that their paths cross again when he has become a greater magician. Alina reminds them of the promise to meet her again in 1 year. Lim glances awkwardly at Monica, who still looks serious. She says she hopes he will return one day. Then, with a steady gaze, she wishes that he finds the answer he seeks at the end of his journey. Lim wonders aloud if Abraxas will be waiting for him there. With farewells complete, Lim announces their departure. The carriage begins to roll, and Lily waves from the window. Lim warns her not to lean out or she might get hurt. The princess and her companions wave back. As the dust settles, Alina lowers her hand and quietly acknowledges that he has truly gone. The knights behind her declare it is time to focus on their duties, and she agrees. A carriage enters the kingdom of Teru, in the bustling city of Florence under the cover of night. Lim sits inside, contemplating his new white-haired disguise. Gaining entry had been simple, as Golkin had prepared the passes in advance. As they approach the hotel, he sees buildings of red brick and yellow concrete. He realizes this is the meeting place mentioned by the goblin. Inside, the group is greeted by the manager, who questions their appearance and suspects they may be the kind who flee upon hearing the room rates. Lim calmly places a bag of coins on the table and requests the 2 most expensive rooms. The manager stares at the gold in disbelief. Lim also asks for a magical communication tool, which is handed over without delay. He reflects on the grandeur of the Great Florenza Hotel, one of the most iconic gambling establishments on the continent. Its casino spans 3 floors, with the deeper levels offering riskier games. A massive golden chandelier hangs above, mesmerizing the group. Lily gazes around with delight, calling everything shiny and beautiful. Yongxin promises to craft similar treasures once they return. Lim hands them a pouch of gold and tells them to enjoy themselves. If they grow tired, they should return to their rooms and sleep. They agree without hesitation. Mordrea is assigned to watch over them and report back if anything happens. With a nod, she joins the others. Lily leads the group toward food, and Lim, watching them disappear down the hallway, wonders if it is time for him to enjoy himself too. He flips a gambling chip into the air and decides to have fun while he still can, before he reaches the hidden 4th floor. Lim walks into the casino while voices murmur around him about losing bets and bigger risks. This is the 3rd and lowest floor of the Grand Florence Casino. The entrance looks open and unguarded, but Lim senses that the stakes here are more dangerous than above. Though no one stares at him directly, he feels the shift in the room. The managers have started paying attention. He doesn't recognize any faces, and they likely don't recognize him. Near one of the gambling tables, Lim pauses. His senses pick up on the presence of a skilled swordsman, a mage, and a couple of assassins blending into the crowd. There's also a magical barrier here, one that suppresses spellwork. This is no casual gaming den. It feels like a trap, or a staging ground for secret meetings. A man with brown hair steps forward and places a hand to his chest in greeting. He gestures toward a roulette table and tells Lim that there's a game with simple rules. Pick a number between 1 and 50. If the spinning ball lands on that number, the player wins a chip. He asks if Lim is interested. Lim lays his hand on the table. He likes the simplicity and agrees to play. He pushes forward all his chips and announces he's betting everything on the number 7. The dealer pauses to clarify if he truly wants to risk it all. Lim simply nods. People call him reckless and a fool, someone ready to lose it all. The roulette wheel spins. The metal ball clatters against the board. When it settles, it stops on 7. Shock ripples through the onlookers. Lim clenches his fist. He says that today must be his lucky day. The dealer congratulates him and asks if he wants to go again. Lim doesn't hesitate. He pushes all his winnings forward and declares another bet on 7. Laughter and disbelief erupt nearby. The crowd thinks he's mad. The wheel spins again. Once more, the metal ball lands on 7. The dealer freezes. He asks Lim to wait a moment, explaining that the amount is too high to handle with normal chips. He needs to write a check. Before he can finish, men approach Lim and offer him congratulations. Lim turns, eyes cold, and tells them to keep their hands to themselves. When someone asks what noble family he's from, Lim scoops the chips into his hand and tosses them into the air. The onlookers scramble to catch them, claiming the winnings as their own. Lim walks away from the table, murmuring that he's not doing too badly. On his palm, a faint glow pulses. Lim looks down at the creature resting there. It's a synthesized spirit he picked up in Dre's basement. Though weak for now, it's made with ancient magic and remains undetectable by most magical tools. A casino worker approaches and offers Lim a formal check. Lim accepts it, noting the hefty sum. He says it's enough to make him nervous. The stranger standing nearby scoffs and says that amount is pocket change to people like them. The man with gray hair steps in closer and whispers to Lim that high rollers like him are usually taken to a special area. Lim accepts the offer out of curiosity. They descend the stairs. As they go deeper, distant screams echo through the air. The man explains that people who come here want more than money. Sometimes they gamble with body parts. The deeper they go, the heavier the air grows. Lim smells blood. He hears pain. The 4th floor awaits behind a heavy black door. Escorting him inside, the staff says they chose room 7 just for him. Lim steps in and finds a few others already seated. They ask if he's here to play or just observe. Lim steps forward. He asks what the game is. The casino staff member says it's dice. Each player rolls 3. Highest sum wins. Matching numbers are better than mixed. 3 ones are the best. Lim listens. He understands. He places his chips on the table and says he's ready to begin. Another player rolls first, getting 3 4s and laughing about his win. Lim picks up the dice and tosses them. All ones. Silence fills the room. A bald man stares ahead, speechless. Another man with one eye grumbles that everyone gets lucky the first time. Lim offers to roll again. He throws the dice. Once more 3 ones. Then again, and again. The crowd grows restless. Some mutter about tricks. They say he's cheating. But the anti-magic circle shows no tampering. Lim suggests his luck is heavy today, almost a burden. He puts a few chips on the table as a thank you and prepares to leave. But before he can go, the man with gray hair steps forward and blocks him. He tells Lim to stop. He knows he's using something. From his cane, he draws a concealed blade and tells Lim the games are over. He demands Lim drop the bag. Lim doesn't flinch. He asks if they have proof. The gray-haired man says they'll make him talk if needed. Other players draw weapons. A one-eyed man rushes him. Lim reacts instantly. His blade flashes. 2 men fall defeated. The gray-haired man curses and strikes. Lim counters. The blade splits in 2 under the force of his aura. The man stares at the severed weapon, realizing Lim is no ordinary gambler. He asks what a swordmaster is doing here. Lim glares at him and declares that the organization's treasurer needs better eyes. Shocked, the man asks who he really is. Lim raises a crystal and channels magic into it. A symbol glows in the air, the mark of pandemonium, the secret organization. Lim recalls the man with the goblin mask's warning. If they ask questions, say nothing. Trust no one. Lim dons a mask, the symbol of his position. The gray-haired man stiffens. He recognizes it. He whispers that Lim must be one of the red goblins, those handpicked by the organization's priests. Fear creeps into his voice as he asks if Lim is pursuing the Child of Fire. He doesn't understand why someone like Lim is here. Lim answers coldly. This is a surprise inspection. The man leads him to the vault. Along the way, he claims their bookkeeping is clean. Lim suspects otherwise. He's read the patterns. The money moves continent-wide. He wonders how such a vast operation stayed hidden in his past life. The gray-haired man urges him to inspect the records. Lim flips through them, piecing together how far the corruption spreads. Afterward, the man offers to show him their real work. A button clicks. A hidden mechanism whirs. A new door opens. Inside, cages line the walls. Unknown creatures shift restlessly in the shadows. The man explains that failures are kept out of sight. He invites Lim to see the more promising results. Lim follows him deeper. Another cage appears. 2 children sit chained. The man claims these are the successful ones. He says they look ordinary, but once stressed, their monstrous traits emerge. He says he will now demonstrate what these children really are. At that moment, red fur begins to ripple over the girl's skin, and Lim watches closely, recalling his original plan. In a blink, the child transforms into a massive wolf, and the boy observing this figures out that the goal was to disguise themselves as red goblins to gather intel on the organization. Along the way, they could also pick up a few spiritual stones and artifacts. A casino worker turns and asks what Lim thinks of the idea, and standing just behind him, Lim silently concludes that this scheme would more than suffice to stir trouble for the red goblin. Placing a hand on his chest, the man with gray hair admits that there are still complications, but if they solve those, mass production could begin. At that moment, the girl shifts back into human form, and the casino worker offers to show Lim the other children. He calls out to Hannah, asking her to come forward. She trembles at his words. Looking at the man with disgust, the girl declares that she has already displayed what was required of her. He tells her to be quiet since they have an important guest, and she must fully prove her value. Lim suddenly snatches the whip from the man's hands and says he should give it a try himself. The man agrees without hesitation, but as Lim stares at the trembling Hannah, he realizes this girl must have experienced the same horrors. Gripping the whip tightly, Lim says he has changed his mind. With a swift motion, he unfastens the metal collar from her neck. The casino worker watches in disbelief, warning him that removing the collar will cause problems. Lim dismisses the concern, saying the girl can function without the device. Lim says he will also remove the collar from the other child, but the man with gray hair interjects, urging Lim to stop, warning that if they continue like this, it will become difficult to catch and control all the children later. Lim tells him to shut up. He wraps the whip around the enemy's neck and, with a sharp pull, decapitates him. Lim turns to the side with a dark glare, knowing well that his actions will bring serious consequences. Just then, figures appear out of a cloud of purple smoke. The shadowy figures are generous enough to give our boy a chance to explain his horrible actions. He swings the whip and says he simply does not like any of them. His blow lands and he wipes out the stranger in one strike. Another boy with purple hair steps forward, accusing Lim of betrayal and attacks. But suddenly he winces in pain and drops his blade. Lim snatches it midair and swiftly dispatches the second guard. Without pause, Lim keeps fighting off the attackers. The children huddle in the corner, fear etched on their faces. After a fierce battle, Lim stands victorious and declares that they must escape together. He smashes the bars of the cage and approaches the opening. One child asks why he is helping them. Lim replies that there is no time for questions, and if they prefer to stay, they may. But he cannot protect them because he must continue fighting. The girl stands and says she will leave because she wants to see her mother. Her brother agrees. Lim suggests they must stop talking and get moving. With powerful sword swings, he cuts through the nearby wall. Suddenly, more casino workers appear, and their leader demands that Lim surrender. Lim activates his mechanical arm and admits he does not like charging through obstacles without thinking, but this time, brute force is the only path. The guards prepare for combat and charge. In a blink, Lim disappears from view and reappears in front of the red-haired man, striking him with his fist and sending him flying. In response, enemy sorcerers cast fireball and ice spear spells. Lim raises a magical shield to deflect the incoming spells. Watching his barrier begin to crack, Lim realizes he cannot defend like this forever. A nearby enemy snarls that they face only one person and must push him into a corner. Lim suddenly takes a hit on his arm and notices a strange green vapor rising from the wound. Poison. Switching tactics, Lim focuses on cutting down his enemies with swift, brutal strikes. He tries to suppress the poison using the heaven-destroying mind technique, yet something continues to restrain him. The fog, the paralysis, he recognizes the layered curses designed to wear him down. Looking ahead, he spots a door and realizes the longer he fights, the worse his position becomes. Freedom still lies far ahead. Taking down another guard, Lim announces he is heading for the treasure vault and urges everyone to follow. But as Lim advances, an enemy suddenly appears behind him. Gritting his teeth, Lim regrets not bringing someone to watch his back. Before the attacker can land a blow, one of the children transforms into a beast and saves Lim, who is both surprised and grateful. Reaching the vault door, he urges everyone to get inside. While the children rush forward, Lim stays at the door, telling them to grab anything they can. Armor, weapons, magical tools, everything must be used. He cannot hold off the enemy for long. Pointing to the top shelf, he tells them to bring the red stones glowing faintly. Hannah retrieves them without hesitation. Lim takes the stones with his mechanical hand and a red light bursts from it. He watches this and calls it excellent. But then the mechanical hand freezes. One of the children asks what is happening. Before Lim can respond, a massive blast of fire slams into him and throws him across the room. Shaken and trembling, Lim struggles to rise. His body aches, and he curses the movement-restricting spells that still cling to him. A man enters, standing tall above Lim, and announces that everything is over. He mocks Lim, saying he should have just walked away since he clearly could have escaped alone. The casino worker barks an order to arrest only the successful test subjects and kill the rest. Lim, lying on the floor, thinks bitterly that he cannot let that happen. Suddenly, to everyone's shock, the ceiling collapses. Lim's allies burst through the wreckage. Lily sits on top of a massive golem and shouts that she has found her uncle. Lim looks up in disbelief and asks how she discovered this location. Lily shows her bracelet and says it has a lost child tracker. Lim lets out a relieved laugh and says she should have just washed up and gone to bed. Still, he is grateful she arrived just in time. The organization's guards panic and question whether the golem belongs to the elves. Lily rushes to Lim and asks if he is all right. He assures her he is fine. Then he notices a blue glow emitting from his mechanical arm and wonders if the device has changed once again. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, panic takes over. People scream in confusion as everything around them burns. All the gamblers rush toward the exit. Suddenly, a bright blue beam of energy erupts from the rooftop. Out of the wreckage climb our boy and his allies. Their enemies scream for them to be stopped, ordering that the mutated children be taken out first. Our guy, meanwhile, is having the time of his life, decimating everything in sight with that blue laser, courtesy of his newly upgraded glove. Then, the enemy captain arrives on the scene. He demands to know what's happening, and one of his subordinates steps forward, explaining that the building suddenly caught fire and collapsed. Upon hearing the full report, the captain struggles to believe that the Red Goblin has betrayed the organization. Even now, doubt clouds his mind. But then, a carriage bursts through the flames, and standing atop it is none other than Lim rocking that red mask. The captain recognizes him instantly. All doubts vanish instantly upon noticing that familiar mask. It really was the Red Goblin. The betrayal is real. He roars and demands to know why Lim did this. But my guy doesn't bother answering and activates his glove, preparing to fire. Eventually, he unleashes a beam of blue energy, slicing clean through the commander's body. The commander falls dead, and his men can do nothing but watch. By the next day, the entire city is abuzz. Crowds gather around leaflets posted across walls and shop windows. The headlines scream of a traitor, someone who not only stole the treasures of Great Florence, but also reduced the place to ashes. The identity of the traitor is revealed. The name scrawled in bold ink is none other than the Red Goblin. Somewhere far away, a member of the organization crushes the leaflet in his hand. The kingdom now demands reparations for astronomical losses, and the organization's reputation has taken a massive hit. Inside a dark chamber, the Green Goblin sits down for a tense talk with the Red Goblin, supposedly the man behind all this. The Green Goblin insists he return to headquarters, but the Red Goblin tries to explain that he had nothing to do with the incident in the kingdom. Someone is clearly impersonating him. The Green Goblin is actually aware of this. The problem is, the impersonator seems to have access to insider information. Hell, he even knew how to contact the Red Goblin directly. So for now, the Green Goblin wants to halt all external operations and focus entirely on rooting out internal traitors. The Red Goblin, however, has little idea who the real traitor could be. What truly bothers him is the damage done to his own reputation as the Red Mask Goblin. He promises his senior that he will continue searching for the Fire Child, but the senior doesn't like his subordinate going off script. He threatens to label him as insubordinate if he doesn't return soon. The Red Goblin then hints that he has already found traces of the Fire Child and is confident he can locate her. Once again, the senior orders him to come back, but the Red Goblin stands firm. He had scoured the ruins of Grand Florenza and found red strands of hair, clear evidence of the Fire Child's presence. We then cut to the kids our boy rescued. They're skeptical about this mysterious man showing them so much kindness, feeding them, treating their wounds. It seems too good to be true. Suddenly, one girl's leg starts hurting, and our boy quickly pulls out a potion to heal her. He even makes sure they're all properly bathed and dressed in clean clothes. One of the kids even suspects it might be a trap. Too much generosity always comes with strings attached. A short while later, that same kid, Zoe, is finally reunited with her mother. Lim advises them all to leave quickly, before the organization's agents catch up. Meanwhile, Zeke, one of the rescued kids, watches everything from the carriage, still suspicious. The Fire Child overhears and assures him that Lim is trustworthy. In her eyes, he's nothing short of an angel. Zeke isn't fully convinced, but he decides to trust him, at least a little. Night falls, and they decide to camp in a nearby village. Lim promises the children that he'll help find their families and reunite them with their loved ones. But their reactions say otherwise. They don't seem eager to return. Lim understands. Not every family will accept these mutated children back, so instead he decides to take them to the elf forest, a decision that brings joy to the kids. With the plan in place, it's time to cook some good food and fill their bellies. Zeke insists on cooking before Lim can volunteer. Nobody trusts Lim with a ladle. Apparently, he's a disaster in the kitchen. Soon, a delicious stew simmers in the pot. The firechild can barely control her hunger, drooling at the smell. As she runs off to play, Zeke stays behind to finish cooking. But he's ambushed by the red-masked goblin, who seems to have taken control of him. A while later, as Zeke continues cooking, he secretly adds poison to the stew against his will. The poison works wonders, and everyone is knocked out cold after eating the stew. With Lim unconscious, the masked goblin returns and knocks out Zeke as well. He quickly rushes toward the Child of Fire, only to be ambushed by our boy. It turns out that ever since our boy began his journey, he knew very well that he was being sneakily followed by the enemy, so he stayed sharp and alert at all times. He was also aware of the mind control placed over Zeke and how the stew was poisoned. Lim cradles a battered enemy, telling him to open his eyes. They have much to discuss. The goblin begins glowing red, casting a mind control spell. Lim notices and immediately counters it with his own ability. He drops to the ground, muttering something. The goblin leaps up, eyes burning with hate, and accuses them of stealing the Child of Fire and starting the fire in the gambling house. My guy cracks his knuckles and punches the bastard for objectifying the girl as if she is some sort of property for this bastard to exploit. The goblin flies sideways from the blow. Out of nowhere, Mordrea appears. The man glances at her, surprised, and instructs her to stay and protect the children, sending a signal if anything happens. Meanwhile, Kim notices this weird green aura surrounding the bastard. It's as if he isn't harmed at all. It doesn't even feel like mana reinforcement. It's something else entirely. It is then that Lim suspects that this red bastard is likely a test subject too. The goblin reacts with fury to the accusation. Roaring, he launches forward, flames erupting from his hands. Lim observes how the fire reminds him of Lily's magic, though it's far less refined. He dodges, analyzing how the body has been altered. Lim punches him again, doubting the enemy's ability to control his own strength. The goblin crashes into the ground, skidding to a stop. He pulls out a crystal and extends his hand, snarling at Lim, who nimbly avoids the attacks and retaliates with calm precision. Birds fly over the forest under the moonlight as the goblin lies motionless. A thought flickers about how helpless he truly is despite his rage. The goblin screams again, claiming he's nothing like Lim. Someone reflects on the many dark baptisms he must have endured to shape such a body. He can crush stone with ease and control fire and ice without uttering a single chant. A blue potion splashes onto the goblin's face. A firm voice tells him to be silent. This is the kind of body he has now, but he still lacks the instincts to fight properly. The enemy rises slowly. Lim states it's time to talk, as he has plenty of questions. Calmly, the goblin raises a hand and glances at it. When asked about his link to the Child of Fire, he sneers, saying the child's family and relatives were unremarkable people. Lim cuts him off, insisting he stay focused and answer the question directly. The goblin glances skyward, relaxed, ignoring the seriousness of the moment. When asked about the purpose behind their chaos, he replies that he doesn't even know. He mocks Lim, insisting he'll gain nothing from this conversation. Lim flexes his fingers and warns that the lack of answers will only bring suffering. The goblin dares him to try. He has survived all forms of agony this world can offer. Lim remains calm, fingers twitching slightly. Light bursts from the enemy's body. His face twists in disbelief. Patterns form across his skin. Lim reminds him he claimed to have endured all pain, so now it's time to experience a different kind. The enemy collapses in pain, groaning. Lim lifts a hand, speaking of the art of joint manipulation, something he has mastered to such a level that no one has endured his interrogation for long. He wonders aloud if Blade is stronger than them. The enemy howls in agony. Dragging him across the dirt, Lim reaches the carriage where Mordrea stands nearby. He checks if she was the one who transported the children and thanks her, asking her to stay with them. Inwardly, he notes how she made the decision without being told and silently approves. Lim moves over to Lily, brushing his hand across her face with a spell to clear the sedative. He tells her to wake up. She rubs her eyes and asks how long she has been asleep. Lim gestures for her to come with him. There is something she needs to see. They reach a tree where the red goblin is tied, beaten and immobile. She looks at the goblin and asks who he is. One of the men answers grimly, calling him the enemy tied to the Child of Fire. She stares, remembering how she had once escaped him. The goblin sneers, saying that since she now has a protector strong enough to defeat him, she must think she's safe. But this, he says, is far from over. The goblin taunts her, promising to haunt her even in death. Lim stands focused, hand resting on the child's head. He considers the consequences of killing the goblin here. If he ends him now, Lily may never fully understand what tormented her. She may live on afraid of a shadow with no face. He turns toward her and urges her to look closely. She must see for herself the cause of her fear. The goblin is bound. He can no longer hurt her. Lim reassures her, and someone near him tells her she can do whatever she feels she needs to, whether speak, strike, or simply stare, because until now, she had no power. In her memories, Lily sees the goblin clutching her as another man holds a woman in the background. Those days of fear feel close once again. but now she has a choice. Lim turns and says once she sorts out her feelings, they'll have a proper meal. The girl remains still, deep in thought. Her gaze burns into the goblin. No more running. Lily clenches her fist and drives it into the goblin's face with fiery anger. The blow lands hard. The goblin reels back, stunned, but quickly snarls and demands to know how she dares strike him. Her eyes burn with defiance as magical spheres shimmer into existence above her. With a fierce scream, she declares she fears nothing. Fire ignites around the goblin, flames dancing like vengeful spirits. He cries out, first in agony, then in disbelief. He watches her rise, her figure suspended mid-air, a dense storm of mana forming above her head. His horror deepens. This girl, this child who once escaped the experimental chambers of the organization, now demonstrates growth far beyond what he thought possible. The sight unsettles him. Her power dwarfs what any of the other test subjects ever showed. As flames roar around him, Lim steps in. He halts the girl before she delivers the final blow. Her eyes flare as she glares at the charred goblin, but she complies and turns away. The goblin now lies defeated, alone with Lim. Lim kneels beside him, silently contemplating how little information they've extracted. His thoughts swirl around pandemonium, the answers that keep slipping through their grasp. Time is ticking. Endurance only lasts so long. He pours a green liquid onto the enemy's wounds and mutters that this is where they pause. For now, Lim casts a glance over his shoulder and states plainly that they are off to have breakfast. When they return, they'll talk again. The streets lie empty as the morning fog lifts. Time shifts. A new day begins, and they arrive at Lily's homeland. A carriage rolls to a halt as curious villagers gather. A bag is dragged from the vehicle, sparking whispers. Some wonder who these people are. Nobles, perhaps, visiting such an isolated place. Others question the weight they drag, the reasons for their journey. Lim narrows his eyes and confirms that this is the right location. They only need to follow the street a little farther. Lily fidgets nervously. She asks Shock what to say to her mother and whether the woman will even recognize her. He assures her she will. Lim remains silent but uncertain. His instincts caution him. The organization never lets go of loose ends, and if Lily escaped, her mother could have become leverage. They reach a modest wooden house. Lily stops and quietly announces that this was once her home. She knocks on the door. Nothing happens at first. A small group watches them. Lim points out the silence. Then a voice emerges from within, cautious, asking who is there. Lily shouts her name in response, trembling with emotion. The door slowly creaks open. A blonde woman holding the handle peers out and gasps. Her eyes land on the girl and widen in disbelief. Lily has grown, she says. Tears well up as Lily steps forward, asking if she is recognized. The answer is clear. They embrace, and Lily sobs into her mother's shoulder, confessing how deeply she missed her. The air smells of grilled meat as the village prepares for a feast. Lim surveys the scene with quiet contempt. They have emptied their stores for this celebration. Still, seeing Lily happy makes it bearable. Sacrifices, he muses, must be made sometimes. A mustachioed man approaches the family and confirms that the daughter has returned. He comments that Lily is her mother's mirror. They thank him with kind words. Lily begins recounting how she met the group. Her mother listens, visibly shaken by the dangers her child faced. Lim hands Amanda, the mother, a small toy chicken. She accepts it with a grateful smile and says she's heard of his friendship with her daughter. He introduces himself, keeping his expression guarded. Lily, glowing with joy, watches him. To her, her brother figure is invincible, a dependable force. Later that night, Lily lies fast asleep, and someone jokes that she's sleeping like a log. Lim approaches Amanda and quietly invites her outside. There are things he needs to discuss. They walk through the quiet village under moonlight. Lim explains that today has likely become an unforgettable memory for Lily. Her favorite foods, heartfelt conversations. This is a day she'll carry with her. Amanda agrees, saying it was special for her too. Lim stops walking. When Amanda thanks him for giving her hope for the future, he looks away, annoyed. He leans in and flatly states that she is a fake. She stares at him in confusion, her steps slow. She begins to walk away, asking why he says such a thing. He accuses her of acting well, too well. He nearly believed her. But there were signs. Too many coincidences. Too few inconsistencies. He draws his sword, making her tense up. He explains that since Lily's escape, the organization would have searched everywhere for her. The first place they would target is her family. Amanda flinches. Lim continues, observing how she acts like someone with no knowledge of the threat. There is no fear in her eyes, no hesitation in her voice. Not once did she show the signs of someone hiding. He asks again where the real mother is. She responds with a cryptic tease. A massive stone erupts from the ground and Lim narrowly dodges. He curses. She flees. He catches up, blade in hand, and declares that he's experienced in these games. Her every move is readable. He strikes. The weapon pierces her and she lets out a pained cry. Blood stains the ground. Even impaled, Amanda warns him not to get comfortable. The organization still wants the Child of Fire. Lim calmly tells her that he has already scanned the village. No one else here can match him. A sudden glow appears behind him. He turns. Above, magic circles layer upon one another. Something bright pulses at their center. He recognizes some of the symbols. Mana suppression, demon summoning, and something more dangerous. A beam of magic surges toward Lily's house. Lim rushes forward, thoughts racing. This is a transfer spell. The magic is not meant to destroy, it's meant to extract. Inside the house, a sharp scream rings out. Demonic creatures descend from rooftops, shrieking. Lim curses his delay. He hadn't noticed the hidden activation. The spell must have been time-locked. Monsters flood the streets, teeth bared. Lim clashes with one, slicing it apart. He shouts that their tactics are loathsome, designed to ruin lives, not claim victory. Others run to Lily, who floats in the air, unmoving. Panic sets in. They call her name. Her body doesn't respond. The mark on her forehead glows faintly, and it confirms his suspicion. The target of the transfer spell was her. He gently touches her shoulder, telling her to wake up. She opens her eyes slowly, still groggy, mumbling that she feels cold. Lim turns toward the red-haired girl lying nearby and, analyzing the situation, concludes that the spell's destination must be pandemonium. He estimates they have around 5 minutes, depending on distance and size. There is no time to waste. Without hesitation, he dashes off, calling out to Young Shin to follow. He yells for the others as well, heading back to where they had left their supplies. Within 5 minutes, they must leave the village and find a way to break the spell. Magic gathers in the sky above like a storm brewing too quickly. A shout echoes as someone points to the rooftop. Turns out, it's the red goblin behind all of this, who somehow got free. He is shooting down fireballs at our duo, while my guy is dodging them left and right. The bastard then orders his demons to strike, and they promptly follow the command. The sky churns as a massive magic circle ignites above. Below it, Lim tightens his grip on his weapon. He's within a mana ceiling zone, but there's no time to hesitate. He channels energy until his veins feel like they'll burst. Pushing his limits, he launches a spell, Heavenly Demonic Cut, the first technique of its kind. Monsters swarm toward the goblin, who quickly casts a shield to deflect the blow. Lim remains composed. He leaps in the air, then catches that bastard off guard and smashes him down in the ground like a goddamn meteor. He pins the enemy down, but a sudden noise makes him turn. People and beasts standing near Lily begin stepping back. Someone yells for everyone to duck. A blinding beam of light cuts through the air, grazing the goblin. My guy rushes to do what he can to get the Child of Fire out of the danger, telling the wolf children to keep the enemy occupied. He knows that even without magic, artifacts will do the job. The hero scans through the loot, choosing an item from the Thieves' Guild first. Holding a strange mask in one hand, the item allows for a temporary transformation. Only 5 minutes, but enough. As soon as he puts the mask on that red goblin's body, he transforms into Child's twin. He then draws that spell on the enemy's forehead with a magical pen, replicating it perfectly. Afterwards, he pulls out this leaf. Sacred tree leaves rest gently on Lily's face, neutralizing magical effects. She rises into the air as a magic circle encircles her body. Someone says the connection is now broken. Now the target for transportation spell is the clone. Lim looks at the two identical girls, thinking this bait may be their best chance. My guy further puts a fucking ticking bomb along with the goblin. A little souvenir before this bastard is transported back to his turf. He confirms everything is ready, and tells the goblin to deliver a gift to his comrades. Focused and unshaken, he says that if the enemy survives, they will cross paths again. The clone groans behind the tape, trembling at Lim's words that next time, he'll visit them himself. Back in the goblin's base, someone shouts that the Child of Fire has arrived. The goblin tells the red-haired girl to bow before him or face the consequences. He reminds her how long it's been, and that she surely has a lot to say. He rips the tape from her mouth, expecting sweet surrender. Instead, she screams. Her voice cuts through the noise as she warns everyone this is a trap. Everyone needs to run away. The clone panics, yelling that he is the real red goblin. The man bursts out laughing, calling it a cute lie. Before he can say more, a massive explosion tears through the area. Hundreds of elite soldiers vanish in flames. 5 pandemonium leaders fall. Research data and experimental materials are lost. Everything is reduced to ash. The city is engulfed in fire. The streets glow orange, and the skies are stained with smoke. Lim gazes at Lily and senses her heartbreak. This is not the city where demons were meant to appear, but if nothing changes, undead will rise here soon. In Lily's soul, something collapses. She watches her homeland burn by her own hand. Tears form as she asks if her mother was fake. Lim answers calmly, saying she already knew deep down. She nods slowly, noting her mother must be gone. Lim reassures her by saying until they find the body, there's still hope. Maybe her mother is wandering around the continent, looking for her daughter. Lily's eyes widened with hope. She suggests they should keep searching for her together, maybe travel to another country. Perhaps her mother stepped into another dimension, just like she had. Before plans take shape, someone says they first need to regroup with the others. The group rides in a carriage, quiet but satisfied. Their mission on the continent of Gaia is complete, and now it's time to return. Still, one last thing must be done. Lim visits Mordria and tells her that as their business here is now finished, they are heading back. Mordria does not reply and keeps staring at him. Lim steps forward and addresses her by name, then corrects himself, calling her the wisest dragon Abraxas. Now that the cat is out of the bag, the blondie appears, saying she played the doll role well. She wants to know when Lim noticed the ruse. Lim admits that it was intuition, though he avoids saying he had filmed her on the CCTV. She approaches Lim saying he should give her the full story. She notes that she's never met someone like Lim in a long time. She probes deeper and guesses he must be from another world. That is obvious by the carriage's otherworldly design, the demonic sword, his intent in seeking her. Lim wonders even though Abraxas has deep knowledge, she always pursues mystery. He extends his hand, stating his desire to buy her wisdom. She is clearly intrigued, and suggests if that is the case she will decide the price. When Lim asks what she wants, she states she is not interested in jewels or money. Her eyes shine gold as she warns that if Lim can't pay with his abilities, he must be ready to bear the consequences. Lim remains silent as she makes it clear that if he cannot repay her for her requests, she will still take what is owed. Lim, serious and composed, tells her that he won't disappoint her. Abraxas is liking his confidence and looking forward to what's to come. Nearby, Lily gasps and screams that the woman in front of them isn't Mordrea. She quickly hides behind Lim and insists that something is wrong. Abraxas considers Lily's reaction a natural one. With a casual snap of her fingers, she tells them to relax and assures them that she is indeed Mordrea, the same one who traveled with them before. Since they're all here now, she invites everyone to her place. Soon they arrive at a towering castle. Abraxas remarks that it's been centuries since she had guests, not since 500 years ago. The group takes in their surroundings, and Lim reflects that while many interdimensional travelers have met Abraxas before returning home, none ever said they visited her castle, which makes them the first. His gaze lands on a beautiful fountain and then on a unicorn, and he wonders if the water there might be a magic elixir. Abraxas notices and casually tells him to take whatever he likes. Lim laughs in delight, remarking that her first words are more valuable than the second offer. Abraxas snaps her fingers again and suggests they eat first. They sit down at a large table overflowing with food. Lily eagerly begins eating, claiming it's the most delicious food she's ever tasted. Sitting beside Lim, she asks him to talk about the world they came from. Lim agrees and begins to speak, starting with the most ancient civilizations: Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient India, and ancient China. By the time he finishes, his plate is empty, and night has fallen. Pouring wine into a glass, Abraxas casually asks Lim what he truly wants to know. She offers him the chance to learn how to become immortal, to master the sword, or to destroy the world. Lim places a mysterious watch on the table and replies that he wants to understand all of it and how to use it properly. He explains that the watch consumes a massive amount of magic and that each time a certain amount is absorbed, the hands move. What interests him is what might happen if all 5 hands move at once. Abraxas examines the watch and sends a stream of green mana into it. She notes a protective barrier is in place and says she'll need time to analyze it. Lim asks how long that would take and what happens if she fails. Holding the watch in front of her, Abraxas promises that if she fails, she'll grant him any wish. Lim agrees to the deal, but asks what she wants in return. Extending her hand, Abraxas tells him to surprise her. Until she finishes analyzing the watch, he has free reign. Her expression darkens for a moment as she warns that if he fails to surprise her, she'll take his soul. Lim doesn't flinch and replies that they have a deal. Abraxas looks at him with curiosity, surprised that he doesn't seem afraid of anything. Standing up, Lim says that he's ready to surprise her now and sees no reason to delay. Abraxas watches, intrigued, wondering what he has planned. She sits back and mentally guesses he might try to attack her with a weapon from his world. Lim pulls out a laptop and announces that he's beginning. He closes his eyes and imagines a dragon. Before he came to this world, he had heard that Abraxas loved listening to stories about Earth from the Awakened, but people became greedy and demanded too much from her. Eventually, her patience ran out. Although she didn't change outwardly, many who tried failed to impress her. Still, a few succeeded. One awakened Englishman created something remarkable. As music from Earth begins to play through his device, Hang's eyes widen. She's surprised that Lim didn't resort to force or tricks. The next day, Abraxas places her hand on her chest and begs him to take her with him. Standing firmly, Lim replies that she already knows he cannot. He recalls seeing the end of a world when a dragon crossed through a gate. The red dragon of the apocalypse once reached Earth, nearly wiping out the planet. Only when it was captured and killed did the world begin to recover. He closes his eyes again, knowing that Abraxas is even more powerful than that dragon. Letting her cross would guarantee disaster. Abraxas, eyes gleaming with excitement, says it would be dangerous only if her true form passed through the gate. Since her power is sealed and she's in human form, there shouldn't be any issues. Lim calmly refuses again, reminding her that even in her sealed state, she must ask his permission before doing anything. Smiling brightly, Abraxas agrees to his condition. She hands him jewelry as a token of her promise. Just then, a voice echoes from a loudspeaker, announcing that a new gate has opened and urging all citizens of the Maple District to evacuate. From the portal, ghost-like creatures with blades begin to emerge. A young man nearby yells in joy as yellow energy surrounds him. Wong stands ready, his body glowing with power. Wang closes his eyes and reflects on how strange it still feels to hear the nickname people gave him. Streams of energy pulse from his hands. He grabs a monster by the head, throws it, and then pushes back the incoming ghosts with ease. After dealing with the immediate threat, Wang looks around and declares the area clear before heading to regroup. Suddenly he hears someone calling for help. He turns quickly and runs toward the voice. A building begins to collapse nearby. Wang returns carrying a girl in his arms. She stands in front of him, thanking him for saving her. A stranger, his face twisted in anger, slaps Wang across the face. He demands to know what kind of tank abandons his team during battle. Standing quietly, Wang bows his head and apologizes. He explains that he reacted to the cries for help. He promises to be more careful in the future.